The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. Volume 1 Language. The philosophy of symbolic forms is a milestone in 20th-century philosophy. Promoting a philosophical vision informed by Kant, it incorporates the philosophical advances achieved in the 19th century by German idealism and neo-Kantianism, whilst acknowledging the contributions made by his contemporary phenomenologists. It also encompasses empirical and historical research on culture and the most contemporary work on myth, linguistics and psychopathology. As such, it ranks in philosophical importance along with other major works of the 20th century, such as Edmund Husserl's Logical Investigations, Martin Heidegger's Being and Time, and Ludwig Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. In the first volume, Cassirer explores the symbolic form of language. Already recognized by thinkers in the tradition of German idealism, such as Wilhelm von Humboldt, language is the primary medium by which we interact with others and form a common world. As Cassirer emphasizes in the famous Davos debate with Heidegger, there is one objective human world, in which a bridge is built from individual to individual. That I find in the primal phenomenon of language. The famous treatise Cassirer discerns in the functioning of language, the functions of expression, Ausdruck, presentation, Darstellung, and signification, Bedeutung, has become paradigmatic for accounts of language, philosophical, linguistic, and anthropological alike. Sebastian Luft, professor of philosophy, Marquette University, USA. This new translation makes Cassirer's seminal work available to a new generation of scholars. Each volume includes a translator's introduction by Steve G. Lofts, a foreword by Peter E. Gordon, a glossary of key terms, and an index. Ernst Cassirer was born in Germany in the city of Breslau, now Wrocław, Poland. He taught at Hamburg University from 2, and then at All Souls College, Oxford, before emigrating to Sweden and then to the United States. Through its creative interpretation of Kant's philosophy combined with a deep knowledge of the role of language and culture, Cassirer's work is regarded as indispensable to understanding the relationship between the two major traditions in 20th-century philosophy, the analytic and the continental. Cassirer's philosophy is unique, as it sought a common ground between the scientific and humanistic worldviews which frequently divided these two traditions, exemplified in his famous debate with Martin Heidegger at Davos. His work resulted in the monumental philosophy of symbolic forms as well as several books on the philosophy of humanism and the Enlightenment. He taught at the universities of Yale and Columbia in the early years and died in New York. Steve G. Lofts is professor of philosophy at King's University College, Canada. He is the translator of Cassirer's The Logic of the Cultural Sciences and The Warburg Years, Essays on Language, Art, Myth, and Technology. The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, Volume. Language. Ernst Cassirer. Translated by Steve G. Lofts. The first draft of this work, whose first volume I am here submitting, goes back to the investigations that are summed up in my book Substance and Function, Berlin. When I attempted to apply my findings of these investigations, which focused essentially on the structure of mathematical and natural, scientific thinking, to the problems that concern the human sciences Geisteswissenschaften, it became increasingly clear to me that the general theory of cognition Erkenntnis theory, in its traditional approach and limitations, was not sufficient to provide an adequate methodological foundation for the human sciences Geisteswissenschaften. If such a foundation were to be acquired, then the plan for this theory of cognition Erkenntnis theory would need to be fundamentally broadened. Rather than investigating only the general presuppositions of the scientific cognizing of the world, it was equally necessary to differentiate the different basic forms of understanding Verstehen of the world and apprehend each one of them as sharply as possible in their distinctive tendency and spiritual form. Only when such a morphology form and layer of spirit had been established, at least in general outline, could we hope to ground a clearer methodological view and a more secure principle of grounding for the individual disciplines of the human sciences Geisteswissenschaften. It seemed to me that the theory of the formation of concepts and judgments of the natural sciences, by which the object of nature is determined in its fundamental constitutive features and by which the object Gegenstand of cognition is apprehended in its conditionality through the function of cognition, must be amplified by an analogous determination for the domain of pure subjectivity. This subjectivity does not solely consist in the cognitive contemplation of nature and reality but also proves itself to be effective everywhere where the whole of the appearance is posited and configured from a specific spiritual perspective. It must be shown how each of these configurations fulfills its own task in the construction of spirit and how each stands under a particular law. The plan for a general theory of the spiritual forms of expression, which is expounded more fully in my introduction, developed out of my pursuit of this problem. As for the detailed arrangement of this study, This first part is limited to an analysis of the linguistic form. A second volume which, I hope, will appear in approximately 1 year, is designated to embody the framework for a phenomenology of mythical and religious thinking, and the third and last volume will arrive at the presentation of a proper theory of cognition, Erkenntnis theory, i.e., the morphology formental of scientific thinking. A consideration of language according to its purely philosophical content gehalten from the standpoint of a certain philosophical system is a risk that has already been undertaken in Wilhelm von Humboldt's seminal works. If Humboldt, as he wrote to Wolfin, believed that he had uncovered the art of how to use language as a vehicle to work us through the deepest and highest manifold of the whole world, then it seems that the direction that has been taken by linguistics and the philosophy of language in the 19th century has progressively pushed back such an aspiration. At times, language seemed to become the proper and strongest instrument of philosophical skepticism rather than a vehicle of philosophical cognition. However, even if we disregard the conclusions of the modern critique of language, which for the philosophy of language becomes synonymous with the disavowal and denouement of its spiritual content Gehalt, we find an increasing conviction that a philosophical foundation of language, if possible at all, would have to be achieved by means of psychological research. The ideal of an absolutely universal, philosophical grammar, which the empiricists and rationalists of the 17th and 18th centuries had pursued in different ways, seemed to have been destroyed with the foundation of scientific comparative linguistics. The unity of language could no longer be sought in its logical content Gehalt, but only in its emergence and in the psychological laws of this emergence. Wundt's great work on language, in which for a long time he attempted to subject the totality of linguistic phenomena to a certain intellectual geistig interpretation, derives the principle of this interpretation from the concept and methodology of ethnopsychology. Along the same lines of thought, Steinthal had, in his Introduction to the Psychology and Linguistic Science, attempted to prove Herbard's concept of apperception to be the foundation for the consideration of language. Subsequently, Marty, in conscious and sharp opposition to the foundation of Steinthal's and Wundt's view of language, returned to the idea of a general grammar and philosophy of language, which he regarded as the framework for a descriptive theory of signification. However, he too attempted to accomplish the construction of this theory of signification by purely psychological means. Indeed, he explicitly limited the task of the philosophy of language so that all the general and legitimate problems directed at the linguistic phenomena belonged to it insofar as they were either of a psychological nature or at very least could not be solved without having recourse primarily to psychology. Thus, it appeared that in this domain, despite the opposition encountered to this outlook in the sphere of linguistic research itself, above all by Karl Vossler, psychologism and positivism not only seemed to be established as a methodological ideal but also seemed to be raised to a universal dogma. Philosophical idealism has certainly not ceased to fight against this dogma. It has, however, also not recaptured the autonomous position that language possessed with Wilhelm von Humboldt. For, instead of understanding it as an independent spiritual form based on a distinctive law, it had attempted to trace it back to the general aesthetic function of expression. In this sense, Benedetto Croce had classified and subordinated the problem of linguistic expression to the problem of aesthetic expression, while Hermann Cohen's philosophical system treated logic, ethics, aesthetics, and finally the philosophy of religion as independent members but only occasionally touched on the fundamental question of language, and this in connection with the fundamental question of aesthetics. Given this state of affairs, the present exposition could not move, philosophically speaking, within an already delimited sphere of thought, but instead had to attempt to forge its own methodological path. The development of linguistic science that has taken place since the days of Wilhelm von Humboldt, however, has provided richer resources for the implementation of its theme. If the idea of a truly universal view of language still appears in Humboldt to be a postulate of philosophical idealism, then this postulate would seem to have progressively approached its concrete, scientific fulfillment. Of course, this wealth of material or empirical, scientific research places philosophical contemplation before an insuperable difficulty. For it can no more disregard these details than it can wholly submit to them and still remain entirely faithful to its own intention and task. This methodological dilemma left no other choice than to formulate the questions that were addressed in linguistics with systematic generality, but in each case to extract the answers to these questions from the empirical research itself. It had to attempt to secure the broadest possible overview, not only of the phenomena of a single linguistic sphere but also of various linguistic spheres that differed in structure and were widely divergent from each other in their basic mode of thinking. The scope of the literature and linguistic sciences that had to be consulted in the working out of these problems became so vast that the goal initially set out for this investigation receded further and further into the distance, so that I asked myself whether this goal was at all attainable for me. If I have, nevertheless, continued along this trodden path, it is because the more the manifold of linguistic phenomena opened up before me, the clearer I believed to perceive the individual details that mutually illuminate each other and how, as it were, they inserted themselves into a general interconnection. The following investigations are directed at the consideration of the development and elucidation of this interconnection and not with any isolated instances. If the basic epistemo-critical idea by which they are oriented is established, if the presentation and characterization of the pure form of language, as it is attempted here, proves sound, then many individual details that I have overlooked or missed will easily be supplied or rectified in a future reworking of the subject. In working on this book, I have become keenly aware of the difficulty of the subject matter and the limits of my own powers, not to welcome the criticism of experts in the field. To facilitate this criticism, I have, in interpreting and employing the detailed material from the linguistic sciences, always expressly indicated my authorities and sources so as to make immediate verification possible. It remains for me only to express my thanks to all those who have helped me in the working out of this book, either by the general interest that they have taken in it or by their expert advice. In my attempt to gain a more accurate insight into the structure of the so-called primitive languages, I have been guided from the beginning by the works of Karl Meinhof and by those of Bose and Siller on the Native American languages. After my call to Hamburg I had at my disposal not only the rich library of the seminar led by Meinhof on African and South Sea languages but was also allowed to avail myself of Professor Meinhof's cordially proffered and extremely helpful advice on many of the most difficult cases. I also owe thanks to my colleagues Professor Otto Dempwolf and Professor Heinrich Juncker for insights gained through conversations with them. Finally, Ernst Hoffmann in Heidelberg and Emil Wolf in Hamburg assisted me far beyond simple encouragement. Above all, these two men, themselves situated in the midst of philological and the sciences of language, share with me the fundamental view on which this book rests, the conviction that language, like all basic spiritual functions, can be elucidated by philosophy only within a complete system of philosophical idealism. I also owe heartfelt thanks to Ernst Hoffmann for reading the proofs of this first volume despite the heavy pressure of his own work. Unfortunately, certain important references and additions that he offered me in the process could not, for technical reasons, be included in the published book, but I hope to make use of them in a future treatment of the subject. Hamburg, April. Ernst Cassirer. Introduction and the framing of the problem. The concept of symbolic form and the systematization of the symbolic forms. The initial starting point of philosophical speculation was marked by the concept of being sein. In the moment that this concept was constituted as such, in the moment that the consciousness of the unity of being sein as opposed to the multiplicity and diversity of being seen was awakened, the specifically philosophical tendency of contemplating the world arose. This view remained, however, bound for a long time to the ambit of beings, which it strove to leave and overcome. The beginning and origin, the ultimate ground of all being sein should be expressed ausgesprochen. However, as clearly as this question was posed, the concrete, determinate answers given were not adequate to this supreme universal formulation of the problem. What was designated as the nature Wesen, as the substance of the world, did not, in principle, reach beyond the world but rather was only an extract from the world itself. An individual, particular, and limited being seen was picked out, and everything else was generically derived from it and explained by it. Thus, as varied as the contents of this explanation may have been configured, its general form nevertheless remained within the same methodological boundaries. At first, it was still an individual, sensible existence, a concrete primal matter that was set up as the ultimate ground of the totality. Gesamtheit of appearances. Then the explanation became more ideal, and there emerged, in place of this matter, a purely intellectual principle of deduction and grounding. Upon closer consideration, however, this principle hung in midair between the physical and spiritual. Despite its bearing the color of the ideal, it remained closely imprisoned in the world of existence. In this sense, the number of the Pythagoreans, the atom of Democritus, though far removed from the primal matter of the Ionians, remained a methodological hybrid that had not found its proper nature and had not, as it were, chosen its true spiritual home. This inner uncertainty is finally overcome only in Plato's theory of ideas. The great systematic and historical achievement of this theory consists in the fact that here, for the first time, the basic and essential spiritual presupposition for all philosophical comprehension and every philosophical explanation of the world emerged in an explicit shape. What Plato sought under the name of idea had been effective as an immanent principle in the earliest attempts at explanation, in the philosophers of Elea, in the Pythagoreans, in Democritus. Plato was, however, the first to be aware of what this principle was and what it signified. Plato understood his philosophical achievement in this way. In his late works, in which he raises the logical presuppositions of his theory to its greatest clarity, he characterizes the crucial difference that separates his speculation from that of the pre-Socratics, whereas with the pre-Socratics, being sein, in the form of an individual being seen, was taken as a fixed starting point. With Plato, being was for the first time recognized as a problem. He no longer simply inquired into the organization, into the constitution and structure of being, but rather inquired into the concept of being and the significance of this concept. Against this sharp question and its strict demand, all earlier attempts at explanation faded into fables or myths about being. It was time to abandon this mythical, cosmological explanation for the truly dialectical explanation that no longer adhered to its mere consistent existence bestand but made visible its intelligible sense, its systematic, teleological construction fugo. And with this, thinking, which in Greek philosophy since Parmenides had appeared as a concept interchangeable with that of being, acquires a new and more profound significance. Only when being receives the sharply determinate sense of a problem does thinking receive the sharply determinate sense and value of a principle. Thinking no longer runs parallel to being, a mere reflection about being, but by its own inner form, it now determines the inner form of being. The same typical basic feature is repeated at different stages in the historical development of idealism. Where a realistic view of the world was content with some ultimate constitution of things as the foundation for all cognizing, idealism turned this very same attribute into a question for thinking. This process is discernible not only in the history of philosophy but in the individual sciences as well. Here too, the way does not lead solely from facts back to laws and from laws back to axioms and basic principles. Rather, these axioms and basic principles, which at a certain stage of cognition stand there as the latest and most complete expression of the solution, must once again, at a later stage, become a problem. Accordingly, what science designates as its being and its object ceases to appear as a simple and indivisible consistent fact. Rather, every new manner and direction of contemplation discloses in it a new element. With it, the rigid concept of being appears, so to speak, to dissolve into flux, into a general movement, and it is possible to think the unity of being in general only as the goal and no longer as the beginning of this movement. To the degree that this insight unfolded and infiltrated science itself, the naive picture theory-able theory of cognition is deprived of its soil. The basic concepts of every science, the means with which it poses its questions and formulates its solution, no longer appear to be passive pictures upbuilder of a given being but self-created intellectual symbols. It was, in particular, physico-mathematical cognition that was the first to clearly become aware of this symbolic character of its basic means. In the preliminary considerations with which he introduces his principles of mechanics, Heinrich Hertz has brought the new ideal of cognition, to which this entire development points, to its most pregnant expression. He designates it as the closest and most important task of our cognition of nature that enables us to anticipate future experiences. However, the procedure, which serves to derive the future from the past, consists in the fact that we make for ourselves inner simulacra or symbols of external objects, which are of such a nature that the necessary consequence in the thought of images builder are always the images of the necessary consequences in the nature of the objects pictured of build it. When from our accumulated previous experience, we have finally succeeded in deducing images of the desired constitution, we can then in a short time develop by means of them, as by means of models, the consequences which in the outer world only arise in a comparatively long time, or as the result of our own intervening. The images builder, of which we speak, are our representations of things. They have one essential correspondence with the things themselves, namely the fulfillment of the above-mentioned demand. However, it is not necessary for their purpose that they have some further correspondence with things. As a matter of fact, we do not know, nor have any means of experiencing, whether our representations of things are in agreement with them in any other way than in this one fundamental relation. Thus, we have here the natural, scientific theory of cognition, erkenness theory, that stems from Heinrich Hertz. The theory of signs, as it was first thoroughly developed by Helmholtz, continued to speak the language of the picture theory-able theory of cognition. However, the concept of the image has now in itself undergone an inner transformation. For in place of the vague requirement for a similarity of content between the image and the things aka, we now find expressed a highly complex logical expressive relationship, a general intellectual condition that the basic concepts of physical cognition must satisfy. Its value lies not in the reflection of a given existence but in what it accomplishes as a means of cognition, in a unity of appearances, which the appearances must produce out of themselves. A system of physical concepts should be able to survey the interconnection of objective objects and the manner of their mutual dependency, but this survey is possible only insofar as these concepts already pertain from the beginning to a determinate, uniform line of sight of cognition. The object cannot be regarded as some naked in itself ansic, independently of the essential categories of the cognition of nature. Rather, only within these categories, which first constitute its proper form, can it be brought to presentation. In this sense, the basic concepts of mechanics, particularly the concepts of mass and force, were for Ernst's simulacra which, since they are created by the logic of the cognition of nature, were subjected to the general demands of this logic, among which the a priori demand for clarity, freedom from contradiction, and unambiguousness of account takes first place. It is true that with this critical insight, science has to give up the hope and aspiration to an immediate apprehension and rendering of the actual. It understands that all objectivization, of which it is capable, is in truth a mediation and must remain a mediation. In this insight, there is found a further and momentous consequence of idealism. If the definition and determination of the object of cognition can be made only ever through the medium of a conceptual structure with a distinctive logic, then the conclusion cannot be denied that a diversity of these media will correspond to a diversity of the construction Fugung of the object, to a different sense of objective interconnections. Even within the ambit of nature, the physical object will not coincide absolutely with the chemical object, nor the chemical with the biological, for physical, chemical, biological cognition each frame the question from their own particular standpoint and, in accordance with this standpoint, subject the appearances to a specific interpretation and forming formung. It almost appears as if through this result the development of idealistic thought thwarted once and for all the expectation with which it had begun. The end of this development seems to negate its beginning, for the unity of being that was desired and demanded now threatens once more to disintegrate into a mere manifold of beings. The one being, to which thinking holds fast and from which it seems unable to relinquish without destroying its own form, withdraws more and more from the domain of cognition. The more its metaphysical unity as a thing in itself is asserted, the more it evades all possibility of cognizing, until at last it is relegated entirely to the domain of the uncognizable and becomes a mere X. This rigid metaphysical absolutum, however, now stands over against the realm of appearances as the proper domain of the knowable and recognizable in all its unrealizable multiplicity, in its conditionality and relativity. Upon closer scrutiny, however, in this irreducible diversity of the methods and objects of knowledge, the basic demand of unity is not rejected by this as such, but rather, it is posited here in a new form. The unity of knowledge can now, of course, no longer be guaranteed and secured in that it is based in all its forms on a common simple object that is related to all of these forms as the transcendent archetype or build to the empirical picture's outbuilder. However, rather than this, the other demand is now given to apprehend in one system the diverse methodological directions of knowledge in all their recognized particular nature and autonomy, such that the individual members, precisely through their necessary diversity, will complement and require one another. The postulate of a purely functional unity replaces the postulate of the unity of a substrate and the unity of an origin that essentially dominated the ancient concept of being. Out of this, a new task is set forth for the philosophical critique of cognition. It must follow and survey as a whole the path taken by the individual trends of the particular sciences. It must pose the question whether the intellectual symbols, by means of which the particular disciplines consider and describe reality, are to be thought of as a simple juxtaposition or whether they are to be understood as different manifestations of one and the same basic spiritual function. And if the latter presupposition should prove itself, then a further task appears to establish the general conditions of this function and to explain the principle governing it. Instead of inquiring with dogmatic metaphysics into the absolute unity of substance to which every particular existence must be reduced, it would now inquire into a rule that governs the concrete manifold and the diversity of the functions of cognition and, without sublating and destroying them, combine them into a unified doing, a self-contained intellectual action. Once again, however, this point of view widens as soon as one considers that cognition, however universally and comprehensively its concept may be taken, only ever exhibits one of the modes of form, bestowing present in the whole of the spiritual apprehension and interpretation of being. A configuration of the manifold is led by a specific but therefore at the same time clearly and sharply delimited principle. All cognition, however different it may be in its ways and orientation, aims ultimately to subject the multiplicity of appearances to the unity of a principle of sufficient reason. The individual as individual must not be left to stand alone, rather, the individual must join an interconnection in which it appears as a member gleed of a framework Gefuge, be it logical, teleological, or causal. Cognition remains essentially directed toward this essential aim, toward the incorporation and fuging of the particular into a universal form of law and order. However, beside this form of intellectual synthesis, which exhibits and operates within a system of scientific concepts, the whole of spiritual life knows other modes of configuration. They, too, can be designated as certain modes of objectivization, i.e., as means of raising an individual to the generally valid. However, they achieve this goal of general validity in a completely different way from that of the logical concept and the logical law. Every genuine, basic spiritual function has one decisive feature in common with cognition. It is inherent in an original, formative force and not merely an imitative force. It does not express passively the mere fact that something is present vorhanden, but rather contains an independent energy of spirit through which the simple existence of the appearance assumes a determinate signification, a distinctive ideational content Gehalt. This is as valid for art as it is for cognition. It is as valid for myth as for religion. They all live in distinctive worlds, which do not simply reflect the empirically given but which rather produce it in accordance with an independent principle. And thus, each of them creates its own symbolic configurations, which if not of the same kind as the intellectual symbols are, nevertheless, equal as to their spiritual origin. None of these configurations can simply be reduced to, or derived from, the others. Rather, each of them designates a determinate mode of spiritual apprehension, in and through which it constitutes its own aspect of the actual. They are not different modes in which some actual reveals itself to spirit, but rather paths by which spirit proceeds in its objectivization, i.e., its self-revelation. If we grasp art and language, myth and cognition, in this sense, then a common problem immediately emerges that opens up a new approach to a general philosophy of the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften. The revolution in the way of thinking that Kant undertook within theoretical philosophy was based on the basic idea that the relationship between cognition and its object, which has generally been assumed, required a radical inversion. Instead of starting out from the object as the known but continent given, it was, rather, necessary to begin with the laws of cognition as what alone, in a primary sense, is truly accessible and certain. Instead of determining the most general properties of being, in the sense of ontological metaphysics, we must, through an analysis of reason, ascertain the basic forms of judgment as the condition under which objectivity alone is positable, Setzbar, ascertained, and determined in its manifold branches. According to Kant, only this analysis can disclose the conditions on which all knowledge wissen of being and the pure concept of being depend. However, as the correlate of the synthetic unity of the understanding itself, the object, which the transcendental analytics situates before us in this way, is a pure logically determined object. As a result, it does not designate all objectivity as such, but only that form of objective lawfulness that can be grasped and exhibited by the basic concepts of science, particularly the concepts and basic principles of mathematical physics. Thus, as soon as Kant progresses, in the totality of the three critiques, to develop the true system of pure reason, he already proves that this form of objectivity is too narrow. The mathematical natural, scientific being, in its idealistic version and interpretation, does not exhaust all reality, because it is by no means concerned with all the effectiveness and spontaneity of spirit. In the intelligible realm of freedom, whose basic law is developed by the critique of practical reason, in the realm of art and the realm of organic natural forms, as exhibited in the critique of aesthetics and teleological judgment, a new aspect of this reality emerges. This gradual unfolding of the critical, idealistic concept of reality and the critical, idealistic concept of spirit belongs to the most distinctive features of Kantian thinking and is grounded in a kind of stylistic law of this thinking. The proper, concrete totality of spirit is not designated in a simple formula and given, as it were, ready-made from the beginning. Rather, it develops and finds itself only in the continuous advancing progress of critical analysis. The ambit of spiritual being can be designated and determined only as a result of being pursued in this process. It lies in the nature of this process not only that its beginning and end are broken asunder but also that they must apparently conflict with each other. However, the conflict is none other than that between potency and act, between the mere logical predisposition of a concept and its complete development and impact. From the standpoint of the latter, the Copernican revolution, with which Kant began, takes on a new and wider sense. It no longer refers only to the logical function of judgment but extends, with equal justification and right, to every tendency and every principle of spiritual configuration. The crucial question always remains whether we seek to understand the function by the formation Gebilde or the formation Gebilde by the function, which we choose to ground the other. This question forms the spiritual bond that connects the most diverse problem domains with one another. It constitutes their inner methodological unity, without ever letting them lapse into a factual one, and, the, sameness saklichi einer Lehheit. For the basic principle of critical thinking, the principle of the primacy of the function over the object, assumes in each special domain a new shape gestalt and demands a new and dependent grounding. Alongside the pure function of cognition, there stands the function of linguistic thinking, the function of mythical, religious thinking, and the function of artistic intuition, comprehended in such a way as that it is evident how in all of them a specific configuration, not so much of der the world as rather toward zu the world, toward an objective interconnection of sense and an objective, intuitive whole that can be apprehended as such takes place. With this, the critique of reason becomes a critique of culture. It seeks to understand and demonstrate how the content of culture, insofar as it is more than a merely individual content, insofar as it is grounded in a general principle of form, presupposes an original act of spirit. Herein the basic thesis of idealism finds its true and complete confirmation. As long as philosophical contemplation takes up the analysis of the pure form of cognition and limits itself to this task, the force of the naive, realistic view of the world cannot be completely discredited. The object of cognition may in some way be after all determined and formed in and through cognition and its original law. However, beyond this relation, it must, nevertheless, also appear to be present and given as something independent of the basic categories of cognition. If, however, we begin not with the general concept of the world but rather from the general concept of culture, then the question immediately assumes a different shape. For the content of the concept of culture cannot be detached from the basic forms and tendencies of spiritual productivity being as graspable here nowhere else than in activity ton. Only insofar as there is a specific tendency of aesthetic fantasy and intuition is there a domain of aesthetic objects, and the same is valid for all of those other spiritual energies by virtue of which the form and outline of a specific domain of objects takes shape sich gestaltet for us. Even religious consciousness, convinced as it is of the reality Realität, the truth, of its object, transforms this reality into the lowest level, to the level of purely mythological thinking, into a simple tangible existence. At higher levels of contemplation, it is more or less clearly aware that it has its object only and that it relates to it in an absolutely distinctive way. The ultimate guarantee of this very objectivity is contained in a type of self, comportment sich verhalten, in the tendency that spirit gives to an intended objective eingedatsive. Philosophical thinking confronts all of these tendencies, not just with the intention to pursue each one of them separately or to survey them as a whole but also with the presupposition that it must be possible to refer them to a uniform focal point, to an ideal center. When regarded critically, however, this center can never be located in a given being's Sein, but only in a common task. Thus, with all their inner diversity, the different products of spiritual culture, language, scientific cognition, myth, art, and religion, become members of one large problem nexus. They become manifold approaches, all of which are oriented toward one goal: to transform the passive world of mere impressions, in which spirit at first seems imprisoned, into a world of pure spiritual expression. For just as the modern philosophy of language had established the concept of the inner form of language to secure the proper starting point for a philosophical consideration of language, so too it can be said that an analogous inner form of religion, myth, art, and scientific cognition is to be presupposed and sought. And this form would signify not simply the sum or subsequent combination Zusammenfassung of the individual appearances of these domains but also the conditioning law of their construction. Of course, in the end, there is no other way to assure ourselves of these laws than to demonstrate them in the appearances and abstract them from these appearances. However, at the same time, this very abstraction shows the laws to be a necessary and constitutive moment of the consistent content of the individuals. In the course of its history, philosophy has remained more or less cognizant of the task of such an analysis and critique of the particular cultural forms. However, in most cases, it has taken up only part of this task and addressed it, to be sure, more in its negative than in its positive intention. The endeavor that went into this critique was often less about the presentation and grounding of the positive achievements of each individual form than it was about the defense of wrong claims. Since the days of the Greek sophists, there has been a skeptical critique of language and a skeptical critique of myths and cognition. This essentially negative attitude becomes understandable if we consider that in fact every basic form of spirit, in that it appears and develops, is a unique endeavor to give itself not just in part but as a whole, and consequently to claim for itself not a merely relative validity but rather an absolute validity. Not contenting itself with its special precinct, it seeks, rather, to imprint the distinctive stamp, with which it conducts itself, on the whole of being and spiritual life. The conflicts of culture and the antinomies of the concept of culture ensue from this striving for the unconditioned, which is inherent in every single tendency, Science originates in a form of contemplation that, before it could get going and assert itself, was everywhere compelled to establish those first combinations and separations of thinking that had found their earliest expression and sedimentation in language and in general linguistic concepts. However, in that it makes use of language as material and as a foundation, science at the same time necessarily proceeded beyond language. A new logos, which is guided and governed by a principle other than that of linguistic thinking, now emerges and forms itself ever more clearly and independently. And measured by it, the formations of language now appear as restraints and limits that must gradually be overcome by the force and particular nature of the new principle. The critique of language and linguistic thought, form becomes an integrated component of the advancement of scientific and philosophical thinking. And this typical course of development is repeated in the other domains. The individual, spiritual tendencies do not move peacefully side by side, seeking to complement one another. Rather, each becomes what it is only by demonstrating its own peculiar force against the others and in a struggle with them. Religion and art are so close to one another in their purely historical, effective action, and so informed by one another, that sometimes the two seem indistinguishable in their content cult and in their inner principle of forming. It has been said that the gods of Greece owed their origin to Homer and Hesiod. And yet, on the other hand, as the religious thinking of the Greeks progressed, it separated more and more from its aesthetic beginnings and originary ground. After Xenophanes, it rebelled more and more resolutely against the mythical, poetic and the sensible, plastic concepts of the gods, which it recognized and rejected as anthropomorphic. In such spiritual struggles and conflicts, as they constituted themselves throughout history in ever new and ever greater potentiation, potentiering and intensification, the ultimate arbitration appears to be expected from philosophy alone, as the highest instance of unity. However, the dogmatic systems of metaphysics only imperfectly satisfied this expectation and demand. For in most cases, they stood amid the battle that was taking place and not above it, despite the conceptual universality toward which they strove. They represented only one side of the opposition instead of apprehending and mediating the conflict in its whole breadth and depth. For most of them are nothing other than metaphysical hypostases of a determinate logical, aesthetic, or religious principle. The more they imprison themselves in the abstract universality of this principle, the more they close themselves off from individual aspects of spiritual culture and from the concrete totalitat of their forms. Philosophical reflection will be able to avoid the danger of this conclusion only if it is able to find a standpoint situated above all of these forms and yet not located as such beyond them, a standpoint that would seek to make it possible to encompass the whole of them in one glance, and that would seek to render visible in this one glance nothing less than the pure immanent relationship that all of these forms have to each other and not the relationship that they have to an external, transcendent being or principle. We would, then, have a philosophical systematization of spirit in which each particular form would obtain its sense purely from the position in which it stands, a systematization in which its content Gehalt and its significance would be designated by the wealth and particular nature of the relations and entanglements in which they relate to other spiritual energies and ultimately to allness Solheid. From the beginnings of modern philosophy and since the foundation of modern philosophical idealism, there has been no lack of attempts and promising steps toward the establishment of such a systematization. To be sure, although Descartes' methodological manifesto regularly ad directionem ingenii rules for the direction of the mind already indicated that the attempt of the old metaphysics to survey the totality Gesamtheit of things and to penetrate the ultimate mysteries of nature was fruitless, it insisted all the more emphatically that it must be possible to exhaustively measure the universitas of spirit in thought ingenii limit definire. To define the whole domain and limits of spirit, this maxim of Descartes has become the watchword of all modern philosophy. The concept of spirit is, however, still conflicted and ambiguous, for it is used sometimes in a narrow sense, sometimes in a much wider sense. The philosophy of Descartes begins from a new, comprehensive concept of consciousness, but then, with the term cogitatio, allows this concept to coincide once again with pure thinking. Thus, for Descartes, and for all rationalism, the systematization of spirit coincides with thinking. The universitas of spirit, its concrete totality totalitat, shall therefore be deemed to be truly apprehended and philosophically penetrated only if it is possible to deduce it from a single logical principle. Thus, the pure form of logic is once again erected as the prototype and model for all spiritual beings and every spiritual form. And just as with Descartes, with whom the series of the systems of classical idealism began, so likewise with Hegel, with whom this series concluded, this methodic interconnection stands before us once again in full clarity. More sharply than any thinker before him, Hegel set out the demand to think the whole of spirit as a concrete whole and, Thus, not to stop with its simple concept but rather to develop it into the totality Gesamtheit of its manifestations Äußerungen. And yet the phenomenology of spirit, which strove to fulfill this demand, prepared only the terrain for logic and the way to it. The manifold of spiritual forms, as they are set up in the phenomenology, finally culminate in a highest logical summit, and it is only in this endpoint that they attain their consummate truth and essential being. As rich and varied as they are in their content, their structure is subordinated to a single and, in a certain sense, uniform law, the law of dialectical method that constitutes the steady rhythm of the self, movement of the concept. Spirit concludes all the movements of its shapes in absolute knowledge, in which it acquires the pure element of its existence, the concept. All the earlier stages that it has passed through are, to be sure, contained as elements momenta but also sublated into mere moments momenta. Thus, of all the spiritual forms, only that of the form of the logical, the form of the concept and of cognition, appears to have been ascribed a real, true autonomy. The concept is not only a means to present the concrete life of spirit but also the true substantial element of spirit itself. Accordingly, however much all spiritual being sein and events geschehen is apprehended in its specific particularization besondrungen should be recognized in this particularization, it is, in the end, reduced to and based on a single dimension, and only in this relation is its most profound content Gehalt and its real significance initially apprehended. And in fact, this ultimate centralization of all of the spiritual forms in the one logical form seems to be necessarily demanded by the concept of philosophy and in particular by the basic principle of philosophical idealism. For if we renounce this unity, then, in general, there would appear to be no way to speak about a rigorous systematization of these forms. Thus, only a purely empirical procedure remains as the counterimage Gegenbild and counterpart of the dialectical method. If we are unable to demonstrate a general law by virtue of which one spiritual form emerges necessarily out of another, until finally the whole series of spiritual configurations is passed through in accordance with this principle, then it would seem that the ensemble of these configurations could be thought of only as nothing more than a self-contained cosmos. The individual forms would simply stand next to each other, their ambit could be surveyed and their particularity described, but they would no longer express a common ideal content Gehalt. The philosophy of these forms must eventually lead to their history, which, according to its objects, would present and specify itself as the history of language, the history of religion, the history of myth, the history of art, etc. Thus, at this point, a peculiar dilemma arises. If we adhere to the demand for a logical unity, the universality of the logical form ultimately threatens to blur the particularization of each individual domain and the particular nature of its principle. If we immerse ourselves in this individuality and persevere in our examination of it, we run the risk of losing ourselves and of finding no way back to the universal. A way out of this methodological dilemma can be found only if it is possible to grasp and demonstrate an element that is repeatedly found in each basic spiritual form and yet which recurs in none of them as such in the same shape Gestalt. Then, with regard to this element, we might assert the ideal interconnection of the individual domains, the interconnection between the basic functions of language and cognition, of the aesthetic and the religious, without losing the incomparable particularity of any one of them. If a medium could be found through which each configuration, as it occurs in the basic individual, spiritual tendencies, passes, while nevertheless preserving its particular nature and its specific character, then the necessary intermediary link necessary for an examination, similar to the one the Transcendental Critique has provided for pure cognition, would be established for the totality of spiritual forms. Thus, the next question we have to ask ourselves is whether in fact there is such a middle territory and mediating function for the manifold tendencies of spirit and whether this function exhibits certain typical, basic features by virtue of which it can be recognized and described. The general function of signs, the problem of signification. To answer these questions, we will first return to the concept of the symbol, as Heinrich Hertz has postulated and denoted it from the standpoint of physical cognition. What the physicist seeks in appearances is the presentation of their necessary connection. This presentation, however, can be accomplished not only by leaving behind the immediate world of sensible impressions but ostensibly by turning away from them entirely. The concepts with which the physicist operates, the concepts of space and time, of mass and force, of material point and energy, of the atom or the ether, are free simulacra that cognition designs to dominate the world of sensible experience and to survey it as a lawfully ordered world that directly corresponds to nothing other than itself in the sensible data. However, although no such correspondence takes place, and perhaps precisely because it does not take place, the conceptual world of physics is completely closed up in itself. Every single concept, every particular simulacrum and sign, resembles the articulated word of a language in that it is, in itself, significant, meaningful, and ordered according to fixed rules. Already in the initial inception of modern physics, already in Galileo, we find the metaphor that the book of nature is written in mathematical language and can be apprehended only through mathematical ciphers. And since Galileo, the entire development of exact natural science shows how, in fact, all progress in the framing of the problem and its conceptual means has gone hand in hand with the increasing refinement of its system of signs. A clear apprehension of the basic concepts of Galileo's mechanics was achieved only when the general logical place of these concepts was, as it were, determined, and a generally valid mathematical, logical sign for them was created by the algorithm of differential calculus. And from the problems connected here with the discovery of the analysis of the infinite, Leibniz could immediately determine with clarity the general problem that is contained in the function of sine, bestowing and to raise its universal characteristic to a truly philosophical significance. According to the basic conviction that he held and represented, the logic of things suchen, i.e., of the basic concepts and relations of content that underpin the construction of a science, cannot be separated from the logic of signs. For the sign is no mere accidental cloak of thought, but rather its necessary and essential organ. Not only does it serve for the communication of an already finished given product of the content of thought, but it is also an instrument, by virtue of which this content developed and by virtue of which it initially gained its full determinacy. The act of conceptual determination of a content goes hand in hand with the act of its fixation in some characteristic sign. Thus, all truly rigorous and exact thinking is sustained by the symbolism and semiotics on which it is based. Every law of nature assumes for our thinking the shape of a general formula. Every formula, however, can be presented in no other way than through a connection of general signs and specific signs. Without the universal signs, as they are provided by arithmetic and algebra, no particular relation of physics, no particular law of nature, would be expressible. In them, the basic principle of cognition in general is graphically manifested, as it were, in the fact that the universal can be beheld only in the particular, that the particular can be thought only with regard to the universal. This interrelationship, however, does not remain limited to science but runs through all the other basic forms of spiritual creating. For in each case, they can bring to bear only their appropriate and proper mode of apprehension and configuration in that they equally create a specific sensible substrate for themselves. This substrate is so essential here that it sometimes appears to envelop the entire content gehalt of signification, the real sense of these forms. Language would appear to be completely defined and thought of as a system of phonetic signs, the world of art and that of myth would appear to be exhausted in the world of the particular, sensibly tangible shapes that both place before us. And here, in fact, an all-embracing medium is given in which all of the most diverse spiritual formations meet. The content gehalt of spirit discloses itself only in its manifestation. The ideal form becomes known only in and through the ensemble of the sensible signs that serve it for its expression. If it were possible to acquire a systematic overview of the different tendencies of this mode of expression, if it were possible to show their typical and consistent features as well as their particular gradations and inner differences, then the ideal of a universal characteristic, formulated by Leibniz for cognition, would be fulfilled for the whole of spiritual creativity. We should then possess a kind of grammar of the symbolic function as such, by which the particular expressions and idioms that we see before us in language and art, in myth and religion, would be comprised and in general be codetermined. The idea of such a grammar implies a broadening of the traditional historical, doctrinal concept of idealism. This doctrinal concept has always aimed at opposing to the mundus sensibilis sensible world another cosmos, the mundus intelligibilis intelligible world, and at distinguishing with confidence the boundaries between these two worlds. The boundary, however, essentially runs in such a way that the world of the intelligible was determined by the element of pure doing, whereas the world of the sensible was determined by the element of undergoing leiden. In the former, the free spontaneity of the spiritual ruled, and in the latter, the bondage, the passivitat of the sensible ruled. However, for the universal characteristic, whose problem and task has now been set before us in its most general outline, this opposition is no longer immediate and exclusive. For a new form of interrelation and correlation establishes itself between the sensible and the spiritual. The metaphysical dualism seems to be bridged as long as it can be shown that precisely the pure function of the spiritual itself must seek its concrete fulfillment in the sensible and that in the end it is able to find it only here. In the extent of the sensible itself, a sharp difference must be made between what is mere reaction and what is pure action, between what belongs to the sphere of impression and what to that of expression. Dogmatic sensationalism does not see that it misjudges the significance and achievement of the purely intellectual factors, but above all, Even though it proclaimed sensibility as the real basic force of spirit, it did not apprehend the whole breadth of its concept or the totality of its achievements. Dogmatic sensationalism portrays an inadequate and distorted image built of sensibility insofar as it limits it to the world of impressions, to the immediate givenness of simple sensations. In so doing, it fails to appreciate that there is also an activity of sensibility itself, that, to speak with Goethe, there is also an exact sensible imagination fantasie that operates in the most diverse domains of spiritual creating. In all of them, alongside and above the world of perception, we find in the act a truly free image world that is the true vehicle of their imminent progress, a world whose immediate constitution still completely bears the color of the sensible, a world, however, that exhibits an already formed sensibility and therefore a sensibility already governed by spirit. It is a question here not of something simply sensibly given and encountered, but rather of a system of a sensible manifold that is created in some form of free-forming building. The process of linguistic formation thus shows, for example, how the chaos of immediate impressions is illuminated and organized, cleared, articulated for us only in that we name it and so permeate it with the function of linguistic thinking and expression. In this new world of linguistic signs, the world of impressions acquires an entirely new consistent existence, because it acquires a new spiritual articulation. The differentiation and separation, the fixing of certain elements of content by speech, sounds, not only designates a determinate, spiritual quality through them but actually endows them with such a quality, by virtue of which they are now raised above the mere immediacy of so-called sensible qualities. Thus, language is one of the fundamental spiritual means by which we are able to progress from the world of mere sensation to the world of intuition and representation. It contains in embryonic form that intellectual labor that is further expressed in the formation of concepts, as scientific concept, as the determined logical unity of form. Here lies the first beginning of the general function of separation and connection that finds its highest conscious expression in the analyses and syntheses of scientific thinking. And next to the world of linguistic and conceptual signs now stands the world of figures, Gestaltenwelt, that are created by myth and art, incomparable with it and yet related to it in spiritual origin. For as deeply rooted as mythical imagination fantasie is in the sensible, it is also beyond the mere passivity of the sensible. If we measure it by the customary empirical standards as it is served up by our sensible experience, then its formations Gebilde must appear as simply unreal. However, the spontaneity and inner freedom of the mythical function manifests itself precisely in this unreality. And this freedom in no way coincides with lawless caprice. The world of myth is no mere formation Gebilde of whim or chance, but rather has its own fundamental laws of forming building that are effectively at work in and through each of its particular manifestations. It is, therefore, altogether clear that in the domain of artistic intuition every apprehension of an aesthetic form in the sensible is possible only through the fact that we produce the forming building of the basic elements grundelementa of form. All understanding of spatial figures Gestalten, for example, is ultimately bound to the activity of their inner production and to the lawfulness of this production. Thus, we see without exception how the highest and purest spiritual activity known to consciousness is conditioned and mediated by determinate modes of sensible activity. Here too, we always possess the real and essential life of the pure idea only in the colorful reflection of the appearances. The system of the manifold of the manifestations of spirit is comprehensible for us in no other way than by tracing the different tendencies of its original image, Vorspillkraft. In this reflection, we catch sight of the essential being of spirit, for this can present itself to us only by operating in the configuration Gestaltung of sensible material. And indeed, it is a pure activity of spirit that is manifested in the creation of the different systems of sensible symbols, which is also expressed in the fact that all of these symbols emerge from the beginning with a certain claim to objectivity and value. They all reach beyond the circle of the merely individual consciousness of appearances, and they claim to situate them against the generally valid. This claim may possibly prove to be untenable in the light of subsequent critical, philosophical contemplation and its developed and refined concept of truth. However, in general, it belongs to the nature, wesen and character of the basic individual forms. They see their formations Gebilde not only in general as objectively valid but in most cases literally as the proper core of the objective, of the actual. In this way, it is as characteristic of the first, so to speak, naive and unreflective manifestations of linguistic thinking as it is of the thinking of myth that they do not clearly distinguish between the content of the thing Sache and the content of the sign, but rather, both tend to merge into one another in complete indifference. The name of a thing Sache and the thing Sache itself are inseparably fused together. The mere word or image contains within itself a magical force through which the essence of the thing Ding gives itself to us. And we need only transfer this intuition from the real to the ideal, from the tangible to the functional. In fact, to discover in it a justifiable core. For in the immanent development of spirit, the acquisition of the sign actually forms an initial and necessary step toward the acquisition of the objective cognition of essence. The sign forms for consciousness, as it were, the first stage and the first evidence of objectivity, because through it the constant flux of the contents of consciousness is for the first time halted, because in it something enduring is determined and emphasized. No mere content of consciousness as such recurs in strictly identical determinedness once it has passed and been replaced by others. Once it has vanished from consciousness, it is gone once and for all as that which it was. However, to this incessant alteration of the contextual and halage qualities, consciousness now juxtaposes the unity of itself and the unity of its form. Its identity is truly demonstrated not in what it is or has but rather in what it does. Through the sign that is linked to a content, the content itself acquires a new, consistent existence and a new duration. For the sign, in contrast to the real alteration of the individual contents of consciousness, has a certain ideal signification that endures as such. It is not like the given of simple sensation, a punctual singularity and uniqueness, but rather, it stands as the representative representant of a totality Gesamtheit, as an ensemble of possible contents, against which it thus presents a first universal. In the symbolic function of consciousness, as it operates in language, art, and myth, certain constant basic gestalts that are of a partly conceptual nature as well as a purely intuitive nature are lifted out of the stream of consciousness as self, contained and enduring unity of form takes the place of fleeting contents. It is a question here, however, not of a merely individual act but rather of a progressive process of determination that gives the entire development of consciousness its imprint. At the first stage stuff, the fixing of the content through the linguistic sign, the mythical or artistic image, seems to do no more than hold it fast in recollection. It does not go beyond simple reproduction. Here the sign seems to add nothing to the content to which it refers, but only captures and repeats its simple, pure consistency. Even in the history of the psychological development of art, it has been thought possible to identify a phase of mere recollective art, in which every artistic configuration worked in a single tendency that emphasized certain features of the sensually perceived and offered it to recollection in a self-created image. However, the more clearly the basic individual tendencies emerged in their specific energy, the more evident it likewise became that all apparent reproduction always has for consciousness an original and autonomous capacity for presupposition Leistung zur Voraussetzung. The reproducibility of the content is itself bound up with the production of a sign in which consciousness operates freely and independently. The concept of recollection thus acquires a richer and deeper sense. To recollect a content, consciousness must have previously internally made it its own in another way than as mere sensation or perception. The mere repetition of the given at another point in time does not suffice. Rather, in this repetition, a new kind of apprehension and forming form must likewise be asserted. For every reproduction of a content already includes a new stage stuff of reflection. Even though consciousness no longer takes this content as something simply present gegenwärtig but posits it for itself in an image of something past and for it yet not vanished, consciousness, by this altered relationship to the content, gives to itself and to the content a modified ideal significance. And this emerges ever more precisely and abundantly the more the proper image, world-built welt of the eye differentiates itself. The eye now not only exerts an original activity of forming build-in but also comes to a deeper understanding of this activity. The boundaries Grenzen of the subjective and objective worlds truly emerge clearly and sharply for the first time. It is one of the essential tasks of the general critique of cognition to demonstrate the laws according to which this delimitation of Grenzung in the purely theoretical domain is accomplished with the methods of scientific thinking. This critique shows that subjective and objective being are not from the beginning strictly separate spheres of fully defined content but that both become determined only in the process of cognition and in accordance with its means and conditions. The categorical separation between I and not, I thus proves to be a consistent, effective function of theoretical thinking, whereas the manner in which this function is fulfilled, how the contents of subjective and objective being are delimited against one another, is different depending on the stage stuff of cognition achieved. For the theoretical, scientific view of the world, the consistent and necessary elements elementae of experience are the objective, whose contents are, however, awarded this consistency and on which necessity depends, on the one hand, on the general methodological standard that thinking applies to experience and, on the other hand, on the state of cognition at that time, i.e., conditioned by the totality Gesamtheit of the empirical and theoretical insights that it has secured. Seen in this context, How we apply and implement the conceptual opposition of subjective and objective in the configuration of the world of experience and in the construction of nature shows itself to be not so much the solution to the problem of cognition as, rather, its perfect expression. This opposition, however, appears in all its richness and its inner diversity only when we follow it beyond the boundaries of theoretical thinking and its specific conceptual means. Not only science but language, myth, art, and religion as well provide the building blocks from which the world of the actual, as well as that of the spiritual, the world of the I, are constructed for us. They too are not simple formations cabilda that we can insert into a given world, rather, we must comprehend them as functions by means of which a distinctive configuration of being and a particular division and separation takes place. Just as the means that each function employs is different, each one presupposes and applies entirely different standards and criteria, such that the result is also different. The scientific concepts of truth and reality are different from those of religion or art. Thus, it is a particular and incomparable basic relationship that is not so much designated as founded between the inner and the outer, between the being of the I and the being of the world. Before it can be decided between all of these manifold, intersecting, and conflicting views and claims, they must first be differentiated with critical rigor and precision. The achievement of each one must be measured by itself and not by the standards and demands of any of the others, and only at the end of this consideration can the question be raised as to whether and how all of these different forms of the apprehension of the world and of the I are compatible with one another. But if they do not portray one and the same thing existing in itself, might they not, however, contribute to a totality and to a unified systematization of spiritual activity? For the philosophy of language, this way of considering things was first apprehended and carried out with full clarity by Wilhelm von Humboldt. For Humboldt, the phonetic sign that presents the material of all language formation is, in a sense, the bridge between the subjective and objective, because in it the essential elements of the two are united. For, on the one hand, the sound is spoken, i.e., brought forth and formed by ourselves. On the other hand, as a sound heard, it is a part of the sensible reality that encompasses us. We apprehend and know it as something both inward and outward, as an inward energy that expresses and objectifies itself in something outward. For in language the spiritual striving breaks open a path through the lips, the product of that striving returns to one's own ear. The representation is transformed into actual objectivity, without being deprived of subjectivity on that account. Only language is able to do this, and without this transformation, occurring constantly with the help of language even in silence, into an objectivity that returns to the subject, the act of the formation of the concept, and with it all true thinking, is impossible. For indeed, language cannot be regarded as a material that just sits there, surveyable in its totality, or communicable little by little, but must be seen as something eternally producing itself, where the laws of production are determined, rather the scope and even to some extent the nature of the product remains totally unspecified. As the individual sound stands between the object and the human, so the whole of language steps in between the human and the nature that operates, both inwardly and outwardly, upon the human. The human surrounds itself with a world of sounds, so as to assimilate and process within itself a world of objects. An element that is valid for every mode and every form of symbol bestowing is designated in this critical, idealistic view of language. In each one of its freely projected signs, spirit apprehends the object by apprehending at the same time itself and the proper lawfulness of its own act of forming building. And this distinctive inner penetration prepares the ground boden for the deeper determination of subjectivity as well as objectivity. On the first stage of this determination, it appears as though both opposing elements simply stand separately next to one another and over against one another. In its earliest formations, language can be grasped equally well as the pure expression of the inner or the external, as an expression of mere subjectivity or mere objectivity. In the former case, the speech, sound seems to signify nothing more than the sound of excitement and emotion effect. In the latter case, it seems to signify nothing more than a simple imitation of sound. The different speculative views that have been expressed on the origin of language in fact move between these two extremes, neither of which reaches the core and spiritual nature vason of language itself. For what language designates and brings to expression is neither one-sidedly subjective nor one-sidedly objective. Rather, it effects a new mediation, a distinctive reciprocal determination between the two factors. Neither the mere discharge of emotion effect nor the repetition of objective phonetic stimuli constitutes the characteristic sense and form of language. Language arises, rather, only where the two ends are combined into one, thus creating a new, not previously given, synthesis of the I and the world. And moreover, an analogous relation is produced in every truly independent and original tendency of consciousness. Art, too, can no more be defined and comprehended as the mere expression of the inner than as the reproduction of gestalts of external reality. Rather, in it, too, the decisive and distinguishing element is to be sought in how the subjective and objective, pure feeling and pure figure gestalt, merge into one another and acquire precisely in this merging a new, consistent existence in a new content. In all of these examples, we see more clearly than is possible if we limit ourselves to the purely intellectual function that in analyzing the spiritual forms we cannot begin with a rigid, dogmatic demarcation of the subjective over against the objective, but that the delimitation and establishment of their regions are accomplished only through these forms. Each particular spiritual energy shares in this establishment in its particular way and consequently contributes to the constitution of the I, concept, as well as the world, concept. Neither cognition nor language, myth, and art act as a mirror simply reflecting images of a given inward or outward existence. Sign as it produced them in itself, they are not indifferent media but rather the real sources of light, the conditions of seeing Zayin as well as the origins of all configuration. The problem of representation and the construction of consciousness. The first problem that confronts us in the analysis of language, art, and myth is to explain how, in general, a certain sensible individual content can be made into the bearer of a general spiritual signification. If we content ourselves with grasping only the material existence bestand of all these domains, with describing the physical constitution of the signs that they employ, then we are led back to an ensemble of particular sensations, to simple qualities of sight, hearing, or touch as the ultimate basic elements grundelementi. However, now the miracle occurs through the manner in which it is considered. This simple sensible material acquires a new and multifaceted spiritual life. When the physical sound, distinguished as such only by pitch and tone, intensity and quality, is formed into a speech, sound, it becomes the expression of the finest intellectual and emotional differences differenzen. What it immediately is completely recedes behind what it immediately accomplishes and means besagt. The concrete, individual elements Einzelelemente, out of which the work of art is constructed, also clearly exhibit this basic relationship. No artistic formation the Bilda can be understood as the simple sum of these elements elemente, rather, in each a determinate law and a specific sensation of aesthetic form, bestowing artwork. The synthesis, in which consciousness connects a sequence of tones into the unity of a melody, is obviously entirely different from the synthesis in virtue of which a manifold of speech, sounds fit together into the unity of a sentence. They all share, however, one thing in common in both cases: the individual sensible details do not stand by themselves, rather, they are integrated into a conscious whole, from which they receive their qualitative sense. If we attempt to set out before us an initial general overview of the totality Gesamtheit of relations by which the unity of consciousness is designated and as such constituted, then we are first led to a series of certain basic relations Grundrelation and that confront one another as distinctive and autonomous modes of connection. The element of juxtaposition Nebeneinander as it appears in the form of space, the element of succession Nacheinander as in the form of time, and the connection of determinations of being in such a way that one is grasped as a thing, the other as a property, or of successive events Aragnes and in such a way that the one appears as the cause of the other, are all examples of such original types of relation. Sensationalism attempts in vain to derive and explain them from the immediate content of individual impressions. 5 tones on a flute may, after all, according to Hume's well-known psychological theory, give us the representation of time. However, this result is possible only if the characteristic element of the relation and order of succession has already been tacitly incorporated into the content of the individual tones, and with it if the general structure of time is already assumed. For psychological as well as epistemo-critical analysis, the real fundamental forms of relation show themselves in the end to be just those simple and irreducible qualities of consciousness as the simple sensible qualities, the elements elemente of visual, auditory, or tactile sensation. And yet philosophical thinking cannot content itself with accepting the manifold of these relations as such, as a simple factual state of affairs. With sensations, we may content ourselves with simply enumerating their different basic classes and arranging them before ourselves as an unconnected multitude. By contrast, what pertains to relations relationen, so it would seem, what they accomplish as individual forms of connections, comes to be grasped and understood by us only if we think of them as connected with one another through a higher mode of synthesis. Since Plato formulated this problem of the community of the forms in the Sophist, the systematic community of pure ideas and form, concepts, it has remained alive throughout the history of philosophical thinking. The critical and the metaphysical speculative solutions to this problem, however, differ in that they presuppose different concepts of the universal and hence different senses of the logical system. The former view goes back to the concept of the analytic, universal, The latter aims at a synthetic, universal. In one, we content ourselves with combining the manifold of possible forms of connection into the highest concept of a system and, thus, subordinating them to determinate fundamental laws in the other, we seek to understand how the totality totalitat, the concrete totality Gesamtheit of particular forms, developed from a single originary principle. If the latter point of view permits only one starting point and one endpoint, which are connected with one another by the constant application of one and the same methodical principle to a synthetic, deductive demonstration, then the other point of view not only tolerates but also calls for a plurality of different dimensions of consideration. It posits the problem of a unity that, from the beginning, renounces simplicity. The different modes of spiritual forming formung are recognized as such, with no attempt at making them fit into a single, simple progressing series. And yet such a view in no way renounces an interconnection of the individual forms. Rather, the idea of system is exacerbated by the fact that the concept of a complex system displaces the concept of a simple system. Each form is, so to speak, assigned to a particular plane, within which it affects and in which it unfolds its specific particular nature in complete independence. However, even in the totality Gesamtheit of these ideal modes of efficacy now emerge, at the same time, certain analogies, certain typical modes of conduct that are singled out as such and can be described. The first element that we encounter is a difference that may be designated as the difference in the quality and modality of forms. By the quality of a certain relation, we understand here the particular type of connection, by virtue of which it creates a series within the whole of consciousness, whose members are subjected to a special law of correlation. Thus, for example, togetherness over against succession, the form of a simultaneous connection over against that of a successive connection, forms one such independent quality. As a result, one and the same form of relation can, however, undergo an inner transformation if it is situated within another form of interconnection form Zusammenhang. At the same time, each individual relation always belongs, regardless of its particularity, to a totality of sense-singans, which possesses its own nature, its self-contained law of form. Thus, for example, the general relation that we call time exhibits itself just as much as an element of theoretical, scientific cognition as it does as an essential moment in certain formations Gebilde of aesthetic consciousness. Time, as explained in the beginning of Newton's mechanics, as the stable basis of all events geschehen and as the uniform measure of all alterations in themselves, seems, at first sight, to have nothing more than the name in common with the time that prevails in a musical artwork and its rhythmic measures. And yet this unity of naming implies a unity of signification, at least insofar as the general and abstract quality is posited gesetzt in both, which is designated by the term succession. However, there prevails in the consciousness of the laws gesetzen of nature as the laws of the temporal form of events geschehen, and in the comprehension of the rhythmic measure of tonal formations a mode of succession proper to each. Analogously, we can apprehend certain spatial forms, certain complexes of lines and figures figuren, in one case as an artistic ornament and in another as a geometrical drawing, and by virtue of this apprehension bestow one and the same material with an entirely different sense. The unity of space that we construct in aesthetic vision and generating, in painting, sculpture, and architecture, belongs to a completely different stage stuff from that which is presented in certain geometrical theorems and in a determinate form of geometrical axioms. In the one case, we have the modality of the logical, geometric concept; in the other, we have the modality of artistic spatial imagination. In the one case, space is thought of as an ensemble of mutually non-interdependent determinations, as a system of grounds and consequences; in the other case, it is apprehended as a whole, in the dynamic interplay and eanander of its individual moments, as an intuitive and emotional unity. And even with this, the series of configurations that the consciousness of space passes through is not yet exhausted, for, in mythical thinking, a distinctive view of space has exhibited a mode of organization and orientation of the world according to spatial criteria that are sharply and characteristically separated from the way the spatial organization of the cosmos is accomplished in empirical thinking. Likewise, for example, the general form of causality appears in a completely different light once we consider it on the level of scientific thinking or that of mythical thinking. Myth, too, knows of the concept of causality. It employs it both in its general theogonies and cosmogonies as well as in interpreting a wealth of individual appearances that it mythically explains on the basis of this concept. The ultimate motive of this explanation is, however, quite different from that which governs the cognition of causality by means of theoretical scientific concepts. The problem of the origin is such as common to both science and myth. However, the type and character, the modality, of the origin alters as soon as we move from the one domain to the other, as soon as we grasp the origin not as a mythical potency but to use it as a scientific principle and come to understand it as such. We see, then, that to characterize a determinate form of relation in its concrete application and signification, not only is the description of its qualitative constitution as such required but so is an indication of the complete system in which it stands. If we designate the different kinds of relation, such as the relation of space, time, causality, etc. as R, then to each one there belongs a special index of modality, indicating the functional interconnection and context of signification in which it is to be taken. For each of these contexts of signification, language as well as scientific cognition, art as well as myth, possesses its own constitutive principle that imprints its signet, as it were, on all the particular configurations within it. The result is an extraordinary manifold of form, relationships, whose richness and inner entanglements, however, can be surveyed only through a rigorous analysis of each individual total, form gesamt form. However, even apart from this particularization, the most general consideration of the whole of consciousness already leads back to certain fundamental conditions of unity, to the conditions of connectability, those of spiritual combination Zusammenfassung, and those of spiritual presentation as such. It belongs to the nature Wesen of consciousness itself that no content can be posited in it without, through this simple act of positing, a total complex of other content being already co-posited. Kant once formulated, in his treatise on negative quantities, the problem of causality is to understand Verstehen why because something is, at the same time something else, completely different ought and must be. If with dogmatic metaphysics, we take the concept of absolute existence as our starting point, then indeed this question must appear as ultimately insoluble. For an absolute being calls for ultimate absolute elements elementae, each of which is a substantial rigidity for itself for sich and must be comprehended for itself for sich. However, this concept of substance offers no necessary or even comprehensible transition to the multiplicity of the world, to the manifoldness and diversity of its particular appearances. Even in Spinoza, the transition from substance, as that which in se est et per se concipiter in itself and is comprehended by itself, to the series of singular, dependent and changeable modi is not so much deduced as arrived at surreptitiously. Generally, metaphysics sees itself, as its history shows, ever more clearly placed before an intellectual dilemma. Either it must conceptually take seriously the basic concept of absolute existence, in which case all relations relation and evaporate, in which all multiplicity of space, time, and causality threatens to dissolve into mere semblance, or it must let these relations but seungen, in that it recognizes them as merely exterior and contingent, as accidents, in being zum sein hinzutreten and lassen. However, metaphysics then at once encounters a peculiar setback. It becomes increasingly apparent that this same contingency is accessible to cognition and can be apprehended in its forms, while the naked being Wesen, which should be thought of as the foundation of the particular determinations, is lost in the void of mere abstraction. What began as the all of reality Realität, as what should be understood as the Ensemble Inbegriff of all reality Wirklichkeit, proves ultimately to be something that is still only a moment of sheer determinability but contains in itself nothing more than an independent and positive determination. This dialectic of the metaphysical theory of being can be avoided only if, from the start, content and form, element and relation, are not comprehended as independent determinations of each other but appear as given together with one another and thought of in a reciprocal determination. More sharply in the history of thinking, the modern subjective turn of speculation has brought this general methodological demand increasingly to the fore. For the question assumes a new shape once it is displaced from the ground Boden of absolute being to that of consciousness. Every simple quality of consciousness has a determinate content Gehalt only insofar as it is, at the same time, apprehended in a thoroughgoing unity with others and in a thoroughgoing separation from others. The function of this unity and this separation cannot be removed from the content of consciousness, rather, it constitutes one of its essential conditions. Accordingly, there is not something in consciousness that does not eo ipso by, or from, the thing itself and without further mediation give rise to another and to a series of others. For every single existence sign of consciousness has its determination through the fact that in it, at the same time, the whole of consciousness is in some form co-posited and represented. Only in and through this representation does what we call the givenness and presence of the content become possible. This becomes immediately evident when we consider even the simplest instance of this presence, the temporal relation and the temporal present Gegenwart. Nothing would seem more certain than that everything that is actually, immediately given in consciousness refers to a single point of time, to a determined now, and is beheld in it. The past is no longer present vorhanden in consciousness, and the future is not yet present vorhanden in it. Neither seems to belong at all to its concrete reality, its true actuality. Rather, they dissolve into mere intellectual abstractions. And yet, the content that we designate as the now is nothing other than the eternally fluid boundary dividing the past from the future. This boundary cannot be posited independently of what it bounds. It exists only in this act of division and not as something that could be thought before this act and detached from it. The individual temporal moment Augenblick, insofar as it can be determined as temporal, can be apprehended only as the fluid transition from past to future, from the no longer nicht mehr nothing no more to the not, yet noch nicht as yet nothing, and not as static substantial existence. Where the now is different, where it is taken absolutely, it, in truth, no longer forms an element of time but the negation of time. The temporal movement now appears to be halted in it and as a result annihilated. For a thinking, such as that of the Eleatic, that aims entirely at absolute being and strives to remain in it, the flying arrow form, element and relation, are not comprehended as independent determinations of each other but appear as given together with one another and thought of in a reciprocal determination. More sharply in the history of thinking, the modern subjective turn of speculation has brought this general methodological demand increasingly to the fore. For the question assumes a new shape once it is displaced from the ground Boden of absolute being to that of consciousness. Every simple quality of consciousness has a determinate content Gehalt only insofar as it is, at the same time, apprehended in a thoroughgoing unity with others and in a thoroughgoing separation from others. The function of this unity and this separation cannot be removed from the content of consciousness. Rather, it constitutes one of its essential conditions. Accordingly, there is not something in consciousness that does not eo ipso by, or from, the thing itself and without further mediation give rise to another and to a series of others. For every single existence sign of consciousness has its determination through the fact that in it, at the same time, the whole of consciousness is in some form co-posited and represented. Only in and through this representation does what we call the givenness and presence of the content become possible. This becomes immediately evident when we consider even the simplest instance of this presence presents, the temporal relation and the temporal present Gegenwart. Nothing would seem more certain than that everything that is actually, immediately given in consciousness refers to a single point of time, to a determined now, and is beheld in it. The past is no longer present vorhanden in consciousness, and the future is not yet present vorhanden in it. Neither seems to belong at all to its concrete reality, its true actuality. Rather, they dissolve into mere intellectual abstractions. And yet, the content that we designate as the now is nothing other than the eternally fluid boundary dividing the past from the future. This boundary cannot be posited independently of what it bounds. It exists only in this act of division and not as something that could be thought before this act and detached from it. The individual temporal moment Augenblick, insofar as it can be determined as temporal, can be apprehended only as the fluid transition from past to future, from the no longer nicht mehr nothing no more to the not, yet noch nicht as yet nothing, and not as static substantial existence. Where the now is different, where it is taken absolutely, it, in truth, no longer forms an element of time but the negation of time. The temporal movement now appears to be halted in it and as a result annihilated. For a thinking, such as that of the Eleatic, that aims entirely at absolute being and strives to remain in it, the flying arrow. There were not, here again, the general possibility of apprehending the whole in the part element and the part element in the whole. Here too, the expression of the many in the one, the multorum in uno expressio, as Leibniz characterized consciousness in general, proves to be decisive. We attain the intuition of certain spatial formations Gebilde only in that, on the one hand, we combine into one representation the groups of sensible perceptions that mutually displace one another in immediate sensible lived experience and, on the other, we allow this unity to break up into the diversity of its individual components. Spatial consciousness is initially constructed in this interplay of concentration and analysis. The shape gestalt appears as potential motion, while motion appears as potential shape gestalt. In Berkeley's investigations into the theory of seeing Sehen, which forms the starting point of modern physiological optics, he compared the development of spatial perception to the development of language. There is a kind of natural language, i.e., a fixed correlation between signs and significations, by which, according to him, spatial intuition can initially be acquired and secured. It is not that we picture Abeld in a readily available tangible archetype or build of absolute space in our representation but rather that we learn to use the different, intrinsically incommensurate impressions of the manifold domains of the senses, in particular, those of sight and touch, as representatives representanten and signs for one another, that the world of space is a world of perceptions that are interrelated and systematically linked together arises for us. Berkeley has attempted here, according to his basic sensationalist's presuppositions, to understand the language of spirit, which he demonstrated to be a condition of spatial intuition, exclusively as a language of the senses. However, upon closer scrutiny, this approach negates itself. For it is already located in the concept of language itself that it can never be purely sensible, but rather, it exhibits a distinctive interpenetration and interaction of sensible and conceptual factors, so long as in it, fulfillment of the individual, sensible signs is always provided with a general intellectually significant content. The same is true of every other kind of representation, the presentation of an element of consciousness in and through another. We think that the sensible foundation of the construction of the representation of space is given to us in certain visual, motor, and tactile sensations. However, the sum of these sensations contains no trace of that characteristic form of unity that we call space. Rather, this form of unity manifests itself in a kind of correlation through which each of these individual qualities can be merged into their totality Gesamtheit. In this way, we think an infinity of possible directions is already posited in each element, provided that we posit it as spatial, and the ensemble of these directions constitutes the whole of spatial intuition. The spatial image that we possess of an individual empirical object, of a house, for example, comes about only in that we extend an individual, relatively limited perspectival view in this way, in that we employ it only as a starting point and suggestion in order to construct from it a complex whole of spatial relations relationen. In this way, space is understood less as a static vessel and container into which ready-made things enter than as exhibiting an ensemble of ideal functions that mutually complement and determine one another into the unity of a result. Just as earlier and later as the fundamental directions of temporal progress were already expressed in the simple now of time, so too are there in and over, there is already posited in every here. The individual isolated position is not given before the system of positions, rather, it is given only in respect of it and in a correlative relation to it. A third form of unity, which is raised above spatial and temporal unity, is the form of the objectifying connection. When we join together an ensemble of determinate properties into the whole of a stable thing with multifarious and varying characteristic traits, then this combination presupposes the connection in juxtaposition and succession, without, however, merging into it. The relative constant must be distinguished from the variable certain spatial configurations configuration and must be apprehended before the concept of the thing, as the constant bearer of the variable properties, can form itself. However, the thought of this bearer adds a characteristic new element of independent significance to the intuition of spatial togetherness and temporal succession. The empiricist's analysis of cognition has, of course, always repeatedly attempted to deny this independence. It sees in the thought of the thing nothing other than a purely external form of connection. It attempts to show that the content and form of the object are exhausted in the sum of its properties. However, the same basic lacuna that adheres to the empiricist's dissection of the I, concept and I, consciousness immediately becomes apparent. When Hume explains the I as a bundle of perceptions, this explanation, which, even though it retains in it the fact of combination in general, says nothing whatsoever about the particular form and type of synthesis into the I, distinguishes itself because in the concept of perception, the concept of the I, which apparently should have been analyzed and disassembled zerlegt into its components, is included still completely reassembled unzerlegt. What makes the individual perception a perception, what distinguishes it, for example, as a quality of representation of anything, quality, is precisely its belonging to the I. This belonging to the I does not originate in the subsequent combination Zusammenfassung of a plurality of perceptions but is already initially inherent in each individual perception. A completely analogous relationship exists in the connection of manifold properties into the unity of a thing. When we combine the sensations of extension, sweetness, roughness, and whiteness into the representation of sugar as a unified tangible whole, then this is possible only insofar as each individual one of these qualities is originally thought as determined in reference to this whole. The fact that whiteness or sweetness or any of the rest is not apprehended merely as a state in me but rather as a property, as an objective quality, already completely includes in itself the sought-after function and perspective of the thing. Thus, a basic general scheme already prevails here in the positing of the individual, which, then, in the ongoing experience of the thing and its properties is filled with ever new concrete content. Just as the point, as a simple and individual location, is possible only in space, i.e., logically speaking under the presupposition of a system of all determinations of location, just as the thought of the temporal now can be determined only in regard to a series of moments and to the order and sequence of succession that we call time, the same, therefore, also applies to the relationship of things and properties. In all these relationships, whose closer determination and analysis Serliedrung is an Objektssache of a specialized theory of cognition, the same basic character of consciousness displays itself. The whole here is not first extracted from the parts, but rather, every positing of a part already includes in itself the positing of the whole, not its content but its general structure and form. Every individual already originally belongs here to a determinate complex and brings the rule of this complex itself to expression. The totality Gesamtheit of these rules, however, constitutes the true unity of consciousness, as a unity of time, space, objective connection, etc. The traditional psychological concept of language scarcely features an entirely appropriate expression for the designation of these states of affairs because only recently, in its transition into the modern Gestalt psychology, has psychology torn itself away from the presuppositions of the basic view of sensationalism. For the latter, which resolves all objectivity into simple impression, every connection consists in nothing more than mere combination Zusammenfassung, in the association of impressions. This term is broad enough to uniformly encompass every possible relation that exists in consciousness. However, at the same time, by its very breadth, it renders its particularity and particular nature unrecognizable. Relations of the most diverse quality and modality are indiscriminately designated by it. Association means the combination of elements elementae into the unity of time or the unity of space, into the unity of the I or the object, into the whole of a thing or of a sequence of events or Ereignissen, into a series whose members are combined through the standpoint of cause and effect and as such through the standpoint of means and end. Association also passes as an adequate expression of the logical law of linking individuals into the comprehensible unity of cognition, as, for example, the forms of configuration that prove effective in the construction of aesthetic consciousness. However, it now emerges that this concept designates at best only the naked fact of combination in general, without revealing anything whatsoever about its specific mode and rule. As a result of this, the diversity of paths and directions by which consciousness arrives at its syntheses is totally concealed. If we designate the elements elementae as A, B, C, D, etc., there is, as we have seen, a precisely graduated and intrinsically differentiated system of manifold functions F, A, B, C, D, etc. in which their connection declares itself, but that in the allegedly generic concept of association is not so much brought to expression as, on the contrary, made to vanish because it brings about a leveling down. And there is still another essential lacuna that adheres to this designation. As closely as the contents connect, and as intimately as they fuse together with one another, the contents that can occur in association with each other remain separable in terms of their sense and origins. In the progress of experience, the contents are joined together into increasingly stable associations and groups. However, their consistent existence as such is not initially given through the group, but rather, it is already given prior to it. And yet this relationship of the part to the whole is principally overcome in the genuine syntheses of consciousness. In this genuine synthesis of consciousness, the whole does not originate instead from the parts, but rather, it constitutes them and gives them their essential signification. Thus, as has been shown, when we think of any limited segment of space, the tendency of the whole of space is co-posited with it in every individual temporal moment Augenblick, the general form of succession is co-posited with it and the positing of any particular property grasps the general relationship between substance and accident and thus the characteristic thing, form in itself. It is, however, this very interpenetration, this intensive being condition, through, one, another that association, as an expression of a mere togetherness of representations, leaves unexplained. The empirical rules for the mere flow of representations that it sets up fail to render intelligible the specific basic formations Gebilde and basic figures Gestalten in which the representations band together and the unity of sense that arises between them. The rationalists' theory of cognition set out to recover and demonstrate the independence of this sense. One of the essential historical merits of this theory is that by virtue of one and the same intellectual turn, it has established a new and deeper view of consciousness in general and a new concept of the object of cognition. It confirmed Descartes' dictum that the unity of the objective, the unity of substance, could not be apprehended in perception, but only in the reflection of the Mindgeist on itself, in inspectio mentis inspection of the mind. The basic theory of rationalism stands in the sharpest opposition to the empiricist theory of associations, and yet here too, the inner tension between two fundamentally different essential elements elementae of consciousness, between its mere matter and its pure form, are not sublated. For the ground for the connection of the contents of consciousness is also sought in an activity that in some way approaches the individual contents from the outside. According to Descartes, The ideas of outward perception, the ideas of lightness and darkness, roughness and smoothness, colored and sonorous, are in and for themselves only pictures builder in us, viel it picture, and, in this sense, are merely subjective states Zustandlichkeiten. What leads us beyond this stage, what enables us to progress from the manifold and variability of impressions to the unity and constancy of the object is the function of judgment and unconscious inference, which is entirely independent of these impressions. The objective unity is a purely formal unity that, as such, can neither be heard nor seen but rather can be apprehended only in the logical process of pure thinking. Descartes' metaphysical dualism is ultimately rooted in his methodological dualism. The theory of the absolute division between the extended substance and the thinking substance is only a metaphysical expression for an opposition that is already discernible in the presentation of the pure function of consciousness itself. And even with Kant, in the beginning of the Critique of Pure Reason, this opposition between sensibility and thinking, between the basic material and formal determinations of consciousness, is retained in its old, undiminished force, although here the idea immediately arises that perhaps the two may be interconnected in a common root unknown to us. However, the principal objection to this formulation of the problem shows that the contraposition expressed in it is a product of abstraction, whereas the unity of the matter and form of consciousness, of the particular and the universal, of the sensible elements of givenness and the pure elements of order, constitutes precisely originally certain and originally known phenomenon. The logical estimation and evaluation of individual factors must be based on the analysis of each element of consciousness. If we wish to make this state of affairs clear with a mathematical simile and allegory, though, of course, it goes beyond the boundaries of the mathematical, we might, in opposition to mere association, choose the term integration. The element of consciousness bewusstsein is to the whole of consciousness not as an extensive part to a sum of parts but as a differential to its integral. Just as the differential equation of movement expresses its course and its general law, we must think of the general structural laws of consciousness as already given with each of its elements elementae, in any of its cross-sections, not given with, in the sense of real and independent contents but in the sense of tendencies and directions that are already inherent in the sensible individual. Every existence in consciousness consists precisely in the fact, and only in the fact, that it immediately goes out beyond itself in such a different direction of synthesis. Just as the consciousness of the moment Augenblick already includes in itself the pointing to the time series and the consciousness of a single spatial position already includes in itself the pointing to the space as the ensemble and allnesslichkeit of every possible determination of location, there prevail in general many relations through which the form of the whole is expressed in the consciousness of individuals. The integral of consciousness is constructed not from the sum of its sensible elements elementae, but from the totality Gesamtheit, as it were, of its differential relation and differential form, drive, doctor. The full actuality of consciousness unfolds only what was already included as potency and as a general possibility in each of its separate elements. With this, we obtain the most general critical solution for Kant's question as to how it is thinkable that because something is, something other, totally different from it, must also be. The relationship, which inevitably seemed more and more paradoxical the more sharply it was examined and analyzed from the standpoint of absolute being, becomes necessary and immediately intelligible when it is looked at from the standpoint of consciousness. For here, there is not from the beginning an abstract one that confronts an equally abstract separated and detached other but rather, here the one is in the many, just as the many is in the one in the sense that each reciprocally conditions and reciprocally representer in the other. The ideal significance of the sign. Overcoming the picture theory Abel theory. The previous considerations set out to give a kind of epistemo, critical deduction a grounding and justification of the concept of representation, and as much as representation, the presentation of one content in and through another, should be recognized as an essential prerequisite for the construction of consciousness itself and as a condition of its inherent formal unity. The following study, however, will not be directed toward this general logical significance of the representative function. The problem of the sign will be pursued not backward to its ultimate grounds but forward to its concrete unfolding and configuration. Ausgestaltung, which it undergoes in the manifold of the different cultural domains. For this treatment, a new foundation must now be established. We must go back to natural symbolism, to that presentation of the whole of consciousness that is necessarily contained or at least inherent in every individual element and fragment of consciousness, if we want to comprehend the artificial symbols, the arbitrary signs that consciousness creates in language, art, and myth. The force and achievement of these mediating signs would remain a mystery if they did not have their ultimate root in an original spiritual process that is grounded in the nature Wesen of consciousness. That a sensible individual, such as the physical sound of speech, can be the bearer of a purely spiritual significance can ultimately be intelligible only if the basic function of signifying itself is already present and effective vorhanden und wirksam before the positing of individual signs, so that they are not first created in this positing but only fixed and applied to an individual case. Because every separate content of consciousness is situated in a network of manifold relations, by virtue of which, in its simple being and self-presentation, it also includes in itself a pointing to other and still other contents. There can and must be certain formations cabilda of consciousness in which the pure form of pointing to is, as it were, sensibly embodied. Hence the distinctive dual nature of these formations cabilda. Their dependence on the sensible, however, also includes in itself a freedom from the sensible. In every linguistic sign, in every mythical or artistic image, a spiritual content Gehalt, which in and for itself points beyond everything sensible, is transformed into the form of the sensible, into something visible, audible, or tangible. An independent mode of configuration emerges, a specific activity of consciousness, which is differentiated from the givenness of all immediate sensation and perception but which makes use of this very givenness as a vehicle, as a means of expression. This natural symbolism, which we have found inherent in the basic character of consciousness, is, on the one hand, utilized and retained and, on the other hand, surpassed and refined. For in this natural symbolism, there is always a certain component of consciousness that, though lifted out from the whole, nevertheless retains the force to represent Vertreid in this whole and through this representation Vertreidung, in a certain sense, re-establishes it. An available content possessed the capacity to make present not only itself but, at the same time, another content not immediately given but given only through its mediation. The symbolic signs that we encounter in language, myth, and art, however, are not first and then, beyond this being, acquire a determinate signification rather, their being first arises out of signification. Their content Gehalt merges purely and completely into the function of signifying. Here consciousness, to apprehend the whole in the individual, no longer depends on the stimulus of the individual, which must be given as such rather, here consciousness creates the determinate concrete, sensible contents as an expression for a determinate complex of signification. Because these contents, as self-created contents, are also entirely in the forceful power of consciousness, so it is able, through them, to also evoke freely, as designating the expression of all those significances anew. When, for example, we link a given intuition or representation Vorstellung with an arbitrary linguistic sound, initially we seem to have added almost nothing to its proper content. And yet upon closer scrutiny, in this creation of the linguistic sign, the content also assumes a new character for consciousness because it receives a new determination. Its sharp and clear spiritual reproduction proves to be literally bound to the act of linguistic production. For the task of language is not merely to repeat determinations and differences that are already present in the representation Vorstellung but also to posit them as such and render them recognizable. And so in every sphere, through the freedom of spiritual doing, the chaos of sensible impressions initially begins to clear up and to assume for us a fixed gestalt. The fluid impression acquires form and duration for us only through a forming confrontation bildend gegenübertreten in some tendency of sign, bestowing. In science and language, in art and myth, this transformation into the gestalt is accomplished in different ways and according to different principles of formation. However, they all correspond in that which ultimately stands before us as the product of their activity ton, which in no way resembles the mere material with which they initially began. Thus, in the basic function of the sign, bestowing in general and in its different tendencies, spiritual consciousness first truly distinguishes itself from sensible consciousness. The passive abandonment Hingegebenheit to some outer existence is replaced by an independent imprinting that we give it and by which it separates for us into different regions and forms of reality. Myth and art, language and science, are, in this sense, imprintings toward being. They are not simple pictures. Opbilder of an available vorhand in reality but present are still in the main directions of spiritual movement, the ideal process in which reality is constituted for us as one and many, as a manifold of configurations that are ultimately held together by a unity of signification. Only if we look ahead to this goal does the particular determination of the different systems of signs and the use that consciousness makes of them become intelligible. If signs were nothing more than a repetition of a determinate, in itself finished, individual content of intuition or representation, then it would be unclear both what would be accomplished by a mere copy of something available vorhanden and how, strictly speaking, such a copy should be achieved. For it is obvious that an imitation can never approach the original, can never replace it for spiritual contemplation. From the presupposition of such a norm, we are necessarily led to an attitude of fundamental skepticism toward the value of the sign in general. If, for example, we considered it as the true and essential task of language to once again only bring to expression in the foreign medium of speech, sounds the very reality that we have before us already complete in individual sensations and intuition, then it can immediately be seen how infinitely far from this task every language must be. Compared to the unlimited abundance and multifariousness of intuitive reality, all linguistic symbols must appear as empty compared to their individual determination. They must seem abstract and vague. In the moment Augenblick in which language attempts to enter into rivalry with sensation or intuition in this respect, its impuissance must appear unmistakable. The first falsehood of the skeptical critique of language is precisely that it assumed this standard as the only valid and possible one. In truth, however, the analysis of language, in particular, if we start not from the mere individual details of words but from the unity of the sentence, shows every linguistic expression to be far removed from a mere impression of the given worlds of sensation or intuition and contains in itself, rather, a determinate independent character of sense, bestowing. And the same relationship applies to signs of the most diverse type and origin Herkunft. In a certain sense, it can be said of them all that their value consists not so much in what they retain of the individual concrete, sensible content and its immediate consistent existence as in what in this immediate consistent existence they suppress and abandon. The artistic drawing becomes what it is and distinguishes itself from a purely mechanistic reproduction, only through what it emits from the given impression. It is not the reproduction of this given impression in its sensible totality but rather the singling out of determinate pregnant elements, i.e., elements through which the given is amplified beyond itself and through which the artistic constructive, synthetic spatial imagination romp fantasy is conducted in a determinate direction. What constitutes the real force of the sign, here as in other domains, is thus precisely that as the immediate, determinate contents recede, the general element of form and relation attain ever, sharper and ever, purer expression Ausprägung. The individual as such is apparently delimited however, this is precisely so that the achievement that we have designated as the integration into the whole is accomplished more determinately and more forcefully. It has already been shown that every individual of consciousness exists only in that it potentially includes in itself the whole and, as it were, is comprehended in constant transition into the whole. The use of the sign, however, initially liberates this potentiality for true actuality. Indeed, one blow now strikes 1,000 connections that resonate more or less forcefully and clearly in every positing of the sign. In this positing, consciousness disengages more and more from the direct substrate of sensation and sensible intuition however, precisely therein it demonstrates more resolutely that inherent, original force of connection and unification. Perhaps this tendency emerges most clearly where it is manifested in the function of the scientific systems of signs. The abstract chemical formula, for example, which is used as the designation of a determinate material stuff, contains nothing of what direct observation and sensible perception teaches us about this material stuff however, instead, it places the particular body in an extraordinarily rich and finely structured complex of relations, of which perception as such knows nothing. It no longer designates the body according to what it sensibly is and according to what it immediately gives to us sensibly but grasps it as an ensemble of further possible reactions, of further possible causal interconnections that are determined by general rules. The totality gesamtheit of these lawful connections coalesces with the expression of the individual in the chemical formula, and through this expression obtains an absolutely new characteristic imprint. As in other cases, the sign serves here to create a mediation for the transition from the mere matter of consciousness to its spiritual form. Precisely because it arises without its own sensible mass, because it, so to speak, floats in the pure ether of signification, it has the ability to bring to exposition the entire complex totality of movements of consciousness rather than just its individual details. It is not the reflection of a fixed consistent existence of consciousness but the guideline of such movement. Thus, the physical substance of the word of language is accordingly only a mere breath of air however, in this breath prevails an extraordinary force for the dynamic of representation and thoughts. This dynamic is intensified as much as it is regulated by the sign. Already the Leibnizian design of the characteristica generalis general characteristic emphasizes the fact that an essential and general advantage of the sign is that it serves not only the presentation but, above all, the discovery of certain logical interconnections, that it not only serves as a symbolic abbreviation for the already known but opens new paths into the unknown, non-given. With each concentration of its content Gehalt that it achieves, which at the same time expands its existing boundaries, the synthetic force of consciousness in general is proven from a new angle. The combination Zusammenfassung, which is given in the sign, not only grants us a mere retrospective but at the same time allows for a new perspective. It posits a relative closure, which, however, immediately contains a challenge to advance further and free the way for this further advancement by making evident its general rule. In particular, the history of science offers the most diverse evidence for this state of affairs. It shows how significant it was for the solution of a certain problem or complex of problems when it was possible to convey them in a clear and fixed formula. Thus, for example, most of the questions, which found their solution in Newton's concept of fluxion and in Leibniz's algorithm of differential calculus, were around before Leibniz and Newton and had been tackled from the most diverse directions, from the angles of algebraic analysis, geometry, and mechanics. All of these problems were truly manageable, however, only once a consistent and comprehensive symbolic expression had been obtained for them. With this, they no longer formed a loose and fortuitous sequence of merely individual questions. Rather, the common principle of their origin was designated in a determinate, generally applicable method, in a basic operation whose rules were established. The presentation and mediation of an opposition that is given and grounded in the simple concept of consciousness itself are, thus, found in the symbolic function of consciousness. All consciousness displays itself to us in the form of temporal events geschehen, but amid these events geschehen, certain realms of gestalts are lifted out. The element of constant alteration and the element of duration tend to transition into each other and merge into one another in Ian and Aufgehen. This general demand is fulfilled in different ways in the formations Gebilde of language, myth, and art and in the intellectual symbols of science. All of these formations Gebilde appear, as it were, to immediately belong to the living, constantly renewed process of consciousness, and yet at the same time, there prevails in them the spiritual striving to obtain fixed points or resting places in this process. Thus, consciousness retains in them a character of continuous flow. However, it does not lapse into the indeterminate but structures itself around fixed centers of form and signification. Each such form, in accordance with its pure in, itself ansic as itself by itself in the Platonic sense, is lifted out of the flow of the mere course of representations, but at the same time, to appear at all and to acquire an existence for us, it must be represented in some way in this flow. In the creation and use of the different groups and systems of symbolic signs, both conditions are fulfilled, insofar as here an individual, sensible content, without ceasing to be such, in fact acquires the force to depict a general validity for consciousness. Here, therefore, the sensationalist axiom nihil est in intellectu, quod non antia fuerit in sensu, nothing is in the intellect that was not first in the senses, loses its validity as well as its intellectual inversion. For it is no longer a question of whether the sensible precedes or follows the spiritual but of the revelation and manifestation oisering of basic spiritual functions in the material of the sensible itself. Looked at from this standpoint, what appears as the one-sidedness of abstract empiricism, as well as the one-sidedness of abstract idealism, is precisely that this basic relationship is not developed in either to full clarity. On the one hand, a concept of the given and individual is established without it being recognized that all such concepts must, explicitly or implicitly, always already contain in themselves the element and determination of something universal, but on the other hand, the validity and necessity of these determinations in general are asserted without designating the medium by virtue of which alone they are able to present themselves in the psychological givenness of consciousness. If, by contrast, we begin from the concrete foundational form of life rather than from abstract postulates, then this dualistic opposition seems sublated. The semblance of an original separation between the intelligible and the sensible, between the idea and the appearance, vanishes. Of course, we still remain caught up here in a world of images. However, it is not a question of images that reproduce some in itself consistently existing world of things such and but of image worlds whose principle and origin are to be sought in an autonomous creation of spirit. Through them alone do we catch sight of what we call reality, and in them alone do we possess it. The highest objective truth that is accessible to spirit is ultimately the form of its own activity in the totalitat of its own achievements and in the cognition of the specific rule, by which each of them is determined, as well as in the consciousness of the interconnection that combines all of these particular rules into the unity of one task and one solution. In all this, spirit possesses the intuition of itself and that of reality. As for the question, however, as to what absolute actuality is beyond the totality Gesamtheit of these spiritual functions, as to what the thing in itself might in this sense be, this question, of course, cannot be answered except to say that we learn more and more to recognize it as an ill-formed problem, as a hallucination truc built of thinking. The true concept of reality realitate cannot be squeezed into the mere abstract form of being. Rather, it arises in the multiplicity and abundance of the forms of spiritual life, but such a life that is imprinted by the stamp of inner necessity and thereby the stamp of objectivity. In this sense, to speak with Goethe, each new symbolic form, not only the conceptual world of cognition but also the intuitive world of art, as well as that of myth or language, signifies a revelation issuing from the inner to the outer, a synthesis of world and spirit, which first truly assures us of the original unity of the two. At the same time, new light is cast on one final fundamental opposition, with which modern philosophy has always struggled from its initial beginnings and which it has formulated with increasing sharpness. The subjective turn that took place in modern philosophy led it more and more to center the totality Gesamtheit of its problems in the concept of life rather than in the unity of the concept of being. However, even though this seemed to appease the opposition of subjectivity and objectivity in the form in which it appeared in dogmatic ontology and seemed to initiate its ultimate reconciliation, now, in the ambit of life itself, a still more radical opposition emerged. The truth of life seems to be given nowhere else than in its pure immediacy and seems to be enclosed in it. However, all-comprehending Begriffen and all-apprehending Erfassen of life seems to threaten and sublate this very immediacy. Of course, if we start from the dogmatic concept of being, then here too, the dualism of being and thinking becomes more and more pronounced as we advance in our reflections. However, there nevertheless appears to linger the possibility and the hope that the image built, which projects entwire off the cognition of being, will hold on to at least a remnant of the truth of being. It would seem as if being did not enter into this image of cognition fully and adequately but only with a part of itself, as it reaches over with its own substance into that of cognition, in order to produce in it a more or less faithful reflection of itself. The pure immediacy of life, however, admits of no such separation and decomposition. It can, it seems, be seen wholly or not at all. It does not enter into mediated presentations that we attempt of it, but it continues to stand as a fundamentally other beyond them as their opposition. The original content Gehalt of life cannot be apprehended in any form of representation rather, it can be apprehended only in pure intuition. It would seem, therefore, that every view of the spiritual must choose between these two extremes. The decision must be made as to whether we seek the substantial of spirit in its pure originality precedes all mediated configurations, or whether we abandon ourselves to the abundance and diversity of these very mediations. Only in the former view do we seem to touch on the actual and genuine kernel of life, which, however, appears as an absolutely simple, in itself enclosed kernel, whereas in the latter view, we allow the entire spectacle Schauspiel of the development of spirit to pass by before us. But the deeper we immerse ourselves in it, the more clearly it dissolves into a mere spectacle Schauspiel, into a reflected picture Abbild possessing no independent truth or essential being. The gulf between these two oppositions, it would seem, is never bridged by any effort of mediating thinking, which itself remains entirely on one side of the opposition. The further we progress in the direction of the symbolic, the merely significative, the more we separate ourselves from the originary ground of pure intuition. Not only has philosophical mysticism repeatedly stood before this problem in this dilemma, but the pure logic of idealism has repeatedly and most vehemently apprehended and designated it. Plato's statements in his seventh letter concerning the relationship of the idea to the sign and the necessary inadequacy between the one and the other strike a motif that will continue to recur in all sorts of variations. In Leibniz's method of cognition, intuitive cognition is separated from merely symbolic cognition by a sharp cut. Even for the author of the Characteristica Universalis, all cognition through mere symbols sinks down to the level of blind cognition, cogitatio sica, when compared to intuition, as pure Visionschau, as the actual Sicht of the idea. Human cognition can nowhere dispense with images and signs. However, it is thus precisely as human, i.e., characterized as delimited and finite, that it stands opposite the ideal of the perfect, archetypal, and divine understanding. And even Kant, who has assigned this ideal its precise logical place by determining it as a mere boundary concept of cognition, and who believed that in so doing he had critically come to terms with it, even Kant, in a passage that constitutes the purely methodological climax of the Critique of Judgment, once again works out in a fundamentally incisive way the opposition between the intellectus archetypus and the intellectus ectypus, between intuitive, archetypal understanding and discursive understanding in need of images. From the standpoint of this opposition, it would seem necessary to show that the richer the symbolic content Gehalt of cognition, or of any other spiritual form, becomes, the more its essential content Gehalt must wither away. The abundance of images does not designate but rather conceals and veils the imageless one, which stands behind them and at which, albeit unsuccessfully, they aim. Only the sublation of all figurative bildlich determination, only a returning to the nothing but nothing, as it is called in the language of mysticism, can lead us back to the real originary and essential ground. From a different perspective, this very opposition presents itself as a conflict and as a constant tension between culture and life. For the necessary fate of culture is that everything it creates in its constant process of configuration and formation progressively distances us from the originality of life. The more richly and more energetically spirit is active in forming, the further this very doing seems to remove it from the originary, source of its own being. It shows itself more and more entangled in its own creations, in the words of language, in the images of myth or art, in the intellectual symbols of cognition, which are like a delicate and transparent but nevertheless unbreachable veil. The actual and most profound task of a philosophy of culture, a philosophy of language, cognition, myth, etc., seems to consist, however, precisely in raising this veil, in penetrating the mediating sphere of mere signifying and designating back once more into the original, intuitive-looking intuitive Schauen. However, the specific, and only, distinctive organ at the disposal of philosophy conflicts with this task. For philosophy, which finds its fulfillment only in the sharpness of the concept and in the brightness and clarity of discursive thinking, the paradise of mysticism, the paradise of pure immediacy, is closed. As a consequence, there is no other way out for philosophy here than to reverse the direction of consideration. Rather than to retrace the path, it must seek a way forward to its completion. If all culture proves effective in the creation of certain spiritual image worlds, of certain symbolic forms, then the aim of philosophy is not to go behind all of these creations but rather to understand and to make conscious their basic forming Gestalt and principle. The content Gehalt of life rises up to its true form only in this consciousness. Life emerges out of the sphere of purely natural given existence. It remains, however, no more a part of this existence than a mere biological process, but rather, it transforms and accomplishes itself toward the form of spirit. Thus, instead of apprehending the content Gehalt of life, the negation of the symbolic forms would, in fact, destroy the spiritual form with which this content Gehalt necessarily proves to be bound for us. If we take this the other way around, i.e., if we no longer pursue the ideal of a passive vision of spiritual realities but rather situate ourselves amid their activitate, if we apprehend them not as the static contemplation of a being seen but as the functions and energies of forming Bilden, then in this forming Bilden, as different and dissimilar as the Gestalt and arising from it may be, we may extract certain common and typical basic features of configuration Gestaltung. If the philosophy of culture succeeds in apprehending and making visible such basic features, then it has thus fulfilled, in a new sense, its task of demonstrating the unity of the nature Wesen of spirit as opposed to the multiplicity of its manifestations, for this nature Wesen shows itself most clearly in the fact that the manifold of its products does not affect the unity of its producing but rather, to the contrary, proves and confirms it. The philosophical question about the origin and nature Wesen of language is basically as old as the question about the origin and nature Wesen of being. For what characterizes the initial conscious reflection on the whole of the world is that for it language and being, word and sense, have not yet been separated from each other but rather appeared to it as an indivisible unity. Because language is a prerequisite and condition of reflection, because philosophical awareness Beson in height is awakened only in and through language, the initial mindfulness of spirit, thus, also always already finds language present as a given reality Realität, as a reality Wirklichkeit that is physically commensurable and on par with it. The world of language surrounds the human in the moment Augenblick in which the human first directed its regard blick toward it with the same determinateness and necessity, the same objectivity, as does the world of things that confronts it. Like the world of things, language stands before the human as a whole, which possesses its own nature Wesen and its own entirely individual discretion disconnected from bonds. No more than the constitution of things or the immediate constitution of their sensible impressions, the being and significance of words do not return, at this initial stage of contemplation, to the free activity of spirit. The word is not a designation and denomination, nor a spiritual symbol of being, rather, it is a very real part of being. The mythical intuition of language, which always precedes philosophical intuition, is consistently characterized by this indifference of word and thing Sache. For it, the being Wesen of each thing Sache is decided in its name. The magical effects are attached immediately to the word and its possession. Whoever seizes possession of the name and knows how to use it has acquired power over the object, has made it their own with all its forces. All word and name magic is based on this presupposition that the world of things and the world of names is a single reality, because it is a single undifferentiated context of effective action. It is the same form of substantiality and causality that takes effect in each of them and that connects them into a self-contained whole. This distinctive wholeness scans height of the mythical worldview, This sublation of every particularization of things into a mythical, magical circle of effective action, possesses as well, then, a significant consequence for the apprehension of language. As soon as myth rises above the stage stuff of the most primitive magical praxis, which strives to bring about a particular effect through the application of a particular means mit-tel, which thus links one individual with another individual in immediate activity un Mittelberton dash, as soon as it seeks, even in the crudest and most imperfect form, to understand its own activity ton, it has already penetrated to a new sphere of universality. As a form of cognition, the tendency zug toward unity is as essential to it as it is to every other form of cognition. If the essential being and forces of spirit in which myth lives are to be controllable by human activity ton, then they must already exhibit in themselves certain constant determinations. Thus, the first immediately central and practical constraint that the human exerts on the environmental things of nature contains the germ for the thought of a theoretical necessity intrinsically prevailing in them. The more mythical thought advances, the more the individual demonic forces cease to be mere individual forces, mere gods of the moment or special gods dash. And the more a kind of superordination and subordination, a hierarchical organization manifests itself between them. The mythical view of language sets out in the same direction, though it progressively raises from the intuition of the particular force that is contained in the individual word and in the individual magical formula to the thought of a general potency that the word as such and speech as a whole possess. The concept of language as unity is initially comprehended in this mythical form. This thought recurs with characteristic uniformity in the earliest religious speculation of the most disparate regions. For the Vedic religion, the spiritual force of the word forms one of the basic motives from which it sprung. It is through the use of the sacred word that the knowing one Wisant, the priest, makes himself lord over all being, over gods and humans. In the Rig Veda, the lord of the word is already identified with Soma, the all-nourishing force, and designated as the one who commands with power over everything. For eternal and imperishable speech read, the celestial via sea, grounds human speech, which comes into being and passes away. I go, says this heavenly speech in a hymn. With the Visas, with the Rudras, with the Aditya and the all-gods. I am the queen, the assembler of treasures, the wise, the first of the worshipful ones. In manifold places did the gods divide me, who dwell in many abodes, causing me to penetrate many regions. Through me, he eats food who perceives, who breathes, who hears what is spoken. I blow forth even as the wind, reaching all beings, beyond heaven, beyond this earth. Such have I become through my greatness. At first sight, the concept of logos, as it first takes shape in Greek speculation, seems to be closely twinned with this mythical view of the dignity and omnipotence of the heavenly word. For here too, the word is eternal and imperishable. Here too, the unity and consistent existence of beings in general is traced back to the unity and indestructibility of the word. Thus, Logos is for Heraclitus the ruler of all. Like the cosmos that it governs, Logos was created neither by God nor by humans, rather, it always was, is, and will be. However, at the heart of the language of myth, which Heraclitus still speaks, an entirely new tone is now discernible. For the first time in full consciousness and lucidity, the basic philosophical, speculative thought of the uniform and indivisible lawfulness of the all confronts the mythical view of worldly events geschehen. The world is no longer the plaything of demonic powers who govern it according to their whim and caprice. Rather, it is subject to an absolutely general rule that binds all individual beings ein and all individual events geschehen, assigning them their unchanging measure. The sun will not transgress his measures, otherwise the Furies, ministers of justice, will find him out. And it is now this one intrinsically immutable law of the cosmos that is expressed in different forms and yet intrinsically the same in the world of nature as it is in the world of language. The wise is one. To know the intelligent plan by which all things are steered through all with this, the magic, mythical context of force has now been transformed into a context of sense. However, this is not, of course, accessible to us as long as we continue to apprehend the one being as separated and fragmentary, as shattered into a multiplicity of particular things, rather than to look, anschauen, at and apprehend it as a living whole. Language also unites both views depending on how we look at it. We find expressed only an accidental and particular view of being, or we find a truly speculative and general view of being. If we consider the logos of language only in the form in which it is presented and reflected in the individual word, it thus appears, on the contrary, that every word delimits the object that it intends to designate and falsifies it in this delimitation. Through the fixation in the word, the content is lifted out of the continuous stream of becoming in which it stands. Hence, it is not apprehended according to its totality but only presented according to a one-sided determination. If we want to advance to a deeper cognition of the true nature of as and of the thing, there remains for us no other way than to once again sublate this one-sided determination into another, so as to confront every word that grasps in itself an individual concept with the opposition of this very concept. And it can indeed be seen in the whole of language that every signification is bound to its opposite, every sense shin to its counter, sense Jensen, and unified with it into an adequate expression of being. The spiritual synthesis, the unification that takes place in the word, resembles the harmony of the cosmos and expresses it in that it is a counter, striving it is a backward, turning attunement like that of bow and lyre. And here, we encounter the basic law of the all. In a more intensified, more potentized form. For what appears in beings as an opposition becomes in the expression of language a contradiction, and only in such an interplay of positing and sublation, of saying Spruch and contradiction Widerspruch, is it possible to reproduce in language the true law and the inner structure of beings. Thus, on the basis of Heraclitus' comprehensive view of the world, we can understand the basic form of his style, whose reputed obscurity is not accidental and arbitrary but rather the adequate and necessary expression of his thought. Heraclitus' linguistic style and his style of thinking condition one another, both present different aspects of the same basic principle of his philosophy. The principle of the one is at variance with itself. They point to that invisible harmony that, as Heraclitus says, is better than the visible harmony, and they want to be measured by it. Heraclitus situates the individual object in the constant stream of becoming and allows it at once to be both destroyed, furnished and preserved. Thus, the individual word, do, should relate to the whole of speech in the same way. Even the inner ambiguity that adheres to the word is, therefore, not a mere lacuna of language but rather an essential and positive element that is situated in the force of its expression. For in this ambiguity, we see that the boundaries of language, as those of beings, are not rigid but fluid. Only in the mobile and diverse spoken word, which, as it were, constantly breaks through its own boundaries, does the fullness of the world, forming Weltgestalt and logos, find its counter, image, Gegenbild. Every separation that language performs and has to perform must be recognized as provisional and relative, as one that language will withdraw provided it reconsiders the object from a new perspective. God is day, night, winter, summer, war, peace, satiety, famine. However, he changes like fire which, when it mingles with the smoke of incense, is named according to each pleasure. And similarly. Thus, immortals are mortal, mortals are immortal, each lives the death of the other, and dies their life. As a consequence, whoever wants to speak with understanding must not permit themselves to be deceived by the particularity of words but must penetrate behind them to that which is common to all, to the. For only when the sense shin and the counter, sense Jensen of words are in this way understood and connected with each other can the word become the leader and guide of cognition. Thus, we understand as well that most of the etymologies with which Heraclitus plays in for this twofold turn of phrase, they let the word and things often be associated with one another and bounded together per antiphrasin rather than through any similarity. The bow is called life, but its work is death. Every individual linguistic content is always at once the unveiling Enthülling and veiling Verhüllung of the truth of being. It is always at the same time pure, signifying bedeutend and mere intimating andeutend. In this view of the world, language is, to speak with Heraclitus, like the Sibyl with raving mouth utters solemn, unadorned, unlovely words, but she reaches out over 1,000 years with her voice because of the God in her. It contains in itself a sense that remains closed off from it, which it is only able to decipher forebodingly in the image and metaphor. If, however, in this view of language there is expressed a unified total conception of being and spirit, which admittedly is vague and unclarified but which nevertheless is fully self-contained, then Heraclitus' immediate successors, who made his theory their own, pushed its original significance further and further back. What, in the ultimate depths of metaphysical intuition, was still felt by Heraclitus as immediately one disintegrates, in the discursive consideration and treatment of the problem of language, into heterogeneous components, into individual logical theses conflicting with each other. The two motives that Heraclitus' metaphysics had seen together and had forced together as one unity, the theory of the identity of word and being and the opposition between word and being, now experienced their independent development. The problem of language was thus first formulated with true conceptual sharpness, however, at the same time, by attempting to reformulate Heraclitus' basic thought from the form of a symbolic Andeutung into that of an abstract concept, it was, as it were, smashed and reminted into small marketable coins. What for him was a carefully guarded secret Geheimnis, at which he only dared to point while keeping his distance, now progressively became the actual object of the philosophical topic and disputation of the day. In his Memorabilia, Xenophon draws a vivid image of how this popular theme of the correctness of names was discussed by the Athenians of the 5th century over wine and dinner. Does there exist a natural or only immediate and conventional interconnection between the form of language and the form of being, between the nature vazen of words and that of things? Do words express the inner framework fuga of being itself, or do they reveal no other law than that imprinted on them by the caprice of the first formers of language? And if the latter is true, must not, if in general we assume some interconnection between word and sense, between speech and thinking, the element of arbitrariness that is inevitably attached to the word also render the objective determination and necessity of thinking and its content questionable? To be able to assert their principle of the relativity of all cognition, to be able to argue that the human was the measure of all things, the sophists seem, therefore, to have barred their most effective weapons from the consideration of language. Indeed, from their first beginnings, they were very much at home in that middle region of words that is situated between objective and subjective reality. Between humans and things they entrenched themselves here in order to conduct their struggle against the claims of allegedly pure generally valid thinking. Their masterful play with the ambiguity of words allowed them to take things into hand and to resolve their determination into the free movement of spirit. Thus, the first conscious reflection on language and the first conscious mastery that spirit acquired over it leads, at the same time, to the mastery of heuristics. However, here, the mindfulness of the content Gehalt and originary ground of speech also gave rise to the reaction that brought about a new foundation and a new methodology of the concept. While the sophists apprehended and stressed in words the element of ambiguity and arbitrariness, Socrates, for his part, apprehended the determinacy and unambiguity, which, admittedly, is not given in them as a fact but rather lies in them as a latent demand. This supposed unity of the significance of words was the point of departure for his characteristic question, the search for the identical and inherently enduring sense of the concept. Even if the word does not immediately contain this sense in itself, it nevertheless constantly points to hindoid in it, and the task of Socratic induction consists in understanding firsthand this pointing, to hindutung, in taking it up and making it progress toward the truth. Behind the fluid and indeterminate word, Formwortgestalt should be exhibited the constant, identical concept, Formbegriffsgestalt, as the actual eidos initially grounding the possibility of speaking as well as thinking. Plato is rooted in these basic Socratic assumptions, and his attitude toward words and language is determined by it. In his youth, he studied with Cratylus, who, in opposition to the sophists, represented the positive reverse side of Heraclitean thought, since he looked upon words as the true and authentic means of cognition, expressing and encompassing the nature vazen of things. The identity that Heraclitus had asserted between the whole of language and the whole of reason is transferred here into the relationship of the individual word to its individual intellectual content. However, this transference, this conversion of the metaphysical content Gehalt of the Heraclitean concept of logos into a pedantic, abstruse etymology and philology, was precisely that reductio ad absurdum that Plato was to develop with all his dialectical and stylistic mastery in the Cratylus. With surpassing irony, this dialogue inherently demolishes the thesis that there is a naturally correct designation for every being has a right name, which comes by nature eliminating it forever in this naive form. With this insight, however, the relation between word and cognition is not severed for Plato, rather, a deeper, mediated relationship takes the place of the immediate and untenable relationship of resemblance between the two. In the construction and the series of stages stuff and gong of dialectical knowledge, the word retains a unique place and value. The fluid boundary, the merely relative stability of the content Gehalt of the word at any moment, is an incentive for the dialectician to raise up in opposition and in the struggle with opposition to the demand for the absolute stability of the content Gehalt of the signification of pure concepts, to the stability of the realm of ideas. This basic view was, however, fully elaborated only in a positive and a negative sense, in Plato's later philosophy. Perhaps nothing else more clearly proves the authenticity of Plato's seventh letter than the fact that, in this respect, it is directly linked with the conclusion of the Cratylus, and first brings it to full methodological clarity and provides it with a rigorous systematic grounding. The seventh letter distinguishes four stages of cognition, which only in their totality Gesamtheit lead to the intuition of true being, to the object of cognition as the knowable and true being be. The lowest stage is given through the name, by the linguistic definition of the object, and by its sensible picture outbuilt. Thus, for example, we can apprehend the nature vazen of the circle in this threefold way: first, by simply pronouncing the name circle; second, by determining and delimiting through an explanation what is meant by this name, in that we, for instance, define the circle as a formation Gebilde for which all points are equidistant from the center point; and third, by taking some sensible shape Gestalt, whether drawn in the sand or turned on a lathe, as an image or model of the circle. None of these three presentations, the word, the definition, or the model, attain and grasp the true essential being of the circle for they all belong to the realm of becoming and not to the realm of being. Just as the word is variable and ephemeral, in that it comes and goes, the drawn image of the circle can be effaced and the model formed by the lathe can be destroyed. The circle itself, however, is in no way affected by any of these determinations. And yet the fourth and final stage, namely, that of scientific cognition and its object, is reached only through these inadequate preliminary stages. In this sense, name and image remain sharply separated from rational insight, science, and conversely, they belong to its presuppositions, to the vehicles and means by virtue of which we can raise up in steady progress and by successive stages to cognition knowledge of the object and this object itself appear, therefore, equally as something that goes beyond these three stages, as something that internally concerns it, as its transcendence and its synthesis. In these developments of the seventh letter, for the first time in the history of thinking, an attempt has been made to determine and delimit the cognitive value of language in a purely methodical sense. Language is recognized as the first beginning of cognition. However, it is nothing more than a starting point. Its existence bestand is even more ephemeral and variable than the existence bestand of the sensible representation. The phonetic figure of the word or of the linguistic sentence constructed out of names and verbs grasps even less of the true content of the idea than is captured by the sensible model or picture opbuilt. And yet a certain interconnection between word and idea is preserved. Just as sensible contents are said to strive toward the ideas, so too are such a pointing to and, as it were, such a spiritual tendency toward the ideas also recognized in the formations gebilde of language. Plato's system was particularly ready and able to make this relative recognition, because in it a basic element that is essential for all language was, for the first time, recognized in its fundamental determination and in its full significance. All language, as such, is representation. It is a presentation of a determinate signification through a sensible sign. As long as philosophical contemplation remains in the circle of mere existence, it can find essentially no analogy or appropriate expression for this distinctive relationship. For in the things themselves, whether we consider them in their consistent existence as the ensemble of elements elementae or trace the effective interconnections between them, there is nothing that corresponds to the relation of word to sense, to the relationship of the sign to the intended signification. For Plato, as he shows us in the Phaedo, a characteristic reversal in the way of framing the question has taken place. The path of philosophical thinking leads not from pragmata, things, since the reality of things can be apprehended and beheld only in the truth of concepts. For Plato, the concept of representation has acquired, for the first time, a truly central systematic significance. For it is precisely in this concept of representation that the basic problem of the theory of ideas is finally encapsulated and by which the relationship between the idea and the appearance is expressed. From the standpoint of idealism, the things of the common view of the world, the sensible, concrete objects of experience become images, whose truth content lies not in what they immediately are but in what they immediately express. And this concept of the image, of the now creates a new spiritual mediation between the form of language and the form of cognition. To designate clearly and sharply the relationship between the two, to delimit the sphere of the word from the sphere of pure concepts and, likewise, to retain their connection, Plato had only to fall back on the central thought of the theory of ideas, namely that of participation. The obscurity surrounding Heraclitus' metaphysical theory of the unity of word and sense and the opposition between them now seemed to be clarified by this new methodical concept of participation. For, indeed, participation contains an element moment of identity as well as an element moment of non-identity, a necessary interconnection and unity of the elements elementae as well as a sharp fundamental keeping apart auseinanderhaltung and differentiation. Between them are posited. The pure idea of self, sameness remains other, something other or different, as compared to the same stones or pieces of wood by which it is represented, and yet from the standpoint of the conditioned sensible view of the world, this other can be apprehended only in this presentation. In the same sense, the physical, sensible content of the word becomes, for Plato, the bearer of an ideal signification, which, as such, is still not inserted within the boundaries of language but remains outside of them. Language and the word strive to express pure being, however, they never attain it, because in them the designation of something other, of an accidental attribute of the object, is mixed with the designation of this pure being. This means, therefore, that what constitutes the real force of language is also its real weakness, that which makes it incapable of presenting the highest, truly philosophical content of cognition. The history of logic and the problem of cognition in general show us, to be sure, that the sharp boundary that Plato drew between the two significations of logos, between the concept in itself and its linguistic representative representant, threatens to be blurred. This is already the case, even in the first systematic foundation of logic, although, as it has been said, it is certainly too much to claim that Aristotle obtained the essential basic differentiations, on which his theory of logic was constructed, from language. However, to be sure, the designation of the categories already indicates how closely the analysis of logical forms and the analysis of linguistic forms converged with each other. The categories constitute the most general relationship of being, which at the same time signify as such the highest genera of statement usage. Grasped ontologically, they are the basic determinations of the actual, the ultimate predicates of beings. These predicates, however, can be considered and developed equally well from things as from the general forms of predication. In fact, the configuration of the sentence and its decomposition into word units and classes of words thus seems to have been exemplary for Aristotle in the establishment of his system of categories. We clearly discern in the category of substance the grammatical significance of the substantive, and we clearly discern in quantity and quality, in the when and where, the significance of the adjective and of the adverbs of time and place and, in particular, the last four categories. The categories of poiesis, to act and to be acted on. The categories of appear to be completely transparent only if we consider them in reference to certain basic differences that the Greek language makes in its designation of verbs and verbal action. Logical and grammatical speculation would seem, therefore, to thoroughly correspond here to each other and to reciprocally condition one another, and following Aristotle, the Middle Ages held on to this correspondence between the two. However, when modern thinkers began to attack Aristotelian logic, when they contested its right to be called the systematics of spirit, the close alliance into which it had entered with language and general grammar proved to be one of its most vulnerable points. Assailing it at this point, Lorenzo Valla in Italy, Lodovico Vivas in Spain, and Petrus Ramus in France all attempted to uphold scholastic, Aristotelian philosophy. In the beginning, this struggle was limited to linguistics and the treatment of language. It was precisely the philologists of the Renaissance who, on the basis of their profound insight into language, demanded a new theory of thought. What the scholastics apprehended in language was now argued to be only the outward, grammatical relationships, while its actual core, which is to be sought not in grammar but in stylistics, had remained concealed to them. From this perspective, the great stylists of the Renaissance attacked syllogistics and its barbarous forms, not so much from the logical as from the aesthetic angle. However, this battle of the rhetoricians and stylists against the mere dialecticians and, for example, Valla's dialectical disputations, gradually took on another form, for the more Renaissance scholars returned to the actual classical sources, and the scholastic view of dialectic was replaced more and more by the original Platonic concept. In the name of this concept, a descent from words back to things was now demanded. However, among the factual sciences Sachwissenschaften, the basic view of the Renaissance, which gradually and more decisively asserted itself, accorded primacy to mathematics and to the mathematical theory of nature. There emerges, even within the pure philosophy of language, an increasingly conscious and resolute demand for an orientation opposed to the grammatical orientation. It seemed that the truly systematic view and configuration of language could be achieved only if it made reference to the systematization systematic of mathematics and borrowed its standards. As a consequence, Descartes' theory, which provided the universal philosophical grounding for the new ideal of knowledge of the Renaissance, saw the theory of language in a new light. In his principal systematic works, Descartes did not make language the object of an independent philosophical reflection. However, in a letter to Mersenne, the only place where he touches on the problem, he gives a characteristic approach, which was to be highly significant in the ensuing period. The ideal of the unity of knowledge, of the sapientia humana, human wisdom that always remains one and the same, regardless of how many different objects it may encompass, is now also applied to language. To the demand for a mathesis universalis, universal mathematics, is added the demand for a lingua universalis, universal language. Just as there recurs in every instance of cognition that can lay claim to the name only one identical, basic form of cognition, that of human reason, so too must every instance of language be based on the one, general, rational form of language which, though cloaked by the abundance and diversity of word forms, cannot, however, be rendered completely unrecognizable by them. For just as there exists a specific order between the ideas of mathematics, for example, between numbers, so too does the whole of human consciousness, with all the contents that can ever enter into it, form in general a strictly ordered ensemble. And similarly, Just as the whole system of arithmetic can be constructed out of relatively a few numerical signs, it must also be possible to designate the totality Gesamtheit of contents of thought and their structure also through a limited number of linguistic signs, provided only that they are connected according to certain generally valid rules. Descartes, it is true, distances himself from carrying out this plan, for as the creation of a universal language would presuppose the analysis of all the contents of consciousness into their ultimate elements elementae, into simple constitutive ideas, it could be successfully undertaken only if this analysis had been completed and the goal of the true philosophy thus attained. The epoch immediately following, however, did not let itself be swayed by the critical caution expressed in these words of the founder of modern philosophy. In rapid sequence, there emerged the most diverse systems of artificial universal languages, which, though different in execution, were in agreement with each other in their basic idea and the principle of their construction. It was always assumed that there are a limited number of concepts, that each of these concepts stands to the others in a specific factual relationship, namely, in a relation of correlation, superordination, or subordination, and that the goal of a truly perfect language consists in bringing this natural hierarchy of concepts to an adequate expression in a system of signs. Starting from this presupposition, for example, Del Gamo, in his Ars Signorum, classified all concepts under 17 supreme generic concepts, each of which was designated by a specific letter that served as the first letter for each word that fell under the relevant category. Similarly, the subclasses that could be distinguished within the common genus were each represented by a particular letter or sound that came close to the first letter. Wilkins, who strove to complete and perfect this system, established 40 principal concepts in place of the original 17 and expressed each of them with a special syllable, consisting of a consonant and a vowel. All of these systems passed rather hastily over the difficulty of discovering the natural order of basic concepts and of clearly and exhaustively determining their reciprocal relationships. The methodical problem of the designation of concepts was progressively transformed into a purely technical problem. They were satisfied to work with any purely conventional classification of concepts as a basis and, by progressive differentiation, make it serve for the expression of the concrete contents of thinking and representation. It was only with Leibniz, who restored the problem of language to the context of a universal logic, which he recognized to be the prerequisite for all philosophy and all theoretical cognition in general, that the problem of a universal language was grasped in a new depth. He was fully aware of the difficulty to which Descartes had pointed. He believed, however, that the progress that philosophical and scientific cognition had made since Descartes provided him with entirely new means of surmounting this difficulty. Any characteristic that is not restricted to an arbitrary linguistic sign but that aspires to be a characteristica realis, to bring to presentation the truly basic relationships of things, requires a logical analysis of the contents of thinking. The establishment of such an alphabet of thought, however, no longer seemed to be an unlimited and insoluble task, provided that one proceeded logically to the end of the path that the newly founded combinatorics and the newly founded mathematical analysis had indicated. Rather than starting with random, more or less accidental organizations of the whole conceptual substance. Algebraic analysis teaches us that every number is constructed from certain original elements elementae, that it can, in a straightforward way, be broken down into prime factors and presented as their product, and that this applies equally to any content of cognition in general. The breakdown into prime numbers corresponds to the breakdown into primitive ideas, and one of the basic tenets of Leibniz philosophy is that essentially the two can and must be accomplished in accordance with the same principle and by virtue of a single all-encompassing method. Thus we have a circle, in that the form of a truly universal characteristic seems to presuppose the content and construction of knowledge as already given, whereas it is only by virtue of these same characteristics that this construction is intelligible and comprehensible for us. For Leibniz, this circle is resolved by the fact that we are not at all presented here with two separate tasks that might be undertaken one after another. Rather, the two are thought by him in terms of a pure, factual correlation. The progress of analysis and the progress of characterization demand and condition one another, for every logical positing of a unity and every logical differentiation that thinking performs exist for thinking in true clarity and sharpness only when a universal characteristic has been fixed in a certain sign. Leibniz grants Descartes that the true universal language of cognition is dependent on cognition. Thus on true philosophy he nevertheless adds that language need not await the completion of philosophy and that the analysis of ideas and the production of signs would develop each other. He is speaking here only of the basic general methodological conviction and, as it were, of the basic methodological experience that was confirmed for him by the discovery of the analysis of infinity. The algorithm of differential calculus had proven to be not merely a convenient means for the presentation of that which had already been discovered but also a true organ of mathematical research. Thus, in general, language should also perform the same service for thinking. It should not merely follow in its path but also prepare and advance this path. Leibniz rationalism receives its ultimate confirmation and completion in the consideration of language, which is seen purely as a means of cognition and as an instrument of logical analysis. However, in comparison to Descartes' rationalism, this rationalism acquires at the same time a kind of concrete form. For the correlation that is asserted between thinking and speaking thrusts the relationship between thinking and sensibility into a new light. While sensibility requires the progressive decomposition into the distinct ideas of the understanding, from the standpoint of the finite spirit, the converse relation also equally applies. Even our most abstract thoughts always contain a supplement of imagination, Einbildungskraft, which, admittedly, can always be further unfolded, and although our analysis never arrives at a final boundary, it can and must progress ad infinitum. We find ourselves here at the juncture where the basic idea of Leibniz logic merges with the basic idea of his metaphysics. For this metaphysics, the hierarchical structure stuff and Bau of being is determined by the gradation stuff and Gong of cognition. The monads, as the only truly substantial essential beings, point to no other difference among themselves than exists in the varying degree of clarity and distinctness of their representational contents. Only the supreme divine being is capable of perfect cognition, a cognition that is purely intuitive and in no way a merely representative, i.e., one which no longer contemplates its objects mediately through signs but looks at them immediately in their pure and original essential being. By comparison, even the highest stage to which the knowledge of finite spirit raises, even the distinct cognition of figures and numbers, only appears as inadequate knowledge, for instead of apprehending the spiritual contents, it must, for the most part, content itself with their signs. In any mathematical proof of any length, we must have recourse to such substitution. If we, for example, think of a regular Chiliagon figure, we are not always cognitive of the nature of the sides, of their equality, and of the number thousand. Rather, we use these words, whose sense is only vaguely and imperfectly present to us, instead of the ideas, since we recall that we knew their significance but do not consider a closer clarification as necessary for the present moment. Here then, we are dealing not with a purely intuitive cognition but with a blind or symbolic cognition which, like algebra and arithmetic, governs almost all the rest of our knowledge. Thus, we see how in striving more and more to encompass the whole of cognition, language limits this whole and draws it into its own condition Bedingtheit. However, this condition Bedingtheit has by no means a merely negative character, rather, it contains within itself a very positive element. Just as every vague and confused sensible representation contains within itself a genuine, rational content of cognition, which merely requires development and unfolding Auswicklung, so too is every sensible symbol the bearer of a purely spiritual signification, which, to be sure, is given only virtually and implicitly in it. The true ideal of the Enlightenment consists not in of the finite spirit. The converse relation also equally applies. Even our most abstract thoughts always contain a supplement of imagination Einbildungskraft, which, admittedly, can always be further unfolded, and although our analysis never arrives at a final boundary, it can and must progress ad infinitum. We find ourselves here at the juncture where the basic idea of Leibniz logic merges with the basic idea of his metaphysics. For this metaphysics, the hierarchical structure stuff and Bau of being is determined by the gradation stuff and Gong of cognition. The monads, as the only truly substantial essential beings, point to no other difference among themselves than exists in the varying degree of clarity and distinctness of their representational contents. Only the supreme divine being is capable of perfect cognition, a cognition that is purely intuitive and in no way a merely representative, i.e., one which no longer contemplates its objects mediately through signs but looks at them immediately in their pure and original essential being. By comparison, even the highest stage to which the knowledge of finite spirit raises, even the distinct cognition of figures and numbers, only appears as inadequate knowledge, for instead of apprehending the spiritual contents, it must, for the most part, content itself with their signs. In any mathematical proof of any length, we must have recourse to such substitution. If we, for example, think of a regular Chiliagon figure, we are not always cognitive of the nature of the sides, of their equality, and of the number thousand. Rather, we use these words, whose sense is only vaguely and imperfectly present to us, instead of the ideas, since we recall that we knew their significance but do not consider a closer clarification as necessary for the present moment. Here then, we are dealing not with a purely intuitive cognition but with a blind or symbolic cognition which, like algebra and arithmetic, governs almost all the rest of our knowledge. Thus, we see how in striving more and more to encompass the whole of cognition, language limits this whole and draws it into its own Conditionbedingtheit. However, this Conditionbedingtheit has by no means a merely negative character, rather, it contains within itself a very positive element. Just as every vague and confused sensible representation contains within itself a genuine, rational content of cognition, which merely requires development and unfolding Auswicklung, so too is every sensible symbol the bearer of a purely spiritual signification, which, to be sure, is given only virtually and implicitly in it. The true ideal of the Enlightenment consists not in casting off these sensible cloaks in one stroke, not in casting away these symbols, but rather in gradually learning how to understand them for what they are and, thus, to master and permeate them. The logically and metaphysically comprehensive view that Leibniz integrates here into language is, however, so broad and universal that its particular content is in danger of perishing in this universality. The plan of a universal characteristic is not limited to any single domain, rather, it means to include every type and group of signs, from the simple phonetic and word signs to the numerical signs of algebra and the symbols of mathematical and logical analysis. It seeks to embrace equally as well those forms of utterance as oissering that seem to be derived from a natural, involuntarily erupting instinct, as well as those that have their origin in a free and self-conscious creation of spirit. However, for this reason, the specific peculiarities of language, as a language of sounds and words, seems, in the final analysis, not so much acknowledged and explained, as eliminated. If the aim of the universal characteristic were achieved, if every simple idea were expressed by a simple sensible sign and every complex representation by a corresponding combination of such signs, then the particularity and contingency of the individual languages would be dissolved into a single basic universal language. Leibniz does not displace this basic language, this lingua atomica, original language, as he calls it, borrowing an old expression of the mystics and of Jacob Boehme, back into a paradisiacal past of humanity, but rather, he regarded it as a purely ideal concept, which our cognition must progressively approximate in order to achieve the goal of objectivity and general validity. Only in its ultimate, supreme, definitive shape will language emerge as what it essentially is. The word will no longer be a mere veil of sense but rather will appear as a true witness to the unity of reason that is a necessary postulate underlying all philosophical apprehension of a particular spiritual existence. Sign. The position of the problem of language in the systems of empiricism, Bacon, Hobbes, Locke, Berkeley. Philosophical empiricism seems to take up another way of considering language, while, in accordance with its basic tendency, it strives, not to relate the factum of language to a logical ideal but rather to comprehend it in its simple and sheer factuality, in its empirical origin and purpose. Instead of letting language merge into some utopia, be it logical or metaphysical, language must be recognized solely in its consistent psychological existence and be appreciated in its psychological achievement. Of course, even in this formulation of the task, empiricism assumes one essential presupposition from the opposing rationalistic systems in that it considers language exclusively as a means of cognition. Locke explicitly stresses that his plan for a critique of understanding did not originally contain the idea of a distinct critique of language, that it became evident to him only gradually that the question of the signification and origin of concepts could not be separated from the question of the origin of naming. However, once this interconnection was recognized, language became for him one of the most important witnesses to the truth of the basic view of empiricism. Leibniz once said that nature loved to reveal its ultimate secrets at some point, to set them before our eyes in a visible demonstration, as it were. Locke looked upon language as such a demonstration of his general view of spiritual reality. Locke begins his analysis of words in the following way. It may also lead us a little towards the original of all our notions and knowledge, if we remark how great a dependence our words have on common sensible ideas and how those, which are made use of, to stand for actions and notions quite removed from sense, have their rise from thence, and from obviously sensible ideas are transferred to more abstruse significations and made to stand for ideas that come not under the cognizance of our senses. For example, to imagine, apprehend, comprehend, etc., are all words taken from the operations of sensible things and applied to certain modes of thinking. Spirit, in its primary signification, is breath, angel, a messenger, and I doubt not but, if we could trace them to their sources, we should find, in all languages, the names which stand for things that fall not under our senses to have had their first rise from sensible ideas. By which we may give some kind of guess what kind of notions they were, and whence derived, which filled their minds, who were the first beginners of languages, and how nature, even in the naming of things, unawares suggested to men the originals and principles of all their knowledge, we having, as has been proved, no ideas at all but what originally come either from sensible objects without, or what we feel within ourselves from the inward workings of our own spirits, of which we are conscious to ourselves within. We have identified here the basic systematic thesis on which all discussion of the problem of language within empiricism is directly or indirectly related. The analysis of language here is also not an end in itself, but is intended only to serve as a means and a preparation for the real main problem, the analysis of ideas. For all linguistic naming never serves as the immediate expression of things, but rather refers solely to the ideas of spirit, to the speaker's own representations. Hobbes had already formulated this as the most general principle of all reflection on language, believing that he had, with this formulation, definitively withdrawn the philosophy of language from the sphere and dominance of metaphysics. Since names are signs for concepts and not signs for objects, whether they designate the matter or the form of things, or some compound of the two, could be set aside as an empty metaphysical question. Locke bases his investigations on this decision, to which he returns again and again, and which he amplifies in all its aspects. The nature of objects, as he, too, stresses, is never expressed in the unity of the word. Rather, what is expressed is only the subjective manner by which the human spirit proceeds to the combination Zusammenfassung of its simple sensible ideas into one concept. In this combination Zusammenfassung, spirit is not bound by any substantial model, by any real essential being. Locke looked upon language as such a demonstration of his general view of spiritual reality. Locke begins his analysis of words in the following way. It may also lead us a little towards the original of all our notions and knowledge, if we remark how great a dependence our words have on common sensible ideas, and how those, which are made use of, to stand for actions and notions quite removed from sense, have their rise from thence, and from obviously sensible ideas are transferred to more abstruse significations and made to stand for ideas that come not under the cognizance of our senses. For example, to imagine, apprehend, comprehend, etc., are all words taken from the operations of sensible things and applied to certain modes of thinking. Spirit, in its primary signification, is breath, angel, a messenger, and I doubt not but, if we could trace them to their sources, we should find, in all languages, the names which stand for things that fall not under our senses to have had their first rise from sensible ideas. By which we may give some kind of guess what kind of notions they were, and whence derived, which filled their minds, who were the first beginners of languages, and how nature, even in the naming of things, unawares suggested to men the originals and principles of all their knowledge, we having, as has been proved, no ideas at all but what originally come either from sensible objects without, or what we feel within ourselves from the inward workings of our own spirits, of which we are conscious to ourselves within. We have identified here the basic systematic thesis on which all discussion of the problem of language within empiricism is directly or indirectly related. The analysis of language here is also not an end in itself, but is intended only to serve as a means and a preparation for the real main problem, the analysis of ideas. For all linguistic naming never serves as the immediate expression of things, but rather refers solely to the ideas of spirit, to the speaker's own representations. Hobbes had already formulated this as the most general principle of all reflection on language, believing that he had, with this formulation, definitively withdrawn the philosophy of language from the sphere and dominance of metaphysics. Since names are signs for concepts and not signs for objects, whether they designate the matter or the form of things, or some compound of the two, could be set aside as an empty metaphysical question. Locke bases his investigations on this decision, to which he returns again and again, and which he amplifies in all its aspects. The nature of objects, as he, too, stresses, is never expressed in the unity of the word. Rather, what is expressed is only the subjective manner by which the human spirit proceeds to the combination Zusammenfassung of its simple sensible ideas into one concept. In this combination Zusammenfassung, spirit is not bound by any substantial model, by any real essential being. Through an insoluble correlation, truth and reality are one in their ground and ultimate root. Every empirical existence and every empirical event geschehen is intrinsically connected and ordered as the intelligible truths demand it, and herein consists its reality. Herein consists what distinguishes being and semblance, reality, realitate and dream, from one another. For empiricism, this interrelation, this pre-established harmony between the ideal and the real, between the domain of general validity and necessary truths and the domain of particular and factual being, is sublated. The more sharply it took language not as an expression of things but as an of concepts, the more determinately and imperiously the question, thus, had to arise as to whether the new spiritual medium that is recognized here did not falsify rather than designate the ultimate, actual elements elementae of being. From Bacon to Hobbes and Locke, we can progressively follow the development and increasing exacerbation of this question, until at last it stands before us in full clarity in Berkeley. For Locke, however, as much as cognition was grounded in the particular data of sense perception and the perception of the self, it was still intrinsically a tendency toward universality, and the universality of the word accommodates this tendency toward the universal in cognition. The abstract word becomes the expression of the abstract universal idea, which, apart from the individual sensations, is still recognized here as a psychic reality of a distinct kind and of independent signification. The progress and consequence of the sensationalist view necessarily lead, however, beyond this relative recognition and this leastwise indirect toleration of the universal. The universal has no truer and more grounded existence be stand in the domain of ideas than it does in the domain of things. However, this, as it were, places word and language as such totally in the void. No model or archetype is found for what is expressed in them in either physical or psychological being, in either things or ideas. All reality, psychological as well as physical, is by its nature vase and concrete, individually determinate reality. In order to penetrate to their intuition, we must therefore above all divest ourselves of the false and illusory, the abstract universality of the word. This conclusion is most emphatically drawn by Berkeley. Every reform of philosophy must be constructed primarily on a critique of language, must above all clear away the illusion in which it has for ages imprisoned the human mind. It cannot be denied that words are of excellent use, in that by their means all that stock of knowledge which has been purchased by the joint labors of inquisitive men in all ages and nations may be drawn into the view and made the possession of one single person. But at the same time, it must be owned that most parts of knowledge have been so strangely perplexed and darkened by the abuse of words, and general ways of speech wherein they are delivered, that it may almost be made a question whether language has contributed more to the hindrance or advancement of the sciences. It was, therefore, to be wished that everyone would use his utmost endeavors to obtain a clear view of the ideas he would consider, separating from them all that dress and encumbrance of words which so much contribute to blind the judgment and divide the attention. In vain do we extend our view into the heavens and pry into the entrails of the earth, in vain do we consult the writings of learned men and trace the dark footsteps of antiquity. We need only draw the curtain of words to behold the fairest tree of knowledge, whose fruit is excellent, and within the reach of our hand. On closer consideration, however, this radical critique of language clearly contains at the same time an indirect critique of the sensationalist ideal of cognition on which it is based. From Locke to Berkeley, a peculiar reversal has taken place in the position of empiricism vis the problem of language. If Locke found in language his basic view of cognition confirmed and authenticated, if he invoked it as a witness to his general thesis that nothing could be in the understanding that was not previously in the senses, then it becomes apparent, rather, that the real and essential function of the word has no place within the sensationalist system. There is no other means of adhering to this system than to contest and exclude this function. The structure of language is no longer used as an illustration of the structure of cognition but forms its precise counterpart. Far from including even a conditional and relative truth content Gehalt, language is, rather, a magic mirror that allows us to recognize the true forms of being only in a peculiar falsification and distortion. Here a dialectical development and reversal has taken place within empiricism. The clearest and most striking example of this is when the two historical extremes in the empiricist philosophy of language are juxtaposed against each other. If Berkeley strives to sublate the truth content Gehalt and cognitive content of language, if he sees in it the ground of all error and self-deception of the human spirit, then with Hobbes, language not only is the truth, but all truth has been affirmed Zusprachen. Hobbes' concept of truth culminates in the thesis that truth lies not in things but uniquely and alone in words and in the use of words veritas and ditto. Non and reconsistent truth consists in speech, not in the things spoken. Things are and exist as real individual minutiae that are made known to us in concrete, sensible, individual sensations. However, neither the individual thing nor the individual sensation can ever account for the true object of knowledge wissen. For all knowledge wissen that deserves the name will be, rather than merely historical knowledge, kenntnis of the particular, philosophical, i.e., necessary cognition of the universal. If, therefore, sensibility and memory are limited to the factual, then all science progresses toward general relations and inferences, toward deductive connections. The organ and instrument that it employs here, however, can be none other than the word. For our mind Geist can acquire deductive insight only into those contents that are not, like things or sensations, given to it from outside but that are created and freely produced. However, it enjoys such freedom not toward the actual objects of nature but only toward their ideal representative stellvertreter, toward designations and denominations. The creation of a system of names is, therefore, not only the precondition for any system of knowledge, but all true knowledge consists in creating names and linking them into sentences and judgments. Accordingly, truth and falsehood are not attributes of things but attributes of speech. Read, and a spirit that lacks speech read would as a consequence also lack all of these attributes, would not be able to differentiate and juxtapose the true and the false. For Hobbes, language is a source of error only insofar as it is at the same time, according to his basic nominalistic view, the condition of conceptual cognition in general, the source of all general validity and all truth. In Berkeley's critique of language and cognition, however, this last cornerstone seems to be deprived of universality, and, thus, the method of rationalism, which is still unmistakable throughout the writings of Hobbes, seems, at last, to have been definitively refuted and uprooted. However, while Berkeley's system now progressed and strove to develop further from its initial beginnings, a peculiar turning back and reversal once again took place within it. It is as if the initially denied, violently restrained force of logos, which is living in language, gradually freed itself and counteracted the constraint of the sensationalist schema into which Berkeley attempted to force all speaking and thinking. Through his consideration and analysis of the function of the sign and through a new positive appreciation that the sign acquired for him, Berkeley came, gradually and unawares, to another basic view of cognition. Particularly in his last work, The Cerise, Berkeley now made the decisive turn. He freed the idea from all its sensationalist, psychological entanglements and restored it to its basic Platonic significance. And in this last phase of his system, language also regained a dominant, truly central position. If previously the value of language had been disputed on the general grounds of Berkeley's psychology and metaphysics, then we now stood, in the final form gestalt of this same metaphysics, before a remarkable spectacle here. All reality, spiritual as well as sensible, was transformed into language. For the sensible view of the world had been reconfigured more and more into a purely symbolic view of the world. What we designate as the reality of perceptions and bodies is, more profoundly apprehended and understood, nothing other than the sensible sign language in which an all-embracing, infinite spirit communicates to our finite spirit. In the struggle between metaphysics and language, language has, therefore, been victorious. Initially rejected from the threshold of metaphysics, language, in the end, not only permeates the metaphysical sphere, but also decisively and essentially determines the form of this very metaphysics. The philosophy of the French Enlightenment, Condillac, Maupertuis, Diderot. In The History of Empiricism, however, the last phase of Berkeley's system remained only an isolated episode. The general development advanced in another direction more and more. It clearly aspired to replace the logical and metaphysical perspectives in which the relationship of speaking and thinking had predominantly been considered, by purely psychological perspectives. For the concrete consideration of language, this led to a direct, and at first unquestionable, gain. For alongside the consideration of language as a spiritual totalform geistige Gesamtform, there now emerges an increasing interest in the individuality, in the spiritual particularity of individual languages. If the basic logical view, as though compelled by its method, repeatedly led to the problem of a universal language, then psychological analysis chose the opposite path. Even Bacon, in the treatise De Dignitate et Augmentis Scientiarum, had called for a universal form of philosophical grammar in addition to the usual empirical study of language and grammatica literaria. This philosophical grammar was not, however, intended to disclose any necessary interconnections between words and the objects that are named through them, for as tempting as such an undertaking may seem, it would prove dangerous and elusive in view of the elasticity of words and the uncertainty of all purely etymological investigations. Rather, it would provide the noblest form of grammar, if someone versed in a large number of both vernacular languages and learned languages were to treat the language's various peculiarities and show wherein consisted the advantages and deficiencies of each. In this way, not only would it be possible to sketch out an ideal image of a consummate language through the comparison of the individual languages, but it would likewise also be possible to provide the most significant insights into the spirit and customs of the various nations. In the realization of this idea and in his brief characterizations of Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, Bacon anticipated a project that was to be fully realized only with Wilhelm von Humboldt. The philosophical empiricists, however, followed this lead only insofar as they became more sharply and clearly cognizant of the specific imprint, prating and particularization of concepts within each individual language. If the concepts of language are not simply taken as signs for objective objects and events but rather as signs for the representation that we form of them, then what is reflected in them must not so much be the constitution of things as the individual mode and direction of the apprehension of things. This would be done with particular emphasis where it is not a question of the retaining of simple sensible impressions in sound but rather where the word serves as the expression of a complex total, representation. For every such representation, and accordingly every name that we ascribe to such mixed modes, as Locke calls them, goes back ultimately to the free activity of spirit. While spirit is, as such, passive this its simple impressions and need merely receive them in the gestalt in which it is given to it from outside, it exhibits in the combination of these simple ideas its own nature far more than that of the objects outside it. There is no need to inquire after the real model of these connections, rather, the genus and species of the mixed modes and the names that we give them are created by the understanding without models, without any immediate connection with actual existing things. The same freedom that Adam possessed when he created the first names for complex representations according to no model image must build other than his own thoughts consists and exists ever since for all human beings. Here, as we see, we find ourselves at the point where the spontaneity of spirit is gaining recognition in the system of empiricism, even if it is only tentatively conditional and mediated. And this essential limitation of the picture theory of cognition could not but react immediately on the total intuition Jessumt and showing of language. If language, in its complex conceptual terms, is not so much a mere image spiegelbild of sensible existence, but rather a mere image spiegelbild of spiritual operations, then this reflection Spiegelung can and must be accomplished in infinitely diverse and distinct ways. If the content Gehalt and expression of the concept are not dependent on the matter of the individual, sensible representations but on the form of their connection, then every new linguistic concept basically constitutes a new spiritual creation. Consequently, no concept of one language is simply transferable to another. Locke had already insisted on this inference. He already emphasized that in a close comparison of different languages, one will almost never find words that fully correspond to each other and that coincide perfectly with each other in the whole sphere of their sense. This is, however, the problem of an absolutely universal grammar exposed as an illusion from a new angle. With ever greater clarity, the demand rises that instead of seeking such a universal grammar, one should seek out the particular stylistic of each individual language and comprehend it in its particularity. The center of the consideration of language shifted from logic not only toward psychology but also toward aesthetics. This is particularly evident in that thinker who, as no other empiricist, combined the sharpness and clarity of logical analysis with the liveliest feeling for individuality, for the finest shadings and nuances of aesthetic expression. Diderot in his letter on the deaf and dumb takes up Locke's observation. However, what in Locke had been an isolated aperçu is now attested to by an abundance of concrete examples from the domain of linguistic and, in particular, that of literary expression, and exhibited in a style that is an immediate proof of how every truly original spiritual form creates its own linguistic form. Beginning with a specific stylistic issue, the problem of linguistic inversion, Diderot methodically progresses, and yet with the freest movement of thought, to the problem of the individuality of linguistic form. To designate the incomparable particularity of poetic genius, Lessing had recalled the saying that one might sooner take from Hercules his club than from Homer or Shakespeare a single verse, and Diderot also begins from this dictum. The work of a true poet is and remains untranslatable. We may translate thought, and we may even have the good fortune to find here and there an equivalent expression. However, the comprehensive presentation, the tone and sound of the whole, remains forever a single, subtle, and untranslatable hieroglyph. And such a hieroglyph, such a formal and stylistic law, not only is realized in each particular art, in music, painting, and sculpture, but also dominates each particular language and imprints its spiritual seal, its intellectual and emotional stamp, on it. Here the consideration of language is set into immediate contact with the central problem that dominated the entire intellectual history of the 17th and 18th centuries. The concept of subjectivity underwent the same characteristic transformation that we encounter in the theory of art and artistic creation. With increasing clarity, a deeper and more comprehensive view of subjectivity wrestles itself forth out of the narrow, empiricist, psychological version of subjectivity, through which subjectivity is removed from the sphere of mere accidental existence and arbitrary doing and recognized for its specific spiritual form, i.e., for its specific necessity. In the aesthetic theory of the 17th and 18th centuries, this whole movement was more clearly and consciously focused into a single center. The concept of genius is the linguistic and intellectual bearer of the new view of the spiritual that bursts the boundaries of the empirical, psychological, the merely reflective view. Indeed, aux lettres sur les sourds muets, a letter upon the deaf and dumb, the concept of genius, though not explicitly stressed, forms the animating principle of all theoretical discussion of language and art and provides the ideal point of unity toward which such discussion is oriented. Beyond this one example, however, it can be traced how from various angles this concept entered into the consideration of language. Already by the late 17th and 18th centuries in England, the empirical psychological description and explanation of spiritual events that strove to dissect them into their sensible symbolic and material factors by no means ruled alone. Rather, another view confronted it, one that was oriented toward the form of these events and that strove to apprehend this form in its original and indivisible totality. This view found its systematic and philosophical focal point in English Platonism, with Cudworth and the thinkers of the Cambridge School. It achieved its complete literary presentation in Shaftesbury. All external formation of sensible existence, and this is the common basic conviction Shaftesbury held with the English Platonists, must be based on certain inner proportions. Interior numbers, for form can never be created from matter, but rather, it is and exists as if it is without, becoming and unchanging, as a pure ideal unity that imprints itself on multiplicity and first gives it its specific gestalt. It is these inner and spiritual proportions, not the accidental existence and accidental constitution of empirical things, that the true artist presents in their work. Such an artist is, in fact, a second creator, a true Prometheus under Jupiter. Like that sovereign artist or universal plastic nature, he forms a whole, coherent and proportional in itself, with due subjection and subordinacy of constituent parts. The moral artist who can thus imitate the creator, and is thus knowing in the inward form and structure of his fellow creature, will hardly, I presume, be found unknowing in himself, or at a loss in those numbers and measures which make the harmony of a mind. What the consideration of every natural organic body reveals to us becomes irrefutable certainty as soon as we regard our own eye, the unity of our consciousness. That truly consistent being does not receive its gestalt from its parts but is and functions as a formed whole prior to any division. In our eye, each one of us can immediately apprehend an individual principle of form, our own distinctive genius that we find again, in the particular as in the whole, as the always, different and yet intrinsically identical form, giving power, the genius of the universe. Both thoughts correspond and condition each other. Correctly understood and interpreted, empirical subjectivity necessarily surpasses itself and culminates in the concept of universal spirit. What this aesthetic, metaphysical concept of inner form has done for the view on language is made clear in a work that has arisen from the immediate circle of the English Neoplatonists and that clearly reflects their general view of the world. If we look at the general plan of Harris Hermes or a philosophical inquiry concerning universal grammar, it initially seems to move along the path of the rationalists' theories of language, but it also seems to follow the same ideal as the Grammaire Générale et Raisonnée of Port Royal. A grammar is also to be created here that, without regard for the various idioms of particular languages, targets only the universal principles that are identical for all languages. A general logic and a general psychology should serve as the foundation of the organization of the material of language and reveal this organization as necessary. Our psychological faculties, for example, exhibit an original dichotomy. The faculty of representation is confronted with the faculty of appetite. Thus, every linguistically formed sentence must either be a sentence of assertion or a sentence of volition, and, on this foundation, the question why language contains precisely these and no other parts of speech and why these parts take this shape or this number and no other must be clearly answered in principle. Of strange interest in particular is Harris' attempt to extract a general schema for a presentation of the tense formation of verbs out of a logical and psychological analysis of the representation of time. The further he proceeds, however, the clearer it becomes that the psychology on which he relies for his consideration and classification of linguistic forms is a pure structure psychology, sharply opposed to the element psychology of sensationalism. In his defense of universal ideas against their empiricist critics, Harris immediately shows his kinship with the Cambridge School. Harris remarks, "For my own part, when I read the detail about sensation and reflection, and am taught the process at large how my ideas are all generated, I seem to view the human soul in the light of a crucible, where truths are produced by a kind of logical chemistry. They may consist, for aught we know, of natural materials, but are as much creatures of our own, as a bolus or elixir." Against this view of the production of form out of matter, Harris opposes his own, which is based on Plato and Aristotle, in which he insists on the absolute primacy of form. All sensible forms must be based on pure intelligible forms that are prior to sensible forms. And in this context, Harris, who, as Shaftesbury's nephew, had no doubt long been close to his ideas, goes back to Shaftesbury's central concept, The concept of genius. Every national language has its own linguistic spirit, and each contains a distinctive form, giving principle. We shall be led to observe how nations, like single men, have their peculiar ideas, how these peculiar ideas become the genius of their language, since the symbol must, of course, correspond to its archetype. How the wisest nations, having the most and best ideas, will consequently have the best and most copious languages. Just as there is a nature, a genius of the Roman, the Greek, and the English people, there is a genius of the Latin, the Greek, and the English language. There appears here, perhaps for the first time in this determination, the new version of the concept of the spirit of language that will henceforth dominate all philosophical contemplation. Rudolf Hildebrand has given in 2 articles on Geist and Genie in Grimm's dictionary a step-by-step account of how this concept entered into German cultural history. Geistesgeschichte and gradually gained its rightful spiritual and linguistic place. A direct path leads from Shaftesbury and Harris to Hamann and Herder. As early as Hamann wrote to Herder in Riga that he had ordered from the publisher Hermes for himself and speaks of it as a work that struck me as indispensable for your plan to treat language in the fragments on recent German literature. And Herder, who in his Kritiskonveltchen Critical Groves invokes Harris' aesthetic theory in attacking Lessing's Laocoon, also repeatedly refers to his theory of language. In his preface to the German translation of Monboddo's work on the origin and development of language, he expressly states that a new and secure path to the consideration of language had been opened up by Monboddo and by Harris. Enough the path is cleared. The basic principles of her author and his friend Harris strike me not only as the only true and secure ones but also his first attempts to compare the languages of several different peoples at different levels of culture, will always remain the pioneering work of a master. Someday, though certainly not too soon, a philosophy of human understanding, developed out of its most characteristic work, the different languages of the earth, will be a possibility. Perhaps Herder was most attracted to Harris' view of language by the very feature that he had stressed in his judgment of Harris' aesthetic theory. In his dialogue on art, to which Herder expressly refers in his earliest discussion of aesthetic problems in the Kritische Wälder forests, Harris restored the Aristotelian difference between activity to the center of the theory of art. From here, it exerts influence on the theory of language until it receives its most determinate formulation and its most rigorous systematic form by Wilhelm von Humboldt. No more than art, language cannot be comprehended as a mere work of spirit but must be thought of as a distinctive form and energy. Both motives, the energetic theory of language and the energetic theory of art, found their ideal agreement again in the concept of genius and in the characteristic development that it underwent in the 17th and 18th centuries. For what was decisive for this development was the continuous tendency to trace all spiritual existence sign back to the original creative process in which it is rooted, to trace all formations gebilde back to basic forms and tendencies of forming bilden. As for language, at first glance, this tendency seems to have already been effective in those empiricist and rationalist theories of the origin of language that, instead of regarding language as a divine work completed in a single blow, wanted to conceive it as a free creation of human reason. However, as reason retained here without exception the character of subjective arbitrary reflection, the problem of the formation of language was once again reduced to the problem of its invention. In the invention of the first linguistic signs and in their configuration aus Gestaltung into words and sentences, the human being carries out a conscious, purposeful procedure. The theory of language of the French Enlightenment liked to directly compare and parallel this gradual progress of language with the methodic construction that spirit accomplishes in science, particularly in mathematics. For Condillac, all of the individual sciences that the human mind encounters are only a continuation of the same process of analyzing ideas that begins with the human formation of language. In addition to the initial language of phonetic signs, there emerges a language that serves as general symbols, in particular as arithmetical and algebraic symbols. Alongside the language of words enters the language of calculation. However, the same principle of Dissektionsverleidung, connection, and ordering of representations prevails in both languages. Just as the sciences in their totality Gesamtheit are nothing more than well-ordered languages, langue bien faite, so too are our language of words and sounds nothing but the first science of being seen, the first manifestation Äußerung of that originary, impulsive cognition, which moves from the composite to the simple, from the particular to the universal. Maupertuis attempted to follow in detail, in his philosophical reflections on the origin of languages, this path of language as it crept along to show how it passes from its first primitive beginnings when language only had at its disposal a few designations for complex sense representations, through an ever more conscious comparison and differentiation of the parts of these representations, to a gradually richer treasure of denominations, of word forms and parts of speech. To this view of language, which banished language into the sphere of abstract intelligibility, Herder opposes a new intuition of linguistic reason. Here again, the profound interconnection between basic spiritual problems appears with surprising sharpness. The battle that now begins corresponds blow for blow with the battle that had led Lessing into the domain of art against Goethe and French classicism. The formations Gebilde of language are, in the highest sense, also regular, without, however, being derived from and compared to an objective conceptual rule. By virtue of the agreement of all the parts to a whole, they are also purposively formed through and through. However, there prevails in them that purposiveness without purpose that excludes all mere caprice and all merely subjective intent. Consequently, in language, as in the creation of the artwork, elements that shun one another in mere rational reflection interpenetrate in a new unity that, admittedly, at first only confronts us as a problem, as a new task. The opposition of freedom and necessity, individuality and universality, subjectivity and objectivity, spontaneity and binding obligation, first had to undergo a deeper determination and a new fundamental clarification before they could be employed as philosophical categories for the explanation of the origin of the work of art and the origin of language. Language is an expression of affect. The problem of the origin of language, Giambattista Vico, Hamann, Herder, Romanticism. Despite all of their internal dichotomies, empiricism and rationalism, the psychological and the logical theories of language, in the versions that we have encountered them, agree on one basic feature. They all consider language essentially according to its theoretical content, to halt according to its position in the whole of cognition and according to what it achieves in the construction of cognition. Whether it is taken as the immediate work of reason and as its indispensable organ, or whether it is considered as a mere veil that conceals the basic contents of cognition, the actual originary perceptions of spirit, theoretical knowledge, and the expression of this knowledge is always seen as the goal of language, by which its positive or negative value is to be determined. Words are signs for ideas, and the latter are to be taken either as the objective and necessary contents of cognition or as subjective representations. However, the more the concept of subjectivity, which modern philosophy progressively developed, widened and deepened, the more clearly there emerged out of it a new, truly universal view of the spontaneity of spirit that proved itself equally in the spontaneity of feeling as well as in the spontaneity of cognition. And with this, another element in the accomplishment of language also now became prominent. For when we seek to follow language back to its earliest beginnings, language seems to be not only a representative sign of representation Vorstellung but also an emotional sign of affect and the sensible drives. The ancient theory already knew of this derivation of language from affect, from the pathos, suffering of sensation, pleasure, and pain. To conceive of the origins of language, we must, according to Epicurus, return to this common and, thus, natural originary, ground of the human and animal. This is not the work of a mere convention, of an arbitrary positing an agreement. Rather, it is as necessary and natural as immediate sensation itself. Just as seeing and hearing, the feeling of pleasure and pain, are particular to the human being from the beginning, so too is utterance, which is connected to our sensible sensations and feelings. To the same extent that the sensations of human beings are different, as they change depending on the diversity of their physical organization and according to their spiritual and ethnic differences, there necessarily arise changes in sound that, for the purpose of simplification and mutual understanding, were only gradually contracted into more general types of words and languages. In the same way, Lucretius traces the alleged miracle of speech production back to the general and particular laws of human nature. Language develops as a particular domain of the general drive for sensible, mimic expression, which is innate in and indigenous to humans, which is not a work of reflection but unconsciously and unintentionally inherent. Modern philosophy, both in natural philosophy and in epistemology, harken back to Epicurus. In the 17th century, the old theory of natural sounds underwent a most remarkable renewal, equally original in its form and in its theoretical justification, particularly with that thinker who first ventured a comprehensive, systematic design of the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften. Giambattista Vico in his Principi di Scienza Nuova d'intorno alla comune natura delle nazioni, Principles of the New Science concerning the common nature of nations, posed the problem of language within the ambit of a general metaphysic of spirit. From the poetic metaphysic that was to reveal the origin of poetic art and mythical thinking, he passed through the intermediary link of poetic logic, in which he strove to explain the genesis of poetic tropes and metaphors, to the question of the origin of language, which for him was synonymous with the question of the origin of literature and of the sciences in general. He also rejected the theory that the originary, words and language could be traced back simply to conventional positings. He also called for a natural interconnection between them and their signification. If the present phase in the development of language, if our lingua vulgar common language, no longer recognizes this interconnection, then the reason is simply that it has moved further and further away from its actual source, the language of the gods and heroes. Even in today's obscurity and fragmentation, however, true philosophical vision still unveils the original connection and kinship of words to what they signify. Since nearly all words are derived from the natural properties of things or from our sensible impressions and feelings, then the idea of a spiritual universal dictionary that demonstrates the significations of words in all the different articulated languages and traces them all back to an original unity of ideas is not presumptuous. Vico's own attempts in this direction reveal, to be sure, that all the naive arbitrariness of a purely speculative etymology is in no way limited by critical or historical considerations. All of the originary words were monosyllabic roots, which were either the onomatopoeic reproductions of an objective natural sound or the sound of pure sentiment, such as the immediate expressions of affect interjections of pain or pleasure, joy or sorrow, wonder or terror. Vico found evidence for his theory that the originary words were simple and monosyllabic interjections, in, for example, the German language, which he, like Fichte after him, regarded as a true originary language, as a lingua madre mother tongue, because the Germans, who had never been dominated by foreign conquerors, had preserved the character of their nation and their language pure from time immemorial. The formation of interjections is followed by that of pronouns and particle, which in their basic shapes also go back to monosyllabic roots. The nouns develop next, and only then the verbs, the ultimate creation of language. And in the speech of children and pathological cases of speech disturbance, it can be clearly seen that nouns precede verbs and belong to an earlier linguistic stratum. Strange and baroque as this theory may appear when considered only from its particular implementation, it nevertheless contained an important and fruitful embryo for the comprehensive view of language. A dynamic relation replaces a static relation between sound and signification. Language was traced back to the dynamics of speech, which was ultimately traced back to the dynamics of feeling and affect. The more decisively the 18th century emphasized the special position of feeling, the more it pressed forward to taking on within it the very foundation and originary creative potency of the spiritual, and thus the more it appeared in the theory of the origins of language to be rejected on the basis of Vico's theory. It is, therefore, no coincidence that Rousseau first took up this theory and attempted to develop it in detail. However, in another and more profound sense, Vico's views operated in the man who, from all the thinkers of the 18th century, stood closest to his symbolic metaphysics and his symbolic view of history, and who, like him, considered poetry as the mother tongue of the human race. However, this thinker, Johann Georg Hamann, spurned any rational form of grounding the expression of his basic view, so his theory appears to mock all attempts at an intelligible systematization. However, in that he consistently related all its parts to one basic problem of language, it formed itself, in spite of him, into an unintended immanent system, as it were. From the beginning, Hamann's thinking here, which, with its emphasis on the features of immediate feeling and momentary impression, stood in constant danger of losing itself in the particular, the accidental, and peripheral, found a specific center that it not so much fixed as continuously circumscribed. Hamann himself stressed, "For me it is neither the discourse read of physics nor of theology, but language that is the mother of reason and revelation, its alpha and omega. If only I was as eloquent as Demosthenes, I would have to do no more than repeat a single word 3 times. Reason is language. Logos. I gnaw on this marrow bone and will gnaw myself to death over it. It is still always dark over these depths for me. I am still awaiting an apocalyptic angel with a key to this abyss. Here lies, for Hamann, the true being basin of reason, with its unity and inner dichotomy. What Demosthenes calls actio, Engel mimicry, Bateau imitation of nature's beauty, is for me a language, the organon and criterion of reason, as Jung puts it. Here lies pure reason and at the same time its critique. However, this very being Sein, in which the divine Logos seems to immediately reveal itself to us, closes off that sphere that we designate with the name reason. For languages, as is history, like nature, a sealed book, a veiled testimony, a riddle that cannot be solved unless we plow with a heifer other than our reason. For language is not a collection of discursive conventional signs for discursive concepts, rather, it is the symbol and counterpart of the same divine life that everywhere surrounds us visibly, invisibly, mysteriously and revealingly. Therefore, for Hamann as for Heraclitus, everything in it is at once manifestation, Äußerung and alienation, Entäußerung, unveiling, Enthülling and veiling, Verhüllung. The whole of creation, nature as well as history, is nothing other than a discourse read by the Creator to the creature through the creature. It belongs to the unity of divine revelation, that the Spirit of God should have abased itself and divested itself of its majesty through the human stylus of the holy men who were driven by it, just as the Son of God through the form of a servant, and just as all creation is a work of supreme humility. To admire the all-wise God only in nature is perhaps an insult similar to the one shown an intelligent man by the rabble who judge his value by his cloak. The opinions of the worldly wise are variants of nature and the dogmas of the theologians are variants of Scripture. The author is the best interpreter of his words. He may speak through creatures, through events, or through blood and fire and incense, wherein consists the language of the sanctuary. The unity of the author is reflected even in the dialect of his works. In all of them, there is one tone of immeasurable sublimity and depth. Herder cast, however, new light into these depths, which, according to his own confession, remain for Hamann in darkness. Herder's prize essay on the origin of language was, thus, especially crucial for the general spiritual Historygeschichte of the 18th century, because here the sharpest oppositions, which had previously confronted each other in the apprehension and interpretation of spiritual being and effective activity, found an entirely new methodological mediation. Just as Herder was based on Hamann, likewise, in the epoch preceding the prize essay, he had been a student of Kant and indirectly through him of Leibniz. Hamann writes in his treatise on the cognizing and sensing of the human soul, whose conception and development immediately suggests the prize essay, that it is imbued with the spirit of Leibnizian philosophy from one end to the other. Indeed, it is nothing other than a summation of this philosophy as reflected in the spirit of Herder. How, however, was it possible to unite together in the apprehension of language the two extreme opposite poles of Hamann and Leibniz? How could the view that language was the supreme achievement of the analytic capacity of thinking, the actual organ for the formation of distinct concepts, be connected with the other, according to which its origin evades all reflective understanding and must, rather, be traced back in the darkness of feeling and its unconscious poetic creativity? Herder introduced both his question and with it his new solution to the problem of language. Even if all language is rooted in feeling and its immediate, impulsive utterances Äußerungen, even if it originates not in the need for communication but rather in cries, tones, and wild, articulated sounds, such an ensemble of sounds can never account for the being Wesen, the actual spiritual form of language. This form arises only in that a new basic power of the soul, which separates from the beginning the human from the animal, proves effective. In his presentation of this basic power of reflective awareness that is specific to human beings, and in the role that he assigns to it, Herder clearly takes up that basic concept that connects Leibniz logic with his psychology. According to Leibniz, the unity of consciousness is possible only through a spiritual doing, through the unity of connection in which spirit apprehends itself as a persistent and identical monad, and in which, furthermore, it recognizes one and the same content, when it encounters it at different times, as one and the same being Wesen. This form of recognition that Leibniz calls apperception, Herder calls reflection, and it is grasped by Kant as the synthesis of recognition. The human being demonstrates reflection when the force of his soul works so freely that in the entire ocean of the sensations that flows into it from all the senses, he can, in a manner of speaking, isolate and stop one wave, and direct his attention toward this wave, conscious that he is doing so. He demonstrates reflection when emerging from the complete nebulous stream of images flitting past his senses, he can in a wakeful moment voluntarily dwell on one image, observe it calmly and lucidly, and distinguish the characteristic trait proving that this and no other is the object. He also demonstrates reflection when he not only cognizes all properties vividly and clearly but can recognize one or more distinguishing properties. The first act of this recognition yields a clear concept. It is the soul's first judgment, and what made this recognition possible? By a characteristic trait, which he had to isolate and which, as a characteristic trait of mindfulness, clearly came to him. The first characteristic trait of mindfulness was the word of the soul. With it, human speech was invented. It is in this sense that language can, for Herder, be grasped entirely as a product of immediate sensation and, at the same time, entirely as the work of reflection, of mindfulness, precisely because the latter is nothing external that is subsequently added to the content of sensation but because it is included in the content of sensation as a constitutive element. Mindfulness first makes the ephemeral sensible stimulus into something determinate and differentiated and thus into a genuine spiritual content. Here perception is not, as in Maupertuis and Condillac, a ready-made in self-contained psychological existence Sein, to which expression in the concept and in the concept, word is only connected. Rather, here the determination of the mere impression into representations and their denomination take place in one and the same act. The natural givenness of perceptions no longer merely stands over against an artificial system of signs. Rather, Here perception already contains within itself, by virtue of its particular spiritual nature, a distinctive element of form that, when fully developed, exhibits itself in the form of words and language. Thus, although Herder continues to speak of its invention, language is for him never something merely made but rather something that has internally and necessarily become. It is a factor in the synthetic construction of consciousness, by virtue of which the world of sensible sensation is first shaped gestalted into a world of intuition. Consequently, it is not a thing Zaka that is produced but rather a manner and determination of spiritual engendering and forming. The general concept of form, under which language is apprehended, has, therefore, undergone a decisive transformation. Herder's prize essay sharply and precisely designates the boundary where the older rationalistic concept of reflection, form reflections form, which had dominated Enlightenment philosophy, transitioned into the Romantic concept of organic form. The new concept was for the first time definitely introduced into the consideration of language in Friedrich Schlegel's essay on the language and wisdom of India. We do not, however, do justice to the deeper motives of this view if we see in the designation of language as an organism only an image or poetic metaphor. As pale and vague as this designation may appear to us today, for Friedrich Schlegel and his epoch it provided a concrete and substantive expression of the new position that language was now assigned in the whole of spiritual existence. For the concept of the organism, as the Romantics understood it, did not serve to designate a single factum of nature, a particular and delimited domain of objective phenomena, with which linguistic phenomena, it is true, could be compared only indirectly and inaccurately. This concept was taken not as an expression for a particular class of phenomena but rather as an expression of a general speculative principle that actually designated the ultimate goal and systematic focus of Romantic speculation. The problem of the organism formed the intellectual center to which the Romantics repeatedly found themselves drawn and led back from the most diverse domains of inquiry. Goethe's theory of metamorphoses, Kant's critical philosophy, and Schelling's first drafts of the philosophy of nature philosophy and of the system of transcendental idealism seem to move together in this one point. In the Critique of Judgment, this problem already appears as the actual medius terminus middle term through which the dualistic opposition between the two structures within the Kantian system were reconciled. Nature and freedom, being and ought, which previously were able to appear not only as separate but as antinomic worlds opposing each other, were now related to one another through this intermediary member and in this relation disclosed a new content Gehalt for both. If Kant primarily grasped this content Gehalt methodologically, if he determined the two extremes in the critical transcendental sense, essentially as a point of view for the examination and interpretation of the whole phenomenal world, then for Schelling, the basic concept of the organic became the vehicle for an all-embracing speculative explanation of the world. Nature and art, like nature and freedom, were united in the idea of the organic. This closes the gulf that seemed to divide the unconscious becoming of nature from the conscious creation of spirit. Here for the first time, the human gained an intimation of the true unity of its own nature, in which intuition and concept, form and object, ideal and real, are originally one and the same. Hence the distinctive semblance that surrounds this problem, a semblance that the philosophy of mere reflection, which proceeded from the separation, is never able to develop, whereas pure intuition, or rather, the creative imagination, long since invented symbolic language that one only has to interpret in order to discover that the less we think of nature in a merely reflective way the more nature speaks to us intelligibly. Only from this systematic total, meaning Gesamtbedeutung, which the idea of the organism possessed for the philosophy of Romanticism, can it be appreciated in what sense it must have proven fruitful for the consideration of language. Once again, there arise those great oppositions around which this consideration has hitherto moved, opposing each other with all their strength. However, between them, between conscious and unconscious, between subjectivity and objectivity, between individuality and universality, a new mediation seems to manifest itself. For the explanation of organic life, Leibniz had already forged the concept of individual form, and through Herder, it was extended to the whole breadth of spiritual existence from nature to history, from history to art and the concrete consideration of modes of art and artistic styles. Everywhere, a universal was sought. However, this universal is not grasped as a being seen in itself, as the abstract unity of a genus that stood over against the individual cases, but as a unity that constitutes itself only in the allness of particularizations. This allness and the law, the inner interconnection that is expressed in it, now appear as the true universal. This signified for the philosophy of language that the quest to discover the general structure of a fundamental and originary language behind the individual manifold and historical contingency of the individual languages had to be renounced once and for all, and that the true universal nature vision of language was no longer to be sought in the abstraction from particularizations but in the totality of these particularizations. This combination of the idea of organic form and the idea of totality designated the path on which Wilhelm von Humboldt would establish his philosophical view of the world, which likewise included a new foundation for the philosophy of language. Wilhelm von Humboldt. Early in his career, the consideration and study of language became the center of Wilhelm von Humboldt's intellectual interests and endeavors. Basically, he wrote as early as in a letter to Wolff, "All that drives me is the study of language. I believe that I have discovered the art of how to use language as a vehicle by which to explore the heights, the depths, and the manifold of the whole world." Humboldt practiced this art in a vast number of monographs on the science and history of language, culminating in the synoptic introduction to his Cavy work, his last and most brilliant endeavor. Of course, nothing in any of the parts of his works on the philosophy and science of language corresponds with Humboldt's awareness of the brilliant exercise of this art in which it presents itself to him. His work, as a spiritual creation, often goes beyond anything that he himself predicates in sharp and clear concepts. However, even the much criticized obscurity of some of Humboldt's concepts always carries a productive Contentgehalt, which often cannot be captured in a simple formula, in an abstract definition, but which proves effective and fruitful only in the whole of Humboldt's concrete view on language. In any presentation of Humboldt's basic ideas, it is, therefore, just and necessary to group the whole of these thoughts around certain systematic centers, even if Humboldt did not designate and emphasize these centers as such. Ultimately, Humboldt was a thoroughly systematic thinker. However, he was hostile to any purely external technique of systematization. Thus, in an endeavor to set up the whole of his view of language before us at every single point of his investigation, he resists any clear and sharp separation of this whole. His concepts are never the detached and pure products of logical analysis. Rather, there always resonates in them a note of aesthetic feeling, an artistic mood, which animates the presentation but which, at the same time, veils the articulation and structure gliederbau of his thought. If we seek to expose this structure, we discover above all the three great fundamental oppositions that determine Humboldt's thinking and for which he hoped to find a critical balance and speculative reconciliation in the consideration of language. It is above all the separation of the individual and objective spirit as well as the sublation Wiederaufhebung of this separation that immediately exhibits itself for Humboldt in the image of language. Each individual speaks their own language, and yet, precisely in the freedom with which they employ it, they are aware of an inner spiritual bond. Language is everywhere a mediator, first between infinite and finite nature, and then between one individual and another, simultaneously and through the same act. It makes union possible and arises from this union. We must free ourselves completely from the idea that language can be separated from what it designates, as, for example, the name of an individual Mensch from their person, and that like a conventional cipher it is a product of reflection and agreement or, in general, the work of the human being, as we take the concept in experience, or the work of the individual. Like a true, inexplicable wonder, it bursts forth from the mouth of a nation, and no less amazingly, though this is repeated every day and indifferently overlooked, it springs from the babble of every child, and it is the most radiant trace and certain proof that the human being does not possess an intrinsically separate individuality, that I and you are not merely reciprocally demanding concepts, but, if we could go back to the point of separation, they are truly identical concepts, and that, in this sense, there are spheres of individuality, from the weak, helpless, perishable individual down to the primeval tribe of humanity, because otherwise, all understanding would be eternally impossible. Thus, a nation is, in this sense, also a cultural geistig form of humanity, characterized by a specific language and individualized in reference to ideal totality. Individuality is shattered, but in such a miraculous way that it is just this separation that awakens a feeling of unity. Indeed, it appears as a means of producing unity, at least in the idea. For in the deep inner struggle for unity and allness, human beings seek to surpass the separating barriers of their individuality, but must, because like the giant who possesses his strength only from contact with Mother Earth, they possess power only in their individuality, it must enhance it in this higher struggle. Thus, the human continuously progresses in an inherently impossible quest. It is here that language comes to its aid in a truly miraculous way, in that it connects at the same time that it isolates and encloses in the cover of individual expression the possibility of universal intelligibility. The individual, wherever, whenever, and however they live, is a fragment torn from their whole race, and language proves and sustains this interconnection that governs the fates of the individuals and the history of the world. Elements elementae of Kant and Schelling are strangely intermingled in this first metaphysical approach of Humboldt's philosophy of language. On the basis of the critical analysis of the cognitive faculties, Humboldt seeks to advance to the point where the opposition between subjectivity and objectivity, between individuality and universality, sublate into pure indifference. The path he takes in the demonstration of this ultimate unity is not, however, the path of intellectual intuition, which is said to raise us immediately above all the barriers of the finite analytical discursive concept. Like Kant, as a critic of cognition, Humboldt, as a critic of language, stands in the fertile bathos of experience. Again and again, he stresses that if it is not to be chimerical, contemplation, even though it was determined to lead to the ultimate depths of humanity, must begin from the dry, even mechanical analysis of the physical. For that original agreement between the world and the human, on which the possibility of all cognition of truth is based, and which, therefore, we must certainly presuppose as a universal postulate in any investigation of particular objects, can be recovered for us only piecemeal and progressively by way of the appearances. In this sense, the objective is not the given but rather always remains to be achieved. With this determination, Humboldt draws the consequence of Kant's critical theory for the philosophy of language. The metaphysical opposition of subjectivity and objectivity is replaced by their transcendental correlation. Just as for Kant, the object, as object in appearance, does not, as something external and otherworldly, stand over against cognition. Rather, it is initially made possible, initially conditioned and constituted, through its own categories. So now the subjectivity of language no longer appears as a barrier that cuts us off from the apprehension of objective existence sign, but rather appears as a means of forming form of the objectification of sensible impressions. Language, no more than cognition, begins with the object as something given in order simply to imprint it within itself. Rather, it harbors within it a mode of spiritual apprehension that enters as a decisive moment in all our representations of the objective. Of course, the naive, realistic intuition, because it constantly lives, weaves, and acts in objects hardly takes note of this subjectivity and arrives only with difficulty at the concept of a subjectivity that reconfigures the objective, not accidentally, capriciously, or arbitrarily but according to inner laws, so that the apparent object itself becomes only a subjective point of view and yet given full right to make claim to general validity. Thus, for the naive, realistic intuition, the diversity of languages is only a diversity of sounds, which it considers only as a means to achieve its constant pointing to things such. This tangible, realistic view, however, hinders the expansion of our knowledge of language and makes the actually available dead and barren. The true ideality of language is grounded in its subjectivity. Thus, it was, and always will be, futile to attempt to exchange the words in the various languages for universally valid signs such as those possessed by mathematics in its lines, numbers, and algebraic symbols. For this can only ever exhaust a small part of what can be thought, can only designate those concepts that are formed by purely rational construction. However, where the matter of inner perception and sensation can be stamped into concepts, it all depends there on the individual faculty of representation of the human being, which is inseparable from their language. The word, which first makes the concept into an individual member of the world of thought, significantly adds something of its own to it. And as the idea receives its determination through it, the idea is also held captive within certain limits. Through the mutual dependency of thought and word to each other, it is evident that languages are not really the means of presenting an already cognized truth, but much more, they are the means of uncovering the previously uncognized. Their diversity is not one of sounds and signs, but a diversity of views of the world itself. Here is found, for Humboldt, the ground and ultimate purpose of the investigation of language. Historically, a remarkable process takes shape that once again shows us how truly fertile and fundamental philosophical ideas continually prove to be effective even beyond the immediate formulation that they first received through their authors. For here, Humboldt, by way of Kant and Herder, had found his way back from Leibniz's narrow logical view of language to a deeper, more comprehensive, universal, idealistic apprehension that is grounded in the general principles of Leibniz theory. Just as for Leibniz, the universe is given only in its reflection by the monads, just as each one of them depicts the totality of the phenomena from an individual point of view, and yet, on the other hand, just as the totality of these perspective views and the harmony among them constitutes what we call the objectivity of appearances, the reality of the phenomenal world, so here, for Humboldt every individual language is an individual view of the world of this sort, and only the totality of these views of the world renders the concept of objectivity attainable for us. Thus, as subjective, language is comprehended such that it stands in the way of the cognizable, while as objective, it confronts the human being as an empirical, psychological subject. For each language is an echo of the general nature of the human. The subjectivity of the whole of humanity, yet again, becomes something intrinsically objective. With this view of objectivity, not as something simply given and there to be described but as something to be achieved through a process of spiritual forming, the second basic element underlying Humboldt's consideration of language is postulated and posited. Any consideration of language must proceed genetically, not in the sense that it pursues the temporal emergence of language and attempts to explain its becoming from determinate empirical, psychological causes, but rather in the sense that it recognizes the finished framework Gefüge of linguistic formation as derived and mediated, which is understood only if we succeed in constructing it out of its factors and in determining the mode and direction of these factors. The breaking up of language into words and rules will never be more than a dead concoction of scientific dissection, for the nature vaison of language is based not on those elements elementae that abstraction and analysis highlight in it but exclusively on the eternally repetitive work of spirit, the capability to make articulated sounds into the expression of thought. In every single language, this work posits particular centers and spreads out from it in different directions, and yet this manifoldness of products ultimately merges, not, to be sure, into the objective sage-like unity of a product but into the ideal unity of an intrinsically lawful doing. Just as the existence of spirit in general can as such be thought of only in activity, so too can every particular existence that is possible and comprehensible be thought of only through the existence of spirit. What we call the being vaison and form of a language is, therefore, nothing other than the constant and uniform element that we can demonstrate not in something but in the work of spirit that raises the articulated sound to the expression of thought. Even that which might appear in language to be its actual substantially consistent existence, even the simple word detached from the context of the sentence, does not communicate something, such as a substance, already produced, nor does it possess a self-contained concept. Rather, it merely suggests to form such a concept with autonomous energy and in a determinate way. Human beings do not understand one another by actually offering the signs of things, nor even by the fact that they mutually decide to produce precisely and completely the same concept. Rather, they do so by touching in one another the same link in the chain of their sensible representations and internal production of concepts, by striking the same key on their spiritual instrument, whereupon corresponding, but not the same, concepts spring forth spring and in each. If the link in the chain, the key on the instrument, is touched in this fashion, the whole vibrates and what issues from the soul as a concept is attuned to everything that surrounds the individual link, even to the remotest distance. Thus, here too, the harmony and the infinitely varied production of the words of language and the terms of concepts, not the simplicity of an existence reproduced in it, is the stable support and the guarantee of objectivity. Basically, therefore, the true bearer of linguistic sense is never the individual word but rather only the sentence, for only the sentence reveals the original force of synthesis on which all speech as well as all understanding are ultimately based. This general view is most sharply and succinctly expressed in Humboldt's famous formulation that language is not a work, ergon, but an activity, energia, and that, as a result, the true definition of it can be only a genetic one. Strictly speaking, this definition clearly applies to every instance of speech. However, in its essential and true sense, we can regard the totality of this speech, as it were, only as the language, and we can consider the function and its general, lawfully determined exercise only as that which constitutes its substantiality, its ideal consistent existence. With the concept of synthesis, we also arrive at the third of the great pairs of oppositions by which Humboldt considers language. This opposition, the differentiation of matter and form, which dominates Humboldt's general view, is also rooted in the sphere of Kantian thought. For Kant, form is only an expression of a relationship. However, for this very reason, because all our knowledge of appearances ultimately dissolves into a knowledge of temporal, spatial relationships, it constitutes the actual objectifying principle of cognition. The unity of form, as the unity of connection, grounds the unity of the object. The combination of a manifold can never come to us through the senses. Rather, it is always an act of spontaneity of the power of representation. Thus, we can represent nothing as combined in the object without having previously combined it ourselves, and among all representations, combination is the only one that is not given through objects but that can be executed only by the subject itself. To characterize this form of combination, which is grounded in the transcendental subject and its spontaneity and yet is strictly objective because it is necessary and universally valid, Kant had based himself on the unity of judgment and, thus, directly on the unity of the sentence. For him, Judgment is nothing other than the mode of bringing given cognitions under the objective unity of apperception, though this unity is grammatically expressed in the copula of judgment, in the little word of relation is that combines subject and predicate. Only by this is a fixed and unsublatable and off-habit consistent existence of the judgment posited. What is expressed here concerns a belonging together Zusammengehören of representations, not their mere being together Zusammensein according to fortuitous, psychological associations. Humboldt's concept of form expands what is said of a single linguistic determination to the whole of language. In every complete and thoroughly formed language, the act of designating a concept by certain characteristic material traits must be joined by a distinctive work and a distinctive formal determination by which the concept that is transposed into a certain category of thinking is designated, for example, as substance, property, or activity. This transposition of the concept into a determinate category of thinking is a new act of linguistic self-consciousness, through which the isolated instance, the individual word, is related to the totality of possible instances in language or speech. Only through this operation, carried out with the greatest possible purity and depth and firmly embedded in the language itself, is an adequate fusion and articulation created between its independent activity, arising from thinking, and that purely receptive activity that follows from external impressions. Here too, matter and form, receptivity and spontaneity, like the aforementioned oppositions individual and universal, subjective and objective, are not pieces broken asunder out of which the process of language is composed but elements momenta in the genetic process, which necessarily belong together and which can be separated from each other only in our analysis. The priority of form over matter, which Humboldt asserts with cant and finds most clearly and sharply expressed in the inflected languages, is thus apprehended as a priority of validity and not as a priority of empirical, temporal existence, because in the existence of every language, even in the so-called isolating languages, both determinants, the formal and the material, are necessarily posited together with one another, not one without the other or one before the other. All of this denotes, of course, only the external outline of Humboldt's view of language and, as it were, its intellectual framework Rahmen. What gave this view its gravity and fertility was, however, the manner in which it was filled out by Humboldt's linguistic research into this framework Rahmen, the twofold direction by which he constantly passed over from the appearance to the idea and from the idea to the appearance. The basic idea of the transcendental method, the consistent relation of philosophy to science, which Kant had undertaken with respect to mathematics and mathematical physics, now seemed confirmed in a totally new domain. The new fundamentally philosophical view of language called for, and made possible, a new configuration of the science of language. In Bopp's general view of language, he reaches back to Humboldt already the very first sentences of his comparative grammar, published invoke Humboldt's concept of the linguistic organism and defining the task of the new science of comparative linguistics. August Schlenker in the Progress Toward the Natural, Scientific View of Language. As the concept of the organism advanced beyond the domain of the speculative treatment of language into the domain of empirical research, it was once again believed, however, that just because of its breadth and indeterminacy and ambiguity was inherent in it that threatened to make it unusable for the treatment of individual, concrete problems. If philosophical speculation had seen in this concept essentially a mediation between opposing extremes, it seemed, therefore, to obtain some share in the nature of each of these extremes. However, can such a concept that shimmers, as it were, with every color, still be used as a ground, if it concerns this, not a general metaphysics of language but a specialized methodology? If, from the standpoint of their basic methodological character, it came to deciding whether the laws of language should be designated as natural, scientific or historical laws, if the share of the physical and of spiritual factors in the formation of language, as well as their mutual relationship, could be ascertained, if, in the end, it could be determined to what extent conscious and unconscious processes played a part in the formation of language, then, the mere concept of the language organism Sprachorganismus must still appear unable to provide an answer to all of these questions. For precisely the middle position that it takes up, hovering, as it were, between nature and spirit, between unconscious effective action and conscious creation, would seem to allow it to move back and forth between the two perspectives. It needs only a slight alteration in order to disturb the delicate equilibrium in which it maintains itself and, depending on the direction in which this alteration takes place, to bestow on it an altered content Gehalt and an altered, indeed, an opposing methodological significance. In fact, the history of the philology of language Sprechenschaft in the 19th century sets before us in concrete determinacy the process that we have attempted to suggest in a general, schematic form. The Philologiesprechenschaft carries out the same transition that is simultaneously accomplished in the Historiographie Geschichtswissenschaft and in the systematization of the human sciences Geisteswissenschaften in general. The concept of the organic retained its central position, however. Its sense and its tendency underwent a radical transformation once the biological concept of the development of modern natural science had opposed the concept of development of Romantic philosophy. In the consideration of the phenomena of life itself, the speculative concept of organic form was gradually displaced by its purely natural, scientific concept, and this immediately affected the consideration of linguistic phenomena. This process of intellectual transformation is, in particular, reflected with typical clarity in the scientific development of August Schleicher. In his view of language and the history of language, Schleicher not only took the step from Hegel to Darwin but also passed through all of the intermediary stages between these two outlooks. We see in Schleicher not only the beginning and the end but also the individual phases of that movement by which the speculative consideration of language transitioned into a purely empirical one, and also by which for the first time the concept of the lawfulness of language gradually acquired distinct content. In Schleicher's first important work, Investigations in Comparative Philology, he assumes that the proper nature Wesen of language, as an articulated sound expressing spiritual life, is to be sought in the relationship by which the expression of signification and the expression of relation remain together. Each language is characterized by how it expresses signification and relation. Beyond these two elements moment and absolutely no third element forming the nature Wesen of language can be thought. On the basis of this presupposition, languages are divided into three main types: the isolating, monosyllabic, language, the agglutinative language, and the inflected language. Signification is material, the root. The relation is the formal alteration made to the root. Both elements must be included as necessary constituents in language. However, although neither can be totally lacking, the relationship that they strike up together can be different. It can be merely implicit or more or less explicit. The isolating languages express signification only phonetically, while the expression of relation is decided by the position of the word sounds and by the accent. The agglutinative languages possess relational sounds in addition to significative sounds, but the two are only externally bound together, in that the designation of relation is annexed only materially and superficially to the root, which undergoes no internal alteration. Only in the inflected languages are the two basic elements not only strung together but also truly connected to and permeating one another. The first is characterized by the undifferentiated identity of relation and signification, or, one might say, by the pure in itself ansic of relation. The second is characterized by differentiation into relational sounds and significative sounds, thus the emergence of relation in a separate phonetic existence for itself. For sich the third, therefore, is this sublation of that difference, that joining together of the same. The return to unity, however, is a return to an infinitely greater unity, because it presupposes the difference out of which it arises, and it apprehends this difference as sublated within itself. If thus far, the reflection of Schleicher has strictly followed Hegel's dialectical schema, which dominates equally well the determination of the being Wesen of language as a whole, as well as the view of its internal organization, then already in a compendium of the comparative grammar, this attempt at a dialectical classification is accompanied by an attempt at a natural scientific classification. The systematic dimension of linguistic research, Schleicher expressly points out, possesses an unmistakable similarity to the natural sciences. The entire habitus of a family of languages can, like that of a family of plants or animals, be reduced to certain specific criteria. As in botany, certain characteristic traits, cotyledons, types of blossom, more than others prove suitable as the basis of classification, precisely because these characteristic traits usually coincide with others, and the phonetic laws seem to fulfill this role in the classification of languages within a single linguistic family, for example, the Semitic or Indo-Germanic family. Initially, however, the consideration, of course, does not follow this empirical path but rather follows a purely speculative direction. The monosyllabic languages, because they do not know of the organization of words, resemble the simple crystal that, in opposition to the more highly organized organisms, appears as a strict unity. The agglutinative languages, which have achieved the organization into parts but have not yet fused these parts into a true whole, correspond to the organic realm of plants. On the other hand, the inflected languages, in which the word is a unity in the manifold of its members, correspond to the animal organism. And for Schleicher, this is not a question of mere analogy but rather of a highly significant objective determination that springs from the very being Wesen of language itself, so that the methodology of Philologiesprechenschaft is decided. If languages are natural beings Naturwesen, then the laws according to which they develop must be the laws of natural science and not the laws of historical science. Indeed, the historical and language-forming process disintegrates both temporally as well as in terms of its content. History and the formation of language are not simultaneously reciprocating but rather superseding faculties of the human spirit. For history is the work of the self-conscious will, whereas language is the work of an unconscious necessity. If in history freedom exhibits itself, gives itself its own reality, then language belongs to the unfree, natural side of human beings. Admittedly, language is also a process of becoming that may, in the broader sense of the word, be called history a successive emerging of moments. However, this becoming is so little a characteristic trait of the free spiritual sphere that it emerges most unspoilt unjarred even in nature. Once history has taken place, once spirit no longer produces sound but confronts it and uses it as a means, language can develop no further. On the contrary, it now increasingly refines itself. The formation of language occurs before history Geschichte, and the decline of language begins in historical historisch time. Language is, therefore, for human spirit what nature is for world spirit, the state of its being. Other Ernst saying. Its agreement with history begins with its spiritualization, from that point in time after which it will gradually lose its corporeality, its form. The natural, scientific part of linguistics is, in opposition to the historical part, the systematic part. If the philologist who needs language only as a means by which to penetrate into the spiritual being, vision and life of a people, deals with history, then, by contrast, the object of linguistics linguistic is language, whose constitution lies beyond the willful determination of the individual. It is likewise impossible, for example, for the nightingale to exchange its song for that of the lark. That, however, which can no more be changed in an organic way by the will of the human than its bodily constitution, does not belong to the domain of free spirit, but rather to that of nature. Consequently, the method of linguistics is also totally different from that of any of the historical sciences and essentially assumes the methodology of the other natural sciences. Like the natural sciences, its task is the exploration of a domain in which we discern the rule of unalterable natural laws in which the will and caprice of human are able to change nothing. We see that only one step is needed so that the consideration of language dissolves entirely into the consideration of nature, so that the laws of language dissolve into the pure laws of nature, and this step was taken 25 years later by Schleicher in his Darwinian theory and the science of language Sprechenschaft. In this work, which took the form of an open letter to Ernst Haeckel, the opposition between nature and spirit, which had hitherto governed Schleicher's view of language and its position in the system of the sciences, was dropped as obsolete. Schleicher notes that the direction of thinking in the modern period is unmistakably toward monism. Dualism, construed as an opposition between spirit and nature, content and form, being, vision and appearance, had, he declared, been entirely superseded in the outlook of the natural sciences. For this outlook, there was no matter without spirit, just as little, however, as there is no spirit without matter, or there was neither spirit nor matter in the usual sense but rather only one entity that was both at once. From this, the science of language must draw, therefore, the simple inference that it, too, must renounce any sort of special position for its laws. The theory of evolution, whose validity Darwin had demonstrated for the species of animals and plants, must be equally valid for the organisms of language. To the species of a genus there corresponds the languages of a tribe, to the subspecies there corresponds the dialects of a language, to the varieties and variants there corresponds the sub-dialects and concurrent dialects, and finally, to the single individuals there corresponds the mode of speech of the individual, the language of the speaking human being. And here too, in the linguistic domain, we also find the origin of the species by gradual differentiation and the survival of the more highly developed organisms in the struggle for existence, which seems to have established Darwin's idea far beyond its original domain and shown it to be the foundation of both the natural and human sciences. From a methodological standpoint, we find ourselves here at the opposite extreme from Schleicher's original point of departure. Anything that is constructed a priori, he now expressly declares, is, at best, an ingenious game that is, however, worthless junk for science. Once it is recognized that observation is the foundation of our present knowledge, once empiricism is granted unlimited rights, then everything that has hitherto passed for the philosophy of language is as dead as the dialectical philosophy of nature. Nature philosophy, it belongs to a past phase of thinking, whose framing of the questions, like its solutions, lie behind us. Of course, Schleicher, even in this last formulation of the problem of language, only fulfilled in small part the demand that he sets up here. It is easy to see that, in turning from Hegel to Haeckel, he merely exchanged one form of metaphysics for another. The actual step into the promised land of positivism was reserved for a new generation of researchers, to instead of attempting a total monistic or evolutionistic explanation of all reality, strove to apprehend the methodological problems of the science of language in their special particularity, in their sharp and clear isolation. The grounding of the modern science of language and the problem of phonetic laws. To be sure, in this sense, it was not possible through such a limitation that the problem of language would in a single stroke be disengaged from its involvement and entanglement with, on the one hand, the methodological issues of historiography, Geschichtswissenschaft, and, on the other, with those of natural science. For even positivism, to which the solution of this problem now seemed to have been entrusted once and for all, when it negates the possibility of metaphysics, is, precisely in this negation itself, still philosophy. As such, however, it could not content itself with a mere manifold of particular facts or the particular laws governing these facts, but was compelled to seek a unity for this manifold that could be found nowhere else than in the concept of law itself. That this concept possessed in the various domains of knowledge a uniform, unchanging significance was initially simply assumed. However, as the more methodological self-determination advanced, the more this presupposition necessarily became the problem. If we speak of linguistic, historical, and natural, scientific laws, we take for granted a certain logical commonality of structure among them all. However, from the standpoint of methodology, the specific imprinting and nuanced shading that the concept of law undergoes in each individual domain was more important than this commonality. If the whole of the sciences is to be apprehended as a truly systematic whole, then, on the one hand, a general task of cognition must be stressed in all of them. However, on the other hand, it must be shown how this task undergoes in each of them a particular solution under certain particular conditions. The development of the concept of law in the modern science of language has been determined by both of these considerations. If we now follow the transformations of this concept from the perspective of the general history of science and the general critique of cognition, then it becomes evident in a remarkable and characteristic way how the individual domains of knowledge ideally condition one another even where we cannot speak of any immediate influence. The different phases that the concept of natural law passed through correspond, with almost unbroken continuity, to the different conceptions of the linguistic laws. And it is a question here not of a superficial transference but of a deeper commonality Gemeinsamkeit, of the impact of the specific basic intellectual tendency of the time in completely different spheres of inquiry. The theory of principles that dominated exact natural science in the middle of the 19th century received its most pregnant expression in those celebrated sentences with which Helmholtz introduced his treatise on the conservation of energy. While Helmholtz identified that the task of this work was to prove that all effects in nature can be traced back to attractive and repellent forces, whose intensity depends only on the distance between the points affecting one another, he meant not to put forward this principle as a mere factum but rather to derive its validity and necessity from the form of the concepts of nature. The principle that any alteration in nature must have a sufficient cause, according to him, is truly fulfilled only if we succeed at tracing all events geschehen back to their ultimate causes, which act in accordance with an absolutely immutable law, which consequently produce hervorbringen the same effect at all times under the same external relationships. The discovery of these ultimate immutable causes is in every case the proper goal of theoretical natural sciences. Now whether all events can really be traced back to such causes, whether nature must be fully comprehensible, or whether there are alterations in it that evade the laws of a necessary causality, that is to say, which fall into the domain of spontaneity or freedom, need not be decided here in any case. It is clear that science, whose purpose it is to comprehend nature, must proceed from this presupposition of its comprehensibility and continue to investigate and draw inferences under this presupposition until perhaps compelled by irrefutable facts to recognize its limitations. It is well known how this presupposition that the comprehensibility of nature coincides with its continuous explicability by mechanical principles spread from the domain of inorganic being into that of the organic events geschehen, and how also descriptive natural science came to be wholly dominated by it. The boundaries of the cognition of nature now coincided with the boundaries of the mechanical worldview. To identify a process in inorganic or organic nature meant nothing other than to dissolve it into its components and ultimately into the mechanical motions of atoms. Whatever did not submit itself to such a dissolution seemed destined to remain an absolutely transcendent problem for the human mind and for all human science. If we consider this basic view, which, within the natural sciences, was stated most clearly by Dubois, Raymond in his celebrated lecture on the boundaries of the cognition of nature applied to the consideration of language, then a concept of language can be spoken about only if it is possible to reduce its complex phenomena to simple alterations of ultimate elements elementae, and if it is possible to establish generally valid rules for these changes. Such an inference was far removed from the older speculative way of thinking about language, organisms, for precisely because the organic events geschehen were located for them between nature and freedom, it did not appear to be subjected to any absolute necessity. Rather, a certain amount of free play appeared between the different possibilities. Bopp had on occasion expressly stressed that in language one should not seek laws offering more solid resistance than the shores of rivers and oceans. Here Goethe's concept of the organism prevails. Language is subjected to a rule that, as Goethe put it, is fixed and eternal but, at the same time, living. Now, however, since in natural science the idea of the organism seemed to have dissolved utterly into the concept of the mechanism, no room remained for such a view. The invariable lawfulness that governs the entire becoming of language may appear obscure in the complex appearances. However, in the actual elementary processes of language, in the phenomena of phonetic change, they must emerge unveiled. As is now emphasized, if we admit of arbitrary accidental deviations that cannot be brought together into some interconnection with one another, then we are basically saying that the object of our investigation, language, is inaccessible to scientific cognition. As we can see, it is a general presupposition regarding concepts and comprehensibility in general. It is an entirely determined ideal of cognition, that is required by a certain framing of linguistic law. This postulate of the exceptionlessness of elementary laws was given its sharpest framing in Brueggemann, and it investigate and draw inferences under this presupposition until perhaps compelled by irrefutable facts to recognize its limitations. It is well known how this presupposition that the comprehensibility of nature coincides with its continuous explicability by mechanical principles spread from the domain of inorganic being into that of the organic events geschehen, and how also descriptive natural science came to be wholly dominated by it. The boundaries of the cognition of nature now coincided with the boundaries of the mechanical worldview. To identify a process in inorganic or organic nature meant nothing other than to dissolve it into its components and ultimately into the mechanical motions of atoms. Whatever did not submit itself to such a dissolution seemed destined to remain an absolutely transcendent problem for the human mind and for all human science. If we consider this basic view, which, within the natural sciences, was stated most clearly by Dubois, Raymond in his celebrated lecture on the boundaries of the cognition of nature applied to the consideration of language, then a concept of language can be spoken about only if it is possible to reduce its complex phenomena to simple alterations of ultimate elements elementae, and if it is possible to establish generally valid rules for these changes. Such an inference was far removed from the older speculative way of thinking about language, organisms, for precisely because the organic events geschehen were located for them between nature and freedom, it did not appear to be subjected to any absolute necessity. Rather, a certain amount of free play appeared between the different possibilities. Bopp had on occasion expressly stressed that in language one should not seek laws offering more solid resistance than the shores of rivers and oceans. Here Goethe's concept of the organism prevails. Language is subjected to a rule that, as Goethe put it, is fixed and eternal but, at the same time, living. Now, however, since in natural science the idea of the organism seemed to have dissolved utterly into the concept of the mechanism, no room remained for such a view. The invariable lawfulness that governs the entire becoming of language may appear obscure in the complex appearances. However, in the actual elementary processes of language, in the phenomena of phonetic change, they must emerge unveiled. As is now emphasized, if we admit of arbitrary accidental deviations that cannot be brought together into some interconnection with one another, then we are basically saying that the object of our investigation, language, is inaccessible to scientific cognition. As we can see, it is a general presupposition regarding concepts and comprehensibility in general. It is an entirely determined ideal of cognition, that is required by a certain framing of linguistic law. This postulate of the exceptionlessness of elementary laws was given its sharpest framing in Brueggemann, and the elementary physical processes of phonetic development, the complex psychological conditions of speech must now, once again, emerge in their own right. Now, the constant uniformities of phonetic change were traced back to the physical factors, while the apparent exceptions were traced back to psychological factors. The strict and exceptionless elaboration of the physiological laws that regulate phonetic change is confronted by the drive of the linguistic formation of analogies that is directed to the phonetically holding together, the formal belonging together of the words of language and to their assimilation in one another. Meanwhile, this recognition of the psychological, spiritual factors in the formation of language clearly upheld itself within relatively narrow boundaries. For the concept of spirit no longer signifies what it had for Humboldt and for idealist philosophy. It bears an unmistakable naturalistic imprint. It has passed through the concept of mechanism and is determined by it. The psychological laws that govern the mechanism of representations now appear, therefore, as the basic laws of spirit. Considered from a purely fundamental point of view, it amounts to the same whether we formulate these laws as they are defined by Wundt or Hermann Paul or as they are defined in Herbart's psychology. In either case, it is the type of lawful association back to which one traces the laws of language and from out of which one attempts to comprehend them. For this reason, however, the contents of the various factors of the formation of language stand methodologically on the same level and belong, as it were, to the same dimension of consideration. Language constructs itself in the psyche seal of the individual through the intertwining of the various physiological mechanisms of sound production and of the psychological mechanisms of associations. It is a whole that can be understood by us in no other way than by progressively dissecting it into physical and psychological elementary processes. Thus, language continues to be classified here as a natural event. However, the mechanistic concept of nature has been replaced by a broader concept, the psychophysical nature of the human being. This shift is expressly emphasized in the most comprehensive and consistent presentation of linguistic phenomena that are found from the standpoint of modern psychology. The way phonetic laws and analogy formation constantly intertwine, Wundt stressed, is obviously much more comprehensive if we regard them not as disparate forces opposing one another but as conditions, both of which are in some way ultimately grounded in the unitary psychophysical organization of the human being. So it is that, because of the memory-like reproduction of forms governed by phonetic law, we must presuppose, on the one hand, a concurrence of the verbal associations that have been brought to the explanation of analogy formation, and, on the other hand, that associations, like all psychological processes, are modified by repetition into automatic combinations, so that those phenomena, which at the outset are characterized as psychological elements, come with time to be numbered among the physical elements. And the change is not merely successive as here illustrated, where a psychological element thus called by us on the basis of certain obvious characteristic traits is transformed into a physical factor and vice versa, but from the very beginning the two are so intimately intertwined that they cannot be separated, because with each factor of one type a factor of the other type would have to be eliminated. Here the idealistic demand for totality, the demand not to piece language together out of disparate elements elemente but to always see in it the expression of the whole person mensch and of their spiritual natural being, reappears in a new form. However, at the same time, it turns out that for the present this demand is only vaguely formulated and inadequately fulfilled in what is designated here as the unity of the psychophysical nature of a person mensch. If we look back over the whole development of the philosophy of language from Humboldt to the neo-grammarians, from Schleicher to Wundt, we see that with all its increased specialized knowledge and insight, it has, from the purely methodological point of view, moved in a circle. To establish the same inner certainty as the science of nature, in order to acquire the same content Gehalt of exact, inviolable laws, the science of language should be based on natural science, and it should be oriented toward its construction. However, the concept of nature that was chosen as a basis proved, more and more, to be only an apparent unity. The more sharply it was analyzed, the clearer it became that this concept harbored within itself elements of an entirely different signification and origin. So long as the relationship between these elements was not transparent and conclusively determined, the different naturalistically colored concepts of language were in danger of a dialectical shift into their opposite. This transformation can be followed in the concept of phonetic law, for though it was initially determined to designate the rigorous and uniform necessity that prevails in every linguistic alteration, it ultimately became more and more estranged from this determination. Phonetic change and shift ceased to be regarded as an expression of blind necessity and were referred back to mere statistical rules of chance. In this view, the alleged laws of nature become mere laws of fashion, created by some individual arbitrary act, stabilized by habit, and extended by imitation. Thus, the very concept that should have created a firm and unified foundation for the science of language still harbored within itself unmediated oppositions that would set the philosophical consideration of language before a new task. How this not only shook but ultimately shattered the positivist schema of consideration is shown with particular clarity in the writings of Karl Vossler. Vossler builds on Hegel in his two books, Positivism and Idealism in Linguistic Science and Language as Creation and Development. However, equally clear as this connection is the line that connects him to Wilhelm von Humboldt. Humboldt's idea that language is never to be comprehended of as a mere work, Ergon, but rather as an activity, Energia, that the facts Tatsache of language become fully intelligible only if we trace them back to the spiritual fact, Aktathandlungen from which they rose, finds here, under different historical conditions, its renewal. Even for Humboldt, this principle is meant to designate not so much the psychological origin of language as rather its enduring form that is working through all the phases of its spiritual construction. This construction does not resemble the mere unfolding of a given natural germ but rather bears the thoroughgoing character of spiritual spontaneity that is manifested in a new way at every new stage stuff. In the same sense, Cassirer compares and contrasts the concept of language as creation to the intrinsically ambiguous concept of the development of language. What is in it, as the given lawfulness of a certain state of affairs, can be retained in the form of rules however, behind this merely having become geared and now stand the true constitutive acts of becoming, the constantly renewed acts of the spiritual act of generation. And in this act, on which the whole of language is essentially based, the true explanation of individual linguistic phenomena should be found. The positivistic tendency of observation that seeks to progress from the elements elemente to the whole, from sounds to words and sentences and from here to the distinctive sense of language, is accordingly now inverted into its opposite. We must start from the primacy of sense and from the universality of the construction of Sense-Sinfügung to comprehend the individual phenomena of the development and history of language. Spirit that lives in human discourse constitutes the sentence, the component part, the word, and the sound. If this idealistic principle of causality is taken seriously, then all the phenomena described by such lower disciplines as phonetics, the theory of inflection, morphology, and syntax, must find their ultimate and true explanation in the supreme discipline, i.e., stylistics. The grammatical rules, the laws, as well as the exceptions in formation of forms and in the syntax, are to be explained through the style that prevails in the construction of each language. The linguistic usage, insofar as it is a convention, i.e., an already congealed rule, exhibits syntax. The linguistic usage, insofar as it is a living creation and formation, examines betrachtet stylistics. The path must run from the latter to the former, not from the former to the latter, since in everything spiritual, the form of becoming renders accessible for us the intelligibility of the form of the having become Twerdenen. Insofar as we are concerned with the mere ascertainment of the facts of the history of language, with the cognition of the given, positivism can continue to be recognized as a principle of research, as methodological positivism. What is rejected is only that a positivistic metaphysics that believed that with the ascertainment of facts it had also fulfilled the task of their spiritual interpretation. It is replaced by a metaphysics of idealism, in which aesthetics appears as the central member. If the idealistic definition, language equals spiritual expression, is justified, Cassirer concludes, then the history of linguistic development can be nothing more than the history of spiritual forms of expression, that is to say, a history of art in the broadest sense of the term. However, in this conclusion, in which Cassirer joins Benedetto Croce, there lies a new problem and a new danger for the consideration of language. Once again, it is taken into the whole of a philosophical system. However, this taking up seems to include at the same time the condition that language be identified with one of the members of this system. As in the idea of general and rational grammar, the particular nature of language was ultimately dissolved into a universal logic and was in danger of being merged with aesthetics and so considered as the general science of expression. However, is aesthetics, as Cassirer assumes with Croce, actually the science of expression per se, or does it signify only one of the sciences of expression, a symbolic form having equal stature alongside others? Does there not consist analogous relations to those between the form of language and the form of art, as between them and all other forms that, like myth, construct a proper spiritual world of signification through the medium of their own image, world? With these questions, we have returned back to the basic systematic problem from which we started. Language stands in a focal point of spiritual existence sein, a point at which rays of quite diverse origin Herkunft converge and from which lines of influence radiate to every domain of spirit. From this, however, it follows that the philosophy of language can be designated as a special branch of aesthetics only if aesthetics has previously been detached from all specific relation to artistic expression, if, in other words, the task of aesthetics is grasped so generally that it expands to what we have here attempted to define as the task of a universal philosophy of symbolic forms. If language should be shown to be a truly independent and original energy of spirit, then it must take its place in the totality ganza of these forms, without falling together with any of the other already existing individual members. Thus, with every systematic connection into which it enters with logic and aesthetics, it must be assigned its distinctive position in the whole and in this way have its autonomy secured. 2. Language in the phase of sensible expression. Language is expressive movement, gesture language and word language. To determine with certainty the particularity of any spiritual form, it is necessary first that it be measured by its own standards. The perspective, according to which it is to be judged and its achievement assessed, may not be introduced from the outside but must be taken from its own basic lawfulness of forming formung. No fixed metaphysical category, No determination and classification of being derived elsewhere, however certain and firmly grounded these may appear, can relieve us of the necessity for a purely immanent beginning. The right to apply this category is secured only if we do not prepend this category as a fixed datum to the characteristic principle of form but rather are able to derive it from this principle and to understand it in this light. In this sense, every new form constitutes a new construction of the world that is carried out according to a specific standard of measure that is valid for it alone. The dogmatic view, which begins from the being of the world as a given and fixed point of unity, is of course inclined to let all these inner differences of spiritual spontaneity merge into some general concept of the being Wesen of the world and in this way make them disappear. It creates fixed partitions of being Sein. It divides being, for example, into an inner and outer, a psychic seal and a physical reality, into a world of things and a world of representations, and again the same differences are repeated within each of these opposing delimited districts. Consciousness, the being of the psyche seal, is also divided into a series of separate, opposing independent faculties. The progressive critique of cognition teaches us not to take these divisions and separations as absolute determinations inherent once and for all in things but rather to understand them as mediated by cognition. It shows, in particular, that the opposition of subject and object, of I and world, is, for cognition, not simply to be accepted but rather justified by its preconditions and determined in its significance. And this applies equally to the construction of the world of knowledge as to every truly independent foundational function of spirit. The consideration of the artistic, as well as mythical or linguistic, expression is in danger of missing its mark if from the outset instead of immersing itself unbiasedly into the individual forms and laws of expression, it begins from the dogmatic assumptions regarding the relationship between archetype or build and picture op build, reality and semblance, the inner and outer world. The question must rather be whether these differences are not co-conditioned through art, through language, and through myth and whether each of these forms does not proceed in the positing of the differences according to different perspectives and consequently must draw the boundary lines differently. The representation of a rigid substantial separation, of a sharp dualism between the inner and outer world, is, in this way, thrust more and more into the background. Spirit comprehends itself and its opposition to the objective world only in that it brings certain differences situated in itself into phenomena as differences of consideration and, as it were, injecting them into phenomena. Thus, language, too, initially persists in a strange indifference toward the separation of the world into two clearly separated spheres, into an outward and an inward being, but it also almost seems as if this indifference belongs necessarily to its being Wesen. The psychic content and its sensible expression appear set here into one, so that the former does not exist as such before the other as something independent and self-sufficient, but rather, it is only completed in it and with it. The two, the content as well as the expression, become what they are only in their reciprocal interpenetration. The significance that they receive through their relation to one another is not outwardly added to their being, but this significance first constitutes their being. Here no mediated outcome is given, rather, there exists that very fundamental synthesis from which language as a whole springs forth and through which all its parts, from the most elementary sensible expression to the supreme spiritual expression, are held together with each other. And not only the formed and articulated phonetic language but even the simplest mimetic expression of an inner event Geschehen shows this indissoluble integration, shows that this event Geschehen does not in itself form a finished, closed, off sphere, out of which consciousness emerges only accidentally, as it were, for the purpose of conventional communication to others, but that its apparent alienation constitutes an essential factor in its own formation and configuration. In this sense, the modern psychology of language was right to assign the problem of language to the problem of a general psychology of expressive movements. We have here, considered purely methodologically, an important approach by starting with movement and the feeling of movement. The sphere of conceptual means at the disposal of traditional sensationalist psychology has basically already been surpassed. From the standpoint of the sensationalist view, the fixed and rigid state of consciousness is the first given. Indeed, in a certain sense, it is all that is given. The processes of consciousness, insofar as they are acknowledged and appreciated at all in their own particularity, are reduced to a mere sum, to a combination of states. If the movement and feeling of movement are considered as an element and a fundamental factor in the construction of consciousness itself, then in this, it is recognized that here too the dynamic is not based on the static but rather the static on the dynamic, that all psychological reality consists of processes and alterations, while the fixation into states constitutes only a subsequent work of abstraction and analysis. Thus, mimetic movement is also an immediate unity of the inward and outward, the spiritual and the bodily, insofar as it directly signifies and means besagt in them something other than what it directly and sensibly is but which it makes present gegenwärtig in them. We find here no mere transition, no arbitrary addition of the mimetic sign to the affect it designates rather, both the affect and its utterance Äußerung, inner tension and its discharge, are given in one and the same temporally. Undivided act. Every arousal of the interior expresses itself by virtue of an inner connection that can be described purely physiologically and interpreted originally in terms of a bodily movement, and further progress in this development exists only in a sharper differentiation of this relationship. Specific movements are linked to specific arousals in an increasingly accurate correlation. Of course, this form of expression Ausdruck does not at first appear to lead beyond the mere imprint Obdruck impression of the inner in the external. An external stimulus passes from the sensible to the motor function, which, however, seems to remain entirely within the domain of merely mechanical reflexes, without announcing a higher spiritual spontaneity. And yet this reflex is the first indication of an activity in which a new form of concrete consciousness and a new form of concrete object, consciousness begins to be constructed. Darwin attempted in his work on the expression of the movement of the emotions to create a biological theory of expressive movements in which he interpreted these movements as a residue of originally purposeful actions. The expression of a specific effect would be nothing more than an attenuation of a previous concrete, purposeful action. The expression of anger, for example, would be an attenuated and faded image of a former movement of aggression, the expression of fear, the image of a movement of defense, etc. This view is open to an interpretation that leads beyond the restricted circle of Darwin's biological framing of the problem and places the question in a more general context. Indeed, every elementary expressive movement forms an initial demarcation of spiritual development, insofar as it is still entirely situated in the immediacy of sensible life and yet, at the same time, goes beyond it. It implies that the sensible drive, instead of pushing forward directly toward its object and satisfying itself and losing itself in it, undergoes a kind of inhibition and reorientation, in which a new consciousness of this very drive is awakened. In this sense, the reaction contained in the expressive movement prepares the way for a higher stage stuff of action. As the action Aktion withdraws, as it were, from the immediate form of effective action Wirken, it acquires a new room to move Spielraum and a new freedom. It is, therefore, already in transition from the merely pragmatic to the theoretical, from physical to ideal doing. In the psychological theory of gesture language, it is customary to distinguish two main types of gestures. On the one side, there are indicative Hinweisen gestures and on the other imitative gestures content and psychological genesis. These classes can be clearly delimited from each other. The indicative Hinweisen gesture is derived biologically and, from the evolutionary point of view, from the movement of grasping. As Wundt states, from the earliest development of the human being, arms and hands have been active as the organs with which objects are grasped and mastered. From this evidently original use of the grasping organs, in which the human is superior only in degree but not in nature vasen to the higher animals with analogous activities, there follows, however, one of those gradual alterations, which at first are of a regressive nature, but in their effects provide important components of a progressive development, leading to the first primitive form of pantomimic movement. Genetically considered, this is nothing more than the grasping movement reduced to an indication Andeutung. We still find it among children in every possible transition from the original to the later form. The child still clutches for objects that it cannot reach because they are too far away. In such cases, the clutching movement changes to a pointing movement. Only after often repeated attempts to grasp the objects, is the pointing movement as such established. And this seemingly simple step toward gaining independence now forms one of the most important stages on the path from animal development to specifically human development. For no animal advances to the characteristic transformation of the grasping movement into the indicative Hinweisen gesture. Even among the most highly developed animals, clutching into the distance, as pointing with the hand has been called, has never gone beyond the first, incomplete beginnings. Even this evolutionary fact indicates that a feature of typical, general spiritual significance is hidden in this clutching at the distance. It is one of the first steps by which the sentient and desiring eye removes the imagined and desired content from itself and configures it into an object, into an objective content. In the primitive stage of effects and drives, every apprehending Erfassen of the object is only its immediate, sensible grasping or Griffen and taking possession of it. The foreign being is brought into the forceful power of one's own being in a purely material sense, its substantiality is drawn into the sphere of the eye. Even the first beginnings of sensible cognition are still entirely within this sign. It believes, according to Plato's pregnant and characteristic expression, that it is possible to literally grasp the object with both hands. However, All progress in concepts and pure theory consists precisely in overcoming this first sensible immediacy. The object Gegenstand of cognition, recedes more and more into the distance, so that, for the critical mindfulness of knowing, it can appear as an infinitely remote point, an infinite task of knowing at the same time. However, it first achieves in this apparent distance its true ideal determinacy. In the logical concept, in judgment and inference develops that mediate apprehending Erfassen that accounts for the genuine character of reason. Indeed, a continuous transition thus seems to lead genetically and actually from grasping Greifen to comprehending Begriffen. Sensate, physical grasping becomes sensual interpretation. However, the latter already contains the first approach toward the higher functions of signification as they emerge in language and thinking. To measure the extreme range of this opposition, we might say that the sensible extreme of mere showing Weisen stands over against the logical extreme of demonstration Beweisen. From the mere exhibiting Aufweisen, by means of which an absolutely individual something is designated, the path leads to a continuously more general determination. What in the beginning was a mere deictic function becomes the function of apodeixis. Language seems to preserve this interconnection in that it connects the expressions for speaking and saying with those for pointing out Zeigen and showing Weisen. In the Indo-European languages, the verb to say Zeigen is derived for the most part from the verb to point out. Zeigen dicere stems from the same root that is contained in the Greek point out, show, reveal, while the Greek say, Zeigen goes back to the root fa, which originally designated shine and appear as well as making. Appear. Of course, the assessment of gesture language would seem to develop differently, if we start not from the consideration of indicating Hinweisen gestures but from the second fundamental class, from the class of imitating gestures. For imitation as such forms a counterpart to any free form of spiritual activity. In imitation, the eye remains caught up in the external impression and its constitution. The more accurately it repeats this impression, excluding all spontaneity of its own, the more fully the aim of imitation has achieved its purpose. The richest and most highly differentiated gesture languages, those of the natural peoples, show this bond in the strongest way. The gesture languages of cultural peoples contain, in addition to the immediate, sensible, imitative signs, an abundance of so-called symbolic gestures, which do not directly picture the object or activity to be expressed but designate it only indirectly. However, in these gesture languages, for example, the language of the Cistercian monks and in the Neapolitan gesture language described in detail by Jorio, it is evidently not a question of primitive forms but of highly complex formations Gebilde, on which the form of phonetic language has already profoundly and determinately acted. The further back we go, however, to the actual and independent content Gehalt of gesture languages, the more all mere concept signs seem to recede and seem to be replaced by simple thing signs. The ideal of a purely natural language, in which all conventional arbitrariness is eliminated, seems as a consequence to be realized here. Thus, for example, it is reported that in the gesture language of the North American Indians, only a few gestures are conventional in origin. The vast majority, rather, consist in the simple reproduction of patent natural phenomena. If we consider only this feature of the pantomimic reproduction of given sensibly perceivable objects then we do not seem to be on the path to language as a free and original pursuit of spirit. It must be noted here, however, that neither imitation nor indication Hinweisung, neither the mimetic nor the deictic function, constitutes an absolutely simple and entirely uniform achievement of consciousness but rather that in the one as in the other elements elementae of diverse spiritual origin and significance interpenetrate each other. Even with Aristotle, the words of language are designated as imitations, and it is said of the human voice that of all organs it is the best suited and formed for imitation. For Aristotle, however, this mimetic character of the word does not stand in opposition to its purely symbolic character. Rather, the symbolic character of the word is equally and strongly stressed by emphasizing that the inarticulate interjection Empfindungslaut, as we find in the animal world, becomes speech sound only through its being used as a symbol. The two determinations unite with each other, in that imitation is used here in a broader sense and in a deeper significance according to which, for Aristotle, it appears not only as the origin of language but also the origin of artistic activity. Understood in this way, mimesis belongs to the domain of poiesis, production, of the creative and configuring activity. It no longer concerns the mere repetition of something outwardly given but a free spiritual projection and Vorf. The apparent reproducing Nichtbilden in truth presupposes an inner forming Vorbilden. And, indeed, upon closer observation, it becomes evident that this element, which emerges purely and independently in the form of artistic configuration, extends down to the elementary beginnings of all seemingly purely passive reproduction. For this passive reproduction never consists in a mere retracing, feature for feature, of a determinate content of reality, but rather in singling out a pregnant element and thereby extracting a characteristic outline of its shape gestalt. However, with this, imitation is on its way to becoming a presentation, in which objects are no longer simply received in their finished formation but are constructed by consciousness according to their basic constitutive features. To reproduce an object in this sense does not mean simply putting it together from its individual, sensible characteristic traits, but comprehending it in its structural relationships, which can be truly understood only if consciousness constructively produces them. Gesture language already features the rudiments of such a higher form of reproduction, provided that, in their developed formations, they disclose a transition from the merely imitative to the presentative gesture, in which, as Wundt characterized it, the image of an object is more freely configured, in the same sense as fine art Bildkunst is freer than mere imitative technique. This function of presentation, however, emerges in an entirely new freedom and depth, in a new spiritual actuality when for the gesture it uses the sounds as the means and as the sensible substrate. In the historical development of language, this process of detachment does not take place all at once. Even today, in the language of natural peoples, it can be clearly recognized not only how in them the language of gestures continues to exist alongside phonetic language but also how it still decisively determines it in its forming formung. We find everywhere here this characteristic penetration in accordance with the word concepts of these languages, which can be completely comprehended and understood only if they are understood at once as mimetic and manual concepts. The gesture is so closely connected with the word, the hands with the intellect, that they truly seem to form a part of it. Likewise, in the development of children's speech, the sound only gradually detaches itself from the totality of mimetic movements even at relatively advanced stages stuffen, it remains embedded in this mimetic totality Ganze. However, once the separation has been accomplished, language has also acquired, with the new element in which it now moves, a new basic principle of its construction. Its truly spiritual spontaneity develops only in the physical medium of sound. Both now mutually condition each other. The organization of sounds now becomes the means for the organization of thoughts, whereas the latter creates for itself a more and more differentiated and sensitive organ in the formation, ausbildung and forming of sounds. Compared to all other means of mimetic expression, the sound possesses the advantage that it is capable of a greater degree of articulation. Its very fluidity, which contrasts with the sensible, intuitive determinacy of the gesture, gives it an entirely new capacity for configuration, making it capable of expressing not only rigid determinations of the contents of representation but also the subtlest vibrations and nuances of the process of representation. If with its plastic imitation the gesture seems better adapted to the character of things than, as it were, the disembodied element of sound, then sound acquires its inner freedom precisely by the fact that in it this relation is broken off, that it is a mere becoming, which can no longer immediately reproduce the being of objects. On the objective side, it now becomes capable of serving, not only as an expression of content, related qualities, but above all as the expression of relations and the formal determinations of relationships. On the subjective side, the dynamic of feeling and of thinking are imprinted on it. For this dynamic, the language of gestures, which is restricted to the medium of space and thus is able to designate movement only by dividing it into individual discrete spatial figures, has no adequate organ. In the phonetic language Lautsprache, however, the individual discrete element enters into a completely new relationship with the whole of sound production Lauterzugung. Here the element exists only through its constantly coming into being anew. Its content merges in its product Hervorbringung. This act of sound production, however, now structures itself ever more sharply into particular differentiated determinations. In particular, to the qualitative separation and gradation of sounds is added a dynamic gradation through accent and rhythmic gradation. Attempts have been made to demonstrate in this rhythmic organization, as it exhibits itself, particularly in primitive work songs, an essential moment of artistic development and linguistic development. Sound is still immediately rooted here in the purely sensible sphere, however, because what it springs from and what it serves to express is not merely passive sensation but a simple sensible doing. It is ready to surpass this sphere in the concept. The mere interjection, the individual sound of affect and arousal extracted from an overwhelming momentary impression, now passes over into an internally coherently ordered sequence of sounds, in which the interconnection and order of the doing are reflected. Jacob Grimm writes in his essay on the origin of language, "The ordered unfolding of sounds means for us organizing, articulating, and the human language appears as an organized language. With this the Homeric epithet of human being coincides, those who divide, articulate, glean and organize their voice. Only now is the material of language so constituted that a new form can become imprinted on it. The sensible, Affective state transposes itself and as it were perishes in mimetic expression, it discharges in mimetic expression and therein finds its end. While this immediacy is impeded during the progressive development, for this reason, the content, at the same time, stabilizes and internally configures itself. A higher stage of consciousness, a sharper apprehension of its inner differences, is now required if it is to reveal itself toward the outside, if it is to bring itself to a determinate and clear appearance in the medium of organized sounds. By inhibiting the direct outbreak into gestures and inarticulate sounds of arousal, an inner measure, a movement within the sensible desire and representing erects itself. From the mere reflex, the path ascends, ever more resolutely, to the various stages stuff in of reflection. In the development of the structured sound, in the fact that, to speak with Gouda, the clang rounds itself into a tone, presents us in ever new form with the most general phenomenon that we encounter in different domains of spirit. Through the particular nature of the linguistic function, we perceive the universal symbolic function, as it unfolds with immanent lawfulness in art, in mythical, religious consciousness, in language, and in cognition. Mimetic, analogical, and symbolic expression. Like the theory of art and the theory of cognition, the theory of language freed itself only gradually from the constraint of the concept of imitation and the picture theory. The question of the ordinary names of things stands at the center of the ancient philosophy of language. And the problem as to whether language should be regarded as by custom initially concerned not the emergence of language but the truth and reality of its content to halt. Do language and the word remain entirely within the sphere of subjective representing and opinion, or does there exist a more profound interconnection between the realm of naming and that of actual being? Is there an inner objective truth and correctness in naming? The Sophists rejected, whereas the Stoics affirmed, such an objective validity of the word. However, in both the rejection and the affirmation, the form of the framing of the question itself remains the same. The basic presupposition that is assumed in the defense as well as in the disavowal of its value is that the task of cognition is to reflect and reproduce the essential being of things, whereas the task of language is to reflect and to reproduce the essential being of cognition. The Sophists strive to show that both tasks are unattainable. If there is being, as it says in the Gorgias, then it is for the human incomprehensible and unknowable. If it is cognizable, then it is unpronounceable and incommunicable. Just as by their nature, the senses of sight and hearing each remain enclosed in a certain sphere of qualities, just as the one is only able to perceive brightness and colors and the other can only perceive tones, so too can speech never transcend itself in order to grasp its opposing other, in order to seize being and truth. The Stoics attempted in vain to escape this consequence by asserting a natural affiliation between being and cognition, as well as a natural interconnection, a correspondence between imitation, between word and sense. The view that the word wholly or partly reflected being, that it forms its genuine true sense of a word, according to its origin, leads itself by ad absurdum to transform into its development into its opposite. In addition to the relationship of similarity, its converse is now admitted as the etymological basis of explanation. Contradiction passed as formative principles of language. Similitudo became contrarium, analogy became anomaly. The devastating effects of this infamous explanation by opposition on the progress of etymology are well known. On the whole, however, they make it clear that any explanation of language that is based on the postulate of similarity must, in the end, necessarily arrive at its polar opposite and with this sublate itself. Even where words are taken as imitations not of things but of subjective states of feeling, where, as in Epicurus, they are said to reflect not so much the constitution of objects as rather the proper passions of the speaker, the consideration of language, though it has changed its norm, is still essentially subordinated to the same principle. If the demand for picturing Abbildung is sustained as such, then it is ultimately the same whether the pictured Abgebildet is itself an inner being or outward appearance, whether it is a complex of things or of feelings and representations. Indeed, under the latter presupposition, not only must skepticism toward language recur, but it must also assume an ever sharper framing façon. For language can claim to grasp the immediacy of life even less than it can the immediacy of things. On the contrary, even the slightest attempt to express this immediacy has already sublated it. The soul speaks, so speaks, alas, the soul no more. Thus, language already forms its pure form in contrast to the abundance and concretion of the world of sense, sensation and feelings. Gorgias' objection that the speaker speaks the speaking, but not the color or the thing is applicable to a heightened degree if we replace objective reality with subjective reality. A thoroughgoing individuality and the highest determinacy dominate in subjective reality. In contrast, a thoroughgoing generality, i.e., indeterminacy and ambiguity, of merely schematic signs, dominate in the world of words. As the general significance of the word effaces all the differences that characterize actual psychic events geschehen, it would, therefore, seem to us that the path of language, instead of raising us up into the spiritually general, leads us, rather, downward into the common, for only that which is not distinctive to an individual intuition or sensation, but that which is held in common with others, is graspable by language. This remains, therefore, only a pseudo-value, only the rule of a game that becomes more compelling as more players subject themselves to it, but that, as soon as it is critically understood, must renounce every aspiration to present, let alone to know and to understand, anything actual, whether it belongs to the inner world or the outer world. Basically, however, in the critique of cognition as in the critique of language, this radical version Fassung of skepticism admittedly contains within itself the overcoming of skepticism. Skepticism seeks to expose the nullity of cognition and language, but what it ultimately demonstrates is the nullity of the standard by which it measures them. It is the inner dissolution, the deconstruction of the basic presuppositions of the picture theory reflected methodically and consistently in the development of skepticism. The further the negation is driven in this matter, the more clearly and more determinately a new positive insight results from it. The final semblance of any mediate or immediate identity between reality and the symbol must be effaced. The tension between the two must be enhanced to the extreme, for in this tension the distinctive achievement of symbolic expression and the content gehalt of each individual symbolic form can become visible. Indeed, this cannot be made manifest as long as we hold fast to the belief that we possess reality as a given, self-sufficient being, as a whole, be it that of things or that of simple sensations, prior to all spiritual forming. If this presupposition were true, then admittedly the forms as such would have no other task than one of mere reproduction, which, however, must necessarily fall short of the original. In truth, the sense of each form cannot be sought in what it expresses but only in the manner and mode, in the modus and inner lawfulness of the expression. In this lawfulness of formation, and thus not in nearness to the immediately given but in progressive distance entfernung from it, lie the value and the particular nature of linguistic configuration and the value and particular nature of artistic configuration. This distance from immediate existence and from immediate lived experience is the condition of its visibility, of its spiritual awareness. Bewussthet. Language, too, begins only where our immediate relationship to sensible impression and sensible affectivity ceases. The sound is not yet a speech, sound so long as it gives itself purely as repetition, so long as the will to signification as well as the specific element of significance are lacking in it. The aim of repetition lies in identitate. The aim of linguistic designation lies in difference. The synthesis that is undertaken in it can be only a synthesis of differences for Schiedenen, not a synthesis of what resembles or is similar. The more the sound resembles what it expresses, the more it still is this other, the less it is able to signify it. The boundary is sharply drawn not only from the side of spiritual content but also from that of the biological and genetic content. Even among the lower animals, we encounter a great number of original sounds expressing feeling and sensation, which, in the development of the higher species, become more and more differentiated, which unfold into determinate articulated and mutually delimited linguistic utterances, cries of fear or warning, lures or mating calls. However, between these sounds of the cry and the sounds of designation and significance characteristic of human language remains a separation, a hiatus that has been newly confirmed by the sharper methods of observation of modern animal psychology. The step toward human language, as Aristotle initially emphasized, could be taken only once the pure significatory sound had gained primacy over the sounds of affect and arousal, a primacy that, in the history of language, is expressed by the circumstance that many words of the highly developed languages, which at first sight seem to be mere interjections, prove, on closer analysis, to be regressions from more complex linguistic formations Gebilde, from words or sentences with a certain conceptual significance. In general, language can be shown to have passed through three sequential stages: stuffen in maturing to its proper form, in achieving its inner self, emancipation. If we designate these stages stuffen as mimetic expression, analogical expression, and truly symbolic expression, then this tripartite division contains at first nothing more than an abstract schema. However, this schema fills with concrete content Gehalt to the extent that it is shown not only that it can serve as a principle of classification of given linguistic phenomena but also that the functional lawfulness of the construction of language that is exhibited in it has its very determinate and characteristic counterpart in other domains, such as art or cognition. The more we are able to approach the actual beginnings of phonetic language, the more we seem to become stranded in that circle of mimetic presentation and designation in which gesture language is also rooted. What the sound seeks is an immediate nearness to the sensible impression and as faithful a rendering as possible of the manifold of this impression. This striving not only governs for a long time the development of the language of children but also emerges most vigorously everywhere in the language of primitive peoples. Language here closely follows the concrete, individual event, and its sensible image and attempts to exhaust, as it were, the individual with sound, which does not allow itself to be satisfied with a general designation. Rather, each particular nuance of an event is accompanied by a particular nuance of sound specifically designed for this case. Thus, for example, there are in and certain related languages adverbs that designate only one activity, one state, or one property and that, consequently, can be combined with only one verb. Many verbs possess an abundance of such qualifying adverbs pertaining to them alone, and most of them are phonetic reproductions of sensible impressions. Westermann counts in his Grammar of the U language no fewer than 33 such sound images for the single verb to walk, each designating a particular manner and particularity of walking, slouching or sauntering, limping or dragging the feet, shambling or waddling, forceful and energetic or weary. However, as he adds, this does not exhaust the series of adverbs that designate walking, for most of these can occur in a doubled, usual, or diminutive form, depending on whether the subject is big or little. Although this type of sound painting recedes as language develops, no language, no matter how sophisticated the cultural sphere, has not preserved numerous examples of it. Certain onomatopoeic expressions occur with striking uniformity in all the languages of the globe. They prove their force not only in that once formed they resist alteration through phonetic alterations and through otherwise generally applicable phonetic laws, but they also emerge as new creations that take place immediately in the bright light of the history of language. Given these facts, it is comprehensible that empirical linguists have often been inclined to assume the principle of onomatopoeia, so harshly maligned by the philosophy of language, and to attempt at least a limited rehabilitation of that principle. The philosophy of language of the 16th and 17th centuries still believed that onomatopoeic formations offered the key to the basic and originary language of humanity, to have immediately in hand the lingua atomica. Today, to be sure, the dream of this originary language has gradually faded away with the critical progress of linguistic analysis. However, we still find the occasional attempt to prove how in the earliest periods of language formation the classes of signification and those of sound corresponded to one another, that the totality ganze of originary words were divided into certain groups, each of which was linked to certain phonetic materials and constructed out of them. And even where we can no longer be hopeful of attaining by this path an actual reconstruction of the originary language, the principle of onomatopoeia continues to be recognized as a means by virtue of which an indirect representation of the relatively oldest strata of the formation of language can be acquired. Georg Curtius, for example, makes the following observation in the sphere of Indo-European languages. Despite all change, an impulse for conservatism is also recognizable in language. All the peoples of our tribe from the Ganges to the Atlantic Ocean designate the representation of standing by the sound, group sta in all of them. The notion of flowing is linked with the sound, group plu, with only unessential changes. This cannot be an accident. No doubt the same representation remained associated with the same sounds through all the millennia because there consisted for the feeling of the peoples a certain inner bond between the two, i.e., because for it, an impulse to express this representation with these sounds was present. The contention that the oldest words presuppose some relation of sounds to the designation of representation has often been mocked and ridiculed. It is difficult, however, to explain the origin of language without such an assumption. In any case, the representation also lies like a soul in the words of far more advanced periods. The attempt to apprehend this soul of the individual sound and class of sounds has always exasperated philosophers and researchers of language. The Stoics were not the only ones to take this route. Leibniz too attempted to trace the originary sensorson of individual sounds and sound groups. And after him, the finest and most profound students of language believed themselves able to clearly show the symbolic value of certain sounds, not only in the material expression of individual concepts, but also in the formal presentation of certain grammatical relations. Thus, not only did Humboldt find this interconnection confirmed in the choice of certain sounds for the expression of certain feeling values, how, for example, the sound group St regularly designates the impression of consistency and stability, the sound L that of melting and flowing, the sound W the impression of fluctuating and unstable movement, but he also believed that it was encountered everywhere in the means of the linguistic formation of form of inflection and gave special attention to this symbolic character in grammatical sounds. Jacob Grimm also attempted to show that, for example, the sounds used in the Indo European languages for the formation of words for questions and answers were closely connected with the spiritual significance of the question and the answer. The use of certain differences and gradations of vowels as the expression of certain objective gradations, in particular the designation of the greater or lesser distance of an object from the speaker, is a phenomenon that is rediscovered in the most diverse languages and linguistic regions. Almost without exception A, O, and U designate the greater distance and D and I the lesser. Differences in time interval are also indicated in this way by differences in vowels or by the pitch of vowels. In the same way, certain consonants and groups of consonants are used as natural sound metaphors to which an identical or similar function of signification is attached in almost every linguistic region. For example, with striking regularity, the resonant labials indicate a direction toward the speaker and the explosive linguals indicate a direction away from the speaker, so that the former appear as a natural expression of the I and the latter of the U. However, in these later phenomena, no matter how much they inherently bear, as it were, the color of immediate, sensible expression, they nevertheless have basically already transcended the sphere of mere mimicry and the imitative means of language. For now, it is a question no longer of an individual, sensible object or an individual sense impression retained in an imitative sound but rather of a qualitative gradation in a serial totality jessam tray of sounds that serves the expression of a pure relation. There no longer exists a relationship of direct material similarity between the form and particular nature of this relation and the sounds in which it exhibits itself, since the mere material of sound is such as in general incapable of reflecting the pure determinations of the relationship. Rather, the interconnection is mediated in that an analogy of form is apprehended in the relationship of sound, on the one hand, and that of the designated content, on the other, by virtue of which a determinate correlation of the content of an entirely different series takes place. This brings us to the second stage stuff, which, in opposition to the mere mimetic expression, we can designate as the stage stuff of analogical expression. The transition from one to the other is perhaps most clearly exhibited in those languages that employ musical tones for the differentiation of the signification of a word or for the expression of formal grammatical determinations. We still seem very close to the mimetic sphere, insofar as the pure function of signification still adheres entirely to the sensible sound and cannot be detached from it. Humboldt tells us that, in the Indo-Chinese languages, the differentiations of pitches of the individual syllables and the variety of accents between syllables make speech into a kind of song or recitative and that the tonal gradations in the Siamese, for example, are quite comparable to a musical scale. Particularly in the Sudanese languages, the most diverse nuances in signification are expressed by tonal variations, by a high, middle, or low tone or by composite shadings, such as the low, high-rising tone or high, low-falling tone. In part, there are etymological differences that are, in this way, referred to, that is to say, the same syllable serves, according to its tone, to designate entirely different things or events. And, in part, determinate spatial and quantitative differentiations are expressed in the diversity of syllabic tones. For example, the high-pitched words are used for the expression of greater distances and swiftness, low-pitched tones for the expression of nearness and slowness, etc. In addition, however, purely formal determinations and oppositions can in the same way find their linguistic presentation. Thus, for example, with only a mere change in tone, the affirmative form of the verb can transition into its negative form, or, however, the determination of the grammatical category of the word ensues by means of this principle, in that otherwise identical syllables may be identified as nouns or verbs by how they are pronounced. We are led one step further by the phenomenon of vowel harmony that, as is well known, dominates the entire construction of certain languages and linguistic groups, above all the construction of the Ural, Altaic languages. The aggregate of vowels are broken down here into two sharply separate classes, into the class of hard and soft vowels. Whereby, when consistently done according to a rule so that with the proliferation of a root by the vowel suffixes, the root syllable must meet and correspond to one of the same classes as the root syllable. Here the phonetic assimilation of the individual components of the word, thus a purely sensible means, serves to formally combine these parts and to enable the progression from a relatively loose agglutination to a linguistic whole, to a self-contained word or sentence formation Gebilde. In that the word or sentence, word is constituted by virtue of the principle of vowel harmony as a unit of sound, it gains in this vowel harmony its initial true unity of sense and interconnection, which initially simply concerns the quality of individual sounds in their physiological production, becomes the vehicle by which to connect these sounds into the unity of a spiritual whole, into the unity of a signification. This analogical correspondence between sound and signification is shown even more clearly and distinctly in the function of certain widespread and typical basic means of language formation, as for example, the use made of the phonetic means of reduplication for the word formation and morphology Wort und Formenbildung, as well as for syntax. At first sight, this reduplication seems to be governed entirely by the principle of imitation. The doubling of the sound or syllable seems intended merely to reproduce with the greatest possible fidelity a certain objective constitution of the designated thing or event. In the repetition, the sound huddles together with that which is given immediately in sensible existence or the impression. The repetition of sound has its proper place where a thing presents itself repeatedly to the senses with the same constitution, or where a temporal event takes place in a sequence of identical or similar phases. On this very elementary foundation, a system of astonishing diversity and the finest shades of signification is, however, now constructed. The sensible impression of plurality as such first breaks down into an expression of collective and distributive plurality. Certain languages, which have no designation for the plural in our sense, have instead developed the idea of distributive plurality Mehrheitmornis to the utmost sharpness and precision, by meticulously distinguishing whether a certain act presents itself as an indivisible whole or falls into several separate acts. If the latter is true, and the act is either performed by different subjects or effected by the same subject in different segments of time, in individual stages Stadien, this distributive division is expressed by a reduplication. Goethe has shown in his presentation of the Klamath language how this basic differentiation has actually become the dominant category of language, permeating all its parts and determining the whole form of the Klamath language. In other language spheres, we can also trace how the duplication of a word, which in the beginning of the history of language served as a simple means of designating quantity, gradually emerged as an intuitive expression for such quantities that were not given as a cohesive whole but were divided into separate groups or individuals. The intellectual achievement of this linguistic means is, however, far from exhausted. Like the presentation of plurality and repetition, the reduplication can also enter into the presentation of numerous other relationships, particularly the relationships of space and magnitude. Cassirer designates it as a grammatical originary form that serves essentially the expression of three basic intuitions: the intuition of force, the intuition of space, and the intuition of time. In approximate transition, the purely intensive signification develops out of the iterative signification, as is constituted by the adjective in the formation of comparative form, by the verb in the formation of the intensive forms, which then frequently passes over into causatives. Extremely subtle modal differences in an action or event can also be suggested by the simple means of reduplication, for example, in the different American indigenous languages where the reduplicated form of the verb is used to designate a kind of unreality in the action, to express that it exists only in an intention or a representation but has not arrived at real completion. In all these cases, reduplication has evidently passed far beyond the phase of mere sensible description or indication to objective being. Among other things, this emerges in the peculiar polarity of its use, by virtue of which it can be the expression and bearer not only of different modalities of signification but also of directly opposed modalities of signification. Apart from the intensifying signification, the exact opposite sometimes occurs, an attenuating of signification, such that it is used in the formation of the diminutive form of adjectives, in the formation of the limitative forms of verbs. In the determination of the temporal stages of an action, it can serve just as well as an expression of the present or the future, as an expression of the past. This is the clearest indication that it is not so much a reproduction of a fixed and limited content of representation as, rather, a determinate direction of apprehension and reflection, as well as a certain movement of representation that takes shape in it. The purely formal achievement of reduplication becomes even more evident where it passes from the sphere of quantitative expression to the sphere of pure relational determination. It then determines not so much the substantive signification of the word as its general grammatical category. In languages that do not recognize this category in the mere word form, a word is often transferred from one grammatical class to another, for example, transformed from a noun into a verb, by the mere reduplication of a sound or syllable. In all of these phenomena, which other similar ones could be placed alongside, it becomes clear how language, beginning from purely imitative or analogical expression, constantly strives to extend and finally surpass its own sphere. It makes a virtue of necessity of the ambiguity of the phonic sign. For precisely this ambiguity will not tolerate that the sign remains a mere individual sign. This ambiguity compels spirit to take the decisive step from the concrete function of designation to the general and universally valid function of signification. In this function, language emerges, as it were, from the sensible covering in which it has hitherto appeared. Mimetic or analogical expression gives way to pure symbolic expression, which, precisely in and by virtue of its alterity, becomes the bearer of a new and deeper spiritual content Gehalt. The expression of space and spatial relations. In the consideration of language, as in the theory of cognition, it is not possible to draw a sharp boundary between the domain of sensibility and that of the intellectual, such that both would be designated as opposing separate districts, each of which being defined as a separate and self-contained mode of reality. The critique of cognition shows that mere sensation, in which a sensible determination of quality is posited, would, if not for the form of order, in no way be a factum of immediate experience but rather merely the result of an abstraction. The matter of sensation is never given purely in itself and prior to all forming, rather, it already includes in its first positing a relation to the space, time, form. In the continuous progress of cognition, however, this initial, simply undetermined pointing to receives its progressive determination. The mere possibility of being, together and the possibility of succession unfold into the whole of space and time as a simultaneously concrete and general positing of order. We may expect that language, as a reflection of spirit, will also reflect this fundamental process in some way. And indeed, Kant's statement that concepts without intuitions are empty applies as 3. Language in the phase of intuitive expression. Much to the linguistic designation as it does to the logical determination of concepts. Even the most abstract configurations of language still clearly exhibit their interconnection with the primary intuitive foundation in which they are originally rooted. Here too, the sphere of sense is not as such separated from that of sensibility, rather, the two remain intimately interwoven with each other. The step from the world of sensation to that of pure intuition, which the critique of cognition demonstrates to be a necessary moment in the construction of cognition, a condition of the pure I, concept as well as the pure object, concept, therefore has its precise counterpart in language. Here too, these are forms of intuition, in whose construction the mode and tendency of spiritual synthesis prevailing in language first manifests itself, and only through the medium of these forms, only through the mediation of the intuitions of space, time, and number is language able to carry out its essential logical achievement, the configuration of impressions into representations. It is, above all, the intuition of space in which this interpenetration of sensible and spiritual expression in language most thoroughly proves itself. Even in the most general expressions that language creates to designate the spiritual process, the decisive participation of the representation of space emerges clearly. Even in the most highly developed languages, we encounter this metaphorical reproduction of spiritual determinations through spatial determinations. In German, this interconnection proves effective in such expressions as vorstellen to represent, verstehen to understand, begreifen to conceive/comprehend, begründen to explain/ground, erörtern to debate/discuss, etc., and it is found almost identically not only in the related languages of the Indo-European spheres but in linguistic families far removed from it. In particular, the languages of natural peoples are everywhere distinguished by the preciseness with which they bring to expression, as if immediately painting and mimicking all the spatial determinations and differences of events and activities. Thus, for example, Native American languages seldom have a general designation for walking, rather, they possess special expressions for walking up and walking down as well as for multifarious nuances of movement, and similarly, the expression for the position of standing below or above, inside and outside of a certain district, standing near something, standing in water, in the woods, etc. are precisely distinguished and separately designated. Whereas here language either leaves a large number of differences that we express through verbs entirely undesignated or places little weight on those verbs, all determinations of place, situation, and distance are meticulously designated by particles of original local or lich signification. The strictness and precision with which this designation is carried out are often regarded by specialists of these languages as their basic principle and the genuine essential feature that characterizes them. Crawford tells us that in the Malayo-Polynesian languages, the different positions of the human body are so sharply distinguished as to provide an anatomist, painter, or sculptor with useful indications. The Javanese, for example, render 10 different varieties of standing and 20 of sitting, each with its own specific word. Various Native American languages are able to express a sentence like "the man is sick" only so as to connote whether the subject spoken about is at a greater or lesser distance from the person speaking or the person spoken to, and whether he is visible or not visible to them, and often the place, location, and position of the one who is sick are indicated by the form of the word, sentence. All other determinations withdraw behind the sharpness of the spatial characterization, or they come indirectly to presentation only through the mediation of the determination of place. This applies equally for temporal, qualitative, and modal differences. In concrete intuition, the purpose of an action, for example, always stands in close relation to the spatial goal that it posits and the direction in which this goal is pursued accordingly. The final or intentional form of the verb is often formed through the inflection of a particle that serves, actually, the toponymorphization. In all this, a common, even highly significant epistemo-critical feature of linguistic thinking is revealed. To make for the application of the pure concepts of understanding to sensible intuitions, Kant called for a third, middle, element in which both, even though they are entirely dissimilar, must come to an agreement, and he finds this mediation in the transcendental schema, which is, on the one hand, intellectual and, on the other, sensible. In this respect, he distinguishes the schema from the mere image. The image built is a product of the empirical faculty of the productive imagination. The schema of sensible concepts, such figures figuren in space, is a product, and, as it were, a monogram of the pure a priori. Imagination, through which and in accordance with which images first become possible, but which must be connected with the concept, to which they are in themselves never fully congruent, always only by means of the schema that they designate. In its naming of spatial content and relationships, language possesses such a schema, on which it must designate all intellectual representations, in order to render spatial content and relationships sensibly graspable and presentable. It is as though all intellectual and ideal relations are graspable by linguistic consciousness only in that it projects them onto space and analogically pictures Ableton them in it. The relationships of togetherness, juxtaposition, and apartness provide it with a means of presenting the most diverse qualitative interconnections, dependencies, and oppositions. This relationship is already recognized and clarified in the formation of the most original spatial terms known to language. They are still entirely rooted in the sphere of immediate, sensible impression. However, they contain the first germs from which the pure expressions of relation will grow. Thus, they are oriented as much toward the sensible as toward the intellectual, for if they are entirely material in their beginnings, then by the same token they unlock in the first place the distinctive form, world form welt of language. With respect to the first element, it already becomes evident in the phonetic configuration of spatial terms. Aside from mere interjections, which, however, still mean bezogen nothing, which still do not contain any objective significant content, there is scarcely any class of words on which the character of natural sounds is more deeply imprinted than the words for the designation of here and there, the near and the distant. The deictic particles that serve for the designation of these differences can, in the configuration that they undergo in most languages, still be recognized as the residual effect of direct phonetic metaphors. Since in the various modes of pointing out and pointing to, sound serves only as an intensification of the gesture, its entire constitution has still not emerged from the domain of vocal gesture. It is thus seen that almost everywhere the same sounds are used in a variety of languages to designate certain local or Ortlich determinations. Apart from the fact that vowels of different qualities and nuanced intensities serve in the expression of spatial distance, certain consonants and groups of consonants are inherent in an entirely determinate sensible tendency. In the first babblings of the speech of children, a group of sounds with an essentially centripetal tendency are sharply distinguished from a group with an essentially centrifugal tendency. The em and n still clearly bear a direction toward the interior, whereas the discharging explosive sounds toward the outer, such as p and b, t and d, express the opposite striving. In the one case, the sound designates a striving that turns back to the subject. In the other case, it contains a relation to the outside world, a pointing to hinweisen, a showing away fortweisen, a rejection zurückweisen. Where there the gestures correspond to a will, to, seize greifen wollen, will, to, grasp umfassen wollen, will, to, gather, toward, on selfzuchteransehen wollen. Here the gestures correspond to indicating or pushing away. From this original difference, we can account for the astonishing similarity that is prevalent among the first words in the speech of children all over the world. And the same phonetic groups are found in essentially corresponding or similar functions when we inquire into the origin and earliest phonetic shape of the demonstrative particles and pronouns in different languages. For the beginnings of Indo-European language, Brugmann distinguishes a threefold form of pointing to. Deixis stands, in terms of its content and linguistic designation, in opposition to u, deixis, which again merges with the general form of that, deixis. Deixis constitutes itself through its direction and through the characteristic sound corresponding to this direction, the Indo-European demonstrative root to, while the consideration of nearness and distance plays as yet almost no role in it. Only the opposite to the I, only the general relation to the object as object standing over against Gegenstand, is retained in it. Only the sphere exterior to one's body is emphasized and delimited. Further development leads then to a clearer drawing out of individual areas berserk in opposition to each other within this total sphere. It includes the this and the that, the here and the there, the nearer and the more distant. With this, the simplest conceivable linguistic means of organizing the spatial intuition of the world is reached, whose spiritual consequences are of incalculable significance. The first framework Raman, in which all further differentiations will be integrated, is created. That such an achievement can fall to a group of mere natural sounds can be completely understood only if we consider that at this stage the act of showing Saigon, which is emphasized in these sounds, possesses a pure spiritual side alongside its sensible side, that in it, a new independent energy of consciousness manifests itself that goes beyond the domain of mere sensation of which the animal is capable. Accordingly, we see that even the configuration of demonstrative pronouns belongs to those original elementary thoughts of language formation that recurs in a similar way in the most diverse linguistic regions. We find everywhere the practice that certain differences in the location or distance of the object that are alluded to are expressed by the simple alteration of vocalic or consonantal sound. For the most part, the softer vowels express in most instances the place of the person addressed, the over, there, whereas the place of the speaker is designated by a sharper vowel. As concerns the formation of demonstrative elements elemente through consonantal elements elemente, the role of pointing into the distance falls almost uniformly to the groups D and T, or even those of K and G, B and P. In this respect, the Indo-European, Semitic, and Ural-Altaic languages show in their practices an unmistakable similarity. In some languages, one demonstrative element serves for the designation of whatever lies within the sphere of the perception of the speaker and another for what lies in the sphere of the perception of the person spoken to, or one form is used for an object close to the speaker, another for an object equally distant from the speaker and the person addressed, and a third for an absent object. Thus, for language, the precise differentiation of spatial positions Selene and spatial distances forms the initial point of departure from which it continues to the construction of objective reality, to the determination of objects. The differentiation of contents is grounded on the differentiation of places orte, the place of the I, you, and he, on the one hand, and the place of the physical object sphere, on the other hand. The general critique of cognition teaches that the act of spatial positing and spatial separation is the indispensable precondition for the act of objectivization in general, for the relation of the representation to the object. This is the core idea according to which Kant wrote his refutation of idealism as an empirical, psychological idealism. Already the mere form of the intuition of space bears within it a necessary pointing to an objective existence, to something actual in space. The contraposition of inner and outward, on which the representation of the empirical I is based, is possible only in that an empirical object is at the same time posited with it. The I can become aware of the changes in its own states only in that it refers to something permanent, to space and to something persistent in space. Not only can we perceive all time, determination only through the change in outer relationships, motion, in relation to persistence in space, for example, the motion of the sun with regard to the objects on the earth, we do not even have anything persistent on which we could base the concept of substance, as intuition, as merely matter. Consciousness of myself in the representation I is no intuition at all, but a merely intellectual representation of the self, activity of a thinking subject. And hence this I also does not have the least predicate of intuition that, as persistent, could serve as the correlate for time determination in inner sense. The fundamental principle of Kant's proof consists in his demonstration that the particular function of space is a necessary means and vehicle for the general function of substance and for its empirical, objective application. Only through the reciprocal interlocking of both functions is the intuition of a nature, a self, sufficient ensemble of objects configured for us. Only when a content is spatially determined, when it is distinguished by positing fixed boundaries from the undifferentiated totality Gesamtheit of space, does it acquire its own real configured being. The act of setting out and setting forth herausstellen and isolating, of existere standing out, first gives it the form of independent existence. In the construction of language, this logical state of affairs takes shape in that here too the concretion of place and space serves as the means by which to linguistically carve out ever more clearly the category of the object. This process can be traced in the various directions of linguistic development. If the assumption is true that the nominative endings in the masculine and neuter of the Indo-European languages are derived from certain demonstrative particles, then a medium for designating place served here to bring to expression the characteristic function of the nominative, its position as a subjective case. It could become the bearer of the activity only when a determinate local Ortlich characteristic, a spatial determination, was attached to it. This interpenetration of both moments, This spiritual reciprocity between the category of space and that of substance emerges, however, in a particular linguistic formation Gebilde that appears to have grown directly out of this reciprocal determination. Wherever language has developed the use of the definite article, the aim of this article consists in the specific formative development of the representation of substance, whereas its origin unmistakably belongs to the domain of spatial representation. Given that the definite article is a relatively late linguistic formation, this transition can therefore often be rendered immediately clear in it. In the Indo-European languages, the emergence and spreading of the article can be followed historically in detail. The article is lacking not only in Old Indian, Old Iranian, and Latin but also in Archaic Greek, particularly in the Homeric language. It first came into regular use only with Attic prose. In the Germanic too, the use of the definite article was established as a norm only in the Middle High German period. The Slavic languages never developed the consistent application of an abstract article. The similar relationship shows itself in Semitic languages in which, in general, the article admittedly is applied. At the same time, certain individual languages, such as Ethiopian, which in this respect has remained at an earlier stage, make no use of it. Wherever this use has developed, it can be clearly recognized as a simple splintering off from the sphere of demonstrative pronouns. The definite article arises out of the form of that, deixis, the object, to which it refers, is denoted as found befindlich outside and there, and is locally ortlich divorced from the I and the here. From this genesis of the article, it becomes understandable that it does not attain its most general linguistic function, to serve as the expression of the representation of substance, immediately, but only through a series of intermediaries. The force of nominalization substantive Ierung that belongs to it is formed only gradually. In the languages of natural peoples, certain demonstrative pronouns are used entirely in the sense of the definite article. However, this use no longer clearly points to the class of nominative words. In you, the article, which here follows the word it modifies, is used not only with nominatives but also with the absolute pronoun, with adverbs and conjunctions, and even where it upholds the original objective representation in the circle of thing designation, the general expression of objectification that it includes only gradually unfolds from more specific significations. The further back we follow the use of the article, the more concretely this use appears to become. Instead of a universal form of the article, we find here diverse types, which vary according to the quality of the particular object or object classes. The general function that it linguistically and intellectually serves is not yet detached from the particularity of the contents to which it is applied. In addition to the neuter article, the Indonesian languages have a special personal article, which stands before the names of individuals and tribes, and also before designations of kinship, not to qualify them in any way but merely to identify them as personal names, as a proper name. The language of the Punkah Indian sharply distinguishes between the articles used for animate and inanimate objects. Among the latter, such classes as horizontal and round objects, scattered objects or collective objects, each have a particular article, whereas in the application of the article for inanimate being vasen, a sharp difference is made as to whether this being is sitting, standing, or moving. In a peculiarly remarkable and instructive manner, however, certain phenomena of the Somali language reveal the basic concrete, intuitive significance that originally appertains to the article. Somali possesses three forms of the article that are distinguished from one another by the final vowel, a, I, and o respectively. The factor determining the use of one or the other form is the spatial relationship of the person or things aka that is spoken about to the speaking subject. The article ending in a designates a person or things aka, which is found immediately near the subject, visible to the subject, and even actually seen by the subject. The article ending in o refers to a more or less distant person or things aka, but which in any case is in sight of the speaker, and the article ending in I designates a content that is somehow known by the subject but is not at present visible to the subject. We can clearly and concretely grasp here how the general form of substantiation, the configuration of a thing, is expressed in the article, how it springs from the function of spatial pointing to, thus remaining at first attached to it, how it adheres most closely to the various modes of demonstration and their modifications until finally, at a relatively late stage, the detachment of the pure category of substance from the particular forms of spatial intuition takes place. If we attempt to follow still further how language progresses from its first sharply defined local Ortlich differentiation to the general determination of space and the designation of space, we seem to find here again that the direction of this process goes from the inner toward the outer. The differentiations of the regions in space take their departure from the point where the speaker finds themselves, and it advances out in concentric, expanding circles toward the organization Gliederung of the objective whole, toward the organization Gliederung of the system and ensemble of local Ortlich determinations. The differences of places are initially closely connected with certain material differences, and from this, in particular, the differentiation of the limbs Gliedmassen of the actual lived body serves as the beginning point for all further determinations of place. Once the image of the actual body has taken shape for the human being, once it has been apprehended as a self, enclosed and intrinsically structured organism, it serves, as it were, as a model according to which the whole of the world is constructed. The human possesses here an original set of coordinates that are constantly returned to and referred to in further progress, and from which the determinations will accordingly also be taken that will serve to linguistically designate this progress. Indeed, it is an almost universally observed fact that the expression of spatial relations is grounded in certain concrete noun stoffword, among which, once again, the words for the designation of the individual parts of the human body are most prominent. Inside and outside, before and behind, and above and below receive their designation through the fact that each is linked to a certain sensible substrate in the whole of the lived body of the human being. Where the more highly developed languages tend to use prepositions or postpositions for the expression of spatial relationships, in the languages of natural peoples, the use goes back almost without exception to nominal expressions that are either names for parts of the body or clearly derived from such names. According to Steinthal, the Mandingan languages express our prepositional concepts in a very material way. For behind, it makes use of an independent substantive that signifies back or rear, and for before, it makes use of a word that signifies eye on, as rendered by a word for neck and in by belly, etc. in other African languages, and in the South Sea languages. Such words as face and back, head and mouth, loin and hip perform the same function. And if at first sight, this may seem as a peculiarly primitive mode of designation, we find that it has its exact analogy and counterpart in far more advanced stages of language formation. On the other hand, of course, language does not thereby remain content with using the designations of the limbs and organs of the human lived body as spatial substantives, but rather proceeds, in that it emphasizes the principle of this designation, to a more general application of the principle. Rather than through the word back, the designation of behind can be brought to expression through a word like track. Likewise, under may be designated by a word such as ground or earth, and over by a word such as air. The designation is no longer limited to the ambit of one's own lived body, however. The procedure that language follows in its presentation of spatial relations has remained the same. The representation of concrete, spatial objects dominates the expression of spatial relations relationem. This emerges with particular clarity in the configuration that the words for spatial relations undergo in most of the Ural, Altaic languages. Here too, nominal expressions such as top or summit, bottom, trace, middle, or vicinity and price are used for the designation of over and under, before and behind, around, etc. And even where language has arrived at great freedom and abstract clarity in the expression of purely intellectual relations, the old spatial and thus fundamentally sensible, material signification from which the designation initially began still gleams through rather clearly. That prepositions were originally independent words in the Indo-European languages is made evident by the fact that in their combination with verbal roots, the connection remains extremely loose, so that, for example, augment and reduplication are with such combinations placed between the preposition and the verbal form. The development of certain individual Indo-European languages, such as the Slavic language, also shows, however, that new pseudo-prepositions were able to arise in which the material significance either remains alive in the linguistic consciousness or is immediately demonstrated by historical, linguistic examination. In general, we find that the Indo-European case forms have always served for the presentation of external spatial, temporal or other, more intuitive determinations, and that they have only gradually later acquired an abstract sense. Thus, the instrumental is originally the with case, which then through the intuition of spatial accompaniment transitions into that of the accompanying and modifying circumstance. The case came to indicate the means or basis of an action. From the spatial whence, the causal whereby develops, and from the whither, the general idea of aim and purpose. Of course, some have contested the localist theory of cases not only on the grounds of historical linguistics but also on the grounds of general epistemological considerations, whereas others have attempted to support and ground it through similar considerations. If, from the localist point of view, it is pointed out that the whole development of language, as well as that of thinking in general, must proceed from the intuitive, from the concrete, will, talive to the conceptual, and that the back, the designation of behind, can be brought to expression through a word like track. Likewise, under may be designated by a word such as ground or earth, and over by a word such as air. The designation is no longer limited to the ambit of one's own lived body, however. The procedure that language follows in its presentation of spatial relations has remained the same. The representation of concrete, spatial objects dominates the expression of spatial relations relationem. This emerges with particular clarity in the configuration that the words for spatial relations undergo in most of the Ural, Altaic languages. Here too, nominal expressions such as top or summit, bottom, trace, middle, or vicinity and price are used for the designation of over and under, before and behind, around, etc. And even where language has arrived at great freedom and abstract clarity in the expression of purely intellectual relations, the old spatial and thus fundamentally sensible, material signification from which the designation initially began still gleams through rather clearly. That prepositions were originally independent words in the Indo-European languages is made evident by the fact that in their combination with verbal roots, the connection remains extremely loose, so that, for example, augment and reduplication are with such combinations placed between the preposition and the verbal form. The development of certain individual Indo-European languages, such as the Slavic language, also shows, however, that new pseudo-prepositions were able to arise in which the material significance either remains alive in the linguistic consciousness or is immediately demonstrated by historical, linguistic examination. In general, we find that the Indo-European case forms have always served for the presentation of external spatial, temporal or other, more, intuitive determinations, and that they have only gradually later acquired an abstract sense. Thus, the instrumental is originally the with, case, which then through the intuition of spatial accompaniment transitions into that of the accompanying and modifying circumstance. The case came to indicate the means or basis of an action. From the spatial whence, the causal whereby develops, and from the whither, the general idea of aim and purpose. Of course, some have contested the localist theory of cases not only on the grounds of historical linguistics but also on the grounds of general epistemological considerations, whereas others have attempted to support and ground it through similar considerations. If, from the localist point of view, it is pointed out that the whole development of language, as well as that of thinking in general, must proceed from the intuitive, from the concrete, will, talive to the conceptual, and that however, even they have not given the three strictly grammatical cases a form so that the relationships expressed in the Indo-European languages by the nominative, genitive, and accusative are intimated here solely by the context. A true nominative or subjective case is lacking, while either the genitive has no formal expression or it is represented by a pure adhesive form that designates nothing but local presence örtliche Anwesenheit. The proliferation of expressions for purely spatial determinations is, however, positively luxuriant. Next to the designations of place or as such as found the largest manifold and precision in the particular designations for the Positionsstelle of a thing or for the direction of a movement. In this way, there emerges the allative and adhesive and essive and illative and translative, relative, and sublative cases, through which the rest within an object, the being among by it, the penetration into it, the issuing from it, etc. come to presentation. These languages, as Friedrich Müller describes the spiritual process underlying, do not simply remain standing beside the object, but penetrate, one might say, into the interior of the object and bring the interior to the exterior, the top of the object to its bottom in a formal opposition. Through the combination of the three relationships, rest, motion toward the object, and motion away from the object, with the categories of inside and outside, and in some languages above, an abundance of case forms emerge for which our languages have no feeling at all and which, therefore, we cannot adequately render them. For the vicinity in which this purely intuitive expression of case relationships still adheres to mere sensible expression, with all the subtlety in the differentiation of spatial relationships, they are still rendered throughout by substantive concrete nouns Stoffword. Of course, the expression of direction and differences of direction, however sensually they may always be configured in language, nevertheless always contain a new spiritual moment as opposed to the mere expression of being, of the persistence of a place. In many languages, spatial verbs, as well as spatial substantives, designate relationships that we customarily render through prepositions. Humboldt clarified this use in Kawi work through examples from the Javanese, adding that, in comparison to the application of spatial substantives, it would appear to manifest a subtler linguistic sense than is the case in the designation through a mere thing word. Indeed, in opposition to the substantivistic expression, which is always somewhat rigid, spatial relationships begin to become, as it were, fluid. The still entirely intuitive expression of a pure action prepares for the future intellectual expression of pure relations and again, the determination is for the most part closely linked here to one's own body, but now it is no longer the parts of the body but its movement, or, one might say, it is no longer its purely material being but its doing, that supports language. From the perspective of historical linguistics, we also see that in certain languages in which spatial verbs emerge alongside spatial substantives, the spatial verbs exhibit a relatively late formation. Initially, the difference in the sense of movement, the difference of the movement from one place here and toward that place there, was rendered through the choice of verb and its substantive signification. These verbs then appear in attenuated form in the type of suffixes by which the type and direction of movement are characterized. Native American languages are able to bring to expression through such suffixes whether the movement occurs inside or outside of a certain space, particularly inside or outside of the house, whether over the sea or over land, whether through the air or through the water, whether from inland toward the coast or from the coast toward the inland, whether carried out by a fireplace in the house or from the house to a fireplace. From the abundance of all these differences, which are given by the point of origin or arrival of movement and through the mode and means of its execution, there is above all one specific opposition that emerges and that moves more and more to the heart of designation. The natural, in a certain sense absolute, system of coordinates for all presentation of movement is, for language, evidently given by the place of the speaker and in the place of the person addressed. It is often distinguished with great precision and sharpness whether a particular movement ensues from the speaker to the person addressed, from the person addressed to the speaker, or from the speaker to a third person or things not addressed. On the basis of such concrete differentiations, as they are given through the connection in some sensual thing or through the connection to the I or you, language develops more general and more abstract designations. Certain classes and schemata of suffixes and direction can now emerge that divide the totality of possible movements according to certain principal points of space, particularly according to the cardinal directions of the heavens. In general, it seems that different languages are able to follow different paths in how they delimit the expression of rest and that of direction against each other. The accents may be distributed between the two in the greatest variety of ways if languages of the purely objective type or nominal form were given priority to the designation of place over the designation of movement, the expression of rest over the expression of direction, so that in general the inverse relationship prevails in the verbal types of language. A middle position is perhaps occupied by those languages that admittedly adhere to the primacy of the expression of rest above that of direction and by contrast configures it verbally. Thus, for example, the languages of the Sudan apply throughout only spatial nouns for the expression of spatial relationships such as above and below, inside and outside, which, however, contain within them a verb that designates dwelling and place or it. This local verb is always used to express an activity that occurs in a specific position stella. It is as if the intuition of activity cannot tear itself away from the intuition of the pure local Ortlich existence, as if it remains, as it were, imprisoned in it. However, this existence Dasein, the mere existence in a place or it, also appears as a kind of active behavior of the subject that is situated in it. Here again, we see how much the original intuition of language clings to the givenness of space and how it is, nonetheless, driven out from it as soon as it turns to the presentation of motion and pure activity. The more energetically reflection turns toward motion and pure activity and the more sharply it apprehends them in their particular nature, the more the pure objective, the substantial unity of space is reconfigured into the dynamic, functional unity, the more space is constructed as the totality of directions of action, of the principles and lines of the force of motion. Here a new factor enters into the construction of the world of representation, which up to now we have followed essentially according to its subjective aspect. What is established in this unique domain of language formation is the general law of every spiritual form according to which their content and achievement consist not simply in portraying an objective presence vorhanden but rather in creating a new relation, a genuine correlation between I and reality, between the subjective and the objective sphere. In language, too, by virtue of this reciprocal relation, the way toward the outside becomes at the same time the way toward the inside. In it, in the growing determinacy that the outward intuition gains in it extends also to the true development of the inner. Even the configuration of spatial words becomes for language the medium for the designation of the I and for its delimitation over against other subjects. Even the oldest stratum of spatial designation clearly recognizes this interconnection. In nearly all languages, the spatial demonstratives have formed the starting point for the designation of personal pronouns. The connection between the two classes of words is etymologically so close that it is difficult to decide which of them we are to consider as earlier or later, which is the fundamental and which is the derived. While Humboldt has sought in his seminal treatise on the affinity of local adverbs or its adverbion with pronouns in several languages to prove that the designation of personal pronouns in general goes back to words of local Ortlich sense and origin, Modern linguistics often tends to reverse the relationship, tracing the characteristic trichotomy of the demonstratives, found in most languages, to the original and natural trichotomy of the persons I, you, and he. However, this genetic question may ultimately be decided. It shows, in any case, that the personal and demonstrative pronouns, the original designations of persons and space, are closely related in their whole structure and belong, as it were, to the same stratum of linguistic thinking. It is the same half-mimetic, half-linguistic act of pointing to the same basic forms of deixis from which follow the opposition of hier I, there da, and over, there dort into that of I, you, and he. As Georg von der Gobelins remarks, here is always where I am, and what is here I call this dieses, in opposition to that, here dem and that, there genum, which is there da and over, there dort. This accounts for the Latin usage of hic here, iste this, illit equals meus my, tuus your, eius its and, in Chinese, for the coincidence of the second-person pronouns with conjunctions of local or lich and temporal proximity and of similarity. In the aforementioned treatise, Humboldt demonstrated the same relationship for the Malayan languages, Japanese, and Armenian. And in the whole development of the Indo-European languages, the third-person pronoun is not yet separated from the corresponding demonstrative pronoun. Just as the French illit/he goes back to Latin illit/he, Gothic is, modern German it/he, corresponds to the Latin is, and the I, you pronouns of the Indo-European languages also show an unmistakable interconnection with indicative hin-wise and pronouns. Exactly corresponding relations are found in the Semitic and Altaic languages as well as the indigenous languages of North America and Australia. The Australian indigenous languages, however, reveal a highly characteristic feature. It is reported that when, in certain indigenous languages of South Australia, an action is stated in the third person, a spatial qualifier is attached to both the subject and the object of this action. If one wants to say, for example, that a man has struck a dog with a spear, then the sentence must say rather that the man at the front there Devorn has struck the dog back there to Hinton with this or that weapon. In other words, there are no general and abstract designations for he or for this. Rather, the word that serves their expression is still fused with a certain deictic phonetic gesture, from which it cannot be detached. The same relationship underlies those languages that have expressions for designating the individual that is spoken about in a specific situation, such as sitting, lying or standing, coming or going, but lack a unitary expression for the third-person pronoun. The language of the Cherokee, in which such differentiations are particularly pronounced, possesses 9 third-person pronouns instead of 1. Other languages distinguish in the first as well as the second and third person whether the subject is visible or invisible, and they use a different pronoun accordingly. In addition to spatial differences of situation or distance, temporal presence or non-presence is often expressed by a particular form of the pronoun. Other qualifying characteristics can also be joined to the local or lich and temporal characteristic traits. In all of these cases, as we see, the expressions that languages use for the purely spiritual difference of three persons initially retain an immediate, sensible and, above all, spatial coloration. According to Hoffman, Japanese has coined a word for I from a locative adverb that implies focal point middle punct and a word for he from another word that signifies there or over there. In phenomena of this kind, we immediately see how language draws, as it were, a sensible, spiritual circle around the speaker, and it assigns the I to the center and the you and he to the periphery. The distinctive schematism of space that we previously observed in the construction of the object world operates here in the converse direction, and only in this double function does the representation of space initially undergo its complete formation durch Bildung within the whole of language. The representation of time. To attain the precise difference and designation of temporal relationships, language has to fulfill an essentially more difficult and complex task than it did in the working out Ausbildung of the determination and designation of space. The simple coordination of the form of space and the form of time that has often been sought in epistemological consideration finds no confirmation in language. Rather, it is clear here that it is a determination of another kind and, as it were, of a higher dimension that thinking in general and linguistic thinking in particular have to accomplish in the construction of the representation of time, in the differentiation of temporal directions and temporal stages. For here and over, there can, in a much simpler and more immediate way, be grasped together in an intuitive unity than is the case with the individual moments of time, with the now, the earlier, and the later. What characterizes these moments as moments of time is precisely that they are never, like things of objective intuition, given to consciousness at once zugleich and at the same time zumal. The units, The parts, which in spatial intuition seem to combine of themselves into a whole, here, on the contrary, exclude one another. The being of one determination signifies the non-being of the others, and vice versa. The content-gehalt of the representation of time is a consequence that is never contained in immediate intuition. Rather, here the decisive aspect of separating and connecting, analytical and synthetic thinking, asserts itself to a far greater extent than it applies to the representation of space. The elements elementae of time are, as such, only because consciousness runs through them and in running through differentiates one against the other, so that in this very act of running through, this discursus a running about enters into the characteristic form of the concept of time. However, with this being, which we designate as the being of succession, as the being of time, appears raised to a completely other level of ideality than merely locally Ortlich determined existence. Language cannot immediately arrive at this level, but rather here too, it is subject to the same inner law that governs its entire formation and progress. It does not create a new means of expression for every new sphere of signification that is opened up to it. Rather, its force consists in its ability to configure a determinate given material in different ways, that it is able, without, in the first instance, changing its content, to place this content in the service of another task, and thus is able to imprint it with a new spiritual form. The consideration of the process that language employs in the formation of original spatial terms has shown how language constantly makes use here of the simplest means. The transposition from the sensible to the ideal is carried out ever so gradually that at first the decisive change in the general spiritual attitude that it embodies is hardly noticeable. From a very limited sensible material, from the difference in the shadings of vowels and from the particular phonetic and emotional constitution of the individual consonants and consonant groups, the designations for local Ortlich oppositions and for the oppositions of direction in space are formed. The same process is reflected from a new angle in the development of language when we consider how it arrives at its original particles of time. As the boundary between sensible, natural feeling of sounds and the simplest spatial terms appeared as thoroughly fluid, the same continuous and imperceptible transition is found between the linguistic spheres that encompass local Ortlich determinations and those that encompass temporal determinations. Even in our modern cultural languages, these two often form an inseparable unity. Even here, it is a normal phenomenon to find the same word used to express spatial as well as temporal relationships. The languages of natural peoples provide even more abundant evidence of this interconnection, which in a large number of cases do not appear to possess any other formative means for the expression of the representation of time. The simple local adverbs are used indiscriminately in a temporal sense, so that, for example, the word for here coalesces with the word for now, the word for over, there with that for earlier or later. Attempts have been made to explain this on the grounds that spatial and temporal proximity or distance objectively condition one another, that what has occurred in spatially remote areas tends, in the moment Augenblick in which it is spoken of, to be temporally past and gone by. It is, however, apparently less a question of real and factual interconnections than it is of purely ideal ones, of a level stuff of consciousness that is still relatively undifferentiated and as such not yet sensitive to the specific differences of the forms of space and time. In the languages of natural peoples, even relatively complex temporal relationships, for which the developed cultural languages have created their own expressions, are often designated by the most primitive spatial means of expression. As long as this material bond exists, the distinctiveness of the form of time as such cannot emerge purely in language. Also, the structural relationships of time now involuntarily transform into the structural relationships of space. For the here and the over, there in space, there exists only a simple relationship of distance. There is here simply the apartness auseinander, the separation of two spatial points, while there is, in general, no preferred direction in the transition from one to the other. As elements of space, the 2 points possess the possibility of being together by Zom and Sein and, as it were, sustain one another. The over, there can through a simple movement be changed into a here, and the here, after ceasing to be such, can be restored to its previous form by the reverse movement. However, in opposition to this, time shows, along with the being apart and the reciprocal distance of individual elements elementae, a determinate, unique, and irreversible sense in which it runs. The direction from the past into the future or that from the future to the past is distinctively its own eigen. However, where consciousness still largely remains in the sphere of spatial intuition and apprehends temporal determinations only to the extent that it can apprehend and designate them through spatial analogies, this particularity of temporal direction must necessarily remain in the dark. As in space, here too all other differences are reduced to the simple difference of far and near. The only essential difference that is grasped and clearly brought to expression is that between now and not now, between the immediate point of presence Gegenwartspunkt and that which lies outside it. This point, of course, is not thought of here as a strict, simple mathematical point but rather possesses a determinate extension. The now, not as a mathematical abstraction but rather as a psychic now, encompasses the whole of the contents that can be held together in an immediate temporal unity, that can be thickened into the whole of the moment Augenblick as an elementary unity of lived experience. It is no merely thought, limiting point that separates earlier from later, but rather it possesses in itself a certain duration that extends as far as the immediate recollection Erinnerung, as the concrete memory Gedächtnis. For this form of primary intuition of time, the whole of consciousness and its contents fall, as it were, into two spheres: a bright sphere, illumined by the light of the present Gegenwart, and another, dark sphere. However, between these two basic stages, there are as yet no mediation or transition, no shadings or degrees. Fully developed consciousness, in particular the consciousness of scientific cognition, is distinguished by the fact that it does not remain in this simple opposition of the now and the not now but brings it to its richest logical development. It yields an abundance of temporal stages which are, nevertheless, encompassed in a unitary order in which every moment is assigned its specific position Stelle. Epistemo, critical analysis shows that this order neither is given through sensation nor can be drawn from immediate intuition. It is, rather, a work of the understanding, and in particular the work of causal inference and deduction. The category of cause and effect reshapes the mere intuition of succession into the thought of a unitary temporal order of events geschehen. The simple difference of individual positions of time Zeitstellen must be transformed into the concept of a reciprocally dynamic dependence between them. Time as a pure form of intuition must be permeated with the function of causal judgment before this thought can be developed and stabilized, before the immediate feeling of time can be transformed into the systematic concept of time as a condition and content of cognition. How long the road is from one to the other and through what difficulties and paradoxes it leads has been shown most clearly in the development of modern physics. Kant regarded the analogies of experience, the three basic synthetic principles of substantiality, causality, and reciprocity, as the intellectual condition and foundation for the positing of the three different possible temporal relationships, for the constitution of permanence, succession, and simultaneity. The progress of physics toward the general theory of relativity and the transformation that the concept of time underwent in this theory has shown that this relatively simple schema, which is drawn from the basic form of Newtonian mechanics, must be replaced epistemo, critically by more complex determinations. In general, three different stages can be discerned in the progress from the feeling of time to the concept of time, which are also of crucial significance for the reflection of the consciousness of time found in language. In the first stage, consciousness is dominated by the opposition of now and not now, which has undergone no further differentiation. In the second, certain temporal forms begin to stand out against one another, the completed action from the incomplete, the constant action from the temporary, and begin to separate, so that a determinate difference of temporal modes of action emerge until third, the pure relational concept Relationsbegriff of time as an abstract concept of order is obtained, and the various stages of time clearly emerge in their opposition and in their reciprocal conditionality. For it is even truer of relations relation and of time than those of space that they do not come to consciousness at once as relations but Seungen, but that their pure relational character always emerges in the fusion and concealment with other determinations, particularly those that have the character of a thing or a property. If, as opposed to other sensible qualities by which things are differentiated, the local or Ortlich determinations possess certain distinguishing characteristics, then they nevertheless stand on one and the same plane with them as qualities. The here and the over, they adhere in the same way to the object of which they are predicated as any other this and that. Thus, all designations of spatial form must take certain material designations as their starting point. While this apprehension is transferred from space to time, even here the differences of temporal signification first initially appear as pure differences of property. Because of this particular characteristic, these differences emerge not only in the verb but also in the noun. For the approach that has prevailed in our developed cultural languages, the determination of time adheres essentially to those parts of speech that include the expression of an event or activity. The sense of time, and the manifold relations that it intrinsically grasps, can be apprehended and fixed only in the phenomenon of alteration. The verb, as the expression of a determinate state from which the alteration begins or as the designation of the act of transition itself, thus appears to be the one and only bearer of temporal determinations. It seems to be the temporal word Zeitwort verb par excellence. Still, Humboldt sought to prove that this interconnection of the nature and particularity of the representation of time, on the one hand, and of the verbal representation, on the other, was necessary. The verb is, according to him, the concentration of an energetic attributivum, not a merely qualitative attributivum, through being. In the energetic attributivum lies the stages of action, in being lies the stages of time. Alongside this general consideration, which can be found in the introduction to the Kawi work, there is also found a hint that not all languages coin this relation with the same clarity. While we are accustomed to think of the relation of time only in combination with the verb as part of the conjugation, the Malay languages, for example, have developed a usage that can be explained in no other way than by the fact that they link this relation to the noun. This usage emerges with great clarity where a language immediately appropriates the same means that it had developed for the differentiation of local or lich relationships for the differentiation of temporal determinations. Somali uses the aforementioned differentiation in the vowels of the definite article in order to depict not only differences of spatial position and situation but also temporal differences. The development and designation of temporal representations parallel precisely those of local representations. Pure nouns, which do not possess even the slightest temporal determination for our representations, for example, words such as man or war, can be provided with a certain temporal index by means of three article vowels. The vowel a serves to designate the temporally present jej and wartig. The vowel o designates the temporally absent, and no difference is made between the future and the not yet distant past. On the basis of this separation, there is only an indirect differentiation in the expression of action as to whether it is complete or incomplete, momentary or of greater or lesser duration. Such a stamping ausprägung of purely temporal characteristics on the noun might easily be interpreted as proof of a particularly acute and subtle sense of time, if it were not shown, though, that precisely here the sense of time and the sense of place still flow completely into each other, as the consciousness of the specific temporal directions is still quite undeveloped. Just as in the case of the content of here and over, there, the contents of now and not, now clearly separate from each other. However, the opposition of past and future lags far behind this differentiation, and with this, precisely that element moment that is decisive for the consciousness of the pure form of time and its particular nature is impeded in its development. The development of the language of children shows that the formation of the adverbs of time takes place much later than the adverbs of space, and that expressions such as today, yesterday, and tomorrow initially have no sharply defined temporal sense. Today is the expression of the present in general, but tomorrow and yesterday are the expressions for the future and past in general. Thus, certain specific temporal qualities are distinguished, but a quantitative measure, a measure of time intervals, is not achieved. With a step further, we appear to be led back to the consideration of individual languages in which the qualitative differences of past and future are often totally blurred. In you, one and the same adverb serves to designate both yesterday and tomorrow. In the Shambhala language, the same word refers both to the earliest time and to the distant future. Remarks by one of the researchers of this language are significant. This phenomenon, which for us is so striking, finds its natural explanation in the fact that the Negro looks at time as a thing, so that for them there is only a today and a not today. Whether the latter was yesterday or will be tomorrow is all the same to them. They do not reflect about it, since this would require not only an intuition, but a thinking of and a conceptual representation of the nature vazen of time. The concept time is alien to the Shambhala, they know only the intuition of time. How difficult it was for us missionaries to emancipate ourselves from our concept of time and to understand the temporal intuition of the Shambhala, can be seen from the fact that for years we searched for a form that designated only the future. How often we rejoiced at having found this form, only to recognize later, sometimes after a period of months, that our joy was premature, since in each instance it developed that the form we had found was also used for the past. This intuition of time as a thing expresses, among other things, that the relationships of time were rendered by nouns that originally adhered to a spatial signification. And just as the whole of time consciousness basically only ever apprehends each piece of time site stock that is present and sets it opposite the other non-present parts, so too does the same tangible fragmentation assert itself in the apprehension of action and activity. The unity of an action literally disintegrates into tangible individual pieces of this sort. At this stage, an action can be portrayed only in that language disassembles it into all of its individual details and provides each of them with a separate presentation. And this decomposition does not constitute an intellectual analysis, for such an analysis goes hand in hand with a synthesis, with the apprehension of the form of the whole that forms its correlative element here. Rather, the action is, so to speak, materially broken up into its components, each of which is now regarded as a separate für sich, consistent, objective existence. Thus, it is a common characteristic of a large number of African languages, for example, that every event and every activity be broken down into its parts and that each part be portrayed in an independent sentence. The doing is described in all of its individual detail, and each of these individual actions is expressed by a particular verb. An event, for example, that we designate by the single sentence "he drowned," must here be rendered by the sentences "he drank water," died. The activity that we designate as "to cut off" becomes "to cut," "to fall" the action of bringing by "take," "go there." Steinthal has attempted a psychological explanation of this phenomenon, for which he cites examples from the Mandingo languages, imputing it to a deficient thickening of representations. This deficient thickening, however, clearly points to a basic peculiarity of the representation of time in these languages. Because there exists only the simple separation between now and not now, it is thus only the relatively small segment of consciousness that is immediately illumined by the light of the now that is present for consciousness in the strict sense. The whole of an action cannot, therefore, be apperceived, cannot be apprehended in thought or language, unless consciousness has literally envisioned verged and wartigged it in all its individual details, that it moves each of these stages, one after another, into the light of the now. Thus, a plethora of designations arises here. One mosaic tile is set beside another. However, the product possesses no unity, and it is only the image of variegated chroma of an image. For each individual detail is taken for itself and only punctually determines. Such an aggregate of pure, simple, punctual presence cannot give rise to the representation of a true temporal continuum. Indeed, Zeno's paradox applies to the form that these languages possess for the expression of movement and action. The flying arrow is basically at rest here, because in every moment of its movement, it possesses only one fixed location. The developed consciousness of time frees itself from this difficulty and paradox by creating an entirely new means for the apprehension of temporal wholeness. It no longer pieces together the whole of time as a substantial whole out of the individual moments Augenblicken, but comprehends it as a functional and dynamic whole, as a unity of relation and as a unity of effect. The intuition of the temporal unity of action starts out, on the one hand, from the subject who is comprehended in it and, on the other hand, from the aim toward which it is directed. Both moments are situated on entirely different planes. However, the synthetic force of the concept of time prevails precisely in the fact that it transforms their opposition into a reciprocal relationality. The process of doing can no longer disintegrate into individual phases, because from the beginning, it now has behind it the unitary energy of the active subject and before it the unitary purpose of doing. In this way, the moments of action are joined together into a causal and teleological serial totality gesum tre, into the unity of a dynamic connection and a teleological signification, and only therefrom does the unity of temporal representation indirectly spring forth. This new general view takes shape in fully developed linguistic consciousness, and that from now on language, in order to characterize the whole of a process foregoing or doing, no longer requires the intuition of all the individual details of its course, but contents itself with fixing the beginning and end points, the subject from which the doing rises and the objective goal toward which it is directed. Its force now proves itself in that it is able to encompass the whole expanse of this opposition in a single glance and to reconcile it. The tension between the two extremes has been intensified, but at the same time, a spiritual spark, as it were, crosses over and reconciles them. Of course, this view of the relatively complex and mediate character of the pure concept of time seems, at first sight, to be contradicted by our information about the form of time of verbs found in the grammar of primitive languages. The languages of primitive peoples are credited with what for us is an almost incomprehensible wealth of tense forms. In the pseudo-language, Endemann lists 38 affirmative tense forms, 22 potential forms, 40 conditional forms, 4 optative or final forms, a great number of participial forms, etc. Rolls grammar distinguishes 1,000 forms in the active indicative alone in Shambhala. The difficulty that is found here seems to dissolve, however, when we consider that in such differentiations, according to the statements of the grammarians, we are dealing with only the determination of essentially temporal nuances. We have seen that in Shambhala the basic temporal nuance, the opposition of the past and future, is in no way developed, and as for the so-called tenses tempora of verbs in the Bantu languages, the grammarians expressly state that they cannot be considered as tenses Zeitformen in the strict sense, that for them only the question of earlier or later can be taken into consideration. An abundance of these verb forms express not the pure temporal characteristic of action but rather certain qualitative and modal differences that are made in it. A temporal difference, Symbolic has emphasized with reference to the example of the verb in American indigenous languages, comes to be through different particles or through some combination with other verbs, but is far from playing the role in language that the conjugations drawn up by the various clerical grammarians would lead us to suppose. And because the differences of tenses are unessential and accessory, we also find the greatest differences between tense formation and otherwise closely related languages. However, even where language begins to express temporal determinations more clearly, it does not happen in the sense that it builds up a sharp and logically consistent system of relative temporal stages. The first differences that it makes do not bear such a relative character but rather, as it were, an absolute one. Psychologically speaking, what is first apprehended are certain temporal gestalt qualities that are discovered in a process foregone or an action. There is one if an action is committed suddenly or if it is developed gradually, another if it occurs abruptly or continuously wears down, and yet another if it represents a single undismantled whole or if it takes place in similar, rhythmically recurrent phases. However, for the concrete apprehension that comes with language, all of these differences are neither conceptual nor intuitive, neither quantitative nor qualitative differences differenzen. Before proceeding to a sharp differentiation of tenses as genuine stages of relation, language brings them to expression by determinately giving shape to the diverse types of action. Here it is now a question of the apprehension of time as a general form of relation and order that encompasses all events geschehen, as an ensemble of positions, each of which possesses a determinate, unambiguous relationship of before and after, earlier and later. Rather, here too, each individual process foregone that is depicted by a determinate mode of action has, as it were, its own time, a time for itself site for sich in which certain distinctive forms, certain determinate modes of its configuration and its sequence are stressed. As we know, individual languages differ from one another in the emphasis that they place at one moment on the differences in the relative stages of time, at another moment on the difference of pure modes of action. Instead of the trichotomy of past, present, and future, the Semitic languages start out from a simple dichotomy in which they consider the opposition of completed and uncompleted action. The perfect, the tense of a completed action, can be used equally for the expression of the past as for the expression of the present, namely when an action should be designated that has already begun in the past but continues into the present and extends immediately into it. On the other hand, the imperfect, which expresses an action already in the process of becoming but still not yet a completed action, can be used for a future as well as a present or past action. However, even that linguistic domain in which the pure relational concept of time and the expressions of pure temporal differences of action have reached the relatively high level of formation Durchbildung, this formation does not attain to this level without numerous intermediary and in-between stages. The development of the Indo-European languages shows that here too the differentiation of the modes of action preceded those of the proper tenses. In the pre-history of the Indo-European, as Streitberg, for example, has emphasized, there are no tenses at all, i.e., no formal categories whose original function it was to serve as the designation of relative stages of time. The formal classes that we are accustomed to call tenses have in themselves nothing whatsoever to do with relative temporal stages. All classes of the present, all aorists, all perfects in all their moods are timeless, and distinguished from one another only by the type of action that they characterize. In contrast to this abundance of forms that served for the differentiation of the modes of action, the means that the Indo-European brought to the designation of the stages of time in the application look modest, indeed quite impoverished. For the present, there was no particular designation in general, timeless action sufficed. The past, however, was expressed by a temporal adverb attached to the verbal form the augment. The future, finally, does not seem to have been expressed in any uniform way in the Indo-European primeval. One of the means of expressing it, perhaps the most original, was a modal form of probably volitative signification. This primacy of the designation of modes of action over stages of time is also clearly evident in the development of the individual Indo-European languages, albeit to a different degree. Many of these languages have developed a proper phonetic means for the difference between momentary and continued action, inasmuch as the forms that serve the expression of momentary action are formed from the verbal stem with a simple root vowel. The expression of the continued actions was formed from the verbal stem with an enhanced root vowel. It is generally customary in the grammar of the Indo-European languages, since Georg Curtius, to distinguish the punctual action from the cursive action, that is then further differentiated into other differences of the perfect tense, iterative tense, intensive tense, the terminative action, etc. The individual languages of the Indo-European sphere differ considerably from each other here in the sharpness with which they give shape to these differences differenzen, and in the degree of the cultivation Ausbildung that they obtained in contrast to pure temporal determinations. However, it is always clear that the precise designation of relative stages is a comparatively late product, while the designation of the general gestalt of time of a process foregone or action seems to belong to an earlier stratum of thinking and speaking. Farthest removed from the primary stage of temporal intuition are ultimately those linguistic expressions that already presuppose for their formation a form of time measurement, which thus seizes time as a precise determinate value of quantity. Here, to be sure, we find ourselves before a task that, strictly speaking, goes beyond the sphere of language and that can initially find its solution only in the artificial system of signs occurring in conscious reflection as is formed in science. And yet language includes a decisive preparation for this new achievement, the development of the system of numerical signs, which forms the ground of all exact mathematical and astronomical measurement, is bound to the previous working out ausbildung of numerical words. In three diverse, but closely connected to one another and mutually dependent on each other, phases, language develops the three basic intuitions of space, time, and number and, thus, it first creates the condition to which every attempt at the intellectual mastery of phenomena and every attempt at the synthesis of these phenomena into the unity of the world, concept remains bound. The linguistic development of the concept of number. If we advance from the representation of space to that of time, and from these two further to the representation of number, then we seem to complete the sphere of intuition. However, with each new step, we see ourselves more and more pointed beyond to something outside this sphere. For in this progress, the world of graspable and tangible forms recedes more and more, and in its place, a new world is gradually constructed, a world of intellectual principles. In this sense, the being of number is already determined by its actual philosophical and scientific discoverers, the Pythagoreans. Proclus praised Pythagoras for first raising geometry to the level of a free science in that he had ascertained deductively its principles and exhibited its theorems immaterially and intellectually. With this, the general tendency that was imprinted on scientific mathematics by its first founder has since then been further intensified and deepened. Through the mediations of Plato, Descartes, and Leibniz, it has been imparted to modern mathematics. Even more than the mathematics of antiquity, the modern view, in that it attempts to configure geometry and analysis from one principle, finds itself forced back on the concept of number as its actual center. And now, all the work of intellectual grounding turns more and more determinately to this central point. In the mathematics of the 19th century, there emerges an ever more general endeavor to penetrate to a logical, autonomous configuration of the concept of number. This aim was pursued along different paths by Dedekind and Russell and by Frege and Hilbert. Russell attempted to trace back all the basic elements on which the number is based to pure logical constants. Frege saw it as property but as one that, as it is non-sensual, also adheres to a non-sensible content that is not the property of a thing but rather the property of a pure concept. With the same focus and determination, Dedekind discarded any connection to the intuitive relationships, to any intervention of measurable quantities in the foundation and deduction of the concept of number. The realm of number is to be constructed not on the intuition of space and time but rather, on the contrary, the concept of number, as an immediate emanation of the pure laws of thought, must be set in place, in order that we gain truly accurate and precise concepts of space and time. It is only by creating the pure and continuous realm of numbers through a finite system of amply logical operations, free from any representation of measurable quantities, that spirit develops a clear representation of continuous space. All of these are rooted in the exact sciences. Critical logic aspires to sum them up only when it proceeds from the assumption that the first precondition for the understanding of number lies in the insight that number does not deal at all with given things but with pure laws of thought. Natorp thus stresses: to derive number from things is clearly circular reasoning if by derive we mean to explain. For the concepts of things are complex concepts, into which number enters as one of their indispensable components. Indeed, nothing can be given for thinking that would be more original than thinking itself, that is, than the positing of relations. Whatever else might be taken as the ground of number would include precisely this positing of relations and can only appear to be the ground of number because it contains as a presupposition this true ground, this positing of relations. However, as firmly as pure scientific thinking posits itself here and as consciously as it renounces all support and assistance from sense, sensation or intuition, it nevertheless seems to be spellbound in the sphere of language and linguistic concept formation. The reciprocal bond between language and thinking emerges once more in the phenomenon, in the logical and linguistic development of the concepts of number, and it receives, here, perhaps its clearest and most characteristic expression. Only through the configuration of number into a logogram wordcycle is the way free to the apprehension of its pure conceptual nature. Thus, the numeral Zahlzeichen, which language creates, constitutes, on the one hand, the indispensable presupposition for the formation Gebilde that determines pure mathematics as numbers. On the other hand, There of course exists between linguistic and purely intellectual symbols an inevitable tension and an opposition that can never be fully sublated. If ultimately language only prepares the way for these symbols, then it is unable to continue along this way to its end. That form of relational thinking, on which the possibility of positing the pure concepts of number is based, constitutes for language an ultimate goal, which it continuously approaches in its development but can never fully attain within its own domain. For mathematical thinking demands this decisive step of the concepts of number, namely their distinctive detachment and emancipation from the foundations of intuition and the intuitive representation of things, which language is unable to complete. It adheres to the designation of concrete objects and concrete processes Vorgänge and remains bound to them even where it seeks indirectly to give shape to the expression of pure relations. However, the same dialectical principle of progress is again confirmed here. The more language seems, in its unfolding, to be engulfed in the expression of the sensible, the more it becomes the means of the spiritual process of liberation from the sensible. The new form and the new intellectual force established in number unfolds itself in the material of the countable, however sensibly, concretely, and delimitedly it is initially taken. This form, however, does not emerge all at once as a complete whole but rather must gradually be constructed from its individual elements momentum. And this is precisely why the consideration of the linguistic emergence and evolution of the concepts of number is so useful for logical analysis. The logical content, Gehalt, and origin of the number are accordingly derived from an interpenetration of entirely different methods and demands of thinking. The element of multiplicity merges here with the element of unity, that of separation into connection, that of the thoroughgoing differentiation into pure similarity Gleichartigkeit. All of these oppositions must be posited together in a purely intellectual balance Gleichgewicht so that the exact concept of number can form itself. This goal remains beyond the reach of language. However, we can nevertheless clearly trace how the threads that ultimately intertwine into the artful weave of number individually tie themselves and work themselves out before they join together into a logical whole. Different languages undertake this working out ausbildung differently. At one moment it is one motive and at the next moment it is another motive in the formation building of number and plurality that separates out and gives over to all others a preferred and increased significance. However, the ensemble of all these particular, and in some respects one-side, views that language obtains before the concept of number finally constitutes a totality and a relative unity. Although language is unable by itself to penetrate and fulfill the spiritual, intellectual circle in which the concept of number lies, it is able to circumscribe it in all its ambit and thus immediately prepare the determination of its content and limits. We encounter, here, the same interconnection that initially confronted us in the linguistic apprehension of the simplest spatial relationships. The differentiation of numerical relationships starts out, like that of spatial relationships, from the human body and its limbs, in order to progressively radiate from here out over the whole of the sensible, intuitive world. Everywhere, the proper eigenlived body forms the basic model of the first primitive counting. To count initially means nothing other than to designate certain differences found in any external object by transferring them, as it were, to the body of the counter and so make them visible. All numerical concepts, accordingly, are purely mimetic hand concepts or other body concepts before they become word concepts. The counting gesture does not serve as a mere accompaniment to an otherwise independent numerals all word. Rather, it is fused, as it were, into the signification and into the substance. The you, for example, count on their outstretched fingers, beginning with the little finger of the left hand and turning back the counted finger with the pointer of their right hand. After the left hand, they do the same with the right hand and they either begin again from the beginning or squat on the ground and continue counting on their toes. In Nuba, the gesture that accompanies counting usually consists, beginning with 1, in pressing first the little finger, then the ring finger, middle finger, index finger, and thumb of the left hand into the fist of the right hand and then reversing the hands. At the number 20, the two fists are pressed together horizontally. Similarly, von Densteinen reports that among the Bakeri, the simplest attempt at counting was doomed to failure unless the object counted, for example, a handful of corn kernels, was immediately present to the touch. The right hand felt, the left hand reckoned. Without using the fingers of the right hand, it was completely impossible, even with 3 pieces, to count on the fingers of the left hand according to a consideration of the kernels alone. As we see, it is not sufficient here that the individual counted objects are somehow referred to the parts of the body, but they must, as it were, be immediately transposed into the corporal parts or corporal feelings so that the act of counting can take place in them. The numerals solve order, therefore, do not so much designate any objective determinations or relationships of objects as rather embody certain directives for the corporal movement of counting. They are expressions and indices for each position of the hands or fingers, which are often cloaked in the imperative form of the verb. In Sutu, for example, the word for 5 actually signifies the complete hand, and the word for 6 signifies spring, i.e., spring over to the other hand. This active character of the so-called numerals Zollwörter emerges clearly in those languages that form their expressions of numbers by how they designate the manner and way the grouping, setting out, and setting up of objects to which the counting is applied. The Klamath language, for example, has a wealth of such designations that are formed from verbs of setting, laying, and placing in that bring to expression each particular type of sequencing according to the particular nature of the object to be counted. To be counted, a certain group of objects must, for example, be spread out on the ground, while another must be set on the other in layers. One must be divided into heaps, another arranged in rows, and to each such determinate placement of the objects corresponds a different verbal numeral Zollwort, another numeral classifier. By virtue of this method, the movements involved in arranging the objects are coordinated with certain corporeal movements that are thought of as proceeding in a given sequence. These movements do not need to be limited to the hands and feet, the fingers and toes. Rather, they can be extended to other limbs of the human lived body. In British New Guinea, the counting runs from the fingers of the left hand to the wrist, the elbow, the shoulder, the left side of the neck, the left breast, the chest, the right breast, the right side of the neck, etc. Likewise, in other regions, the shoulder, the clavicular hollow, the navel, the neck, or the nose, eye, and ear are used. The spiritual value of these primitive counting methods has often been disparaged. Steinfeld writes, for example, the following in his discussion of the counting methods of the Mandingos. That's the consequence that encumbers the spirit of the Negro, that in order to go beyond 10 he must not only abandon the sensible support, duplicating the 10 himself by his own free creation, extending the short series from itself into a long one, but adhering to the lived body, he descended from the hand, that noble tool of tools, the servant of spirit, to the dust, burrowing foot, the slave of the lived body. As a result, number remains bound in general to the lived body and does not become an abstract number, representation. The Negro has no numbers all but only a quantity onsal of fingers of the hand and foot. Is not the spirit which, impelled by a striving for the infinite, always going beyond any determinate quantity onsal, adding one from out of itself. Rather, the existing individuals, the things of nature, led him from one to one, from the little finger to the thumb, from the left to the right hand, from the hand to the foot, from one human being to another. Never did his spirit intervene, creating freely, but rather crawled around in nature. That is not the act which our spirit performs when it counts. However, the half-poetical, half-theological pathos of this rebuke forgets that it is richer and far more fruitful to seek out and recognize the intellectual content of this method, however slight, than to measure it by our fully developed concept of numbers. Here, of course, we cannot speak of any systematic concept of numbers, of their classification into a general interconnection. However, one thing is accomplished in running through a multiplicity, even though the content of this manifold is determined in a purely sensible way, an entirely determinate order, a sequence of transitions from one member of a manifold to another is lingered on. In the act of counting, one part of the body does not follow another arbitrarily. Rather, the right hand follows the left, the foot follows the hand, and the neck, breast, and shoulder follow the hands and feet in accordance with a schema of succession that, though conventionally chosen, to be sure, is, in any case, strictly observed. The setting up of such a schema, though far from exhausting the content of what developed thinking understands by number, nevertheless constitutes the indispensable precondition for it. For even a pure mathematical number dissolves into the concept of a system of positions, into the concept of an order in sequence, an order in progression, as Hamilton has called it. Now, of course, the crucial lacuna of the method of primitive counting seems to be that it does not freely produce this order in accordance with a spiritual principle but draws it solely from given things, particularly the given organization of the counter's own lived body. However, even in the undeniable passivity of this behavior, a distinctive spontaneity still stirs, which is, sure enough, visible only in its embryonic form. In that spirit apprehends sensible objects not only according to what they individually and immediately are but according to how they are ordered. Spirit begins to advance from the determinateness of objects to the determinateness of acts, and in these acts, in the acts of connection and separation that it performs, it will ultimately arrive at the authentic and new principle, the intellectual principle of number formation. At first, however, the ability to observe in the transition from one object to another the order in the sequence of the transition remains an isolated element, which has not yet been connected and set in harmony with other elements, leading to the formation of the pure concept of number. Admittedly, a certain correlation takes place between the counted object C and the parts of the human body that function as expressions of number. However, this correlation retains a vague character. It remains, so to speak, a correlation lock, stock, and barrel, as it is not possible to organize the compared series in itself and divide it into sharply determinate unities Einheiten. The essential prerequisite for the formation of such a unity, however, would consist in considering the counted elements elementae as strictly equal, so that each element is different from the others through nothing other than the position that it occupies in the counting and not through any sundry sensibly tangible particularity or property. For the present, however, we are far removed from the abstraction of such a homogeneity. Not only must the counted things be present in all their palpable determinacy, so that they can be immediately touched and felt, but also the units Einheiten by which the counting progresses must display without exception concrete sensible differences and delimit themselves through one another. In place of pure intellectually comprehended uniform units Einheiten of positing, there are only those natural units Einheiten of things as are offered by the natural organization of the human body. As its elements elementae, primitive arithmetic knows only such natural groups. Their systems differ depending on the tangible given standard. The use of one hand as a model of counting gives rise to the quinary system, the use of both hands gives rise to the decimal system, and the use of hands and feet gives rise to the vigesimal system. Other counting methods are inferior even to these simplest attempts at group and system formation. Such boundaries in counting, however, should not be interpreted as boundaries in the apprehension of concrete pluralities and their differences. Rather, even where actual counting has not progressed beyond the first meager beginnings, the differentiation of such pluralities can be sharply and thoroughly formed, because, for them, a general qualitative characteristic should adhere for each particular plurality in which it is recognized and apprehended in its particular nature, but should not be structurally and in this way quantitatively determined as a quantity of units. It is said of the abipones, whose capacity of counting is only partially developed, that their ability to differentiate concrete totalities is nevertheless finely developed. If any of the dogs from a large pack that they took with them on a hunting expedition were missing, it was noticed at once, and likewise, the owner of a herd of 400 to 500 cattle could recognize even at a distance whether any were missing and which ones. Individual pluralities are recognized and differentiated by a particular individual characteristic trait insofar as one can speak in general of number. It appears not in the form of a determinate and measured numerical magnitude but as a kind of concrete numerical gestalt, as an intuitive quality adhering to a completely inarticulate general impression of quantity. This basic view is clearly reflected in language that originally knows, as such, no general numeral terms that are applicable to every countable object but rather that appropriates a particular, corresponding numerical designation for particular classes of objects e. As long as number is still taken exclusively as a thing, number dings all. There must basically be as many diverse numbers and groups of numbers as there are different classes of things. The number of a quantity of objects is intended only as a qualitative attribute that belongs to the things in exactly the same way as a certain spatial configuration or any sensible property, thus eliminating the possibility of language to separate it from other attributes and to create for it a generally valid form of expression. In primitive stages of language formation, we actually find that the designation of number is fused with the designation of things and property. The same content of designation serves at once as the expression of the constitution of objects as well as the expression of its numerical determination and character. Some words simultaneously bring to expression a particular class of objects C and a particular group character of these objects C. Thus, in the language of the Fiji Islands, for example, a unique word is used to designate groups of 2, 10, 100, or 1,000 coconuts or a group of 10 canoes, 10 fish, etc. And even after the dissolution has occurred, after the designation of the number has become independent of the designation of things and properties, it still attempts to conform as much as possible to the manifold and diversity of things and properties. Not every number applies to everything, for the sense of number is to express not abstract multiplicity as such but rather the modus of this multiplicity, its mode and form. In indigenous languages, for example, a different series of numerals Zalwort is used, depending on whether people or objects such an animate or inanimate things are counted. A particular series of numerical expressions can occur when it is a question of counting fish or bellows or when the operation of counting is applied to objects that are standing up, lying, or sitting down. The Monu Islanders have different numbers from 1 to 9 for coconuts or human beings, spirits and animals, trees, canoes and villages, houses, poles, and plantations. In the Tsimshian language of British Columbia, there is a particular series of numbers for counting flat objects and animals, for counting round objects and time intervals, human beings, boats, long objects, and measurements, and in other neighboring languages, the differentiation of the various number series goes even further and are practically almost unlimited. As we see, the endeavor of counting is by no means oriented toward homogeneity. Rather, the tendency of language is to subordinate the quantitative difference to the generic difference expressed in its classifications and to modify the expression of quantitative difference accordingly. This tendency clearly occurs even where language has progressed to the use of more general numerical expressions and nevertheless continues to render every such expression followed by a specific determinative that denotes the particular class of collection coherence as a specific expression of quantities. Considered intuitively and concretely, it is obviously something different whether human beings are united into a group or whether stones are united into a heap, whether a row presents resting objects or a swarm presents moving objects, etc. Language seeks to retain all such particularizations and nuances in the choice of its collective terms and in the regularity with which it combines such words with actual numerical expressions. Thus, in the Malayo-Polynesian languages, for example, numerical expressions are not directly grasped together with the appropriate substantives, but rather a certain determinative word must always be joined to the substantive that brings a particularization of the collectivization to expression. The expression for 5 horses is literally horses, 5 tails for 4 stones, it is literally stones, 4 round bodies, etc. In Mexican languages, the expression of number and of the enumerated objects are likewise still followed by a designation that renders the type and form of the sequence or conglomeration knowable, and that, for example, is different for round and cylindrical objects like eggs and beans, or for long rows of persons, things, walls, and furrows, etc. Japanese and Chinese have also developed a particularly refined application of such numeratives differentiated according to the class of objects counted. In these languages, which lack the general grammatical difference between singular and plural, particular attention is taken to ensure that the collective context as such is clearly denoted in its specific direction and particular nature. If in the process of abstract counting, the unit sign hidden must be emptied of all proper content before they can be connected with one another here, such a content continues to exist and condition each particular kind of context into collective associations, quantities, and multiplicities. The linguistic, intellectual determination directs far more attention to bringing out certain forms of groups and sharply delimiting them against each other than with breaking up these groups into units hidden and individualities. The characteristic of the multiplicity as such takes place in that the intuitive total content is apprehended and distinguished from others, not in that it is constructed logically and mathematically from its individual constitutive elements elementi. The same basic view confronts us, if instead of using the procedure that language follows in the formation of numerals, we consider the means with which language implements the formal and general differentiation of singular and plural. If we think of the idea of plural as implying the logical and mathematical category of plurality Mehrheit Moreness, so that the category of the multiplicity is constructed from clearly separate, similar units Einheit and onenesses, then it turns out that the plural, understood in this way, is lacking in many languages. A great number of languages leave entirely undesignated the opposition between singular and plural. In its basic form, the substantive can be used equally well as the designation of the genus, which is as such concerned with an indeterminate multiplicity of instances, as the expression of a single instance of the genus. It lies midway between the signification of the singular and that of the plural and, as it were, does not decide between the two. Only in a few individual cases, where this differentiation seems essential, is it designated by particular linguistic means, and often the signification of the singular rather than that of the plural is distinguished in this way. Thus, for example, the Malayo-Polynesian languages, according to Friedrich Müller, have never risen to the concept of number as a category encompassing a multiplicity and a living unity Einheit, so that their substantives are neither truly concrete nor truly abstract but are a hybrid of the two. For the Malay, human applies neither for a human being in concreto nor for human being equals humanity in abstracto, rather human is used as the designation for human beings that one has seen and knows. The word, oren, corresponds, however, more to our plural than to our singular, and the singular must be indicated by a word signifying one. Here too, mere individuality is initially not conceived concepiert, in which case, individuality is converted into a signification of plurality Mehrheit through a linguistic formula, from the undifferentiated multiple to which a signification of the plural can be given by the addition of certain nouns with a general collective sense, while from a signification of the singular by the use of certain individualizing particles. The same intuition of the unity, plurality, Relationship Einheitsmehrheitsverhältnisses is to be found in many of the Altaic languages, where one and the same word without grammatical differentiation can be used for the expression of both unity Einheit oneness and plurality Mehrheit Mehrness. This appellative can designate on one side the single individual and the whole genus, or on the other side an indeterminate quantity of individuals. However, even in those language spheres that have cultivated a clear formal difference between singular and plural, a number of phenomena make it apparent that this strict separation was preceded by a stage of relative indifference. One can often find here that a word that already bears the outward imprint of the plural is used in its grammatical construction in the opposite sense and thus is associated with the singular form of the verb, because its basic signification is felt to be not so much a discrete plurality Mehrheit as a collective totality Gesamtheit and thus as a collective simplicity. This explains the fact that in the Indo-European languages, in Aryan and Greek, the neuter plural is bound, as is well known, with the singular einzahl of the verb. The ending of these nouns originally had no plural meaning but went back to the feminine singular ending, a, which was used as the designation of collective abstractions. The forms in a were originally neither plural nor singular but simply collectives, which could be comprehended in either way as the niedros. Analogously to what has been observed in the process of counting, we find that in the form of the formation of the plural that language does not abruptly juxtapose an abstract category of unity Einheit to an abstract category of plurality Mehrheit but finds all manner of gradations and transitions between them. The first multiplicities that it distinguishes are not multiplicities in general but specific multiplicities that bear a particular and distinctive qualitative character. Aside from the use of dual and trial, many languages distinguish a double plural and arrow form for two or a few objects and another for many objects. This usage, which Dobrizhov found in the language of the Abipones, has its exact counterpart in the Semitic languages, for example, in Arabic. In his presentation of the forms of plurality Mehrheit in Arabic, which beside the dual has a limited plural for 3 to 9 and a multiple plural for 10 and over, or for an indeterminate quantity of objects, Humboldt remarks that the underlying view here, which in a sense situates the generic concept outside the category of numerous number, so that both singular and plural are distinguished from it by inflection, must undeniably be called a very philosophical one. In truth, however, this generic concept does not seem to be comprehended in its generic determinacy and, by virtue of this determinacy, to have been lifted out from the differentiation of numerous number as it has, in fact, not at all arisen in this form of differentiation. The difference that language expresses by singular and plural has not been sublated into the genus, rather, it has not yet been sharply drawn. The quantitative opposition of unity Einheit and multiplicity has not yet been overcome by an all-embracing qualitative unity Einheit because initially this opposition is not definitively posited. The unity Einheit oneness of the genus signifies a distinct one ein, opposed to the no less distinct multiplicity of its species, in the indeterminate significance of the collective, from which both the signification of the singular like that of the plural has crystallized in a large number of languages. The indistinctness forms the decisive element. The multiplicity is apprehended as a mere horde, as a heap or a mass, thus as a sensible and not as a logical whole. Its universality is that of an impression, which has not yet been laid out into its individual elements elementi and components, not that of an overarching concept that grasps in itself the particular as separated Gesamtheits and distinct Hersanderts. It is, however, precisely through this basic moment of separation by virtue of which the strict concept of number can arise from the mere concept of a heap or multiplicity. The present consideration has shown us two paths and directions by which language approaches this concept, which according to its particular nature it can apprehend in no other way than through a sensible cloak. On the one hand, linguistic thinking, even in those primitive counting methods oriented toward the limbs of the human body, fixed the moment of ordering in succession Folge. If these methods of counting were to produce any result at all, they could not pass arbitrarily from one limb of the body to another but had to observe some rule of sequence Abfolge. On the other hand, the impression of multiplicity as such, the consciousness of a still, indeterminate whole, was in some way dissected into parts, and guided language in the formation of its general designations of the collective. In both cases, the thinking of number and its linguistic expression seem bound to the basic forms of intuition, to the apprehension of spatial and temporal being. An epistemo-critical analysis shows how the two forms must work together in order to produce the essential content of the concept of number. If, in the apprehension of collective togetherness, number is based on the intuition of space, then it requires, however, the intuition of time to form the characteristic counterpart of this determination, the concept of distributive unity Einheit and individuality Einzelheit. For this is the intellectual problem that had to be solved. Not only must it fulfill both requirements, but it must also conceive them as a single whole. Every genuine numerically determinate multiplicity is at the same time thought and apprehended as a unity Einheit, and every unity Einheit as a multiplicity. Admittedly, this correlative unification of opposing elements is now found again in every basic spiritual act of consciousness. The elements elementae that enter into the synthesis of consciousness are not simply left to stand side by side but are comprehended as the expression and product of one and the same basic act. Connection is made to appear as separation, separation as connection. However necessary this double determination may be, one or the other of the two factors may assert its preponderance in the total synthesis, according to the particular nature of the problem involved. If, in the exact mathematical concept of number, a pure equilibrium seems to be achieved between the function of connection and that of separation, the requirement of uniform combination zusammenfassung into a whole and the requirement of thoroughgoing discreteness of elements elementae are both ideally fulfilled in the consciousness of time and space. However, one of these motives predominates over the other. In space, the element of being, together, with being andersane and being, within, each, other and eon andersane of elements. Elementae are exhibited in time as the moment of their being, after off, one, another nation andersane and being, asunder, from, one, another us in andersane. We cannot intuit or conceive an individual spatial gestalt without at the same time thinking with it the space as a whole in which it is contained. The particularity of the gestalt is possible here only as a limitation of an all-encompassing unitary space. Although the temporal moment Augenblick is what it is because it appears as a moment in a sequence, as a member in a succession, this sequence can be constituted only if every single moment excludes all others, if a simple, indivisible now, a pure punctual present that is absolutely differentiated from every past and all future is posited. The concrete thinking of number, as it finds its expression in language, makes use of these achievements that were used in the consciousness of space and the consciousness of time and employs them for the working out ausbildung of the two different elements in number. From the differentiation of spatial objects language arrives at its concept and expression of collective multiplicity. From the differentiation of the temporal act, it arrives at its expression of particularization and isolation. This twofold character of the spiritual apprehension of plurality Mehrheit clearly manifests itself in the form of plural, formation. The formation of the form of plurality Mehrheit appears to be conducted, in the one case, through the intuition of tangible complexes and, in the other case, through the intuition of the rhythmical, periodic recurrence of phases to a determinate temporal process. In the one case, it is directed predominantly toward objective totalities Ganzheit and consisting of multiple Mehrheit parts. In the other, it is directed predominantly toward the repetition of events or activities that connect together into a continuous sequence. Indeed, those languages that exhibit in their whole structure a predominantly verbal structure Struktur have developed a distinctive, purely distributive view of plurality, which sharply sets it apart from the collective view. Here the sharp elaboration and characterization of verbal acts becomes the proper vehicle for the apprehension of plurality Mehrheit. The language of the Klamath Indians, for example, has formed no means of their own in order to distinguish between the designation of individual objects and the designation of a plurality Mehrheit of objects. However, what comes to be held and respected with great accuracy and consistency is, rather, the difference that exists between a doing that exhausts itself in one unique temporal act and a doing that grasps in itself a plurality Mehrheit of temporally different but, in terms of content, similar phases. For the spirit of the Klamath Indians, Cassirer writes, "The fact that various things appear to be repeatedly done, at different times, or that the same thing was repeatedly done by various persons, appeared much more important than the pure idea of plurality Mehrheit, as we have it in our languages. This category of separateness made such a strong impression on them that language brings it to expression above all through a particular symbolic, phonetic means, namely through a doubling. In the Klamath, every expression of the plural in our sense is of demonstrably recent origin, whereas the thought of the separation of an act into a plurality Mehrheit of similar processes through the specified means of reduplication that permeates the entire language down to its postpositions and certain adverbial particles is always sharply and unambiguously called for. Hupa, a language of the Athapascan language group, in many cases uses the singular where we would have expected the plural whenever a plurality Mehrheit of individuals participates in an action but the action appears as a unity. The distributive relationship is always precisely designated by the choice of a special prefix. In particular, the reduplication also occurs in the same function in languages outside the sphere of Native American languages. Here again, an intrinsically intellectual form of apprehension has created its immediate, sensible expression in language. The simple phonetic repetition is, at the same time, the most primitive and the most effective means to designate the rhythmic recurrence and organization of an act, particularly of a human activity. Perhaps we find ourselves at a point where, if anywhere, we can gain a glimpse into the earliest motives of language formation and into the mode of the interconnection between language and art. Attempts have been made to trace the beginnings of poetry back to those first primitive work songs of humanity in which, for the first time, the felt rhythm of one's own corporeal movements turned, as it were, toward the outside. Bucher's compendious study of work and rhythm has shown how these work songs are common throughout the whole world, and they maintain a similarity to one another in their basic form. Every form of physical work conditions, already when it is performed by the individual but even more when it is performed by the community, an appropriate coordination of movements, which for its part urges immediately toward a rhythmic interconnection and rhythmic division of the individual phases of work. This rhythm exhibits itself to consciousness in a twofold mode. First, it finds its expression in the pure sensation of movement, in the alternation of muscular tension and relaxation, and second, it finds its expression in objective form, in the perceptions of the sense of hearing, in the symmetry of the sounds and noises that accompany work. The consciousness of doing and its differentiation are connected to these sensible differences. Milling and grinding, pushing and pulling, and pressing and trampling differ with respect to their specific purposes and to their own proper meter and tone. In the abundance and diversity of work songs are beats leader, in the songs of spinners and weavers, threshers and doorsmen, millers and bakers, etc., we can, as it were, still immediately hear how a particular rhythmic sensation, which is determined through the particular direction of work arbeit, can exist and be implemented in the work only, and that it is at the same time objectified in sound. Perhaps some forms of reduplication are even descended from the verb as expressions of an act that contain in itself a plurality of rhythmically recurrent phases, of such an utterance that originally takes its beginning from the proper doing of the human being. In any case, language could acquire a consciousness of the pure form of time and the pure form of number in no other way than by linking them to specific contents, to certain basic rhythmic lived experiences, in which the two forms were given an immediate concretion and fusion. That here it was not so much the differentiation of things as the differentiation of acts that gave rise to the separation and distribution as one of the basic moments of enumeration seems to be confirmed by the fact that in many languages the expression of plurality with the verb is used not only where an actual plurality of perpetrators is present but also where an individual subject directs one and the same doing toward different objects. See. For an intuition of plurality that is directed essentially toward the pure form of the act, it is, indeed, of secondary significance whether only one individual or several were involved in the action, whereas the decomposition into individual phases of the act is always of crucial importance. If, up to now, we have considered the basic forms of pure intuition, the forms of space and time, as the starting points for the formation of numbers and plurality, for this reason we have perhaps not yet touched on the most original and deepest stratum in which the act of counting is rooted. For our consideration cannot begin from the object alone and from the differences within the objective spatio-temporal sphere. Rather, it must also retrace the basic oppositions that originate from pure subjectivity. A whole series of indications suggest that language drew its first numerical separations from this domain. It has not been so much in the tangible juxtaposition and apartness of objects or occurrences as, rather, in the separation of the I and the U that the consciousness of number first unfolded. It is as if in this domain there dominated a greater subtlety of differentiation, a greater sensitivity to the opposition between the one and the many, than was the case in the circle of mere thing, Repräsentationsvorstellung. Many languages that have not developed a true plural form of the noun nevertheless mint this plural with the personal pronoun. Others possess two plural signs, one of which is used exclusively for pronouns. Often the plurality of a noun is expressed only in the case of animate and rational beings Vasen and not in the case of inanimate objects. In Yakut, garments and parts of the body usually stand in the singular, even though two or several of them are present in one individual they are maintained, however, in the plural if they belong to more than one person. Thus, the differentiation of number is also developed more sharply for the intuition of individuals than it is for the intuition of mere objects Sakanchoung. Here too, those reciprocal relations that exist in general between number and the enumerated manifest in the designation of number that originates from this personal sphere. It has been generally shown that the first designations of numbers created by language arose from entirely determinate concrete counting and still bear, as it were, the color of this concreteness. This distinctive and specific coloration is most clearly recognizable where the determination of number originates not from the differentiation of things but from that of people. For here, number does not initially appear as a generally valid intellectual principle or as an unrestricted, continuable process. Rather, It is restricted here from the outset to a specific sphere, whose boundaries are designated not only through objective intuition but even more sharply and clearly through the pure subjectivity of feeling. By virtue of the latter, the I is separated from the you, and the you from the he. However, there is initially no reason and no necessity to progress beyond this sharply determinate triad, which is given in the differentiation of three persons, to the intuition of a further multiplicity. Insofar as such a multiplicity is comprehended and linguistically designated, it does not bear the same character of distinctness per se that is expressed in the reciprocal separation of the personal spheres. Beyond three, there begins, so to speak, the realm of indefinite plurality, of mere collectivity, that is not itself further divided. Indeed, we see everywhere in the development of language that the initial formations of number are subject to this limitation. The languages of a number of natural peoples show that the activity of separation, as it unfolds the opposition between I and you, progresses from 1 to 2, that it is a further significant step when the 3 is included in this sphere, but that beyond this, beyond the power of keeping apart, of the achievement of discretion that leads to the formation of number, it would appear to be paralyzed. Among the Bushmen, the expression of numbers, strictly speaking, extends only to 2. Already the expression for 3 means nothing more than many and is used, in conjunction with finger language, for all numbers up to 10. The aboriginals of Victoria, too, have not developed any numerals allword beyond 2. In the Benendel language of New Guinea, only the numerals zalword are 1, 2, and 3 are available, while numbers above 3 must be formed by circumlocutions. All of these examples, to which many others might be added, make it clear how closely the act of counting originally clung to the intuition of I, you, and he, from which it detaches only gradually. This seems to be the ultimate basis of the particular role played by the number 3 in the language and thinking of all peoples. It has been said of the apprehension of number among natural peoples that each number has its own individual physiognomy, that each number possesses a kind of mystical being and mystical property. This is particularly true of the numbers 2 and 3. Both are particular kinds of formation gebilde. They each possess, so to speak, a specific spiritual tonality by virtue of which they rise out of the uniform and homogeneous number series. Even in those languages that possess a richly developed and thoroughly formed homogeneous system of numbers, this special position of the numbers 1 and 2, in some cases, the numbers from 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, is clearly recognizable in certain formal determinations. In Semitic, the numerals zalwort for 1 and 2 are adjectives, whereas the rest are abstract nouns that are subordinated to 1 is counted in the genitive plural and thereby possess the opposite gender of that which is numbered. In the originary Indo-European languages, as the Indo, Iranian, Baltic, Slavic, and Greek languages all indicate, the numerals from 1 to 4 were inflected, while the numerals from 5 to 19 were rendered by uninflected adjectives and the numbers beyond 19 by substantives commanding the genitive of the counted objects. Such a grammatical form as the dual persisted much longer in personal pronouns forwarder than in other word classes. The dual, which otherwise disappeared from the whole declension, was preserved up to a relatively late period in the German first person and second person pronouns. Likewise in the development of the Slavic languages, the objective dual was lost much earlier than the subjective dual. In many languages, the etymological origins of the first numerals would also seem to point to this interconnection with the roots that were developed from the differentiation of the 3 persons. In particular, the expression for you and the expression for 2 seem to disclose a common etymological root in the Indo-European languages. With reference to this interconnection, Cassirer concludes that we stand here at a common linguistic source of psychology, grammar, and mathematics. The root of speaking extends only to 2. Already the expression for 3 means nothing more than many and is used, in conjunction with finger language, for all numbers up to 10. The aboriginals of Victoria, too, have not developed any numerals allword beyond 2. In the Benendel language of New Guinea, only the numerals zalword are 1, 2, and 3 are available, while numbers above 3 must be formed by circumlocutions. All of these examples, to which many others might be added, make it clear how closely the act of counting originally clung to the intuition of I, you, and he, from which it detaches only gradually. This seems to be the ultimate basis of the particular role played by the number 3 in the language and thinking of all peoples. It has been said of the apprehension of number among natural peoples that each number has its own individual physiognomy, that each number possesses a kind of mystical being and mystical property. This is particularly true of the numbers 2 and 3. Both are particular kinds of formation gebilde. They each possess, so to speak, a specific spiritual tonality by virtue of which they rise out of the uniform and homogeneous number series. Even in those languages that possess a richly developed and thoroughly formed homogeneous system of numbers. This special position of the numbers 1 and 2, in some cases, the numbers from 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, is clearly recognizable in certain formal determinations. In Semitic, the numerals Zalwort for 1 and 2 are adjectives, whereas the rest are abstract nouns that are subordinated to 1 is counted in the genitive plural and thereby possess the opposite gender of that which is numbered. In the originary Indo-European languages, as the Indo, Iranian, Baltic, Slavic, and Greek languages all indicate, the numerals from 1 to 4 were inflected, while the numerals from 5 to 19 were rendered by uninflected adjectives and the numbers beyond 19 by substantives commanding the genitive of the counted objects. Such a grammatical form as the dual persisted much longer in personal pronouns forwarder than in other word classes. The dual, which otherwise disappeared from the whole declension, was preserved up to a relatively late period in the German first person and second person pronouns. Likewise in the development of the Slavic languages, the objective dual was lost much earlier than the subjective dual. In many languages, the etymological origins of the first numerals would also seem to point to this interconnection with the roots that were developed from the differentiation of the three persons in particular. The expression for you and the expression for two seem to disclose a common etymological root in the Indo-European languages. With reference to this interconnection, Cassirer concludes that we stand here at a common linguistic source of psychology, grammar, and mathematics, the root of the sphere of mere things. For in its origin and its being Vason, the personal sphere is established according to the form of heterogeneity. The you is not equivalent to the I, rather, the you confronts the I as an opposite, as a not. I. The second Zweite does not come into being here through a simple repetition of unity Einheit but is qualitatively other. Admittedly, the I and the you join together into the community of the we. However, this form of uniting into the we is completely different. A collective, tangible combination Zusammenfassung. Jekyll Grimm has already stressed the difference between the concept of the tangible plural and that of the personal plural developed by language. He has already pointed out that while it is possible to consider a tangible plural as a sum of equivalent elements elementae, it is possible to define men, for example, as man and man. The we is in no way presented as such a sum, since it must be grasped not as one and one but rather as I and you or I and he. The purely distributive motive for the formation of numbers, the motive for the pure separation of unities, emerges here more poignantly than in that form of counting that begins from the intuition of time and temporal occurrences. The same endeavor to preserve the elements elementae that are grasped together in the unity Einheit of the we, not simply in order to merge them into this unity but to preserve them in their particularity and specific determination, is evinced in the usage of the trial and of the inclusive and exclusive plural. Both of these are closely kindred phenomena. The use of the dual and trial is particularly strict in the Melanesian languages, which insist that in every instance in which 2 or 3 persons are spoken of that care is taken that a corresponding determination of number is used, and here too, the form of the first person pronoun is given another shape depending on whether the speaker includes themselves in the designation we or excludes themselves from it. Australian indigenous languages also tend to interpolate dual and trial forms between the singular and plural. Dual and trial each possess one form that includes the person addressed and another who excludes them. The we both can signify either you and I or he and I. We three can signify either I and you and he or I and he, etc. In many languages, this differentiation is expressed in the phonetic form of the designation of plurality in the Delaware language. For example, the inclusive plural is formed, according to Humboldt, from an assemblage of the pronominal phone and for I and you, while the exclusive form is formed out of a repetition of the pronominal, phone and I. In the end, the working out ausbildung of the homogeneous number series and the homogeneous intuition of number sets a limit to this, in the strict sense, individualizing apprehension. In place of the particular individual, there emerges the genus that embraces them as a whole, and in the same way in the place of the qualifying particularization of elements elementae, there emerges the uniformity of procedure and the rule by which they are grasped together in a quantitative whole. If we look back over the whole process by which language has followed in the formation of the representation of numbers and numerals, we find that a single element can be derived per antiphrasin from the exact method of number formation prevailing in pure mathematics. We find that before the logical, mathematical concept of number can become what it is, it must first be configured from its opposition and contrary. The essential logical properties of the mathematical number series have been designated as its necessity and universality, its uniqueness, its infinite continuability, and the absolute equivalence and homogeneity of its individual members. None of these characteristic traits, however, applies to that first procedure of number formation that finds its first expression and sedimentation in language. Here, No necessary and generally valid principle makes it possible to encompass all numerical positions set tsungen in one spiritual glance and to master them by a unitary rule. Here there is no unicity of the number series per se, rather, as we have seen, each new class of enumerable objects n basically requires a new approach and a new means of counting. There also can be no talk of the infinity of numbers. The necessity as well as the possibility of numbers extends only as far as does the capacity of intuitively and representatively connecting objects into groups with an entirely determinate intuitive group character. The counted no more enters into the act of counting as something affected with no qualitative properties than it does as a unity without determination. Rather, it preserves its specific character as thing and property. With the concepts of property, this expresses itself in the fact that with them the form of gradation and of the serial interconnection develops ever so gradually. If we consider the form of the comparison of adjectives, the forms of the positive, the comparative, and the superlative that are developed in our cultural languages, there is in each of them a general concept, a certain characteristic generic trait that varies only in its quantity, in the comparison. In most of these languages, however, we can still clearly recognize, side by side with this difference of pure determination of quantity, another approach, in which the quantitative difference is comprehended as a substantial, generic difference. The phenomena of the suppletive, which appears in the comparison of adjectives in both the Semitic and Indo-European languages, are the linguistic witnesses of this apprehension. If, for example, in the Indo-European sphere certain concepts of property, such as good and bad, sick and sad, large and many, little and few, are formed not from a single basic root but from entirely different word stems, then this phenomenon has been attributed to an older individualizing view that has not been entirely submerged by the later view of grouping, to the original qualitative linguistic forming that had resisted the growing tendency toward quantitative linguistic forming. In place of the abstraction of a uniformly comprehended and phonetically uniformly designated concept of property, which is differentiated only in degree of gradation, we encounter a basic intuition in which each degree of a property retains its own unique and exchangeable being, which is not seen as something that is merely more or less but as something separated and other. This view appears still more clearly in languages that have not developed a specific form of adjective comparison in general. In the vast majority of languages, the forms that we call comparative and superlative are totally lacking. Here the relationship of the degree of differentiation can be indirectly rendered only ever by paraphrasing, either by verbal expressions such as exceed, surpass, etc., or by the two determinations between which the comparison may be undertaken appearing next to one another in a simple parataxis. Adverbial particles, which express that a thing is large or beautiful, etc., in comparison with another thing or in opposition to another thing, can also be employed in this sense. Many of these particles have originally a spatial sense, so that the qualitative gradation seems to be based on local or lich relationships of high and low, above and below. Here too, whereas linguistic thinking introduces a spatial intuition, abstract, logical thinking seems to demand a pure concept of relation. And so the circle of our consideration closes. Again, it becomes evident that concepts of space, time, and number are truly the basic frameworks of objective intuition as it is constructed in language. They can, however, fulfill their task only because their overall structure situates them in an ideal middle region, because, by holding fast to the form of a sensible expression, they progressively imbue the sensible with spiritual content Gehalt and configure it into a symbol of the spiritual. Language in the domain of inner intuition. The phases of the I concept. A. The working out of subjectivity in linguistic expression. The analysis of language has up to now essentially been directed at displaying the categories with which language operates in the construction of the objective world of intuition. Even here, however, it was found that this methodologically set boundary was not in reality strictly adhered to. We have already seen ourselves led back throughout the presentation of each of the objective categories to the subjective sphere. Everywhere it was found that each new determination of the world of objects received within language was also reflected in the determination of the I, world. For, in truth, correlative spheres of intuition mutually determine each other's boundaries. Every new gestalt of the objective, such as, for example, its spatial, its temporal, or its numerical apprehension and separation, thus, likewise, results in an altered image of subjective reality and also includes new features in this purely inner world. In addition, language also has its own independent means that serves the pure development and configuration of this other subjective existence Dasein, and they are no less firmly rooted and no less originary than the forms by which it apprehends and presents the world of things. Even today, of course, We frequently encounter the view that the expressions with which language renders personal existence sign and relationships in it are only of derived and secondary significance compared to others that belong to the determination of objects Sache and things Ding. Attempts at a logical and systematic classification of the different word classes frequently proceed from the view that the pronoun is not an independent word class with its own spiritual content but only a simple phonetic substitute for the noun Ding word, the substantive, that it does not belong to the authentically autonomous ideas of language formation but rather merely depicts the substitution for another. Humboldt has, however, already raised decisive arguments against this narrowly grammatical view. He stressed that it was entirely incorrect to view the pronoun as the latest part of the speech of language. The first element in the act of speech is the personality of the speaking expression that stands in constant, immediate contact with nature and is impossible to omit in speech. The expression of the I confronts nature. However, in the I, the you by itself is given, and through a new opposition the third person, who, now that language has gone beyond the circle of feeling and speaking, is extended to dead things. On the basis of this basic speculative view, empirical linguistic research has frequently even attempted to demonstrate that the personal pronoun is, as it were, the bedrock of language creation, the most ancient and obscure, though also the firmest and most persistent constituent of every language. However, if Humboldt emphasized in this context that the most original feeling, the I, could not be invented after the fact and, more generally, could not be a discursive concept, then we must consider whether this original feeling must not be sought exclusively in the explicit designation of the I as the first-person pronoun. The philosophy of language would reduce itself to the narrow, logical, grammatical view that it combats, if it strove to measure the form and configuration of I consciousness solely by the development of this designation. In the psychological analysis and assessment of the language of children, the mistake has often been made of identifying the earliest articulation of the sound I clout with the primary and earliest stage of the I, feeling. However, it is overlooked that the psychic, spiritual content Gehalt and its linguistic form of expression never fully coincide and that, in particular, the unity Einheit of this content Gehalt in no way needs to be reflected in the simplicity Einfachheit of expression. On the contrary, in order to convey and exhibit a certain basic intuition, language has at its disposal a plethora of miscellaneous means of expression, and the direction of determination that they possess is clearly recognizable only from the perspective of the whole and the synergy between them. The configuration of the I concept is, therefore, not bound to the pronoun but rather takes place equally through other linguistic spheres, such as the medium of the noun and through the medium of the verb. It is particularly in the verb that the finest particularizations and shadings of the I, feeling are expressed, since the objective apprehension of an event is most characteristically permeated with the subjective apprehension of doing in the verb and since in this sense verbs, as the Chinese grammarians put it, are truly living words in difference to nouns, which are dead words. At first, the expression of the I and the self seems to require the support of the nominal sphere, the domain of substantial, objective intuition, from which it is able to liberate only with great difficulty. In the most diverse language spheres, we find designations of the I that are derived from objective designations. In particular, language shows how at first the concrete feeling of self is entirely bound to the concrete intuition of one's own lived body and individual limbs. We find here the same relationship that we encountered in the expression of spatial, temporal, and numerical determinations, which likewise exhibit this thoroughgoing orientation toward physical existence and in particular toward the human body. This system of designating the I is especially apparent in the Altaic languages. All of the branches of this linguistic family show a tendency to designate whatever we express through personal pronouns by nouns provided with case endings or possessive suffixes. The expressions for I or me are replaced by others that mean my being, my nature Wesen, or also in a drastically material manner, my body or my bosom. Even a purely spatial expression, for example, a word whose basic significance might be rendered approximately as center, can be used in this sense. In Hebrew, for example, the reflexive pronoun is rendered in a similar manner not only by words such as soul or person but also by words such as face, flesh, or heart, while, similarly, the Latin persona originally signified the actor's face or mask and was long used in German to designate the outward appearance, figure, and stature of an individual. In Coptic, self is rendered by the noun lived body, to which possessive suffixes are attached. Likewise in the Indonesian idioms, the reflexive object is designated by a word that can imply person and spirit as well as lived body. Finally, this usage extends even to the Indo-European languages where, for example, in Vedic and classical Sanskrit, the self and the I are rendered sometimes by the word for soul, a makron taman, and sometimes by the word for lived body, tanu. It is apparent in all this that where the intuition of the self, the soul, the person begins to come to light in language, it clings to the body, just as in mythical intuition, the soul and self of the person mensch is at first comprehended as a mere repetition, as a doppelganger of the lived body. Even in their formal treatment, the pronominal and the nominal expression remain in many languages undifferentiated for a long time, while they are inflected by means of the same formal elements elementae and approximate one another in number, gender, and case. If, however, we inquire not so much into the form in which language clothes the eye, representation ich Vorstellung, as rather into the spiritual Contentgehalt of this representation, then it turns out that the spiritual Contentgehalt can attain a more acute designation and a clearer determination within the domain of purely nominal or verbal expression. In almost all languages that undertake the differentiation of nouns into specific classes, we find that the opposition between a class of people and a class of objects such an is clearly determined. And it is not a question of a simple biological delimitation between the domain of the animate and the inanimate, which, as such, would still belong entirely to the intuition of nature, but with often surprising subtleties in the apprehension and shadings of personal existence. In the Bantu languages, one zone is designated through a particular prefix stressing the class of people mentioned as independent acting personalities, while another class contained animated but not personal beings Wesen. The person mensch was always classified in the latter class when they appeared not as independent agents but as the instrument and representatives of another, for example, as a messenger, an envoy, or a charge d'affaires. Language, thus, separates the types and degrees of personality according to the function that it exercises and according to the independent or dependent form and direction of the will that takes shape in it. A germ of this basic view can also be found in those languages that distinguish the naming of personal beings Wesen from those of the mere designation of things Sache by preceding them with a special personal article. In the Melanesian languages, such an article regularly precedes the names of individuals and tribes. It is also used with inanimate things, such as trees or boats, ships, or weapons if they are considered not as mere representatives vertreter of their genus but are grasped as individuals and provided with a specific proper name. A few languages have developed two personal articles, which are attached to the different classes of animate beings Wesen, based evidently on a kind of value gradation within the concept of personality. A feeling for the circle of purely subjective affiliated differences is also manifested by certain Australian indigenous languages that select a different form of the nominative, of the subjective expression when it is a question of designating a being Wesen merely existing designed or when it is a question of designating a being Wesen as acting tätig, as independently acting selbstständig handeln. Analogous differences can be designated in the verb. A particular prefix, for example, is used to express whether the occurrence foregoing that is stated by the spoken word concerns a simple natural event geschehen or whether it concerns the influence of an active tätig subject or is a common action undertaken by several such subjects. What we have here are not external differentiations that are made into the pronoun by language. However, it is nevertheless evident that the pure concept of personal being and effective action are clearly apprehended and implemented in the manifold of spiritual gradations. The extraordinary abundance of these gradations becomes visible particularly in the rich possibilities that language possesses for the differentiation of the so-called generic differences in verbs. From the standpoint of the purely logical analysis of doing, only a single, clearly pronounced difference seems at first glance to be apprehensible. The independent doing stands in opposition to merely being acted on, the active form in opposition to passive form. Even the Aristotelian table of categories has sought to raise the grammatical difference that we express by the opposition between active and passive to a generally logical and metaphysical significance. It is, however, by no means accurate, as has been done, to claim that insofar as Aristotle places at the center the basic opposition between effective action wirken and being acted on leiden, between to be acted on, that he had been guided only by the tendencies that were directly given to him, and in a sense imposed on him, by the form and the particular nature of the Greek language. Rather, language in itself would have pointed in a different direction. Precisely in Greek, the passive is not sharply distinguished from the other voices of the verb either morphologically or semasiologically. The passive voice has also functionally developed here only gradually, in part from the active voice and in part from the middle voice. When we fully consider other linguistic families, it would seem clear that the simple opposition of doing and being acted on leiden is not alone determinative or decisive in the development of verbal expression but that it is constantly crossed by an abundance of other antithetical motives. Even where languages have clearly developed this opposition, where they clearly distinguish between active and passive forms, this difference is only one among many. It belongs to a totality Gesamtheit of conceptual gradations that are verbally expressed. In other languages, this opposition may be entirely absent, so that here, At least, formally, no particular passive use of the verb is available. Determinations for which we are accustomed to deploying a passive expression are rendered here by active verb forms, particularly by the third-person plural of the active verb. In the Malay languages, according to Humboldt, the so-called passive formation is in actual fact the transposition of the verb into a nominal form. There is no true passive, because the verb is not thought of as active but rather has a nominal character. The designation of the event initially inheres neither in the relation to an acting tatic nor in the relation to an object acted on. And the verb merely takes note of the occurrence of the event, without expressly connecting it to the energy of a subject, or indicates, in the form of the verb, the relation to the object that is affected by it. That, however, the development of the abstract opposition of doing and undergoing is lacking is not, for example, due to the fact that here the concrete intuition of doing and its nuances are still missing. It can be seen that this intuition of doing can often be astonishingly varied in those same languages that lack a formal differentiation between the active and the passive. The genera of a verb not only are often sharply determined individually but can also overlap each other in a great variety of ways and combine together to form more complex expressions. At the apex are initially found those forms that designate a temporal character in the action. However, as we saw earlier, it is not so much a question of the expression of their relative temporal stage as rather of the expression of the kind of action. A sharp separation occurs between perfective and imperfective, momentary and cursive, unique or iterative kind of action. A difference is made as to whether the action is accomplished and completed at the moment of speaking or whether it is apprehended as yet in progress, whether it is limited to a specific moment Augenblick or extends over a greater duration of time, whether it takes place in a single act or in multiple repeated acts. To be able to designate such determinations, each one requires, in addition to the previously mentioned means for the expression of the type of action, its own specific form genus of the verb. To designate a simple state as such, a state of can be used. A gradual becoming can be expressed by an inchoative. The conclusion brought about by an action can be expressed by a cessative or conclusive. If the action is to be characterized as prolonged and regular, as habitual or customary, the form of the habitualness is used. Other languages have developed the differentiation of momentary verbs, zeitwort, or from frequentative verbs to a high degree. Apart from these differences, which essentially concern the objective character of the action, the inner attitude that the I takes toward the action can above all acquire expression in the verb form. This self can be either of a purely theoretical or practical nature, and it can originate in the sphere of pure volition or even in the sphere of judgment. In the former case, the action can certainly be characterized as desired, requested, or demanded. In the latter, it can certainly be characterized as esoteric or problematic. Just as earlier, the differences in the naming of the types of action, the construction of the actual modal differences follow this direction. It develops the subjunctive, which has a volitive, deliberative, and prospective significance, the optative, which is used partly in the sense of a wish, partly as the expression of a precept or a simple possibility. Even the form of desire for verlangen, from the simple wish wunsch just to the command, is capable of various gradations that, for example, can be expressed in the differentiation of a simple precative from the imperative. Apart from imperative, desiderative, and obligative moods, which express that an action should be done, many Native American languages have purely theoretical modes that are designated by grammarians as dubitative or quotative and that imply that the action is doubtful or is reported on the basis of someone else's testimony. Often here too, it is through a suffix that is unique to the verb that makes it clear whether the subject has personally seen the occurrence or has heard about it, or knows of it not through immediate sense perception but through conjecture and inference. Sometimes familiarity with an occurrence that one has obtained in a dream is distinguished in the same way from familiarity obtained in a waking state. Here the I, in willing or demanding, doubting or questioning, already opposes itself to objective reality. This confrontation obtains its sharpest relief when what is talked about is the influence of the I on the object and of its different possible forms. Many languages, which are relatively indifferent toward the difference of active and passive, distinguish instead with the utmost precision the stages of this influence and its greater or lesser immediacy. A simple phonetic means, such as the doubling of the middle radical in the Semitic languages, can, for example, be used to derive from the basic root of a verb a second root that is at first intensive but then goes on to possess a general, causative significance. Alongside both there occurs still a third root, which specifically possesses this latter function. From causatives of the first degree may be formed causatives of the second and third degree, which give an originally intransitive verb a doubly or triply transitive significance. It is apparent how increasing potentization is reflected in such linguistic phenomena that the intuition of personal effective action undergoes the subject and the object of a doing are no longer simply kept apart, but more and more intermediate. Links insert themselves between the effective acting and the affected that serve, even personal nature, to transfer, as it were, the action from its initial origin into a willing I and transpose it into the sphere of objective being. This intuition of the plurality of subjects who collaborate in an action can, in addition, find a different expression depending on whether the simple fact of this cooperation is designated or rather the difference of their form is reflected. In the first case, language uses the cooperative form of the verb, or it forms a proper cooperative or social stem that implies that one person is in some way involved with the activity or state of affairs of another. A number of languages employ particular collective infixes in order to intimate the fact that some action is not undertaken by an individual but is undertaken in the community. As concerns the form of collaboration zusammenwirken of several individuals, it is above all important whether this collaboration is directed only outward or whether it is directed inward, i.e., whether a plurality of subjects confronts a simple tangible object or whether the individuals in their doing are reciprocally subject and object for one another. From the latter intuition arises the form of expression that language creates for reciprocal action. Even primitive languages sometimes distinguish sharply whether the activity of the subjects is directed toward an outward object zako or whether it directs them against each other. And here the preparation for a further momentous step is manifestly already given. Already in reciprocal action, the agent wirkende and that which is acted gewirkt on are, in a certain sense, together in one. Both belong here to the personal sphere, and it only depends on the direction of consideration as to whether we want to regard the doing as subject or as object. The relationship further deepens when a plurality of subjects is replaced by a single subject, so that the starting and end point of an action, having been separated from each other, once again substantially coincides in one point. This is the character of reflexive action, in which the I determines not so much one or the other as rather itself, in which it redirects its doing back onto itself. In many languages, this reflexive formation replaces the missing passive voice. This pointing and turning back of the action on the I, and the energetic consciousness of subjectivity that manifested itself in it, emerges most clearly in the use that the Greek language makes of the middle verb forms. The possession and use of the medium have with good reason been regarded as an essential and distinguishing character of Greek, such that it was stamped as the truly philosophical language. The Indian grammarians have created a distinctive expression for the difference between the active form of the verb and the middle form of the verb, by which they name the former a word for another and the latter a word for oneself. Indeed, the basic significance of the middle is that it considers the occurrences located in the proper sphere of the subject and stresses the inner participation of the subject in it. Jacob Grimm writes, "For each simple active act it remains doubtful whether an intransitive or a transitive concept is dominant. For example, I see is able to signify either I see with my eyes or I see something to cry implies either inward weeping or to beweep another. The middle removes this doubt and refers the meaning necessarily to the subject of the sentence, I weep about myself, for myself. The true and proper middle is in general created to designate that living taking place in the inner soul and in the lived body, so that all languages by a wonderful coincidence include in it concepts such as to rejoice, to grieve, to wonder, to fear, to hope, to dwell, to rest, to speak, to clothe, to wash, etc. If we now look back over the variety of differentiations of verbal genera and consider that most of these genera can be combined together into new complex unities, for example, the passive and the causative into a causative passive, the causative and the reflexive into a reflexive, causative or a reciprocal, causative, etc. We recognize that the force that language manifests in such formations lies in the fact that it does not grasp the opposition between subjective being and objective being as an abstract and rigid opposition between two mutually exclusive domains, but that it thinks of this opposition as dynamically mediated in the most diverse ways. Language does not exhibit the two spheres in themselves but reveals their intertwining in their reciprocal determination. It creates, as it were, a middle realm through which the forms of existence are referred to the forms of doing, the forms of doing are referred to the forms of existence, and both are fused together into a spiritual unity of expression. B. Personal and possessive expression. When we turn from the implicit configuration that the I representation undergoes in the sphere of nominal and verbal expression to its explicit linguistic formation, to the gradual development of the true pronouns, it thus becomes clear, as Humboldt emphasized, that although the I feeling must be regarded as an original and irreducible constant of all language formation, the entrance of the pronoun into actual language was nevertheless attained by great difficulty. For the nature Wesen of the I consists in being subject, while in thinking and speaking every concept must become an object before the actually thinking subject. This opposition can, as a result, be mediated and resolved only if the same relationship observed in the nominal and verbal expression is now repeated on a higher level. A sharp designation of the I is also found in the sphere of pronominal expression only if it confronts the objective while passing through it. Even where language has already determinately given shape to the thought of the I, it must first give it an objective framing. Fossing and shaping it must, as it were, first find the designation of the I and the designation of the objective. This presupposition is confirmed when we consider the mode in which language expresses personal relationships, not immediately by using true personal pronouns but rather by means of possessive pronouns. Indeed, the idea of possession that is depicted in these pronouns occupies a peculiar middle position between the domain of objectivity and that of subjectivity. What is possessed is a thing Ding or object Gegenstand, as something that by the fact that it is the content of possession is recognizable as a mere thing Sache. However, insofar as this thing Sache is now acknowledged as a property Eigentum, it thereby obtains for itself a new property Eigenheit, and it passes from the sphere of merely natural existence into the sphere of personal, spiritual existence. It is, as it were, a first animation, a transformation of the form of being into the form of Ich form first person. The self does not apprehend itself in a free and original act of self, activity Selbstständigkeit, of spiritual and volitional spontaneity Spontaneitat, but rather sees itself, so to speak, in the image of the object that it appropriates as its own. The psychological side of this mediation of pure personal expression by possessive expression exhibits itself in the development of child language, in which the designation of the proper I appears to take place much earlier by possessive pronouns than by personal pronouns. However, more clearly than such observations, which are not at all reliable and unequivocal, certain phenomena in the general history of language also speak here. These phenomena show that a state of indifference precedes the actual sharp working out Ausbildung of the I concept in language, a state in which the expression for I and mine, you and yours, etc. have not yet separated. The difference between the two, Humboldt remarks, is felt, but not with the formal sharpness and determinacy that is required for the transition to phonetic designation. Like most of the Native American languages, the Altaic languages also fashion the conjugations of the verb by adding a possessive affix to the indefinite infinitive form, so that, for example, the expression for I walk literally says my walking and the expression for I build, you build, he builds demonstrates exactly the same structure as those for my house, your house, his house. There is no doubt that a distinctive intuition of the relationship between I and reality underlies this distinctiveness of expression. Wundt sees the psychological cause for this persistence of the nominal form in the domain of transitive verbal concepts, and the transitive verb, the object to which the activity is correlated, is always immediately given in consciousness, and thus everything else it presses forth to designation. Thus, the nominal concept can stand here for the whole sentence expressing the activity. With this statement of facts, however, it is not so much explained psychologically as rather reformulated psychologically. It is a spiritually different view of doing that expresses itself in its designation as pure act, as actus purus, and that expresses itself in the designation of its subjective goals and its subjective outcomes. In the one case, the expression of doing refers back to the interiority of subjectivity as its origin and source. In the other, it concentrates on the product of doing, which it brings back, as it were, to the sphere of the I by means of the possessive pronoun. The relation of the I to objective content is present in both cases. However, in the one case, it bears, so to speak, the opposite sign as it does in the other case. The direction of movement goes, in one case, from the center to the periphery, while in the other, from the periphery to the center. This connection of the I and not I, expressed in the possessive pronoun and thus mediated by the idea of possession, is especially close when the not I is not a random object in the outer world but rather belongs to a domain in which the inner and the outer seem to touch and flow immediately into one another. Even speculative philosophers have identified the human lived body as the reality in which this transition takes place for us in unmistakable clarity. Thus, according to Schopenhauer, the I and the lived body are not two objectively recognized different states connected by a bond of causality that do not stand to one another in a relationship of cause and effect but rather are one and the same, given only in two entirely different modes. The action of the lived body is nothing other than an objectified act of the will, i.e., an act of the will that has entered into intuition. The lived body is nothing other than the objectivity of the will itself. From this point of view, it is understandable that in the designations that language creates for the human lived body and its individual parts, language also lets objective and subjective expression directly penetrate each other. The expression of personal relation often fuses into an inseparable whole with a purely objective denomination. In particular, the languages of natural people frequently exhibit this characteristic in sharp expression Ausprägung. In most of the Native American languages, a part of the body can never be designated by a general expression, but rather, it must always be more closely determined by means of a possessive pronoun. There is, thus, no abstract and detached expression for arm or hand, but only an expression for an arm or a hand inasmuch as it belongs to a specific person. Carl von den Steinen reports that in seeking to ascertain the names for the individual parts of the body in Bakery, it was necessary to distinguish carefully whether the body part whose name was inquired about belonged to one's own body, to the body of the person questioned, or to a third party, since in each case the answer would be different. The word tongue, for example, can be rendered only in the forms my tongue, your tongue, his tongue, or perhaps the tongue all of us who are here. The same phenomenon is reported by Humboldt from the Mexican, by Bothling from the Akut language. In the Melanesian languages, a different expression is selected for the designation of body parts when it is a question of the general naming of body parts or when it is a question of the naming of particular body parts of a specific individual. In the former case, a generalizing suffix had to be joined to the ordinary expression that has the individualizing significance, that signifying my hand, your hand, etc. This fusion of a nominal expression with the possessive pronoun in addition overlaps the designation of the human limbs onto another content provided that they are comprehended as belonging exceptionally close to the I and, as it were, as a part of its spiritual, natural being. Often particular expressions of natural degrees of kinship, the expression for father and mother, etc., appear only in a fixed connection with the possessive pronoun. We seem to encounter here the same relationship that confronted us earlier in the configuration of verbal expressions, namely, that for the intuition of language, objective reality does not form a single homogeneous mass that simply stands as a whole over against the world of the eye, but rather, different strata of this reality exist. A general and abstract relation between object and subject is not present per se, but rather, different levels of objectivity exist, each clearly mutually separated from each other according to its greater proximity or the remoteness from the eye. And from this concretion, in which the subject-object relation subject but seeing is given, a further feature follows. The basic characteristic of the pure eye, in opposition to everything objective and tangible, is that it forms an absolute unity Einheit. The eye, apprehended as the pure form of consciousness, is incapable of further inner differences, for such differences belong to the world of contents. Wherever, therefore, the eye is taken as the expression of the non-tangible in the strict sense, it must be comprehended as pure identity with itself. In On the Eye as a Principle of Philosophy, Schelling drew this consequence with extreme sharpness. If the eye is not identical with itself, if its originary form is not the form of pure identity, he points out, then the strict boundary that separates it from all factual, objective reality and that makes it into something unmistakably independent and unique is immediately blurred. The eye, therefore, is to be thought of either not at all or only in this originary form of pure identity. However, language is unable to suddenly pass over into this intuition of the pure, transcendental I and its unity Einheit. Because the personal sphere only gradually grows out of the possessive, because the intuition of the person adheres to the intuition of objective possession, the multiplicity that is inherent in a merely possessive relationship besides Verhaltnis conditions of ownership must retroactively affect the expression of the I, Beziehung relation, to the self. Indeed, my arm, which is organically bound up with the whole of my lived body, belongs to me in quite a different way than my weapon or my work tools. My parents, my children, are connected with me in a totally different, more natural, and more immediate way than my horse or my dog, and even in the domain of mere objective possessions consists a discernible difference between the mobile and the immobile possessions of the individual. The house in which I live belongs to me in another and firmer sense than the coat I wear. Language initially clings to all these differences and instead of a unitary and general expression of possessive relationships, it seeks to develop as many different expressions as there are distinct classes of concrete possession. The result here is the same phenomenon that we pursued in the development and gradual working out of numerals. Just as the different objects C and groups of objects C originally have different numbers, so too do they have a different mein and your. The numeral substantives of many languages, which are employed with the counting of different objects Gegenstände, have an entirely analogous diversity of possessive substantives. In the Melanesian and many Polynesian languages, in order to render the possessive relationship, a possessive suffix is appended to the designation of the possessed object, which, however, changes according to the class to which the object belongs. Originally, all of these diverse expressions of the possessive relationship were nouns, as is formally shown by the fact that prepositions can precede them. These nouns are gradated such that they differentiate various kinds of possession, ownership, or belonging. One possessive noun of this sort, for example, is added to names of kinship, to limbs of the human body, to parts of a thing, and another to things that one possesses or to work tools one uses. One applies to all the things one eats, another to everything one drinks. Often a different expression is used for a possession coming from outside and for an object owing its existence to the personal activity of the possessor. In a similar way, Native American languages differentiate, for the most part, between two basic types of possession: between natural, untransferable possession and artificial, transferable possession. A multiplicity in the expression of the possessive relationship can condition even pure numerical determinations, by differentiating through the selection of the possessive pronoun whether there is one, two, or several possessors, or whether one, two, or more possessed objects are present. In the Aleutian language, for example, these considerations and combinations of all these circumstances give rise to 9 expressions of the personal pronouns. All this shows that the homogeneous expression of possession, like the homogeneous expression of number, was a relatively late product of language formation, and also that it had to be detached from the intuition of heterogeneity. Just as number achieved its character of similarity by progressively transforming itself from an expression of things into an expression of pure relation, so too gradually did the simplicity and uniformity of the relation Beziehung gain primacy over the diversity of the contents that can enter into this relation. Language appears to be on its way to this purely formal designation of the possessive relationship, and hence on its way to immediate apprehension of the formal unity of the wherever it expresses possession by the genitive rather than by possessive pronouns. For, although the genitive is rooted in concrete intuitions, especially in spatial intuitions, in its continued formation, it becomes more and more a purely grammatical case, the expression of the possession in general that is restricted to no special form of possession. A mediation and a transition between these two intuitions can perhaps be recognized in that sometimes in language the genitive expression still appears with a particular possessive character, and that a unique possessive suffix belongs to a constant and in no way negligent completion of the genitive relationship. Language approaches the expression of the purely formal unity of the by another road when, instead of characterizing the activity, essentially according to its subjective goal and result, it goes back to the origin of doing, the acting subject. This direction is taken by all those languages that consider the verb as a pure action, word, and link the designation and determination of the person with the personal pronoun. The I, you, and he are moved from the objective sphere into a completely different focus as the mere mine, yours, his. The subject of the doing can no longer appear as a mere thing among things or as a content among contents, but it is the living energetic nucleus from which the action begins and from which it takes its direction. Attempts have been made to distinguish types of language formation according to whether they designate the verbal event essentially from the perspective of sensation or from the perspective of the act. In the first perspective, the expression of doing becomes a mere "it seems to me," whereas under the second, the domination of opposite tendency holds sway, and even mere appearance is interpreted in terms of a doing. In the comparison of the expression of activity, however, the expression of the I also gains a new framing façon. The dynamic expression of the I representation comes far closer than a nominal, objective expression to apprehending it as a pure formal unity. The I now transforms itself in the act more and more clearly into the pure expression of relation. If not only all doing but also all undergoing erleiden, if not only every action handlung but also every determination of state appeared linked in the I and united in it through the personal form of the verbal expression, then this I is ultimately nothing more than this ideal center. There is no conceivable or intuitive content proper to it, but to speak with Kant, there is only the one in reference to which representations have synthetic unity. In this sense, the I representation is the poorest of all, because it seems emptied of all concrete content Gehalt. However, this absence of content Gehalt likewise implies an entirely new function and an entirely new significance. For this significance, it is true, language possesses no adequate expression for, even in its highest degree of spirituality, it must refer to the sphere of sensible intuition and, hence, cannot attain to this pure intellectual representation of the I, to this I of transcendental apperception. However, it can, nevertheless, at least mediately prepare the ground Boden for the I, by developing more and more subtly and sharply the opposition between the tangibly objective being and personal subjective being, and by determining the relationship between the two in different ways and with diverse instruments. See, the nominal and the verbal types of linguistic expression. The science and the philosophy of language have concerned themselves for a long time with the controversy as to whether the originary words your word from which language began were of a nominal or verbal nature. Whether they were the designation of things or the designation of activities. Opinions immediately and bluntly opposed each other here, and grounds from the history of language and reasons of a general speculative nature were adduced for both alternatives. Admittedly, for a long time, it seemed as if this controversy had died down since the concept that it turned around had become problematic. The modern science of language has gradually abandoned the attempt to return to a prehistoric time or outside and to immediately listen in on the mystery of the creation of language. For modern linguistic science, the concept of the linguistic root was no longer the concept of a real historical existence, but rather, it saw in it, as, in fact, Humboldt had already done with his usual critical attention, only the product of grammatical analysis. The alleged originary forms or ferment of language thus faded into mere forms of thought, into formations gebilde of abstraction. As long as we believed in an actual root period of language, we could attempt to trace the totality Gesamtheit of linguistic formations Bildungen back to a limited number of matrices or types, and in that this view was combined with the view that all speech has its origin in the communal performance of human activities, we could go further and show the traces of this doing in the basic linguistic figures of these types. It is in this sense that Max Mola, for example, following the procedure undertaken by Ludwig Noir, attempted to trace the roots of Sanskrit back to a certain number of originary linguistic concepts or begriffen, to the expressions for the simplest human activities, for braiding and weaving, sewing and binding, cutting and dividing, digging and thrusting, breaking and beating. Attempts of this sort seem to have lost their sense, however, once the concept of root was no longer grasped in terms of its content but rather formally. Once what is caught sight of in it is not so much the factual element of language formation as rather a methodological element of the science of language. And even if we did not go as far as this complete methodological dissolution of the concept of root, if we felt justified in assuming, for example, that in the Indo-European the roots had real existence in a time preceding inflection, it now seemed that we had to abstain from any pronouncement about the actual form of this real existence. Nevertheless, even today there are indications in empirical linguistic research that the problem of the constitution and structure of the originary roots has once again begun to stir. Once again, the thesis of the verbal origin and verbal character of these roots emerges here with particular emphasis. In attempting to renew this old thesis already defended by Panini, a French philologist relies for its implementation explicitly on considerations that come not from observations on the history of language but from another sphere, namely from general metaphysics. According to him, language must take its beginning from the designation of verbal concepts and advance gradually from there to the designation of thing concepts, because only activities and alterations are perceived by the senses, because only they are given as phenomena, while the thing that lies at the base of these activities and alterations can be apprehended only immediately, disclosed always only as their bearer. Like the path of thinking, the path of language must pass from the known to the unknown, from sensible perception to the merely thought, from the phenomenon to the noumenon. As a consequence, the designation of the verb and of verbal attributes must have necessarily preceded the designations of substance, of the linguistic substantives. However, precisely this transition to another genus, this surprising turn in metaphysics, makes clear the underlying methodological weakness in the framing of the problem. The entire demonstration rests on an unmistakable quaternio terminarum fallacy of four terms. The concept of substance, which provides here the middle term of the syllogism, is used in two different significations, once in a metaphysical sense and once in an empirical sense. The antecedent of the conclusion speaks of substance as the metaphysical subject of alterations and properties, as the thing in itself, which lies behind all qualities and accidents, and the conclusion speaks of the nominal concepts of language, which since they serve to express objects, they can take these natural objects in no other way than as objects in appearance. Substance, in the first sense, is the expression of an absolute essential being, while, in the second sense, it can be only the expression of a relative, empirical permanence. However, if the problem is taken in this latter sense, the inference drawn, insofar as it is based on epistemo-critical grounds, loses all cogency. For a critique of cognition does not teach us that the thought of the changeable property or changeable state is necessarily prior to the thought of the thing as a relatively permanent unity. Rather, it shows that the concept of the thing, as well as the concept of the property or state, are equally justified and equally necessary conditions in the construction of the world of experience. They are not distinguished from one another as expressions of given realities, according to the order that these realities assume, either intrinsically or with reference to our cognition, but as forms of apprehension, as categories that reciprocally condition one another. The viewpoint of permanence, the viewpoint of the thing is, in this sense, given neither before nor after that of alteration but absolutely only with it as its correlative element. and this perspective is valid in the inverse direction. It disproves not only the alleged necessary originality of verbs and verbal concepts but also the psychological arguments that have been adduced to demonstrate the primacy of purely objective intuition and mere nominal concepts. Wundt, for example, remarks, "It is impossible to think that the human being ever thought solely in verbal concepts. On the contrary, that the human being thought only in objective representations might be more readily understood by psychological characteristics and, indeed, there are distinct traces of such a state, not only in the speech of children but also in numerous existing languages that have preserved a more original state of conceptual development. However, the assumption that the human being ever thought in mere nominal concepts involves the same fundamental lacuna as the contrary thesis that awards verbal concepts a temporal and objective priority. We are confronted here with one of those problems that cannot be solved by a simple either/or but that can be decided only through a basic, critical rectification in the framing of the question. The dilemma that has long divided linguistic researchers into two camps is ultimately a methodological dilemma. If one sides with the picture theory-able theory, if it is thus assumed that language has no other purpose than to designate externally certain differences given in representation, then it is meaningful to ask whether it first emphasizes things or activities, states or properties. Basically, however, this way of framing the question embodies merely the old error of an immediate reification of basic intellectual, linguistic categories. A separation that first takes place in Mind-Geiste, i.e., through the totality Gesamtheit of its functions, is looked upon as a substantially present and consistent existence preceding the whole of these functions. The problem acquires another sense if we reflect that things and states, properties and activities, are not given as contents of consciousness but are modes and tendencies of its forming Formung. Then it becomes apparent that neither the one nor the other is immediately perceived and can be linguistically designated according to this perception. What takes place is, rather, that an initially undifferentiated manifold of sensible impressions can be determined in the direction of the one or the other form of thought and language. This determination towards the object or towards the activity, not the mere naming of the object or of the activity, as in the logical work of cognition, is thus expressed in the intellectual geistig work of language. The question, then, is not whether the act of naming first grasps things or activities as intrinsically existent determinations of reality but rather whether it is erected in the sign of one or another linguistic, intellectual gedanklich category, whether, as it were, it is performed sub specie nominis or sub specie verbi. And it can be expected from the beginning that, faced with this question, an entirely simple a priori verdict will not be possible. If language is no longer apprehended as an unambiguous picture built of an unambiguously given reality but rather as a vehicle of that great process of the confrontation Auseinandersetzung between I and world, in which the boundaries of both are positively first separated, it is evident that this task harbors in itself a wealth of diverse possible solutions. For the medium in which the mediation takes place certainly does not exist from the beginning in finished determinacy, rather, it is, and takes effect, only in that it configures itself. In this sense, it is not possible to speak of a linguistic system of categories or of an order and sequence of linguistic categories that is understood to include the setting up of a number of fixed forms in which, as in a prescribed track, all linguistic development must once and for all take its course. As in an epistemo-critical consideration, each individual category, which we single out and place in relief against the others, can, in fact, be apprehended and assessed only as a single motive, which may develop different concrete, individual configurations according to the relations into which it enters with other motives. The form of language, which is not, however, to be taken as a form of being but as a form of movement, not as a static form but as a dynamic one, results from the interpenetration in einander of these motives and from their different relationships in which they come together zueinander. There is, therefore, no absolute oppositions but only relative oppositions, oppositions of sense and of the direction of apprehension. The emphasis may fall now on one element, now on another element. The dynamic accents may be disseminated in any number of ways between the concepts of things, properties, states, activities, and the particular character of each linguistic form, because created form exists only in this back and forth, oscillating movement. The more sharply we seek to apprehend this process as it operates in the particularization that it undergoes in individual languages, the more evident it becomes that the individual word classes that our grammatical analysis seeks to distinguish, the substantive, adjective, pronoun, verb, are not available vorhanden from the beginning, acting on one another like fixed substantial units, but that they seem, as it were, to reciprocally emerge from each other and to delimit one and another. Designation does not develop in a finished object, rather, it is the advancement of the sign and through this advancement of the sign that an ever Sharper distinction of the contents of consciousness is attained, and by means of this advancement of the sign that the world takes on for us progressively clearer outlines as an ensemble of objects and properties, of alterations and activities, of people and things succession, of local ordlich and temporal relations. Thus, it is to be expected that the path that language takes, the path towards pseudo-determination, is gradually and steadily worked out and configured from a relatively indeterminate stage. The history of language confirms this assumption. It shows us that the further back we can trace the development of language, the more we are led to a phase in which the parts of speech that we distinguish in the highly developed languages were separated from each other neither in form nor in content. At this phase, one and the same word can fulfill different grammatical functions, can be employed as a preposition or an independent noun, as a verb or as a substantive, according to the particular conditions. In particular, the continuous rule forms the indifference of noun and verb that determines the construction of most languages. It has sometimes been said that while the whole of language merges into both the categories of the noun and the verb, that, on the other hand, very few languages have a verb in our sense. In the Indo-European and Semitic sphere, languages seem to be almost alone in their sharp difference between the two form classes, and even in them, in the configuration of the sentence, we still find the fluid transitions between the nominal and the verbal sentence forms. Humboldt identifies as characteristic of the Malay languages that the boundary between nominal expression and verbal expression is so blurred that one has, as it were, the feeling of the absence of the verb. He likewise emphasized that a language like Burmese, for example, completely lacks the formal designations of the verbal function, so that in speaking there apparently no longer exists any living penetration of the feeling of the true force of the verb. What still seems to be regarded here as a kind of anomaly of language formation has subsequently been shown, by the further expansion of philology, to be a general widespread phenomenon. Instead of the sharp separation of nouns and verbs, we repeatedly encounter a quasi-amorphous form. It also becomes evident that boundaries of the formal, grammatical treatment of the expressions of things and activities only gradually separated from each other. In their linguistic configuration, conjugation and declension initially flow over into each other. Wherever language adheres to the type of possessive conjugation, a complete parallelism between nominal and verbal expression is already given. Similar relations are to be found between the designations of activities and the designations of properties. One and the same system of inflection can include both verbs and adjectives. Even complex linguistic formations, kabilda, even whole sentences, can sometimes be conjugated in this way. If we are inclined to regard such phenomena as proof of the formlessness of a language, should we not rather regard it as evidence of the characteristic becoming toward form? For it is precisely in the indeterminacy that still adheres to language here, in the lack of formation, outbuilding and separation of its individual categories, that there is found, rather, a moment of its proper plasticity and its essential inner force of formation. The determinateless expression still intrinsically contains all the potentialities of determination and leaves it, as it were, to the further development of particular languages which of these potentialities it will determine. Any attempt to advance a general scheme of this development would certainly seem to be a futile effort, precisely because in the construction of its system of categories, each language proceeds differently, by which the concrete wealth of this development is decided. Nevertheless, without doing violence to this concrete abundance of expressive forms, we can refer it to certain basic types and group these expressive forms according to them. A few languages and language groups that have cultivated the nominal type into greater purity and rigor, in which the whole construction of the world of intuition, through which the objective intuition appears governed and directed, stand over against others in which the grammar and syntax structure are determined and directed by the verb. And even in the latter case, there arises two forms of linguistic configuration, according to whether the verbal expression is taken as an expression of a mere event foregone or an expression of a pure activity, according to whether it immerses itself in the course of objective events geschehen or whether it emphasizes the active subject and its energy and moves into the center. Regarding the first, the strictly nominal type has a sharp and clear manifestation Ausprägung in the languages of the Altaic family. Here the entire syntax is organized such that one objective expression simply follows the other and is linked with it attributively, whereas this simple principle of organization is carried out so rigorously and universally that it can provide a clear and self-contained presentation for the most complex determinations. Heinrich Winkler writes the following about this principle, which he illustrates through a discussion of the structure of the Japanese verb. I do not hesitate to call it a most wonderful structure. The manifoldness of relations of all sorts, the finest and most minute shadings that attain linguistic expression in the most succinct form, is inexhaustible. What we in our languages express by numerous circumlocutions, by subordinate clauses of all sorts, relative as well as conjunctional, is clearly rendered by a single expression or by a single substantive noun governing a verbal noun. A verbal noun of this sort can clearly express what in our perspective requires a main clause and 2 or 3 subsidiary clauses, and moreover each of the 3 or 4 links can encompass the subtlest and most diverse differences of time, of active or passive, causative, continuative, in short, the most manifold modifications of action. And all this is largely accomplished without recourse to most of the formal elements with which we are so familiar and which strike us as indispensable. Thus, Japanese is in our sense a formless language par excellence. By this, I do not mean to disparage this language but merely to indicate how greatly its structure diverges from that of our own languages. The essence of this divergence is that while feeling for the conceptual nuances of action is by no means lacking, it can be expressed only insofar as the expression of action is enmeshed, as it were, with the expression of the object and enters into it as a further determination. The existence of the thing forms the center of designation, and all expression of properties, relations, and activities remains dependent on it. It is, therefore, in the genuine sense a substantial apprehension that we have before us in this formation of language. In the Japanese verb, we frequently find a pure statement of existence, where we would expect to find, according to our way of thinking, a predicative statement. Rather than expressing a connection between subject and predicate, it accentuates and exposes the being, present Vorhandensein or not, being, present nicht Vorhandensein of the subject or predicate, the factuality Tatsächlichkeit or non-factuality nicht Tatsächlichkeit. All further determinations of what, of effective action and undergoing, etc. take their starting point from this first establishment Festsetzung of being or non-being. This emerges most strikingly in the negative locution in which non-being is even grasped, as it were, substantially. The negation of an action is such that the non-being of the same is rather affirmatively established. There is no not coming in our sense but rather only a non-being or non-presence of the to come de kommen. The expression of this non-being nicht-sein is constructed gefügt in such a way that it actually implies the being of the not nicht. And just as here the relation of negation turns into a substantial expression, so too is the same valid for the other expressions of relation Beziehungsausdruck. For the acute, the possessive relationship is reproduced by asserting the existence or non-existence oder nicht existence of the possessed object. A locution such as my house present vorhanden or my house not present vorhanden expresses that I possess or do not possess a house. Likewise, the expressions of number are often configured such that the determination of number appears as an independent objective being, that instead of many or all people, one says people of multiplicity or people of allness instead of 5 people, people of fiveness, the 5 pieces, the 5hoodness etc. The modal and temporal determinations of the verbal noun are, in the same way, brought to expression. A substantival expression, such as imminence, is designated by being linked with the attributive verbal noun that considers the designated action as futural. Thus, the verb is to be taken. In a future sense, a substantival expression such as longing serves to form the so-called desiderative form of the verb, etc. Other modal nuances such as the conditional or the concessive are designated in accordance with the same principle. Language coins here a great many individual determinations of being, a great many independent objective constructions Fugen, in order that through their juxtaposition it can bring the wealth of possible intellectual connections and forms of connection to an indirect presentation. A completely other basic spiritual view confronts us where language, while still preserving the original indifference of noun and verb, nevertheless appropriates and accentuates the basic indifferent form in the opposite sense. If, in the cases just considered, all linguistic determination takes its departure from the object, then other languages assume with equal sharpness and conciseness the designation and determination of occurrence foregone as their point of departure. As with the noun, the verb appears here, inasmuch as it is the pure expression of an occurrence foregone, as the true center of language where, with the noun, all relationships, even those of events geschehen and doing, were transposed into relationships of being. Here, with the verb relationships of being are transposed into relationships and expressions of events geschehen. In the first case, the form of dynamic becoming is, as it were, involved in the form of dormant, static existence. In the other, existence is apprehended only as it stands in relation to becoming. However, this form of becoming is not yet saturated with the pure I, form and, therefore, still possesses it with all its vitality, a predominantly objective, impersonal gestalt. In this respect, we are still in the tangible sphere. However, its center has shifted. The emphasis of linguistic designation is placed not so much on the existence as it is on alteration. We have seen that in the nominal languages, the substantive, as an expression of the object, dominated the structural whole of language. Thus, we may expect to find the verb, as an expression of alteration, to be the actual center of powercraft. While nominal expression endeavored to coin even the most complex relations into the substantival form, here language attempts to combine and, as it were, capture all of these relations in the form of a verbal expression of the events foregone. This seems to be the general approach of most Native American languages, and there have been attempts to psychologically explain it on the basis of the structural elementa of the Indian spirit Geist. Regardless of what position we take in this attempt at an explanation, the pure inventory bestand of these languages already points to a unique method of linguistic configuration. The general outlines of this method were clearly delineated by Humboldt in his presentation of the procedure of incorporation in the Mexican language. As is well known, the core of this method consists in the fact that the relations, which other languages bring to expression in a sentence and in the analytical organization of the sentence, are here synthetically contracted into a single linguistic framework fuga, into a complex word, sentence. The expression of verbal action forms the focal point of these sentences, which, however, link together the manifold, modifying determinations into a richer fullness. The governing and the governed parts of the verb, particularly the designations for its closer or more distant object, are integrated into the verbal expression as a necessary complement. Humboldt thus remarks: according to its form, the sentence already appears completed in the verb, and it is only afterwards that it is, as it were, more closely determined through apposition. According to the Mexican mode of representation, the verb cannot be thought at all without this complementary, ancillary determinations. If, therefore, there exists no determinate object, then language combined the verb with a proper indefinite pronoun, with double form for persons and things: ni, tla, que, I eat something; ni, te, tla, maka, I give someone something. The method of incorporation thus forces the entire content of a statement into a single verbal expression, or where the statement is just too complex and this is not possible, it sends out pointers, as it were, from the verbal center of the sentence, to indicate the directions in which the individual parts are to be sought in relationship to the sentence. Even where the verb does not encompass the entire content of the statement, it thus contains the general scheme of the sentence structure. Here, a sentence is not constructed, not gradually built up out of its heterogeneous elementa, but is given at once as the unity of a stamped form. Language first arranges a connected whole that is formally complete in self-sufficient. It expressly designates what is not yet individually determined as an indeterminate something by means of a pronoun, but afterwards goes on to individually sketch this indeterminate residuum. Later investigations of Native American languages have modified many of the features of the general picture that Humboldt gives here that sketches out from the incorporation process. They have shown that in individual languages, this method can be configured differently. This the type, degree, and scope of the incorporation. However, the general characterization of the unique way of thinking Descartes mindset that underlies it is not significantly changed by such observations. To employ a mathematical image, we are able to compare the method that language forges here with the establishment of a formula in which the general relationships of magnitude are designated but the particular values of magnitude are left undetermined. Initially, the formula merely renders, in a unitary, comprehensive expression, the general mode of connection between certain sets of magnitudes. However, before it can be applied to a specific case, the indeterminate magnitudes, x, y, z, must be replaced by determinate magnitudes. Thus, here too, the form of the statement is fully projected into earth and anticipated at the outset in the verbal word sentence, and it undergoes a material supplement only in that the signification of the indefinite pronouns incorporated in the word sentence is more narrowly determined by subsequent superimposed linguistic determinations. The verb as a designation of the event strives to concentrate within itself the living whole of the sense expressed in the sentence. However, the further it advances in this effort, the more, of course, there is the danger that it will be overwhelmed by the abundance of every new pressing material that it has to master and, as it were, sink into this material. There is spinning around the verbal core of the statement such a dense network of modifying determinations that give the mode and manner of the action, its accidental local or literal-temporal circumstances, its more or less distant object, that it becomes difficult to liberate the content gehalt of the statement from this entanglement and to apprehend it as an independent semantic content gehalt. The expression of action never appears as generic but rather as individually determined, characterized by special particles and inseparably afflicted with their expression. If the action or event foregone is apprehended as a concrete, intuitive whole through the abundance of these particles, then the unity of events geschehen, and in particular the unity of the subject of a doing, has not yet come to a linguistically sharp difference and relief and pabung. The full light of language strikes, As it were, only the content of events geschehen, not the I that actively participates in it. This also becomes apparent in the fact that in most Native American languages, for example, the inflection of the verb is governed not by the subject but by the object of the action. The transitive verb takes its number not from the subject but from its direct object. It must be in the plural form if it refers to a plurality of objects on which it has an effect. Thus, the grammatical object of the sentence becomes here its logical subject, which governs the verb. The configuration of the sentence and the entire configuration of language takes the verb as its point of departure, but even this remains in the sphere of objective intuition. It is the entrance and the course of the occurrence, not the energy of the subject, that manifests in action, that language brings out as the essential element and brings to presentation. A modification of this basic intuition manifests itself to us only in those languages that have progressed to a purely personal configuration of verbal action and in which the conjugation of its basic types does not consist in the combination of the verbal noun with possessive suffixes but in a synthetic connection between the verbal expression and the expression for the personal pronoun. What distinguishes this synthesis from the method of the so-called polysynthetic languages is that it is based on a preceding analysis. The connection that takes place here is no mere running together of opposites, rather, it presupposes these very oppositions and their sharp divergent stance and separation. With the development of personal pronouns, the domain of subjective being has separated in linguistic expression from that of the objective domain, and yet it combines the expression for the subjective being with that for the objective events geschehen in the inflection of the verb into an unity. Wherever we find expressed the essential and specific nature of the verb in this combination Zusammenfassung, we must, therefore, logically conclude that this nature is completed only in the connection of the verbal elements with the expressions for personal existence sign. As Humboldt writes, for the actual being sein, which is characterized in the grammatical representation of the verb, cannot easily be expressed by itself, but can only announce itself as a being of a certain modality, of a determinate time and person, and the expression of this constitution is inextricably woven into the root, into a sure sign that should be thought the same only with them and as it were transposed into them. The verb's nature lies precisely in this mobility, this inability to be fixated except otherwise than in an individual case. Nevertheless, neither the temporal Zeitlich nor the personal determination, neither the temporal nor the personal fixation of the verbal expression, belongs to its initial basic existence Grundbestand, rather, both refer to a goal that is attained only relatively late in the development of language. This has already been found for the determination of time, for, we might illustrate the gradual transitions of the relation to the I that takes place here, if we consider the mode in which individual languages differentiate the sphere of the transitive verbal expression from that of the intransitive expression, even through pure phonetic means. Thus, for example, in various Semitic languages, the intransitive or semi-passive verb, which expresses not a pure active action tätige Handlung but rather a state or a condition Leiden, is designated by another vowel pronunciation. In Ethiopic, according to Dillman, this differentiation of intransitive verbs by means of the pronunciation remains very much alive. All verbs that designate properties, living or spiritual determinations, passions, or unfree activities are pronounced differently from those in which a free and independent activity of the I is to be designated. Here, phonetic symbolism serves the expression of those fundamental spiritual processes that emerge ever more clearly in language formation. It shows how the I apprehends itself in the counter-image of verbal action and how, in the ever-increasing elaboration and differentiation of the phonetic symbolism, the I initially and truly finds itself and comprehends itself in its unique position. 4. Language as the expression of conceptual thinking. The form of linguistic concept and class formation. The formation of qualifying concepts. The problem of concept formation designates the closest point of contact between logic and the philosophy of language. At this point, they seem to merge into an inseparable unity. Every logical analysis of the concept ultimately seems to lead to a point where the consideration of concepts passes over into the consideration of words and names. Logically consistent nominalism combines the two problems into one. The Contentgehalt of the concept merges with the Contentgehalt and achievement of the word. Thus, the truth becomes a linguistic determination rather than a logical determination. Veritas in dicto, non in re. Consistent truth consists in words, not in things. It pertains to an agreement that is to be found neither in things nor in ideas but that correlates exclusively to the connection of signs and, in particular, the connection of phonetic signs. An absolutely pure, speechless thinking would not know the opposition between true and false, which is engendered only in and through speech. Thus, here, The question of the validity and origin of the concept necessarily leads back to the question of the origin of the word. The inquiry into the genesis of word significations and word classes becomes the only means of rendering intelligible the immanent sense of the concept and its function in the construction of cognition. Closer consideration, to be sure, shows this nominalistic solution to the problem of the concept to be a pseudo-solution, insofar as it forms a vicious circle. For if language is expected here to supply the ultimate and, in a certain sense, only explanation of the function of the concept, then it can, by the same token, never do without this function in its own construction. And the circle that is perpetrated here in the whole now turns again in the individual. Traditional logical theory lets the concept arise through abstraction. It instructs us to form a concept by comparing similar things or representations with each other and abstracting their common characteristic traits. The fact that the compared contents have certain characteristic traits, that they bear qualitative determinations in themselves, according to which they can be divided into classes, genera, species, is, of course, usually taken as self-evident, requiring no special mention. And yet enclosed in this apparent self-evidence is one of the most difficult problems that concept formation offers us. First, the question arises here anew as to whether the characteristic traits, according to which we divide things into classes, are already given to us before language formation or whether, possibly, they are supplied to us only through language formation. As Sigwart rightly remarks, the theory of abstraction forgets that in order to resolve an envisaged object into its individual characteristic traits, judgments are already required, whose predicates must be general representations, as concepts are more commonly called, and that these concepts must ultimately be gained by some means other than abstraction, since it is they that make this process of abstraction possible. The advocates of this theory also forget that this process presupposes that the sphere of objects object to be compared is in some way determined, and they tacitly posit a motive for combining this particular grouping and for seeking its common characteristic traits. Ultimately this motive, if it is not absolutely arbitrary, can only be that these objects have been recognized as similar a priori, because they all have a certain content in common, i.e., that there is already present a general representation by means of which these objects are distinguished from the totality gesamtheit of object. The whole theory of concept formation by comparison and abstraction makes sense only if, as often happens, the task is given to indicate the common of the factual by which general linguistic usage actually designates by the same word, and thus to elucidate the true signification of the word. If it is necessary to indicate, for example, the concept of animal, of gas, of theft, etc., one might be tempted to select the common characteristic traits of all the things that are generally called animals, of all the bodies that are called gases, or all the actions that are called thefts. Whether this is successful, whether this means of concept formation is feasible, is another question. It might be plausible if we could assume that there is no doubt as to what should be called animal, gas, theft, i.e., if we already have in truth the concept we are seeking. Thus, any attempt to form a concept by abstraction is tantamount to looking for the spectacles that are on your nose, with the help of these same spectacles. Indeed, the theory of abstraction solves the question of the form of the concept only by referring it, consciously or tacitly, back to the form of language, with which, however, the problem is not so much solved as relegated to another domain. The process of abstraction can be carried out only with respect to such contents that have already been in some way determined and designated, which have been organized linguistically and intellectually. But how, we must now ask, do we arrive at this organization? What are the conditions of that primary forming that takes place in language and that forms the foundation for all of the subsequent and more complex syntheses of logical thinking? How does language succeed in escaping from that Heraclitean flow of becoming, in which no content recurs truly identically? How does language place itself, as it were, in opposition to this flow and extract from it fixed determinations? Here lies the genuine mystery of predication as a simultaneous problem of logic and of language. The beginning of thinking and speaking comes about not in that some differences given in sensation or intuition are simply apprehended and named, but rather by the fact that determinate boundary lines are independently drawn, that determinate separations and connections are made by virtue of which separated individual figures emerge from the same flowing progression of consciousness. Logic tends to locate the actual birthplace of the concept in certain intellectual operations, particularly in the process of defining according to genus proximum and differentia specifica, erecting a sharp demarcation and a clear fixing of the significative contents of words. However, in order to arrive at the ultimate source of the concept, thinking must return to a deeper stratum, and it must seek the motives of connection and separation that prove themselves effective in the process of word formation and that are decisive for the subordination of all the material of the representations under certain linguistic class concepts. For the primary task of concept formation is not, as logic has in most cases assumed under the pressure of a centuries-old tradition, to raise the representation to ever greater universality but to raise them to increasing determinateness. As long as universality is demanded of the concept, it is not an end in itself but only a vehicle that serves to arrive at the true goal of the concept, namely the goal of determinateness. Before any contents can be compared with others and ordered into classes according to the degree of their similarity, which includes the other, they must be determined as content. For this purpose, however, a logical act of positing and differentiation is required, through which a certain incision comes into being in the continuous flow of consciousness, through which the restless coming and going of sense impressions is, as it were, halted and certain resting points are obtained. Hence, the original and decisive achievement of the concept is not the comparison of representations and their combinations zusammenfassung according to genera and species but rather the forming of impressions into representations. Among the modern logicians, Lotze especially has apprehended this relationship most clearly, although in his interpretation and presentation of it, he has not entirely freed himself from the fetters of the logical tradition. His theory of the concept assumes that the most original act of thought cannot consist in the connection of two given representations, but rather, the theory of logic must take a further step back. In order that representations may be combined into the form of thought, they individually require an antecedent forming form by which in general they become logical building blocks. We tend to pass over this first achievement of thinking, because it has already taken place in the formation of our inherited language and, because of this, therefore, it seems to be a self-evident premise that no longer appears to belong to the proper work of thinking. In truth, however, the creation of the words of language, if we disregard mere formless interjections and expressions of excitement, contains in itself precisely the basic form of thinking, the form of objectivization. This cannot yet produce connections of the manifold that are subordinated to a generally valid rule rather, it must first solve the preliminary task of giving to each individual impression an intrinsically valid signification. As yet, this mode of objectivization knows nothing of the presupposition of the contents in a reality quite independent of cognition rather, it concerns itself. In order to arrive at the ultimate source of the concept, thinking must return to a deeper stratum, and it must seek the motives of connection and separation that prove themselves effective in the process of word formation and that are decisive for the subordination of all the material of the representations under certain linguistic class concepts. For the primary task of concept formation is not, as logic has in most cases assumed under the pressure of a centuries-old tradition, to raise the representation to ever greater universality but to raise them to increasing determinateness. As long as universality is demanded of the concept, it is not an end in itself but only a vehicle that serves to arrive at the true goal of the concept, namely the goal of determinateness. Before any contents can be compared with others and ordered into classes according to the degree of their similarity, which includes the other, they must be determined as content. For this purpose, however, a logical act of positing and differentiation is required, through which a certain incision comes into being in the continuous flow of consciousness, through which the restless coming and going of sense impressions is, as it were, halted and certain resting points are obtained. Hence, the original and decisive achievement of the concept is not the comparison of representations and their combinations zusammenfassung according to genera and species but rather the forming of impressions into representations. Among the modern logicians, Lotze especially has apprehended this relationship most clearly, although in his interpretation and presentation of it, he has not entirely freed himself from the fetters of the logical tradition. His theory of the concept assumes that the most original act of thought cannot consist in the connection of two given representations, but rather, the theory of logic must take a further step back. In order that representations may be combined into the form of thought, they individually require an antecedent forming form by which in general they become logical building blocks. We tend to pass over this first achievement of thinking, because it has already taken place in the formation of our inherited language and, because of this, therefore, it seems to be a self-evident premise that no longer appears to belong to the proper work of thinking. In truth, however, the creation of the words of language, if we disregard mere formless interjections and expressions of excitement, contains in itself precisely the basic form of thinking, the form of objectivization. This cannot yet produce connections of the manifold that are subordinated to a generally valid rule rather, it must first solve the preliminary task of giving to each individual impression an intrinsically valid signification. As yet, This mode of objectivization knows nothing of the presupposition of the contents in a reality quite independent of cognition. Rather, it concerns itself. Thoughts to which every other tone and every other color has an equal right to serve as an intuitive example of the same, non-intuitive, abiding universal allgemeinen, or else they discover that their recollection must present many colors and tones in succession with the same secondary thought, that none of these individuals are themselves meant, but that what they have in common can be grasped in no intuition. In truth, words such as color and tone are only designations of logical tasks that cannot be solved in the form of a self-contained representation. Through them we instruct our consciousness to represent and compare the individual, conceivable Vorstellbar tones and colors, to grasp in this comparison the common factor that, as our sensation tells us, is contained in them but which no effort of thought can truly detach from that wherein they are different to make them into the content of an equally intuitive new. We have reported Lotz's theory of the first universal Erste allgemein at length, because, correctly understood and interpreted, it may provide the key to an understanding of the original form of concept formation that prevails in language. As the reformulation of Lotz's remarks clearly shows, the logical tradition finds itself in a strange dilemma in regard to this problem. Traditional logicians are convinced that the aspiration of the concept must simply be oriented toward universality and that its ultimate achievement must be to provide universal representations. However, it then turns out that this essentially uniform striving for universality cannot be fulfilled everywhere in the same way. A twofold form of the universal must, therefore, be distinguished: the one in which the universal is given only implicitly, as it were, in the form of a relation disclosed by the singular contents; the other in which it emerges also explicitly after the manner of an independent intuitive representation. However, from here, it requires a further step only to reverse the relationship, to look at the consistent existence of the relationship as the authentic content and the authentic logical foundation of the concept, to consider the universal representation as a psychological accident that is not always desirable or attainable. Lotz did not take this step. Instead of making a sharp and principled separation between the demand for determination set down by the concept and the demand for universality, the primary determinations had led him to the concept, even back into primary universalities, so that for him, instead of the two characteristic achievements of the concept, there were only two forms of the universal: a first universal and a second universal. However, from his own presentation, it follows that these two types have little more than the name in common with one another, and by contrast are sharply separated in terms of their distinctive logical structures. For the relationship of subsumption, which traditional logic regards as the constitutive relation through which the universal is interconnected with the particular, the genus with the species and individuals, is not applicable to the concepts that Lotz designates as the first universal. Blue and yellow are not particularizations under the genus color in general; rather, the color is nowhere but in them and in the totality Gesamtheit of other possible color shades, and is thinkable only as precisely this serially ordered totality Gesamtheit. For this reason, we are referred by general logic to a differentiation that also passes through the formation of linguistic concepts. Before language can transition to the generalizing and subsuming form of the concept, it requires another, purely qualifying mode of concept formation. Here the naming of a thing ensues from the genus to which it belongs, but it is linked to some individual constitution that is apprehended in an intuitive total content. The work of spirit does not consist in positing the content under another content, but rather, the content, as a concrete but undifferentiated whole, undergoes, in this respect, a further particularization as in it a determinate, characteristic element is stressed and becomes a focal point of attention. The possibility of naming rests on this concentration of the spiritual gaze. The new intellectual imprint prägung that the content undergoes is the necessary condition for its linguistic designation. For all of these questions, the philosophy of language has created a characteristic concept, which admittedly is so ambiguous and discordant in its usage that instead of offering a definite solution, it seems to belong to one of its most difficult and controversial problems. Since Humboldt, the term inner form has been used to designate the specific law according to which each language, as set off from others, affects its concept formation. By this concept of inner form, Humboldt understood the consistent and uniform factor in the work of spirit to raise the articulated sound to the expression of thought, inasmuch as it is possible to fully apprehend in its coherence and to describe it systematically. However, even with Humboldt, this determination is not unequivocal. Sometimes the form exhibits and expresses itself in the laws of linguistic connection and sometimes in the formation of roots. Thus, as has sometimes justifiably been argued against Humboldt, it is sometimes taken in a morphological sense and sometimes in a semiotic sense. It concerns, on the one hand, the relationship in which certain basic grammatical categories, for example, the categories of noun and the verb that stand alongside each other in the formation of language, and, on the other hand, it goes back to the origin of the signification of words. If, however, we survey Humboldt's determination of concepts as a whole, it is unmistakable that for him the latter standpoint was predominant and crucial. That each particular language has a particular inner form signified for him, above all, that in the selection of its designations, it never simply expressed the objects perceived in themselves, but this selection was determined primarily by an overall spiritual attitude, by the direction of the subjective apprehension of objects. For the word is not an imprint of the object in itself but the image engendered in the soul by it. In this sense, the words of different languages can never be synonyms, and their sense, strictly speaking, can never be encompassed in a simple definition that merely lists the objective characteristics of the object designated. There is always a unique mode of sense bestowing that expresses itself in the syntheses and correlations underlying the formation of linguistic concepts. If the moon in Greek is designated as the measurer, in Latin the glittering, luna, lucna, then we have here one and the same sensible intuition placed under entirely different concepts of signification and determined through them. Admittedly, it would not seem possible to provide a general presentation of how this determination is carried out in individual languages, precisely because this is a highly complex spiritual process that changes from case to case. The only road that seems to lie open for us is to place ourselves in the midst of the immediate intuition of the individual languages and, instead of describing the process they are following in an abstract formula, to feel it immediately in and through the particular phenomena. If philosophical analysis can, however, never claim to completely apprehend the particular subjectivity that expresses itself in languages, still the general subjectivity of language remains within the scope of its problems. For as languages distinguish themselves from one another by way of a particular standpoint of the view of the world, there is a view of the world of language itself, by virtue of which language stands out from the totality of the spiritual forms and in which language partly connects itself with the view of the world of scientific cognition, art, and myth, and also partly distances itself from them. In the strict sense, what primarily distinguishes the linguistic form of concept formation from the logical form of concept formation is that it never rests solely on the static examination and comparison of contents, but that in it the mere form of reflection is always infused with certain dynamic motives. It does not receive its essential impulses uniquely from the world of being but also always, at the same time, from the world of doing. Linguistic concepts always stand on the border between action and reflection, between doing and considering. Here, there is no mere classification and ordering of intuitions according to certain objective characteristic traits. Rather, there is expressed in this subjective apprehension an active interest in the world and its configuration. Herder has said that language originally had been the same for the human as was nature a pantheon, a realm of animated, active beings. Wesen. It is, indeed, not the reflection of an objective environment to Welt but the reflection of the life and doing of the human by which the worldview Weltbild of language, as the primitive mythical image built of nature, is determined in its actual basic and essential features. As the will and doing of human beings are directed toward one point, as consciousness strains and concentrates on it, the human becomes ripe, as it were, for the process of designation. In the stream of consciousness that seem to flow along uniformly, waves arise with their crests and troughs. Individual, dynamically stressed contents take form, and others group around them. And now that the ground Bowden is first prepared for those correlations on which the recovery of any linguistic, logical characteristic traits, as well as their combination zusammenfassung into determinate groups of characteristic traits, is based, the foundation is first given on which the formation of qualifying concepts of language can be constructed. This general direction of language formation already manifests itself in the transition from mere sensible sounds of excitement to the call. The call, for example, as the call of anxiety or of pain, may belong entirely to the sphere of mere interjection. However, it already signifies more than this as soon as in it a just, received impression not only is turned toward the outside in an immediate reflex but also as the expression of a specific and conscious intentional Zielrichtung of the will. For now, consciousness no longer stands in the sign of mere reproduction but in the sign of anticipation. It no longer remains in the given and the present Gegenwärtigen but spreads into the representation of something to come künftig. Accordingly, the sound no longer merely accompanies an existing vorhanden state of feeling and excitement but takes effect as a motive that intervenes in events geschehen. The alterations of these events are not merely designated but, in the strictest sense, called forth hervorgerufen and evoked. When the sound takes effect in this way as an organ of the will, it has once and for all gone beyond the stage of mere imitation. In the development of the child, we can observe how, already in the period that precedes actual language formation, The child's cry gradually transitions into a call. Because the scream is itself differentiated, because particular sounds, as yet unarticulated phonetic utterances and for different effects and directions of desire, rise up, the sound thus inclines, as it were, toward certain contents in difference from others, and thus the initial form of its objectivization is prepared. In its development toward language, humanity as a whole advanced in essentially the same way, if the theory advanced by Lazarus Geiger and furthered by Ludwig Noir is correct that all original speech, sounds take their departure not from the objective intuition of being but from the subjective intuition of doing. According to this theory, the speech, sound becomes capable and suitable for the presentation of the world of things only to the degree that it gradually stands out from the sphere of effective action and creation. For Noir, it was, in particular, the social form of effective action that first made possible the social function of language as a means of understanding. If the speech, sound is nothing other than the expression of an individual representation generated in an individual consciousness, then it would also remain, as it were, captive within the boundaries of this consciousness and would possess, as it were, no ability to reach beyond it. There would be no bridge from the world of representation and the world of sounds, from one subject to another. However, while the sound comes into being not in an isolated but in a communal doing of the human being, it possesses from the beginning a truly communal, general sense. Language as a sensorium commune. Common sense could only grow out of the sympathy of activity. It was from a communal activity directed toward a common purpose, from the most primeval labor of our ancestors out of which language and rational life sprang forth. In its emergence of the communal activity, the speech sound is accompanied by the expression of the enhanced feeling of community. For all the rest, for the sun and moon, tree and animal, human and child, pain and pleasure, food and drink, absolutely lacked any possibility of common apprehension, including a common designation. Only the common activity, not individual activity, was the solid, unchanging ground burden upon which common understanding could rise. All things enter into the human horizon, i.e., they become things only to the degree that they undergo human activity and through it receive their designations, their names. Of course, the empirical evidence by which Noir strove to justify the speculative thesis has been discredited. What he argues concerning the original form of linguistic roots in human, originary, words remains as hypothetical and doubtful as the whole notion of an original root period of language. However, even if we give up the hope of being able to penetrate from this standpoint to the ultimate metaphysical mystery of the origins of language, the consideration of the empirical form of languages shows how deeply they are rooted in the domain of effective action and doing for their fertile ground and mother soil. This interconnection is particularly evident in the languages of natural peoples, and the cultural languages reveal it more and more clearly as we pass beyond the circle of general word concepts and consider the development that they underwent as particular occupational languages in the various domains of human activity. Usner has pointed out that a common element is expressed in the distinctive structure of these occupational languages that is indicative of the direction of linguistic concept formation, as well as of the direction of mythico-religious concept formation. The circle of the mythical special gods, as well as that of individual and particular special names, is only gradually superseded in that human beings progressed from particular activities to more general activities and, at the same time, with this growing generality of their doing acquired an ever more general consciousness of the doing. The raising to truly universal linguistic and religious concepts first stems from the extension of doing. The content of these concepts and the principle that determines their construction become fully transparent only if, beside and beyond their abstract, logical sense, we apprehend their teleological sense. The words of language are not so much reflections of fixed determinations of nature and of the world of representation as rather the designations of the directions and guidelines of determining itself. Here consciousness does not passively confront the totality Gesamtheit of sensible impressions but rather permeates them and fills them with its own inner life. Only what in some way touches the inner activity, what seems significant, also receives the linguistic stamp of signification. If it is said of concepts in general that the principle of their formation is a principle of selection rather than one of abstraction, then this is especially valid for the form of linguistic concept formation. Here, some existing vorhand indifferences of consciousness that are given in sensation or representation are not simply fixed and provided with a determinate phonogram as a label of sorts, but rather, the boundary lines within the whole of consciousness are themselves initially drawn. The determinants and dominants of linguistic expression arise in virtue of the determination that the doing undergoes. The light does not simply pass from objects into the sphere of spirit but spreads progressively from the center of the doing and thus makes the world of immediate sense sensation into a world illumined from within, a world configured both in intuition and in language. In this process, language formation shows its kinship with mythical thinking and representing while retaining in opposition to them an independent direction its own distinctive spiritual tendency. Like myth, language also begins from the basic experience and form of personal effective action. However, it does not, like mythology, weave the world in infinite variations around this one central point but rather gives it a new form in which it confronts the mere subjectivity of sensation and feeling. Thus, in language, the process of animation and the process of determination constantly pass over into one another and grow together into a spiritual unity. The gestalt and the demarcation of internal and external reality are produced in this twofold direction, from the inner to the outer and from there back again, in this ebb and flow of spirit. Of course, with all of this, an abstract schema of linguistic concept formation is only initially set up, only its framework Raman, as it were, has been identified without as yet entering into the individual features of the picture built. To advance to a closer apprehension of these individual features, we must follow how language progresses gradually from a purely qualifying apprehension to the generalizing apprehension, in which it progresses from the sensible, concrete to the generic, general. If we compare the linguistic configuration of concepts in our developed cultural languages with those in the language of natural peoples, the opposition of the basic intuition immediately becomes evident. The languages of natural peoples are all excellent at designating everything, every event, every activity. With the utmost intuitive determinateness they strive to bring to expression as clearly as possible all of the differentiated properties of the thing, all of the concrete particularizations of the event, all of the modifications and nuances of the doing. In this respect, they possess a fullness of expression that our cultural languages never even get close to reaching. As has been shown, the spatial determinations and relationships find their most careful expression Ausprägung here. However, in addition to the spatial particularization of verbal expressions, there also occurs its particularization according to the most diverse other perspectives. Every modifying circumstance of an action, whether it concerns the subject or the object, whether it concerns the goal or the work tool with which it is accomplished, operates immediately on the choice of expression. In certain Native American languages, the activity of washing is designated by 13 different verbs, according to whether it applies to the washing of the hands or face, of bulls, garments, flesh, etc. According to Trumbull's data, no Native American language has an equivalent for our general term to eat. Instead, there is an abundance of different verbs that are used in connection with, for example, animals, and another with vegetable nutriment, one indicating the meal of an individual, another a meal eaten in common, etc. In the case of to strike, a different verb is applied for striking with the fist or the flat of the hand, with a rod or with a whip. To break is variously designated depending on the type of breaking and the instrument with which it takes place. And the same almost unlimited differentiation applies to the concepts of things as well as to the concepts of activities. Here again, before the endeavor of language can create specific class designations and generic concepts, it is directed above all toward the designation of varieties. The Aborigines of Tasmania had no word to express the concept of tree, but they had a special name for every variety of the acacia, the blue rubber tree, etc. Carl von den Steinen reports that Bakeri had different names for every variety of parrot and palm tree, but no equivalent for the general concepts of parrot and palm. The same phenomenon is also found in otherwise highly developed languages. The Arabic language, for example, has developed for individual animal and plant varieties such an amazing wealth of designations that one could cite it as an example of how the study of natural history and physiology could be founded immediately on philology and lexicology. In a separate paper, Hammer has listed no fewer than names for camel in Arabic, varying according to sex, age, and the individual characteristic traits of the animal. There are special designations not only for the male and female, for the foal and the adult camel, but also for the subtlest gradations within these classes. The foal that has not yet grown its side teeth, the foal that is beginning to walk, and a camel between the ages of 1 and 10 each has its proper name. Other differences have to do with mating, pregnancy, and foaling, and still others with physical peculiarities. A unique name serves, for example, to designate a camel with big or little ears, with a cut ear or a hanging earlobe, with a large jawbone or a sagging chin, etc. In all this, it does not appear as if we are dealing with the random luxuriation of some isolated linguistic impulse, but rather with an original form and basic tendency of linguistic concept formation, which is still clearly visible in individual characteristic effects even after language has generally moved well beyond them. As a result, those phenomena of language history, which since the time of Hermann Osthoff have been called suppletive phenomena, are usually interpreted in this light. In particular, in the systems of inflection and of word formation of the Indo-European languages, a known phenomenon that certain words and forms of words that combine together to form a system of inflection, such as the individual cases of a substantive, the tenses of a verb, the degrees of adjectives, are formed not from one and the same linguistic stem but from two or more such stems. Alongside the regular formation of verbal inflection and the comparison of adjectives, we find such cases as pharaoh, tuli, lautum, which likewise seem to be mere exceptions as arbitrary breakings of the principle of designating the different forms of the same concept by words built from the same root. Osthoff was able to demonstrate the law governing these exceptions, by ascribing them in general to an older stratum of language formation, in which the individualizing apprehension still outweighed the grouping tendency. According to him, the closer that concepts and significations stabilized in the language lay to the natural representation sphere of human beings and to their immediate spheres of activities and interests, the longer the individualizing view would predominate. Just as human beings with their physical eye differentiates most sharply what is closest to them in space, their mental eye, whose mirror is language, will apprehend the things of the world of ideas more sharply and more individually the closer they enter into the feeling and thinking of speaking, which most intensely and livelier they grip the mind, excite the psychological interest of the individual, i.e. be that of the individual person or an individual people. From this perspective, it indeed seems significant that precisely those concept spheres for which the languages of natural peoples exhibit the greatest diversity and versatility are also those for which, in the Indo-European languages, the phenomena of suppletives are most richly developed and endure the longest. Among verbs taught each word activity word, it is first the verbs of motion, to go, to walk, to run, and to race, and then those of eating, striking, seeing, speaking, etc. in which we find the most varied particularizations. Georg Curtius has shown that in the basic Indo-European languages, for example, the varieties of walking are differentiated before the general linguistic concept is founded, and he demonstrated that such representations of looking and peering, glancing, paying attention, and watching must have been separated earlier in the Indo-European languages than the designation of the various sensible activities such as seeing, hearing, and feeling. And such verbs as the post, Homeric, sentire, perceive, designating sense perception in general, developed last of all? Given that other families of languages, such as the Semitic, disclose phenomena quite analogous to the Indo-European suppletives, we must conclude that the form of word formation here in fact reflects a general tendency in the linguistic formation of concepts. In this strict sense, we can hardly speak of an original individualizing tendency of language, because every concretely grasped naming of an isolated intuition goes beyond the purely individual comprehension of that intuition that in a certain sense is opposed to it. However, different dimensions of universality can be expressed in the concepts of language. If we represent the totality of the world of intuition as a uniform plane out of which certain individual gestalts are singled out and differentiated from their surroundings by the act of naming, this process of determination at first affects only a discrete, narrowly delimited portion of the plane. Nevertheless, because all of these individual areas are adjacent to one another, the whole plane can progressively be apprehended in this way and covered, as it were, with an even, denser network of denominations. Thus, however fine the individual mesh of this net may be, it is for the time being only loosely assembled in itself. For each word has only its own relatively delimited radius of action, beyond which its force does not extend. There is no possibility of grasping together a plurality and diversity of different spheres of signification into a new linguistic whole designated by a unitary form. The power of configuration and isolation of Zonderung that is inherent in each individual word begins but prematurely arrives at its end, and then a new ambit of intuition must be opened up by a new and independent approach. The summation of all these different individual impulses, each of which operates alone and independently, can form collective, but not truly generic, unities. The totality of linguistic expressions forms here, insofar as it is achieved, only an aggregate but not an in itself organized system. The power of organization has exhausted itself in the individual naming and is not adequate to the formation of comprehensive unities. A further step on the path toward generic universality is taken by language when, rather than contenting itself with creating specific denominations for specific circles of intuition, it proceeds to combine from the latter to imprint the factual belonging together of contents on the form of language. This endeavor to posit a stricter relationship between sound and signification so that a specific series of conceptual significations is assigned to a specific phonetic series as its correspondence in Sprachung characterizes the progress from the formation of purely qualifying concepts to the formation of classifying concepts. This occurs in its simplest form, where groups of different words are characterized as a unity in that they receive a matching linguistic mark through a common suffix or prefix. It now complements the particular signification of each word as such by adding a new element of determination that discloses its relation to other linguistic formations kabilda. Such a group, held together by a specific classificatory suffix, is to be found, for example, in the Indo-European titles of family relationships and the names for father, mother, brother, sister, and daughter. The common ending tar, der, which appears in them, combines these names into a self-contained series and stamps it, thus expressing one and the same concept, which, however, does not exist as an independent and detachable unity outside of the series but whose significance lies in this function of combining zusammenfassing the individual members of the series. It would be a mistake, however, if for this reason, we did not accept the achievement that language has performed here as an intellectual, logical achievement in the strict sense. For the logical theory of concepts clearly demonstrates that the serial concept is not inferior to the generic concept in force and significance but that it is an essential moment and an integral constant of the generic concept. If we keep this in mind, the principle that prevails in these formations of language at once emerges in all its significance and fecundity. And we shall not do full justice to the spiritual content gehalt of this principle if we believe we have explained these formations by tracing them back to the psychological law of the mere association of similarities. The accidental tenor of associations, which is different from case to case, from individual to individual, can no more explain the ground and origin of the linguistic concepts of cognition than it can the purely logical concepts of cognition. Wundt remarks. Psychologically, the only possible way to think of the event of the formation of names of kinship in the Indo-European languages is to reach over from the formation of names of kinship in the Indo-European languages to the formation of another association of both representations and the formation of the feelings accompanying them, and that this association brought about an assimilation of those phonetic elements of the word, which did not serve the expression of the particular content of the representation. Thus, such a determining phonetic sign, common to a whole class of ideas, could have arisen only by way of the successive associative assimilation and not through the simultaneous formation of inclusive conceptual signs, and the concept of a belonging together of objects did not precede the formation of these determinative elements elementae but rather developed entirely simultaneously with them. For it is evidently the expression of togetherness immediately presenting itself in the transition from one object to another that constitutes the concept of affinity, so that this concept rests upon certain similarly colored attendant feelings rather than on an actual comparison. Nevertheless, it must be said that whatever may have been the original psychological motive in the combination Zusammenfassung of a specific group of names, the combination Zusammenfassung itself constitutes an independent logical act with a distinctive logical form. A determination that would remain exclusively in the sphere of feeling could not by itself create a new objective determination. For any sort of emotive associations can exist between even the most heterogeneous contents of consciousness, so that, consequently, such associations cannot lead to that kind of homogeneity that is established or at least called for in the logical and linguistic concept. Feeling can combine anything with anything, hence, it does not contain a sufficient explanation for the fact that specific contents are linked into specific unities. Rather, for this, an intellectual perspective of comparison is required that is clearly recognizable in the serial formation of language even where it finds its expression only in the form of a classifying suffix and not in some independent conceptual and substantive terms. If language brings to presentation the fact that certain contents belong together, then it serves as a vehicle of intellectual progress, regardless of whether or not it succeeds in apprehending and describing wherein this interconnection consists. Here too, it anticipates a task that can truly be fulfilled only by scientific cognition. It becomes, as it were, the presupposition of the logical concept. The logical concept not only asserts a correlation and belonging, togetherness of contents, but it also inquires into the why of this correlation. It wants to apprehend its law and ground. The analysis of the interconnections of concepts ultimately leads back to their genetic definition, to the statement of a principle out of which they originate, from which they can be derived as its particularizations. Language can rise to this consideration neither in its qualifying, in its classifying, nor in its strictly generic concepts. However, it prepares the ground Boden by creating the first schema of correlation in general. This schema may contain little of the objective belonging, togetherness of the contents, yet it seems to fix in it, as it were, the subjective aspect of the concept, to exhibit in it what it signifies as a question. Indeed, historically, the problem of the concept was discovered when we learned and appreciated the linguistic expression of concepts not as conclusive but as logical questions. This was the origin of the Socratic expression of the concept, the ex what it, x, is. The Socratic induction consisted in starting from the provisional and presumptive unity of the word form and thence leading to the determinate and definitive form gestalt of the logical concept. In this sense, we may say that in the subjectivity that inevitably adheres to them, the coordinations and classifications of language likewise contain a certain ideality, a tendency toward the objective unity of the idea. The basic tendencies in linguistic class formation. The task of describing the different forms of concept and class formation that are effective in individual languages and of understanding them in their ultimate spiritual motives lies beyond the domain and methodological possibilities of the philosophy of language. It can be undertaken only by general linguistics and by special linguistic sciences. The paths that language follows here are so diversely entwined and so obscure that they can be elucidated only by the closest immersion in and through the subtlest empathy with the details of the individual languages. For the type of class formation is an essential element of the inner form by which one language differs from another. Although this rich and varied spiritual forming formung, which language fulfills here, cannot be captured once and for all in any finished, abstract schema, a comparison of the particular phenomena points to certain general aspects on the basis of which language arrives at its classifications and correlations. We may attempt to arrange these aspects by taking as a guiding principle the constant progress from the concrete to the abstract that determines the tendency of language development in general, although we must bear in mind that it is a question not of a temporal but of a methodological stratification and that in a given historical form historischen gestalt of language, the strata that we shall attempt to differentiate may exist next to and with each other or may be intermingled in a variety of ways. We seem to find ourselves at the lowest step of the spiritual scale where the comparison and correlation of objects are based solely on some similarity in the sensible impression that they evoke. The languages of natural peoples offer a variety of examples of this process of combining Zusammenfassung that is dominated entirely by sensible motives. The most heterogeneous contents may be combined together into a class, provided that they reveal some analogy in their sensibly perceivable form. In the Melanesian language, and in many American indigenous languages, there is a tendency to employ particular prefixes for those objects that are characterized by their elongated or round form. In accordance with this tendency, the expressions for sun and moon, for example, are grouped with those for the human ear, for fish of a certain form, for canoes, etc., whereas the names for the nose and tongue stand as designations for elongated objects. An entirely different level of consideration would even seem to belong to such differentiations of class that are based not on a mere similarity of the content of individually perceived things but rather on some determinative relationship of objects that are differentiated from one another according to their magnitude, number, position, and location. In the first respect, the Bantu languages, for example, employ a particular prefix in order to designate particularly large things, while other prefixes serve as diminutives, objects that regularly occur as elements elementi in a collective multiplicity, as one of many, are distinguished from those with a paired organization such as human eyes, ears, and hands as doubly existing vorhand and things. As concerns position and location, many American indigenous languages determine, for example, the class affiliation class and Zugehörigkeit of a word according to whether the object that it designates is thought of as standing, sitting, or laying. Besides the organization of objects according to direct, intuitively graspable characteristic traits that take place here, we find a classification that uses a noteworthy intermediary principle of division in which the totality Gesamtheit of things is coordinated with the limbs of the lived human body and, by virtue of the affiliation Zugehörigkeit with one or another limb, is combined to different linguistic groups. We can recognize here the same motive already encountered in the construction of the intuition of space by language and in the formation of certain primary spatial terms. The human body and the differentiation of its individual limbs Gliedmaßen serve as one of the first and most necessary foundations of linguistic orientation in general. In some languages, the division of the parts of the body is used as the pervasive schema that determines the apprehension of the whole of the world and its organization Gliederung, in that each individual thing that language names is first linked with some part of the body, such as with the mouth, the legs, the head, the heart, the breast, etc., and according to this basic relation, individual objects are divided into certain classes, into fixed genera. In such classifications, it is clear that the first conceptual differentiations of language are still thoroughly bound to a material substrate and that the relation between the members Glieder of this class, if it is to be thought, must, at the same time, somehow always be pictorially embodied. Yet the most richly developed and subtly structured systems of classes, such as we encounter in the Bantu languages, seem to have acquired a general view that extends far beyond this first circle of mere sensible differentiation. Language already reveals here the power to apprehend the whole of being, insofar as it is taken as a spatial whole, as a complex of relations, and to let it grow, as it were, out of those relations. Once in the precisely graduated ensemble of locative prefixes employed in the Bantu languages there is, on the one hand, a sharp definition of the varying distance of objects from the speaker, then there is also a sharp definition of the multifarious spatial relationships prevailing among objects, their interpenetration in eanander, juxtaposition in eanander, separation eanander. Thus, the immediate form of spatial intuition begins here, as it were, to assume a systematic shape gestalt. It is as if space is formally constructed here by language as a determined manifold, and as if, from the individual differentiations of place and direction, it were shaped gestalted into a contained and yet differentiated unity. Such class division, therefore, already seems to demonstrate a drive and an energy for organization which, even where the object remains entirely within the sphere of intuitive being, surpasses it in principle and points to new and distinctive forms of syntheses of the manifold. It is, indeed, grounded in the very nature of language that each of these syntheses is governed not exclusively by theoretical but by imaginative factors as well, and that, consequently, much of linguistic concept formation seems to be the achievement less of logical comparison and connection than of linguistic fantasie. The form of the formation of series is never solely determined by the objective similarity of the individual contents but also follows with the tendencies of the subjective imagination Einbildungskraft. The motives by which language is guided in the formation of classes seem to be closely related to primitive conceptual forms and the division of classes in myth to the degree that we are able to gain insight into them. Here too, it can be demonstrated that language, as a spiritual total, form, stands on the border between myth and logos, and that it also constitutes a midway point and mediation between the theoretical view and the aesthetic view of the world. That the closest and most common form of linguistic class formation, the separation of nouns into the three genders of masculine, feminine, and neuter, is also permeated by such half-mythical, half-aesthetic motives still unmistakably emerges in the individual applications that this principle undergoes. Especially those philologists who combine the greatest depth and subtlety of artistic intuition with powerful and rigorous grammatical and logical analysis have, therefore, believed that they were able to apprehend the principle of linguistic concept formation at its very source and to be able, as it were, to directly eavesdrop on it. Jacob Grimm derived the difference of gender in the Indo-European languages from a transference of natural gender that had already taken place in the earliest period of language. He attributed a natural beginning not only to the masculine and feminine but to the neuter as well, whose source he sought in the concept of the fetus or proles of living creatures. If Grimm further attempted to show that the masculine designates the earlier, larger, more solid, more resistant, the active, mobile, and generative, that the feminine designates the later, smaller, softer, quieter, the suffering and receptive, and that the neuter indicates whatever is engendered, what is worked on, the material, general, collective, undeveloped, then, to be sure, modern linguistics have followed him only in part. Even in the sphere of Indo-European philology, Grimm's aesthetic theory was countered by Brugmann's more mundane theory that grounded the extending of the difference in gender to all nouns not in any essential general direction of linguistic fantasy but in certain formal and, in a certain sense, accidental analogies. In the working out Ausbildung and fixing of this difference, language was guided not by an intuition of the vitalization and ensoulment of things but rather by essentially insignificant similarities in phonetic form. Thus, for example, from the circumstance that certain natural feminine, certain designations for feminine nature Wesen, ended in a, all nouns having this ending came gradually to be assigned to the class of the feminine by a process of pure association. There have been many attempts of establishing mediating theories that attempted to trace the working out Ausbildung of grammatical gender in part back to intuitive content, in part to formal motives, and an attempt to delimit the effectiveness of both. Of course, the underlying problem here could be apprehended in its full significance and scope only as the expansion of linguistic research beyond the Indo-European and Semitic families made it increasingly evident that the difference of gender in these languages, as it exists in the Indo-European and Semitic languages, is only a special case and perhaps a remnant of far richer and far more sharply elaborated class divisions. Judging from such divisions, in particular as they are present in the Bantu languages, it is beyond doubt that the differentiation of gender, in the sense of sex, takes up only a relatively small place in the totality of means that language operates in the expression Ausprägung of generic differentiations, and that consequently it can be apprehended only as a discrete directional trend in linguistic fantasy and not a general and enduring principle. Indeed, many languages know nothing of the separation of nouns according to natural gender or any analogy based on it. In these languages, the masculine and feminine gender are not distinguished at all in inanimate beings' Wesen, whereas in the case of animals, it is either expressed by specific words or designated by the addition of a word to the general name of a species that contains the specific designation of gender. This designation occurs even in the human sphere. For example, by an addition of this sort, a general term such as child or servant is transformed into the expression for son or daughter, manservant or maidservant, etc. Humboldt, too, like Jacob Grimm, locates the origins of linguistic class division in a basic function of the linguistic faculty of the imagination, consequently interprets this faculty in a broader sense by starting not from the difference of natural gender but from the general difference between the animate and inanimate. He relies here essentially on his observation that although most of the American indigenous languages either do not designate at all the difference in natural gender or do so only occasionally and incompletely, they always manifest the keenest sense of the opposition between animate objects and inanimate objects. The whole structure of the Algonquin language is governed by this opposition. A particular suffix, a, designates an object that conjoins the properties of life and independent movement. Another, I, designates objects lacking in these attributes. Every verb or noun must fall into one or the other of these classes, whereas, of course, the subordination not only is based on the characteristic traits that are presented by pure empirical observation but is also decisively co-determined by the tendency of mythical fantasy and the mythical vitalization of nature. Thus, in these languages, for example, a great number of plants, among them the most important plant types, such as corn and tobacco, are attributed to the class of animate objects. If elsewhere the heavenly bodies are grammatically displaced into the same class with humans and animals, then Humboldt sees here the clearest evidence that, in the thinking of these peoples, this identification takes place as they are, as moving by their own force and presumably also conducting human fates from above, regarded as beings gifted with a personality. If the conclusion asserted here were correct, it would prove that in such class divisions, language was indeed still immediately interwoven with mythical thinking and representing, but that it had already begun to rise above the first basic, primitive stratum of this thinking. For whereas this stratum is still dominated by a form of pan-animism that uniformly embraces and permeates the whole of the world and every particular existence in it, in the application that language tends to make of the opposition between the class of persons and that of things there gradually emerges from the general sphere of life an ever more determinate, personal, self-conscious existence, as a being endowed with a distinctive significance and distinctive value. In the Dravidian languages, for example, all nouns fall into two classes, one of which encompasses reasoning beings Wesen, and the other encompasses unreasoning beings Wesen. To the first belong the human, gods, and demigods, to the second inanimate things and animals. The incision that is made here through the whole of the world is based on an essentially other principle than the conciliate and, as it were, differentlessness differenslos mythical animation of the universal. The Bantu languages also sharply separate in their system of classes between the human as an independently acting personality and every sort of animated but not personal being. They use a special prefix for spirits, inasmuch as they are thought of not as independent personalities but as what animates or as something that befalls a human, and are furnished with the same prefix used for such natural forces, especially those of illness, distant smoke, fire, streams, and the moon. The apprehension of a personal, spiritual being and effective action in the restricted sense has created in language an expression of its own, by virtue of which it is able to separate itself from the merely animistic representation of life and the soul, from the view of the soul as a universal, but in this universality initially completely indeterminate mythical potency. As a result, we see here again that the separation into a particular class of people and a class of things as well as the correlation of individual objects to each one of these two classes, does not ensue according to objective criteria, but that the conceptual, logical framework Gefuga of reality, as it presents in language, is still wholly permeated and imbued with purely subjective differences that can be apprehended only by immediate feeling. This correlation is never determined only by acts of perception or judgment, but always, at the same time, by acts of the affect and will, by acts of inner attitudes. Accordingly, it is a frequent occurrence that the name of a thing that belongs to the class of things is converted into the class of people, so that the object spoken about is singled out for its value and its importance and to characterize it as particularly significant. Even in languages that, in the present structure that is known to us, have implemented the difference of nouns according to natural gender, sometimes reveal, by the manner in which they employ this difference, a glimmer that goes back to an older differentiation between the class of persons and the class of things which was also felt as a differentiation of value. As distinctive as such phenomena may seem at first glance, the basic principle of linguistic concept formation in general nevertheless discloses itself in them. Language never simply follows the tendencies of impressions and representations but confronts them with an independent action. It distinguishes, selects, and directs, and by virtue of this approach first creates certain centers, certain focal points of objective intuition. This penetration of the world of sensible impressions with the inner measures of judgment and evaluation entails that the theoretical nuances of signification and the effective nuances of value initially tend to merge into one another. The inner logic of language nevertheless manifests itself in that the differentiation that it creates does not immediately pass and vanish but possesses a kind of tendency to persist, a distinctive logical consistency and necessity, by virtue of which it not only maintains itself but progressively spreads from particular spheres of language formation over the whole. Through the rules of congruence that govern the grammatical structure of language and that are present in the most precise formation Durchbildung, namely, in linguistic prefixes and classes, the conceptual differences applied to the noun are transferred to the totality Gesamtheit of all linguistic forms. In Bantu, every word that enters into an attributive or predicative relation to a substantive, every numerical determination, every adjective or pronoun by which it is designated in greater detail, must assume the characteristic class prefix of that word. Similarly, the verb refers through a special prefix to its nominative subject and to the word that it adheres to in the relationship of an accusative object. Thus, the principle of class division, once formed, not only governs the configuration of nouns but subsequently spreads over the whole syntactical construction Fügung of language and becomes the actual expression of its inner connection, its spiritual articulation. Here the achievement of linguistic fantasy Sprachfantasy seems to be closely linked throughout with a specific methodology of linguistic thinking. Once again, language, with all its commitment to and entanglement with the world of the sensible and the world of the imaginative, reveals a tendency and force toward the logical, universal, through which it progressively liberates and attains to a purer and more independent spirituality of its form. V. Language and the expression of the pure forms of relation. The sphere of judgment and the concepts of relation. For the epistemo, critical consideration, an unbroken path leads from the sphere of sense-sensation to that of intuition, from intuition to conceptual thinking, and from there further to logical judgment. Yet in following this path, the critique of cognition is aware that as sharply as the individual phases of this path must be distinguished from one another in reflection, they must never be regarded as the independent givennesses Gegebenheiten of consciousness existing separately from one another. Rather, not only does each complex element here include the simpler ones, not only does each later element include the earlier one, but conversely the latter is prepared and laid out in the former. All of the components that constitute the concept of cognition are related to each other and to the common goal of cognition, to the object A. Rigorous analysis can, therefore, discover in each one of them a pointing to all the others. The function of simple sensation and perception is not merely combined with the basic intellectual functions of comprehension, judgment, and inference but is already such a basic function. It implicitly contains what emerges there in conscious forming formung and an independent configuration. It is to be expected that in language, too, the same indissoluble correlation of the spiritual means, with which it constructs its world, will prove that here too each of its particular motives already contains the universality of its form and specific totality Ganze of this form in itself. And this proves in fact that not the simple word but the sentence is initially the true and original element of all language formation. This cognition, too, is among the fundamental insights that Humboldt has contributed once and for all to the philosophical consideration of language. Humboldt stresses, "It is impossible to think the origin and staying of language as beginning from the designation of objects by words and proceeding from there to their coalescence. In reality, speech is not put together out of words that preceded it, rather words emerge from the whole of speech." The conclusion that Humboldt drew from a basic speculative concept underlying his systematic philosophy of language, from the concept of synthesis as the source of all thinking and speaking, has been fully confirmed in all its parts by an empirical, psychological analysis. It, too, regards the primacy of the sentence over the word as one of its first and most secure findings. We are brought to the same results by the history of language, which at every point seems to teach that the separating out of individual words from the whole of the sentence and the delimitation of the individual parts of speech from one another were only gradually accomplished and were almost totally lacking in early and primitive configurations of language. Here too, language proves to be an organism in which, according to the well-known Aristotelian definition, the whole is prior to its parts. Language begins with a complex total expression that only gradually breaks down into its elements elementae into relatively independent subsidiary units. As far back as we can trace it, language always already presents itself as a formed unity. None of its manifestations can be understood as a mere togetherness of individual material significant sounds. Rather, in each of them, we likewise encounter determinations that serve purely the expression of the relation between the individual element signs elementae and that structure and nuance this relation in a variety of ways. Indeed, this expectation does not seem to be fulfilled if we envisage the structure of the so-called isolating languages, which have in fact often been cited as direct proof of the possibility and reality of absolutely formless languages. The aforementioned relationship between the sentence and the word not only does not seem to be confirmed here but also appears to immediately change into its opposite. The word appears to possess that independence, that genuine substantiality by virtue of which it is in itself and from which alone it must be comprehended. The individual words simply stand side by side in the sentence as the material bearers of signification, without their grammatical relation made explicit in any way. In Chinese, which forms the principal example of this type of isolating language, one and the same word may serve as a substantive, adjective, adverb, or a verb. Without this, the diversity of the grammatical category in itself is not recognizable in any way. And the fact that the substantive is used in this or that number or case, or a verb in this or that genus, tense, or mood, is in no way expressed in the phonetic form Lautgestalt of the word. Philosophers of language have long believed, by virtue of this configuration of Chinese, to be able to gain a glimpse into that originary period of language formation in which all human speech consisted in the stringing together of simple monosyllabic roots, of belief that has, to be sure, been progressively discredited by historical historisch research, which showed that the strict isolation prevailing in Chinese was by no means an original constituent bestand but a mediated and derivative result. The assumption that the words in Chinese had never undergone a transformation and that this language had never possessed any kind of morphology becomes untenable, as Georg von der Gobelins has pointed out, as soon as Chinese is compared to those languages that are most closely related to it. Here it at once becomes apparent that Chinese still contains a number of traces of an older agglutinative and even inflectional formation. In this respect, the development of Chinese has often been compared to that of modern English, where a transition from an inflected to a relatively uninflected state seems to have taken place before our very eyes. Even more significant than such historical transitions, however, is the fact that where pure isolation has finally prevailed, this by no means implied the progress to formlessness, but rather, in a seemingly resistant material, that forceful power of form has imprinted itself most energetically and with the greatest clarity. For the isolation of words from one another is far from sublating the content to halted ideal sense of the sentence form, as long as the different logical, grammatical relationships of individual words are clearly expressed in the word order Wortstellung, without recourse to phonetic changes in the words. This medium of word order Wortstellung, which Chinese has developed to the highest consistency and sharpness, might indeed, from a purely logical point of view, be regarded as the only truly adequate medium of expressing grammatical relationships. For just as relationships, which themselves, so to speak, possess no proper representative substrate of their own but merge into pure relations, so too would it seem possible to designate them more certainly and more clearly by the mere relation that expresses itself in position than through their own words and phonic constructions. In this sense, Humboldt, who in general regarded the inflected languages as the manifestation of the complete pure lawful form of language, said that the essential advantage of Chinese lay in the consistency with which it carried out the principle of inflectionlessness. Precisely, the ostensible absence of all grammar had to recognize the sharpness of sense, the formal interconnection of speech, raised in the spirit of the nation. The less outward grammar the Chinese language possesses, the more inner grammar inheres in it. Indeed, the rigor of the construction taking place here is so great that it has been said of Chinese syntax that in all its essential parts it is nothing other than the logically consistent development of a few basic laws, from which all special applications can be derived by pure logical deduction. If we compare this subtlety of the organization of language with other isolating languages of a primitive imprint prägung, such as the pure isolating languages of the Yu, it immediately becomes palpable how the most diverse gradations and extreme oppositions are possible within a single linguistic type. One of the flaws in Schleicher's attempt to determine the nature Wesen of language on the basis of the relationship established between signification and relation, and, accordingly, to construct a progressive dialectical series in which the isolating, agglutinative, and inflected languages stand to one another as thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, was that it distorted its own principle of classification by failing to consider the different configuration that this relationship between relation and signification could assume within one and the same type. Moreover, the rigid demarcation between inflected and agglutinative types has gradually broken down in the light of empirical historical historisch research. Here too, that relationship between being Wesen and form, which is expressed in the old scholastic dictum forma dat esse re form gives being to the thing, is also confirmed for language. As it is not possible for a critique of cognition to extract the matter of cognition from its form so that both appear as independent contents that are only externally combined with one another, rather, here both elements can be thought and defined only in relation to one another. And likewise in language, pure and naked matter is nothing more than an abstraction, as a boundary concept of method to which no immediate reality, no real and factual consistent existence corresponds. Even in the inflected languages, in which the opposition between the expression of substantial signification and the expression of formal relation is most clearly manifested, the equilibrium between the two elements of expression shows itself to be to a certain extent an unstable equilibrium. For clearly as the categorical concepts are in general distinguished from the concepts of matter and things aka, there is a constant transition between the two domains, as it is precisely the material concepts Begriff that serve as a basis for the presentation of relations. This state of affairs most clearly emerges when we consider the etymological origins of the suffixes that are used in the inflected languages for the expression of quality, property, type, character, etc. With a large number of these suffixes, the material significance that they descended from is immediately exhibited and secured through etymological consideration. A concrete, sensible, objective expression always appears here as a foundation, which, however, is stripped more and more of this initial character and transformed into a general expressive relationship. Only through this application of suffixes was the soil prepared for the linguistic designation of pure concepts of relation. What initially served as a special thing, designation transitioned into the expression of a categorical form of determination, for example, into the expression of the concept of property as such. However, if, from a psychological standpoint, this transition bears, so to speak, a negative omen, then there is, nevertheless, expressed in this negation a positive act of language formation. At first sight, to be sure, the development of suffixes might seem to be essentially characterized by the fact that the basic substantial signification of the word, from which the suffixes are derived, is more and more thrust into the background and ultimately forgotten altogether. This forgetfulness often goes so far that new suffix formations may emerge that owe their origin to no concrete intuition but, so to speak, to what one might call a misguided impulsion of linguistic formation of form and analogy. Thus, as is well known, in German the formation of the suffix ket goes back to a linguistic misunderstanding of this sort in formations such as uschet, the final consonant c of the stem of the word blended with the initial vowel h of the suffix, so as to form a new suffix, which was propagated by analogy. However, from a purely formal and grammatical point of view, such processes are regarded as aberrations of linguistic sense. They are not simply the wrong path of language but rather constitute the rising up to a new form of Zeitformensicht, the transition from substantial expression to the pure expression of relation. The psychological obscuring of the former becomes a logical means and vehicle for the progressive working out Ausbildung of the latter. Of course, to bring this progress to consciousness, we must not stop at the simple phenomena of word formation. Rather, its basic tendency and its law can be apprehended only in the relationships of sentence formation, for, if the sentence as a whole is the actual bearer of linguistic sense, then only through an investigation of the sentence can the logical shadings of this sense clearly emerge. By its very form, every sentence, even the so-called simple sentence, embodies the possibility of such an inner organization and contains the demand of such an organization. This can take place, however, in different degrees and stages. The force of synthesis may at one moment outweigh that of analysis, or conversely, the analytical force of separation may attain a relatively high development Ausbildung without that it conforms to the combination Zusammenfassung of an equally strong force. What we call the form of each specific language originates in the dynamic interaction and tension between the two forces. If we consider, for example, the form of the so-called polysynthetic languages, then the impulse toward connection seems very much predominant here. An impulse that expresses itself, above all, in the striving to present, materially and outwardly, the functional unity of linguistic sense in a highly complex but self-contained phonetic construction fuga. The whole of sense is condensed into a single word, sentence in which it appears, as it were, encased in a rigid shell. This unity of linguistic expression is, however, not yet a truly intelligible unity, since it can be achieved only at the expense of the logical universality of this expression. The more modifying determinations that the word, sentence acquires through the incorporation of whole words or individual particles, the more it serves for the designation of a particular concrete situation, which it seeks to exhaust in all its individual details but which it cannot connect with other, similar situations to form a comprehensive general context. By contrast, for example, we find in the inflected languages an entirely different relationship between the two basic forces of analysis and synthesis, separation and unification. Word unity already contains here, as it were, an inner tension and its reconciliation Ausgleichung and overcoming. The word is constructed from two distinct yet insolubly interlinked and interrelated elements. One component that only serves the objective designation of the concept confronts here another whose sole function is to displace the word in a determinate category of thinking, to characterize it as a substantive, adjective, verb, as a subject or direct or indirect object. The index of relation, by virtue of which the individual word is connected with the totality of the sentence, is no longer attached here to the word from without but fuses with it and becomes one of its constitutive elements elementi. The differentiating into the word and the integrating into the sentence form correlative methods that join together into a single strictly uniform achievement. Humboldt, and the older philosophers of language, looked on this state of affairs as proof that truly inflected languages constitute the summit of language formation in general and that in them, and only in them, the pure lawful form of language expressed itself in ideal perfection. However, even if we possess a certain reservation and skepticism toward the establishment of such an absolute measure of value, it is obvious that the inflected languages provide a highly important and effective organ for the development of pure relational thinking. The more that this thinking progresses, the more determinately that it must configure the organization of speech after itself, because this organization reacts decisively on the form of thinking. And the same progress toward the ever sharper organization, the same progress from the unity of a mere aggregate to the unity of a systematic form, is evident when we advance from the relationship of the word to the sentence to the connection among individual sentences. In the earliest stages of language formation, to which we can psychologically return, the simple parataxis forms the basic rule of the structure of the sentence. The language of children is everywhere governed by this principle. One sentence component threads to another in mere parataxis, and where several sentences come together, they disclose, for the most part, only a loose asyndetic combination. The individual sentences can follow each other as if strung on a string, but they are not yet inwardly linked with one another and joined gefügt into one another as long as there is no linguistic means by which to designate in sharp differentiation their superordination and subordination. If, therefore, the Greek grammarians and rhetoricians saw the hallmark of the style of speech in the development of the period, in which sentences do not run along in an indeterminate sequence, but bore and support one another like the stones of an arch, then indeed, this style of language is their ultimate and highest product. It is lacking in the languages of natural peoples but appears to have been acquired only gradually in the highly developed cultural languages. Here too, a complex intellectual relationship of a causal or teleological nature, a relationship of ground and consequence, of condition and conditioned, of ends and means, etc. must be rendered by simple coordination. An absolute sentence construction Satzfügung, comparable to the Latin ablative absolute or the Greek genitive absolute, often serves to indicate such complex relations as while and after, of because and hence, of although and so that. The individual thoughts that constitute speech lie here, as it were, on a single linguistic plane. There is still no differentiation of perspective between foreground and background in speech. Language demonstrates the force of differentiation and organization in the togetherness of the parts of the sentence. However, it never succeeds in raising this purely static relationship to a dynamic relationship of reciprocal, intellectual dependence and to bring it, as such, to explicit presentation. Rather than the layering and precise gradation of subordinate clauses, a simple gerundial construction may serve, without departing from the law of coordination, to express the most diverse determinations and modifications of action, joining them together into a stable but also distinctively rigid framework Gefüge. This form of thought and speech finds a negative, but no less characteristic, expression in the absence of those classes of words that, as the grammarian's term for them suggests, must be regarded as one of the basic mediums of relational thinking and of the linguistic expression of relation. The relative pronoun appears to be a late development of language and, if we survey the totality of languages, a rather rare development. Before language arrives at this formation, the relationships, which we express by relative clauses, must be rendered by more complex or less complex sentence construction Satzfügen. Humboldt has illustrated various methods of this description with examples from the American indigenous languages, particularly from the Peruvian and Mexican languages. The Melanesian languages also use a simple parataxis in place of subordination by relative sentences and relative pronouns. Heinrich Winkler points out that fundamentally the Ural, Altaic family has no room for independent subordinate units and that accordingly none of its members originally had relative conjunctions, or at most had feeble suggestions of them. Where such conjunctions were later used, they were usually, if not always, derived from pure interrogatives. Particularly, the Western Finno-Ugrian group of the Ural, Altaic languages have developed such relative pronouns derived from interrogatives, but here Indo-European influence may have played a part. In other languages, independent relative clauses are formed by special particles but are felt to be substantive nouns and consequently preceded by the definite article or used as the subject or object of a sentence, as a genitive, after a preposition, etc. In all of these phenomena, it would seem clear how language grasps the pure category of relation only hesitantly, as it were, and how it becomes intellectually comprehensible only indirectly through other categories, in particular through the categories of substance and property. And this is true even of those languages that had developed in their overall structure the proper style of speech, the art of hypotactic organization, to its highest refinement. Even in the Indo-European languages, which, thanks to their astonishing ability in the differentiation of the expression of relation, have been called the actual languages of philosophical idealism, developed this faculty only gradually and incrementally. A comparison, for example, between the structure of Greek and that of Sanskrit shows that in them the individual members of this group are on completely different levels with regard to the force and freedom of relational thinking and the pure expression of relation. In prehistoric times, the independent clause also seems to have been predominated over the subordinate clause, the paratactic over the hypotactic connection. If these prehistoric languages already possessed relative clauses, they still lacked, according to the evidence of comparative linguistics, a stable inventory of sharply delimited conjunctions by which to express ground, consequence, coordination, opposition, etc. In Vedic Sanskrit, conjunctions are almost totally lacking as a distinct class of words. What other languages, particularly Latin and Greek, express by subordinating conjunctions is standard here by the almost unlimited use of nominal composition and the amplification of the main clause by participles and gerunds. In Greek, however, the progress from the paratactic structure of the Homeric language to the hypotactic structure of Attic prose occurred only gradually. All this proves that what Humboldt called the act of automatic, synthetic positing in language, and what in particular he saw as distinctive, apart from the verb, in the use of conjunctions and relative pronouns was one of the last ideal goals of language formation that was attained only through a variety of mediations. In particular sharpness and clarity, this finally constitutes itself in the configuration Ostgestaltung of that form of language whose basic significance in principle separates itself from all tangible, substantive expressions in order to serve uniquely the expression of synthesis as such, as the expression of pure connection. In the use of the copula the logical synthesis, which is carried out in judgment, first obtains its adequate linguistic designation and determination. Kant already pointed to this interconnection in his analysis of the pure function of judgment in the Critique of Pure Reason. Judgment signifies for Kant the unity of action, by which the predicate is referred to the subject and connected with it to the totality of sense Sinn Ganzen, to the unity of an objectively consistent and objectively grounded interconnection. This intellectual unity of action finds its presentation and counterpart in the linguistic use of the copula. In the section on the transcendental deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding, Kant writes, "If, however, I investigate more closely the relation of given cognitions in every judgment, and distinguish that relation, as something belonging to the understanding, from the relationship in accordance with laws of the reproductive imagination, which is only subjective validity, then I find that a judgment is nothing other than the way to bring given cognitions to the objective unity of apperception. This is the aim of the copula Verhaltenswerk and is in them to distinguish the objective unity of given representations from the subjective. For this designates the relation of these representations to the original apperception, and also their necessary unity. If I say bodies are heavy, this means that corporality and heaviness are joined with one another in the object and not merely that they always coexist in subjective perception. Thus, even for Kant, the pure logician, the relation between the objective sense of judgment and the linguistic form of a predicative statement is close. It is certainly clear, however, that the development of language could only gradually advance toward the abstraction of that pure being that is expressed in the copula. For language, which originally remains entirely bound up with the intuition of substantial, objective existence, the expression of being, as a pure transcendental form of relation, can only be a late product arrived at through a variety of mediations. It can be shown that a great many languages knew nothing of the copula, in our logical, grammatical sense, and had no need of one. A unitary and general expression of what is designated in our copula as for Haltne's Wurchen little word of relation, is not only lacking in the languages of natural peoples, as in most of the African languages, the indigenous American languages, etc., but is not to be found in other, highly developed languages. Even where a differentiation of the predicative relationship from the purely attributive relationship is present, the former does not necessarily need to undergo a special linguistic attribution. Thus, in the Ural-Altaic languages, for example, the combination of the subject expression with the predicate expression is almost entirely undertaken by a simple juxtaposition of both, so that the city big means the city is big. I man means I am a man, etc. In other languages, we often encounter locutions that at first sight seem to correspond to our use of the copula but that in truth fall short of the universality of its function. Here, as closer analysis reveals, the is of the copula does not have the sense of a universal, serving the expression of the relationship per se, but possesses a particular and concrete, usually local or lich or temporal, secondary significance. Instead of a pure relational being, we find an expression that designates existence in this or that place, a being, hier Dasein or being, over, there dort sein, or else an existence in this or that moment. Accordingly, there occurs here a differentiation in the use of the apparent copula according to the diverse spatial situation of the subject or further intuitive modifications with which it is given, so that another copula is used when the subject is standing, another when they are sitting or lying, one when they are awake, another when they are asleep, etc. Formal being sein and the formal sense of connection are replaced here by more or less materially comprehended expressions that still bear the color of an individual sensibly given reality. And even where language has progressed to the point of encompassing all these particular determinations of existence in a general expression of being sein, there always exists a palpable distance between each of the most comprehensive expressions of mere existence Dasein and being sein as an expression of a purely predicative synthesis. The development of language reflects a problem that extends far beyond its own ambit, which has played a decisive role in the history of logical and philosophical thinking. In this point, more clearly than in any other point, we recognize how this thinking has developed with language but, at the same time, in opposition to it. From the Eleatics down, we can follow the great struggle carried on by philosophical idealism with language and with the ambivalence of its concept of being. The precise task that Parmenides had set himself was to resolve the controversy over true being by means of pure reason. However, is this true being of the Eleatics grounded purely in the sense of logical judgment? Does it correspond solely to the of the copula as the basic form of every valid statement, or does it retain some vestige of another, a more concrete, originary signification Erbeutung, by which it is comparable to the intuition of a well-rounded sphere? Parmenides had undertaken to free himself from the fetters of the common, sensible view of the world, and the fetters of language. As Parmenides proclaimed, "For this reason all is mere name, what the mortals have established in the conviction it was true, namely to become and to pass away, to be and likewise not, to be, like the alteration of place and the changing of luminous color." And yet in the expression of his supreme principle, he, too, succumbed to the forceful power of speech and the dazzling diversity of its concept of being. In the basic Eleatic formula, in the sentence, being is, the verbal and substantival, the predicative and absolute significance of being immediately merge with one another. Plato, too, arrived at a sharper difference only after long intellectual struggles, which are most clearly reflected in the dialogue named after Parmenides. In the Sophists, which concludes these struggles, the logical nature of the concepts of pure relation is clearly worked out and their proper, specific being was determined for the first time in the history of philosophy. On the strength of this newly acquired insight, Plato was able to argue that although all earlier philosophers had sought the principle of being sein, what they had discovered and had taken as their foundation was not the true and radical origin of being sein but only certain of its varieties, only determinate forms of being seen. Even this pregnant formulation, however, did not sublate the opposition that is harbored in the concept of being, but only sharply designated it. This opposition runs through the entire history of medieval thought. The central problem of medieval philosophy concerns the question of how the two basic modalities of being, essence and existence, are mutually separated from each other, and how, despite this delimitation, they are to be united with one another. In the ontological proof of the existence of God, as the speculative center of medieval theology and metaphysics, this question undergoes its most extreme intensification. However, even the modern, critical form of idealism, which renounced the proud name of ontology and more modestly called itself the analytic of the pure understanding, found itself involved again and again in the ambiguity of the concept of being. Even after Kant's critique of the ontological proofs, Fichte found it necessary to point explicitly to the difference between predicative and absolute being. In his Foundations Grundlage of the entire Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte sets forward the principle Satz A is the first, absolutely unconditioned grounding principle Grundsatz of all philosophy, and added that this principle, in which the is has the sole significance of the logical copula, says ausgesagt predicated nothing whatsoever regarding the existence or non-existence of a being without a predicate expresses something entirely different from being with a predicate. The principle A is asserts only that if A is, then A is. It does not so much as raise the question of whether A truly is or not. If, in this way, philosophical thinking continually wrestled with the differentiation between two concepts of being, it is understandable that in linguistic thinking the two occur from the beginning in the closest entanglement with one another, and that the pure sense of the copula could only very gradually be disengaged from this entanglement. The fact that language used the same word to designate the concept of existence and the predicative combination is a widespread phenomenon, not limited to a few linguistic families. To consider only the Indo-European languages, we see everywhere that the manifold designations used in the presentation of predicative being are all based on the originary signification of existence Dasein, either in a very general sense schon as mere being, present Vorhandensein, or in a particular and concrete sense as living and breathing, growing and becoming, enduring and dwelling. As Brugmann writes, the copula was originally a verb of intuitive significance. The basic significance of s, me I am is unknown. The oldest demonstrable one is I existere, and the substantive or adjective stood in apposition to the subject that was posited in relation to the predicative verb. The earth is a ball equals the earth exists as a ball. The so-called degeneration of the verb into a copula occurred when the emphasis shifted to the predicate noun, so that the representational content of the verb lost its importance and vanished. The verb, thus, became a mere word form. In the Indo-European period, s, to be assuredly functioned as a copula, and probably forms of bu, to grow, to become, which, at that time, entered into a suppletive relation with s. The differentiation in the use of the two roots seems to have developed as follows: s, as, was taken as an expression of uniformly constant existence and accordingly used for the formation of durative forms of the present stem, while the root bu, as the expression of becoming, was eminently used for such verb tenses Zeitform as the aorist and the perfect, designating an incipient or completed event. The basic and originary sensible significance of the latter root is still apparent in words such as see and gender and I grow. In Germanic, the root bu entered into the formation of the present stem, ich bin, du bist, etc., and the auxiliary root us, Gothic Weisen, I was, etc., with the original the sense of dwelling and enduring, ohg wern, also came into use. Still different was the development in the Romance languages, where the expression of the concept of being appears attached to the intuitive significance of standing. And just as the expression of being is here based on the representation of local ordentlich stability and rest, the expression of becoming is based on the representation of motion. The intuition of becoming is developed from that of turning. And the general signification of becoming can also unfold from the concrete signification of coming and going. All this shows that even those languages in which the sense of the particular logical nature of the copula is sharply developed, distinguishing itself from others in the designation where this sense is totally lacking, or which at least has not developed into a comprehensive and universal expression, has no need of the substantive verb. Here too, the spiritual form of expression of relation can present itself only in a certain material cloak, which ultimately comes to be so permeated and overcome that it appears no longer as a mere limit but now as the sensible bearer of a pure ideal semantic content, Bedeutungsgehalt. Thus, the same basic tendency of language that we were able to follow in all linguistic configuration of the particular concepts of relation proves itself in the general expression of relation that presents itself in the copula. It is also the same reciprocal determination of the sensible through the spiritual through the sensible, that we find again here, as we previously found in the linguistic presentation of the relations of space, time, number, and the I. It would seem obvious to interpret in a sensationalist sense the intimate entanglement that the two elements in language enter into, and, in fact, Locke, on the basis of such an interpretation, has already claimed language as one of the main supports for his basic empiricist view of cognition. However, even for linguistic thinking, we must counter such interpretations by evoking the sharp difference that Kant, in his critique of cognition, made between beginning with Anheben and arising from Entspringen. If, in the emergence of language, the sensible and the intellectual seem insolubly interwoven in one another, then this correlation, precisely as such, does not justify the relationship of a one-sided dependency between the two. For intellectual expression would not have been able to develop through and out of sensibleness if it had not originally been contained in it, if not, to speak with Herder, even the sensible designation did not already embrace an act of reflection, a basic act of mindfulness in itself. The maxim all things, divine and human, may find nowhere such a ringing endorsement as in the theory of signification and form in the highly developed language, as the actual content of language is not grasped in the opposition between the two extremes of the sensible and the intellectual, because in all its achievements and in every individual phase of its progress, language shows itself to be at once a sensible and intellectual form of. We previously found in the linguistic presentation of the relations of space, time, number, and the eye. It would seem obvious to interpret in a sensationalist sense the intimate entanglement that the two elements in language enter into, and, in fact, Locke, on the basis of such an interpretation, has already claimed language as one of the main supports for his basic empiricist view of cognition. However, even for linguistic thinking, we must counter such interpretations by evoking the sharp difference that Kant, in his critique of cognition, made between beginning with Anheben and arising from Entspringen. If, in the emergence of language, the sensible and the intellectual seem insolubly interwoven in one another, then this correlation, precisely as such, does not justify the relationship of a one-sided dependency between the two. For intellectual expression would not have been able to develop through and out of sensibleness if it had not originally been contained in it, if not, to speak with Herder, even the sensible designation did not already embrace an act of reflection, a basic act of mindfulness in itself. The maxim all things, divine and human, may find nowhere such a ringing endorsement as in the theory of signification and form in the highly developed language, as the actual content of language is not grasped in the opposition between the two extremes of the sensible and the intellectual, because in all its achievements and in every individual phase of its progress, language shows itself to be at once a sensible and intellectual form of.